Chapter 1. The Worst Awakening Ability, and It's a Bug. Tianhai City, 3rd High School. The college entrance examination is approaching. You will soon be transported to the trial illusion, where you will awaken your talent ability. At the same time, you will encounter mutated beasts and abyss monsters. Use your talent abilities to defeat them, and you will earn corresponding points. The illusion lasts for 3 hours, and the points you earn will be your exam results. Remember, dying in the illusion means you will really die. The invigilator's voice echoed across the playground. A crowd of senior students gathered, nervously waiting for the exam to begin. The college entrance examination is the moment that determines their future destiny. Wang Guan, when we enter the illusion later, they'll be counting on you to take care of us. In our class, your attributes are the best, so you will definitely awaken a powerful ability. Don't forget about us. Many students gathered around Wang Guan, speaking eagerly. Wang Guan has a rugged appearance, although his clothes are worn. His stature is quite tall. His grades rank among the top in the entire class, making him a true academic achiever. He is also one of the key students that the school is focusing on this time. Hearing his classmates' words, Wang Guan, who is usually willing to help others, smiled and said, "Once we enter the illusion, if I can encounter you, I will definitely take care of." My classmates, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had no doubt that Wang Guan would awaken a strong talent. "Brother Wang," when a soft girl's voice called out. Wang Guan turned to look. The girl speaking was very beautiful, dressed in white, her expression a bit anxious. She looked at Wang Guan and said, "What if I awaken a trash ability? I'm really worried." "Wang Shui, your grades are good, and the teacher said you have a great chance of awakening an 11 ability. You need to believe in yourself." Wang Guan comforted her gently. The girl's name is Jiang Wang Shui, the prettiest girl in their school, with a gentle and kind personality. She has many pursuers, but she only likes Wang Guan and often looks for opportunities to be alone with him. Rumors about the two of them being together have circulated in the school. In fact, Wang Guan doesn't have any special feelings. He is face-blind and cannot distinguish others' appearances. Before entering university, he doesn't have the mood to date. However, after 3 years of interaction, he has indeed developed some feelings for Jiang Wang Shui and often takes care of her. "Even if you don't awaken a good ability, I will find you and protect you," Wang Guan continued. I believe in you, brother Wang Guan," Jiang Wang Shui said, her face breaking into a sweet smile. The invigilator's pre-exam speech was nearing its end. The head teacher, Zhang Huimin, hurriedly came over to remind Wang Guan. "Wang Guan, it's all up to you now. Don't let your teacher down." "I will work hard," Wang Guan promised. He was indeed filled with confidence. The college entrance examination begins now. With the invigilator's announcement that a layer of hazy light enveloped the students standing in the examination room. Wang Guan felt a wave of dizziness as the surroundings became surreal. Like a fast-moving lantern show, scenes flashed by .It was a tragic image from 300 years ago, when the abyss fissure suddenly opened and countless monsters surged out, slaughtering humans. But fortunately, an unknown existence favored humanity. Some say they are gods. Others say they are an unknown advanced civilization. In any case, they brought talent abilities to humanity, ushering in an era of ability users and granting the power to combat the abyss. As he watched these scenes, a mysterious power subtly descended upon Wang Guan. This is the awakening power. Wang Guan knew he was about to awaken his talent ability and become an ability user. What will my talent ability be? He thought, filled with anticipation. But suddenly, his head began to throb violently. Of all times, Wang Guan instinctively clutched his head, letting out a pained sound. Since his parents went missing 8 years ago, he developed headaches. No cause could be found, even in the hospital. Originally, it only occurred occasionally and did not affect his normal life. But now, it has flared up at this moment. And this time, the headache was especially intense, making him feel like his head was about to split open, as if something was about to crawl out of his head. Wang Guan fell into a brief unconsciousness. When the headache disappeared and he regained consciousness, he found himself standing in a dense forest. He could see ruins covered in vines and weeds. This is the trial illusion for the college entrance examination. "I really thought I was going to die." Just now, Wang Guan rubbed his head and stood up. A line of prompt information flashed before his eyes. It was the prompt for awakening his ability. But upon seeing the content of the information, Wang Guan was instantly dumbfounded. Congratulations, you have comprehended and Flevel talent ability. Detection. Flevel talent ability? Detection? Flevel is the lowest level among talent abilities. Moreover, the detection ability has no combat power. It can only detect the informational entries of other creatures and items to gather intelligence. It can be said to be trash among trash. I can't believe I awakened the worst talent ability outside the illusion. In the large conference room of Technique.He, 3rd High School, a huge screen was divided into several grids. It displayed the real-time performance of several key students in the illusion that a top student. Wang Guan was naturally one of the focus points. However, upon seeing the information about Wang Guan awakening an ability, the school leaders in the conference room all showed expressions of shock that in Flevel detection, Wang Guan actually awakened such a trash ability. Isn't his physical attribute quite strong? How could he awaken such a trash ability? This strong attributes only increase the probability of awakening strong abilities, but it's not absolute. We have invested a lot of resources in him, and this is how he repays us? Voices of condemnation quickly echoed in the conference room. Zhang Huimin, Wang Guan's head teacher, wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide. Feeling an intense hatred towards Wang Guan, he had taken such meticulous care and placed heavy bets on this seed student, only to end up with this. He felt that his career was likely over. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "In Slevel. Our school has produced in Slevel talent ability. It's Jiang Wangxue." What? Zhang Huimin quickly looked up and saw Jiang Wangxue, a student from his class, indeed had obtained in Slevel talent ability. Ice and Snow Sorceress. It is one of the strongest abilities in the Ice and Snow category. Jiang Wangxue's usual grades were not as good as Wang Guan's, just considered excellent, and Zhang Huimin originally expected her to achieve in a level. He didn't expect her to bring him an unexpected joy. Although his class produced a waste, it also birthed in Slevel. His career was likely saved, right? Zhang Huimin's posture straightened significantly. In Slevel talent ability, his school might not have had one in years. Great, great. Our 3rd high school has finally produced in Slevel ability user again. As long as she performs well, she will definitely achieve excellent results in the illusion entrance examination. She will definitely be able to get into Longjing University. In addition to Jiang Wangxue, there are several other promising students, such as Song Qianlong, who awakened the level Thunder Warrior talent. The atmosphere in the large conference room lightened considerably. Meanwhile, the grid displaying Wang Guan's actions was directly cut off. Since he had only awakened an Flevel trash ability, there was no need to pay further attention to him. Inside the illusion, Wang Guan was in deep sorrow over awakening a trash ability when he suddenly felt a sense of heart palpitation, as if something terrifying was watching him. Turning his head, he felt a shock run through his body. He saw a beast, eyeing him with fierce intent, approaching slowly. Its size was like that of a small tiger, with a mouth full of fangs, its appearance menacing. Is this a split-toothed beast? As an academic prodigy, Wang Guan immediately recognized it. The split-toothed beast is a creature that has mutated under the influence of abyssal energy. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth. Its tail thrashed about, already regarding Wang Guan as prey. Damn! Wang Guan instinctively tensed his body, took a deep breath, and slowly backed away. At times like this, one must not panic, one must remain calm. Maybe I can find its weakness? The only thing he could rely on now was his own ability. So he quickly activated his ability to investigate the monster before him. In his vision, a segment of text information appeared. Investigation. This is an ordinary wild cat, abandoned by humans, weak in body, and hasn't eaten for 3 days. Wang Guan, that you call this a wild cat? Chapter 2. Look at this stick, it's long and straight. Before him was clearly the fierce, split-toothed beast. But Wang Guan's investigation told him it was an ordinary wild cat. What? The college entrance examination illusion had been rigorously tested. It couldn't be wrong. The only thing that was wrong was Wang Guan's investigation. Is the information I gathered incorrect? No way I can accept having a useless ability, but this ability has problems too? Wang Guan felt a surge of indignation. What crime had he committed to deserve this punishment? At that moment, the split-toothed beast's eyes flashed with ferocity, and its agile body suddenly lunged at Wang Guan. I can't believe this, Wang Guan exclaimed, instinctively kicking out. He was already in despair. The split-tooth beast was strong and aggressive without any power to enhance him. He was definitely no match. However, meow. With a piercing scream, before the claws of the split-tooth beast could land on Wang Guan, it was sent flying by his kick. Its 100-pound body rolled over 10 meters away. Wang Guan, what's going on? When did I become so strong? Wang Guan was confused. He quickly realized that it wasn't that he had become stronger, that it was that the split-tooth beast seemed not to be as strong as he had imagined. To him, it felt just like an ordinary kitten. Just now, it seemed to have let out a cat sound. Could it be that since I detected it as a wild cat, it appears as a wild cat to me? A bold guess emerged in Wang Guan's mind. The split-tooth beast got up from the ground, its gaze toward Wang Guan holding a hint of fear. But its fierce nature wouldn't allow it to back down. With a meow, it lunged at Wang Guan once more. Then, it was slapped to the ground by Wang Guan. Although it looks like a split-tooth beast and feels like a split-tooth beast when it comes to fighting, it is just a wild cat to me, especially one that hasn't eaten for 3 days. Wang Guan's eyes lit up, pressing the split-tooth beast to the ground, and with a clenched fist, he greeted it. The scene was truly brutal. Meow, meow. A series of sharp cries rang out one after another. Soon, the struggling body of the split-tooth beast quieted down. When Wang Guan stood up, its body gradually became translucent and vanished without a trace. Congratulations on defeating the split-tooth beast, earning 15 points. A prompt appeared before Wang Guan. I got points. I really took down a split-tooth beast. Did my investigation information mutate? Although the text information was wrong, was the wrong information actually true for me? He wanted to test it unexpectedly. At this moment, he found himself standing outside a ruin. Looking up, he saw various weapons and equipment scattered across the ground within the ruins. Wang Guan's eyes brightened. Entering the illusion prohibits carrying anything, but some weapons and equipment are scattered within the illusion, which can be picked up and used. Wang Guan was lucky, as he encountered several weapons right away. First, he picked up an extremely sharp dagger. From the feel of it, this was a fine steel dagger. I wonder what my investigation will turn it into. Wang Guan thought to himself, immediately activating his ability on the dagger in hand. Investigation. This is a multifunctional fruit knife, perfect for peeling. A sharp dagger turned into a fruit knife? And multifunctional. Wang Guan was a bit speechless. Along with the investigation, the weight of the dagger indeed lightened significantly. Wang Guan. It was now just a fruit knife. This thing was probably useless to him. He had to drop the dagger and picked up a rather heavy spike club. Investigation. This is a scratcher, reaching the itchy spot, a delightful scratch. After discarding the spike club, Wang Guan picked up a piece of protective armor. Investigation. This is a fashionable single outfit, wear it, and you'll be the brightest one. Wang Guan picked up these items one by one, and none of them were reliable. In the end, he was utterly speechless. However, he also confirmed that his investigation had indeed mutated. The information gathered from the investigation was all incorrect. But for him, this incorrect information was indeed true. A sharp dagger was a fruit knife to him. A spike club turned into a scratcher. The fierce split-tooth beast was just an ordinary wild cat in front of him. It seems that the information I gathered from my investigation is random. Wang Guan pondered over the pattern, because in this world, ordinary creatures and items made up the majority. So, fierce mutated beasts had a higher probability of being investigated as ordinary animals. Weapons were also more likely to be investigated as everyday tools. It seems my investigative ability is a double-edged sword. He thought somewhat helplessly. The weapons and equipment scattered here, after his investigation, all turned into useless everyday items. Just as Wang Guan was about to give up and leave, he casually picked up a stick from the ground, mainly because this stick was long and straight, with an excellent feel to it. It was hard not to pick it up and play with it. Wang Guan activated his investigation on the stick. The result was, this isn't a great longsword, made of alloy, extremely sharp, with a unique skill windbreak, capable of releasing wind blades. Wang Guan, holy crap. Weapons and equipment also had grades, and a grade weapon, with a unique skill, would be worth at least several million outside, with no market price. The serious weapons he had investigated all turned into everyday items. Unexpectedly, the stick was investigated as a premium sword. In the college entrance examination illusion, the randomly scattered weapons and equipment had a chance of appearing as premium items, but the probability was extremely low, almost negligible. Wang Guan turning the stick into a premium longsword was an even smaller probability event. His luck was indeed quite good. He held the stick and swung it a few times. Immediately, a series of whoosh sounds of slicing through the air were heard. He activated the wind break skill, and with a swoosh, a wind blade swept out. A few trees, as thick as a bowl, were instantly cut off at the waist. What a good stick! Wang Guan marveled as he handled the stick. It looked like just an ordinary stick. If someone else picked it up, it would be just an ordinary stick. But in Wang Guan's hands, it was a premium longsword. Then this one is definitely a win for me? Holding the treasured stick, he excitedly began to explore around. Minutes later, as he walked past a patch of bushes, a rustling sound suddenly erupted around him. Fierce beasts emerged from all directions, surrounding him completely. They resembled wolf dogs, but their bodies were covered in red scales, eyeing Wang Guan with fierce intent. Wang Guan recognized that this was a blood wolf beast, a highly dangerous species of pack-hunting mutant beast. If it were any other candidate, they would definitely be panicking at this moment. But Wang Guan remained calm, his eyes scanning the blood wolf beast. Detection. This is an ordinary hyena, cunning in nature. If targeted by them, it will be quite troublesome. The blood wolf beast was detected by Wang Guan as an ordinary hyena. He only needed to detect one, and the rest of a kind would have the same entry information. Now, this group of dangerous blood wolf beasts was just a pack of hyenas to Wang Guan. Although still dangerous, it was manageable. Moreover, he had a top-tier weapon in his hand. Come on, let me test the power of this exquisite longsword. Chapter 3. The Ability Without Trash. Only the trash ability user, a blood wolf beast, howled and initiated the attack. Wang Guan immediately reacted, sweeping out the wooden stick in his hand. Whoosh! The unremarkable wooden stick, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing through the air, swept towards the body of the blood wolf beast. The blood wolf beast didn't even attempt to dodge, because it didn't see any necessity to evade such an attack from a wooden stick. But in the next moment, whoosh! A burst of blood mist erupted from its scaly body, as hard as iron. Its body then collapsed on the ground. Vitality rapidly drained away. The mutant beast, known for its defense, was killed by Wang Guan with a single blow. In front of Wang Guan, it was just an ordinary hyena, while the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand was an exceptional longsword. With 2 layers of disparity, how could it fight back? The other blood wolf beasts were enraged and charged towards Wang Guan one after another. Wang Guan's wooden stick flew up and down, meeting those hyenas, as if he were chopping vegetables. One by one, the blood wolf beasts fell dead on the spot. In the end, the remaining few blood wolf beasts finally realized that this bipedal creature was not easy to mess with. They howled and turned to flee. Want to escape? Wang Guan gripped the wooden stick, adopting a sword-drawing stance, and swept horizontally in midair. Buzz! With a sound of breaking the air, a fan-shaped wave of energy spread out. This was the air-breaking special technique, triggering wind blades. Whoosh! As the wind blades passed, several trees were cut in half. None of the fleeing blood wolf beasts escaped. All met a tragic end. The dead blood wolf beasts quickly faded into nothingness. Prompt messages appeared in front of Wang Guan one after another. Congratulations! You have killed a blood wolf beast, earning 15 points. There were a total of 12 blood wolf beasts. Wang Guan earned 180 points in one go, without any challenge at all. Continuing. First place in this college entrance examination is secured. Wang Guan excitedly continued to search for targets. The dangers in the illusion were numerous, and Wang Guan soon encountered several more mutant beasts. He met the terrifying steel-arm beast, which he identified as a big horse monkey. He encountered the ferocious blood-pattern python, but identified it as an ordinary little longworm. Wang Guan swung his stick and kept harvesting points. His score kept increasing. At this point, Wang Guan finally had time to ponder the reason for his ability mutation. When entering the illusion, my headache acted up, and this time it was especially intense. Is my headache the reason for my ability mutation? His headache had always had a strange origin. 8 years ago, the Federation discovered an ancient temple that appeared to have fallen from the abyss. Both of his parents were powerful ability users and participated in the adventure to the temple. At that time, 10-year-old Wang Guan stayed at home, waiting every day for their return. Then one night, his parents suddenly came back. They looked inexplicably excited, crying and laughing, and pulled Wang Guan to say many things. Finally, they hugged him, and fell into a deep sleep. But the next morning, they vanished without a trace, as if they had never returned. Later, Wang Guan learned that his parents had encountered an accident during the adventure and had become lost in the ancient temple. To this day, he cannot distinguish whether his parents that night were real or just a dream. But it was from that day on that he developed the problem of headaches. I have always suspected that my headache is related to my parents' disappearance in that ancient temple. Now this headache has caused my ability to mutate again. One day, I must go to that ancient temple and find out. Wang Guan muttered to himself. At that moment, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Following the sound, he discovered a group of gathered candidates. They were all familiar faces, including his classmate Jiang Wangxue. After being sent to the illusion, it was easy for classmates within the same class to gather together due to their close proximity. Teamwork was also allowed by the rules of the college entrance examination. Brother Wang. Great, we finally found you, Brother Wang. Seeing Wang Guan, the classmates were very happy and rushed over to greet him. Jiang Wangxue, dressed in white and looking beautifully ethereal, was especially excited. Brother Wang, what talent ability did you awaken? She tugged at Wang Guan's sleeve, her face filled with excitement. I awakened a level ability, the Ice Snow Sorceress. Outside the illusion, in a large conference room, the leaders of the school were focused on Jiang Wangxue, the seed candidate. They were surprised to see Wang Guan still holding on. After all, it wasn't unexpected that he could persist given his strong physical attributes. But what's the use of that? Look at him. He doesn't even have a weapon, just a stick in his hand. His experience must have been quite miserable. Without powerful abilities, he was destined to achieve mediocre results. They had stopped paying attention to Wang Guan. Seeing that he only had a wooden stick, they instinctively thought that he must have struggled to survive until now. Level talent ability, yet no combat power to speak of. Just a mere scouting ability. To have made it this far in the examination is already impressive. The head teacher suddenly thought of something and frowned. I heard that Jiang Wangxue and Wang Guan are quite close. Zhang Huiman knew his students well, and his expression changed. Their relationship was indeed very close. Would Jiang Wangxue, considering their past relationship, let Wang Guan stay by her side? Don't drag Jiang Wangxue down. Everyone became worried. As the only level talent ability user from Technique.He number 3 middle school in this college entrance examination, Jiang Wangxue was their hope. The other few students around her had at least level abilities, and even if they couldn't help Jiang Wangxue, they wouldn't drag her down. But Wang Guan's level trash ability. Having him around will definitely affect Jiang Wangxue's performance. Inside the illusion, level Ice Snow Sorceress? Hearing Jiang Wangxue's words, Wang Guan was quite surprised. This girl is impressive. He felt genuinely happy. Not bad. I knew you could do it. Jiang Wangxue smiled sweetly and eagerly asked, Brother Wang, what about you? What talent ability did you awaken? Me? Wang Guan chuckled. I just awakened a level scouting ability. The expressions of the classmates present were all stunned. Level scouting? No combat abilities. Only able to scout target information. Considered the most trash talent ability? Isn't Wang Guan a top student? How could he awaken such an ability? Brother Wang, you must be joking, right? Jiang Wangxue's eyes sparkled. How could it be? I awakened scouting, but it doesn't matter. Wang Guan's expression was very calm. Isn't it often said that there are no trash abilities, only trash ability users? This statement was actually nonsense. But for the current Wang Guan, it was quite appropriate. His scouting ability, though labeled as level, was likely godly. Seeing Jiang Wangxue's stunned expression, Wang Guan jokingly said, It looks like I'm going to need you to protect me in this college entrance examination. He decided to act together with his classmates. He usually got along well with them and was happy to help, so he didn't mind lending them a hand. However, when Jiang Wangxue heard Wang Guan say this, the hand that had been tugging at his sleeve suddenly let go. The gazes of the other classmates towards Wang Guan also changed. Chapter 4. Still eating? Here we come. The change in the classmates' expressions caught Wang Guan's attention. Guessing their thoughts, he felt amused. Before the college entrance examination began, they thought Wang Guan was a top student and would definitely awaken a powerful ability, so they fawned over him in various ways. Once they discovered that Wang Guan had awakened a trash ability, their attitude changed immediately. People are indeed realistic and fickle. Wang Guan didn't argue, telling them that even though he had awakened a trash ability, he was still a top student. He mockingly said, "What's wrong? Don't you welcome me?" A few classmates avoided his gaze. Suddenly, a girl spoke up. "The college entrance examination is a big deal that determines our future. We all have our roles. And exploring doesn't seem necessary, since everyone knows the beasts and monsters we encounter in the illusion." "That's right, Wang Guan. Although your physical attributes are strong, without any ability enhancement, you will only drag us down." The others chimed in one after another. "It's not that we're selfish. This is a matter of our lives, and we naturally hope to achieve good results." I vote against Wang Guan joining the team. It's been so long since the exam started, and you haven't even picked up a weapon. Wang Guan, if you were a true buddy, you should voluntarily withdraw at this time. They spoke in a flurry, their eyes finally landing on Jiang Wangxue. As a level ability user, Jiang Wangxue naturally became the leader of this team. Everything was decided by her. A hint of hesitation flashed across Jiang Wangxue's face, but in the end, she said to Wang Guan, "I'm sorry, Wang Guan, here we all have a say. Although I really want you to join, I can't go against everyone's opinion." Wang Guan's expression remained calm, but a trace of disappointment surged in his heart. At that moment, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he accidentally cast an exploration on Jiang Wangxue. Exploration. This is an ordinary girl, with an average appearance, a dark personality, and possesses level ability Dance of Healing. Seeing the information from the exploration, Wang Guan was taken aback. This was the first time he had cast exploration on someone else. When exploring others, the entries were also chaotic, but this entry's information was still true for him. Wang Guan, who already had a bit of face blindness, looked at Jiang Wangxue again and found that she indeed looked very ordinary. Her personality didn't seem as lovely as he remembered. The slight heartache that had just surged in his heart suddenly vanished. He chuckled and said, "That's fine. Actually, I'm used to acting alone. I originally wanted to help you out. I gave you a chance, but you're not capable." Seeing that Wang Guan didn't continue to entangle them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they found it amusing. What does he mean by being used to acting alone? It was clearly self-comforting. "Well then, I wish everyone good results." Wang Guan waved his hand and turned to leave. "Wait a moment." Jiang Wangxue called out to him, took out a short sword, and handed it over. "Take this weapon." She looked at Wang Guan's wooden stick with pity. The meaning was clear. Although the short sword wasn't much, it was better than a wooden stick, right? Given that she had taken care of him in the past, she decided to help him a bit. After this, she wouldn't owe him anything. "No need. I think my wooden stick is great." Wang Guan amusingly refused. With a big sword in hand, why would he need a short sword? Carrying the wooden stick, he walked into the dense forest ahead. The other students saw Wang Guan's actions and began to murmur softly. What's wrong with him? He doesn't want the weapon. What is the point of being strong at a time like this? He doesn't even have the capital to back it up. If he turns back, don't say we didn't help him. The college entrance examination is so important. Can we blame him for not being capable? With his abilities, who knows if he'll even survive leaving the examination hall. In previous college entrance examinations, many candidates were cruelly eliminated by the illusions. For someone like Wang Guan, a level ability user, the chances of survival were undoubtedly the lowest. In the conference room outside the illusion, the school leaders breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Wang Guan leave. Jiang Wangxue is still very rational. At this time, her own results are the most important. If Wang Guan can't do it, then he shouldn't drag others down. We kindly offered him a weapon, and he didn't want it. He's still too young and doesn't know the stakes. Forget about Wang Guan. Let's continue to focus on Jiang Wangxue. This time our school will definitely achieve results. They discussed among themselves. Inside the illusion, Jiang Wangxue watched Wang Guan leave, her expression returning to calm. Let's continue. Under her leadership, the team resumed their exploration in the illusion. I have awakened a level ability, and you have only awakened a level. Don't blame me. This world is like this. I will definitely achieve excellent results and enter Longjing University, while you. Now, I and you're no longer from the same world. Jiang Wangxue silently thought to Wang Guan. After parting, Wang Guan continued to explore the illusion. He quickly dismissed his classmates' attitudes from earlier. With his mutated ability, a bright future was naturally ahead. Since he had seen through their characters, why bother worrying about this matter? He encountered several mutated beasts in succession. Suddenly, As he passed by a collapsed house, he heard a crunching sound coming from inside. Slowing his pace, he cautiously approached. Through the collapsed wall, he saw a group of monsters. They resembled giant rats, about half the height of an adult. Dressed in tattered, filthy armor, they wielded spears, shields, and other weapons. Their sharp fangs protruded from their mouths, looking fierce and terrifying. They had just finished a hunt, happily munching on blood and flesh. From the sight of blood and leftover chunks on the ground, their prey seemed to be a candidate. These are Ratmen. Wang Guan recognized their identity, feeling a shiver in his heart. Ratmen are one of the alien monster groups that crawl out from the abyss cracks. Their individual combat power is strong, and they excel at group attacks with an extremely high reproductive capacity. They often swarm like locusts, plundering human towns. In previous college entrance examinations, an abyss monster was always arranged as a key question in the illusion. This time, it was clearly the Ratmen. The Ratmen question is quite difficult. If other candidates encounter them, it's best to leave quickly if they don't have enough confidence. But Wang Guan had no intention of retreating at all. He fixed his gaze on one of the Ratmen. Exploration. This is an ordinary groundhog with a volatile personality and hates being disturbed while eating. The Ratman was explored as a groundhog. Wang Guan couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the exploration information is random. Since ordinary creatures make up the majority of the world, when detecting Ratmen, there's a high chance they will be identified as ordinary beasts. Since it's a groundhog, he would not hold back. Wang Guan confidently walked into the midst of the Ratmen and kicked one that was eating to the ground. He pointed his wooden stick at them. Still eating? Come here. The Ratmen were all stunned, looking at their kicked comrade and then at Wang Guan. They then opened their mouths in unison. Chapter 5. This bonus question is mine. The Ratmen are vicious and brutal. To them, humans are prey food. Seeing Wang Guan voluntarily deliver himself, they all picked up their weapons and charged at him, howling loudly. However, the Ratmen's cries, originally sharp and piercing, could greatly affect human minds. This cry was a form of attack. But for Wang Guan, the Ratmen's cries were merely a series of sounds, completely without lethality. To Wang Guan, the Ratmen were just groundhogs. A disturbed groundhog is very volatile and angry, but still a groundhog. Wang Guan swung his wooden stick and swept through the crowd. Ratmen that got close to him were kicked away. The Ratmen's spears were incredibly sharp, but when they stabbed Wang Guan, they didn't cause any damage. Wang Guan already had extremely strong physical attributes, and with a top-tier sword in hand, facing this group of volatile groundhogs was truly effortless. It was easy to deal with them. The difficulty they posed to Wang Guan was even less than the blood wolf beast that was previously explored as a hyena. Soon, the Ratmen were taken down one by one, dissipating into nothingness. Congratulations, you have killed a Ratman warrior and gained 30 points. This wave earned him 270 points. Wang Guan was pleasantly surprised. The rewards were just too high. As abyss monsters, the rewards for defeating Ratmen were far greater than those for mutant beasts. They appeared in groups as well. No wonder they were the focus of this exam. Now his total score should be over 1,000. What limited his score wasn't the difficulty of the exam questions, but how many he could encounter. I need to continue farming the key questions. Wang Guan, still not satisfied, continued to explore the surroundings. Ratmen were social monsters. Discovering one meant there were more nearby. No matter how many he encountered, they were all groundhogs in Wang Guan's investigation. At this moment, other candidates also began to discover Ratmen in succession. Faced with Ratmen, they were not as relaxed and carefree as Wang Guan. Those with strong physical attributes and abilities could barely contend with the Ratmen. Most candidates fled in a panic or were brutally killed by the Ratmen. The college entrance examination was that brutal. Jiang Wangshue's team also encountered a wave of Ratmen. After separating from Wang Guan, her team had increased by a few members, reaching 11, all of whom were above-level ability users. Coupled with her level ability, their team's strength was already considerable. However, they also went through a brutal battle, losing 2 members, just managing to eliminate the Ratmen. Jiang Wangshue's output was powerful, earning her most of the points. Others were happy to share in the spoils as well. At this rate, I can definitely get a good score. Jiang Wangshue calculated quietly in her heart. I will definitely get into the best university in the Alliance, Longjing University. Let us continue. She led her team to search for other Ratmen outside the illusion. The school leaders in the conference room became tense. They hadn't expected that this time, the focus questions would be Ratmen. Among the 325 candidates from our school, 95 have already been eliminated, which exceeds previous year's elimination rates. There's nothing we can do. The difficulty of this entrance exam is just too high. Fortunately, we have produced a few top students. The light screen displayed real-time footage of several key candidates. Besides Jiang Wangxue, another candidate named Zhu Qianlong garnered much attention. Zhu Qianlong had awakened only a level ability, but his ability was Thunder Warrior. This was one of the most lethal lightning abilities, and he performed exceptionally well. If nothing unexpected happens, the top scorer and second place of this entrance exam should emerge from among them. Other candidates avoided the Ratmen at all costs. Yet these two took the initiative to search for the Ratmen's traces with their respective teams. Under the school leader's watch, the two teams encountered several waves of Ratmen in quick succession. After a bloody battle, there were many casualties. However, both maintained their conditions well due to their abilities. There was still half an hour left before the exam would end. Jiang Wangshue's score should be around 500 now, right? The homeroom teacher, Zhang Huimin, pondered. Zhu Qianlong should also have around 500, another middle-aged man said. He was Zhu Qianlong's homeroom teacher. The scores would only be officially announced after the illusion ended. So they were unsure of the exact scoring situation, but they could make a rough estimate. At this moment, in the display showing Jiang Wangxue, a strange house suddenly appeared. There were fences surrounding it, piled with numerous bones, giving off a sinister and eerie feeling. Not good, it's a Ratman nest. Many people in the conference room exclaimed in shock. This was the Ratman's stronghold. Approaching recklessly could trigger the Ratman leader's appearance. If the Ratman were the focus of this exam, then the Ratman leader would be the bonus question. Killing it would yield a full 500 points. But its difficulty was also extraordinary. Ordinary candidates shouldn't even think about it. This was meant for those genius candidates. Once the Ratman leader appeared, it would go on a killing spree. If it couldn't be killed, the entire exam venue would face annihilation. Although Jiang Wangxue had awakened a level ability, fortunately, she had self-awareness. Upon seeing the Ratman nest, she immediately signaled everyone to be silent and quietly retreated. In the conference room, the school leaders all breathed a sigh of relief, holding their breath as they watched Jiang Wangxue retreat. But at that moment, someone approached the Ratman nest. The director of education exclaimed. On the light screen, indeed, a figure was seen walking towards the Ratman nest alone. The figure was quite tall, with a lot of bloodstains on its clothes. It wasn't wearing any protective gear, not even a weapon. In its hand, it held a wooden stick. Wang Guan. Zhang Huimin recognized his student first. He instinctively thought he is still alive. Then, his expression changed to one of terror. What is he going to do? In the illusion, Jiang Wangxue and the others also saw Wang Guan. They were equally shocked, realizing that Wang Guan, who had only awakened a level ability, had somehow survived in this brutal exam until now. Then, they watched in disbelief as Wang Guan approached the strange house. He peeked inside and then kicked over the fence. Stepping inside, everyone was stunned. What are you doing? Don't go in. If the Ratman leader appears, the entire exam venue might face annihilation. But before they could do anything, a terrifying, spine-chilling howl echoed in all directions. The Ratman leader had been triggered. The door of the strange house was pushed open. A Ratman, several times larger than the others and over 2 meters tall, crawled out. It was armored and opened its mouth full of fangs, emitting sharp howls. Standing in front of this Ratman leader, Wang Guan's face first flashed a moment of panic. Then he smiled. Investigation. This is a groundhog leader with a violent temperament, and it hates being disturbed while sleeping. Although the investigation entry information was incorrect, it had an inherent connection. The Ratmen were investigated as groundhogs. So the Ratman leader was the groundhog leader. Although it was 2 meters tall, muscular, and armored, giving off an oppressive feeling to Wang Guan, it was still just a groundhog. The howl emitted by the Ratman leader could intimidate the minds of other candidates. In Wang Guan's ears, it was just an enhanced version of This bonus question is mine. Wang Guan charged at the groundhog leader with the wooden stick. Chapter 6. Level Garbage Ability User, Beating the Ratman Leader. Jiang Wangxue and the others were shaken by the Ratman leader's howl. When they saw Wang Guan charging at the terrifying monster with just a wooden stick, they were even more dumbfounded. How dare he? He challenges the Ratman leader with only a wooden stick? Is this a case of, if I'm going down, I'm taking everyone with me? He awakened a garbage ability, so he is hopeless for the future and deliberately triggered the Ratman leader to drag all candidates down with him. How could he do this? Not only Jiang Wangxue and the others thought this way. The school leaders watching this scene outside the illusion also began to have similar suspicions, becoming increasingly frantic. The next moment, Wang Guan charged right in front of the Ratman leader. The Ratman leader, furious and fierce, launched an attack on Wang Guan. The outcome was obvious. However, bang! Wang Guan's wooden stick struck the Ratman leader, and this absurd attack caused the thick armor on the Ratman leader to show signs of damage, with splashes of blood. Is this the damage a wooden stick can inflict? Then Wang Guan kicked out, and the Ratman leader was sent rolling away. It squeaked and squeaked, getting back up while letting out urgent cries, revealing a hint of fear in its voice. Wang Guan continued to walk towards it, swinging the wooden stick. This was an absolute one-sided beating. Everyone who witnessed this scene displayed expressions of disbelief, doubting whether they were seeing an illusion. Isn't Wang Guan's awakening the most useless ability? How could he possibly have the strength to beat the bonus question? Wang Guan had long noticed Jiang Wangxue and the others, but he didn't care, fully focused on entangling with the monster in front of him. He had identified the Ratman leader as a groundhog leader through his exploration. To Wang Guan, it was just a groundhog. Even if it was larger than an ordinary groundhog, moved faster, was tougher, and wore armor, it was still a groundhog. It wouldn't take long before he could kill it. Suddenly, crackle, crackle. Wang Guan heard a sound like thunder and lightning. Huh. He quickly distanced himself from the Ratman leader and looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, on a large tree, stood a figure surrounded by electric light. That Zhu Qianlong? Wang Guan recognized him. Zhu Qianlong was a student from a neighboring class, with parents who were officials in the city hall, powerful and influential. He had been pursuing Jiang Wangxue and had clashed with Wang Guan several times because of it. Seeing him like this, has he awakened a lightning ability? While Wang Guan was pondering, he saw Zhu Qianlong leap down from the tree, trailing fire and lightning, and pounce on the Ratman leader. He took the opportunity to launch an attack on the Ratman leader. His face, wrapped in blue electric light, bore an extremely arrogant expression. This bonus question is mine. Originally, Zhu Qianlong was nearby hunting Ratman. After the Ratman leader was triggered, he heard the commotion and hid nearby to watch. Upon seeing the battle between Wang Guan and the Ratman leader, he immediately made a judgment. This Ratman leader doesn't seem that powerful. Its armor can actually be broken by Wang Guan's wooden stick, and it was kicked away by Wang Guan. Since Wang Guan can suppress it, I can too. Not just him, Jiang Wangxue and the others, as well as the school leaders outside the illusion, also made similar judgments. In front of Wang Guan, the Ratman leader was just a fat groundhog. This led them to make a wrong judgment. The Ratman leader didn't seem as terrifying as rumored. Its attacks and strength were significantly weaker. Was this year's bonus question intentionally made easier? Since Wang Guan has no ability enhancement and is relying solely on his physical attributes and wooden stick to suppress the Ratman leader, there's no reason why these top-level students with their powerful abilities couldn't do the same. Jiang Wangxue was already itching to act, seeing Zhu Qianlong attack first. She showed a hint of annoyance. This bonus question was about to be snatched by Zhu Qianlong. Wrapped in electric light, Zhu Qianlong had already rushed in front of the Ratman leader. He let out a hearty laugh, summoning thunder to attack the Ratman leader. Then, smack! The Ratman leader swung its body, and its thick tail lashed out like a whip, striking Zhu Qianlong hard. Zhu Qianlong's lightning attack had no lethality. He flew backward, trailing fire and lightning. He rolled back to where he came from. The Ratman leader screeched in anger. What kind of rotten fish and shrimp dares to attack me? In front of Wang Guan, it was a groundhog. But to others, it was still the formidable Ratman leader. It didn't chase after Zhu Qianlong, but continued to viciously pounce towards Wang Guan. Seeing this, Wang Guan gripped the wooden stick and swung it in the air. An invisible wind blade shot out. Squeak! A scream. Although the Ratman leader hurriedly rolled to dodge, its body was still struck by the wind blade. A terrible wound was left on it, its left paw severed at the elbow. Before it could catch its breath, Wang Guan, holding the wooden stick, stepped forward and delivered a flurry of blows. What's going on? In a large conference room outside the illusion. All the school leaders were stunned by this scene. The principal was the first to react. The wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand seems to be extraordinary. It just activated a special effect. That wooden stick, could it have some special attributes? In previous college entrance exams, there had indeed been some excellent weapons appearing in the illusion, but the probability of finding them was extremely low. Is the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand an excellent weapon? It can't be wrong. This wooden stick not only has the wind blade special effect, but probably also intimidates the target. No wonder he has survived until now. The school leaders exchanged glances. They never expected that Wang Guan awakened a garbage ability, but was lucky enough to find an excellent weapon. Although Wang Guan was currently beating the Ratman leader, he himself had no ability enhancement, and instead, the Ratman leader appeared much weaker in front of him. Based on their experience and insight, they concluded that it was all because of the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand. As for identifying the mutation and recognizing the Ratman as a groundhog, they had never even heard of such a thing. Within the illusion, Jiang Wangxue, shocked, also made a similar judgment. The stick in Wang Guan's hand doesn't seem to be an ordinary wooden stick, so he found an excellent weapon. Then she stomped her foot in anger. If he had said earlier that he had an excellent weapon, how could I possibly refuse him joining the team? If I use this weapon, combined with my ability, I could definitely achieve better results. Entering the federal rankings wouldn't be impossible. How could he be so selfish? Jiang Wangxue bit her lip, her eyes flashing with resentment. The Ratman leader was being relentlessly beaten by Wang Guan, its armor already in tatters. Blood and flesh were a mess, covered in wounds. Its sturdy body suddenly swung, and its thick tail lashed at Wang Guan with a whooshing sound. But Wang Guan caught that tail with one hand. Just when I was worried about not being able to hit you, you delivered it right to my hand. He pulled the Ratman leader's tail with one hand while swinging the wooden stick with the other, striking the Ratman leader. Flesh and blood flew, and blood splattered everywhere. It was a gruesome sight. The onlookers were stunned by this scene. Suddenly, just as Wang Guan was in the heat of battle, he accidentally sliced through the Ratman leader's tail, severing it completely. The Ratman leader rolled and crawled away to a distance. Its body was already bloodied and unrecognizable. Anyone could tell that its health was empty and it was about to die. Wang Guan walked over with a smile, waving his wooden stick, ready to reap the rewards. But at that moment, a wave of icy cold surged around Wang Guan. The dry grass beneath his feet and the leaves around him quickly froze with a layer of frost. The frost spread, creeping up Wang Guan's body, beginning to freeze him. Wang Guan was momentarily stunned, turned his head, and saw Jiang Wangxue reaching out her hand towards him. Ability level, Ice and Snow Sorceress. Jiang Wangxue was already covered in a layer of frost, fully activating her ability. Her expression was cold as she charged toward the nearly unconscious Ratman leader. Freezing Wang Guan, she aimed to snatch away the Ratman leader's head. Chapter 7. Summoning the Ratmen. Seeing Jiang Wangxue freeze Wang Guan and rush toward the Ratman leader, the others in her team also sprang into action. Some rushed toward the Ratman leader, while others charged toward Wang Guan. They all understood the value of the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand. Wang Guan hadn't displayed any other abilities during the battle. As he said, he should have only awakened a garbage ability at level, Exploration. The current display of strength was all thanks to this weapon. Although there wasn't much time left for the college entrance exam, if they could seize the wooden stick with this excellent weapon, they might score a few more points. Why should such an excellent weapon fall into Wang Guan's hands? A level garbage ability user. What right does he have to use an excellent weapon? If they took him out, that weapon would be mine. Their eyes turned red as they fixated on the seemingly ordinary wooden stick, their killing intent rising. Crackle, crackle. The sound of electric light followed. The already severely injured Zhu Qianlong also emerged from the side. His face was pale, but his eyes were filled with malice as he looked at Wang Guan. Severely wounded, he no longer hoped to snatch the Ratman leader's head. He only wanted to take out Wang Guan. Wang Guan has an exceptional weapon at his side, and he must have accumulated quite a few points, perhaps even surpassing his own score. Taking him down could improve his ranking. But just at that moment, the Ratman leader, who had rolled onto the ground, suddenly opened its mouth full of sharp teeth. Lying there like a pile of rotten flesh, it seemed like a lamb to be slaughtered. But thinking of it as a lamb would be a huge mistake. In front of Wang Guan, it was a large groundhog, but in front of others, it remained the Ratman leader. It was a bonus question that only a few geniuses among the millions of candidates in the alliance could solve. Even with just a sliver of health left, not everyone had the ability to reap the rewards. It let out a chilling long howl. The incredibly sharp sound had a deterrent power far beyond before. Everyone's movements froze involuntarily, revealing a look of pain, their minds affected. At the same time, a series of sharp cries echoed. From the Ratman nest, from the ground beneath their feet, from all directions, Ratman warriors emerged, summoning the vermin. This howl from the Ratman leader could not only intimidate the mind, but also summon its kin to come to its aid. This was a skill that the Ratman leader would only use at the last moment. Countless Ratman warriors launched a frenzied attack on all the bipedal beings in sight. Jiang Wangxue was only half a meter away from the Ratman leader. Seeing the swarm of rats, terror immediately spread across her face. No, even if she had her level ability, she couldn't possibly withstand so many Ratmen. Forgetting the Ratman leader, she quickly conjured frost to protect herself from the incoming Ratman warriors. Zhu Qianlong also neglected to attack Wang Guan, surrounded by lightning, as he blocked the approaching Ratman. The others, lacking strength, changed their expressions in horror, desperately trying to escape. But they were continuously pounced upon by Ratmen, injuring their bodies. The scene was filled with cries of pain, merging into one. A few Ratmen even pounced on the frozen Wang Guan. But before they could reach him, cracks appeared on Wang Guan's ice-like body, and then it shattered completely. He shook his body, and shards of ice fell away. On his resolute face, there was no trace of pain. Instead, he looked quite comfortable. Indeed, it was quite comfortable. Earlier, Wang Guan had checked Jiang Wangxue, and in the entry information, it was noted that her ability wasn't that of a level ice and snow, but was merely a level healing mist. Clearly, this was a healing ability. For Wang Guan, Jiang Wangxue's ability was just the healing mist. Although the frost had frozen him, he had not been harmed. Rather, he had received healing. The fatigue accumulated from the college entrance examination and some minor injuries had completely recovered. Interesting. Wang Guan found it somewhat amusing. Wielding the wooden stick in his hand, he struck down the incoming Ratman. Jiang Wangxue, who was releasing cold air to freeze the attacking Ratman, saw Wang Guan's figure and was taken aback. Then, her face turned pale as she hurriedly shouted, "Brother Wang Guan, please come help me. I was wrong before. Can you forgive me this time?" Her voice was filled with longing and looked pitiful. Others, who were knocked down by the Ratmen and severely injured, also cried out for help. "Brother, please save me. You promised us you would help us. Brother, I was wrong before. Please save me." To these cries for help, Wang Guan remained unmoved. His wooden stick was flying, carving a bloody path through the swarm of rats, heading towards the Ratman leader. Ever since his parents went missing 8 years ago, he had lived alone, having seen too many human emotions, honing a strong will. He still faced everything around him with a smile, never hesitating to help classmates, being warm-hearted and righteous. But at the same time, he also had his own persistence and bottom line. I treated you as classmates, as companions. But when you mocked me for awakening my level ability, when Jiang Wangxue ambushed me, you aided her in harming me. Sorry, I can no longer treat you as before. Everything you encounter next has nothing to do with me. Not striking you down is already showing my mercy. The cries for help quickly weakened. Jiang Wangxue was using all her strength to exert her ability, but ultimately could not withstand the onslaught of the rat swarm. She was stabbed by Ratman's spears and was soon overwhelmed by them, starting to be torn apart. "Wang Guan, how cruel you are! You promised to protect me. It was all a lie." Her voice became piercingly malicious, mingled with cries of agony, quickly drowned out by the Ratmen. Zhu Qianlong's lightning ability could not hold back the Ratmen for long, especially since he was already injured. Soon, he too was overwhelmed by the Ratman's cries. Wang Guan had carved a bloody path and finally reached the Ratman leader. To him, the Ratmen were merely groundhogs. but a swarm of them rushing over made it a laborious task to swing his sword and kill them. Fortunately, it was about to end. He raised his wooden stick against the creature before him. In the conference room outside the illusion, school leaders stared at the scene on the screen, their bodies tense and furious. How could Wang Guan completely disregard his classmates? He had an exceptional weapon. It would be easy for him, even if he didn't help others. He could at least assist Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong. How could our school produce such a disgrace? They growled in anger. The dean was so furious he smashed the table. While they were saying these things, they completely forgot that these people had previously prepared to attack Wang Guan. Wang Guan was sure to achieve good results and even set a new record for the school. But the school leaders had not shown him any favor because of it. The reason was simple. A graduate could bring glory to the school not only by scores, but also by their future prospects. If a graduate became a big shot in the alliance in the future and achieved great merits on the front lines, the school would share in that glory. They could even gain more resources from the alliance. But Wang Guan, even if he scored high, did so merely because he stumbled upon that exceptional weapon. Even if he got in a long jing, he would probably drop out soon. With such a trash-level talent, there was no future to speak of. For the school, this was not glory but rather a stain. In this world, ability represented everything. Compared to Wang Guan, the school leaders cared more about Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong. They were the seed candidates who could bring glory to the school. But now, these two seed candidates were about to be ruined by Wang Guan. Under the red-eyed gaze of the school leaders, Wang Guan ended the Ratman leader with a single blow, almost not a few seconds apart. The college entrance examination had just ended. There was still time. As long as they were still breathing after the exam ended, they would automatically recover. The principal said hurriedly. Chapter 8. He really didn't want to bully the little ones. The college entrance examination ended, and the scenery around Wang Guan receded like a tide. After a dizzying spin, he returned to the playground. The exceptional wooden stick in his hand had disappeared without a trace. Weapons picked up in the illusion would naturally vanish upon leaving. What a pity. Wang Guan felt a bit regretful. The number of candidates on the playground was half less than when they entered the illusion. There was a wide space around Wang Guan. The elimination rate of the college entrance examination was that cruel. However, Wang Guan saw Jiang Wangxue beside him. Although she was overwhelmed by the rat swarm, injured severely by bites and attacks, she was still a level ability user, and with the support of her icy power, she survived. As long as she had even a breath left, she would recover after the exam ended. But while her body could heal, the psychological trauma she endured would not be so easily soothed. Jiang Wangxue lay on the ground, trembling incessantly, her face pale as a sheet, unable to help but let out painful moans. She seemed to still feel the sensation of the rat men biting her body and gnawing at her flesh. Suddenly, she looked up at Wang Guan, her eyes filled with an indescribable coldness and malice. That hatred was like tangible ice and snow. Huh. Wang Guan chuckled lightly and turned his head away. He felt nothing for Jiang Wangxue anymore, and he was at peace with himself, without guilt. Scanning his surroundings, Wang Guan saw another figure. Zhu Qianlong survived as well. The level ability Thunder Warrior Zhu Qianlong also lived. Like Jiang Wangxue, he was overwhelmed by the rat swarm and suffered immense psychological trauma, but ultimately, he survived. Now he was crouched on the ground, trembling. This college entrance exam was so difficult. So many people were eliminated. I encountered ratmen and almost got killed by them. It was terrifying. I absolutely don't want to fight abyss monsters again in the future. I wonder how many points I scored. The surviving candidates discussed in fear. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The results are out. The scores have been released." With that voice, everyone's gaze was drawn to the huge light screen set up next to the playground. The illusion was over, and the scores of the surviving candidates would be presented immediately. Wang Guan also moved closer. Before he could see the score list, he suddenly noticed that many people were looking at him in unison. Their eyes were filled with shock, confusion, envy, and jealousy. What else were these looks? Wang Guan was taken aback. When he saw the score list, he understood why. Because the score list was indeed a bit outrageous. First place, Wang Guan, level ability 2135. Second place, Jiang Wangxue, level ability 524. Third place, Zhu Qianlong, level ability 509. Over 2,000 points? Wang Guan was also somewhat surprised. He had an inkling that he would take first place, but he didn't expect the score to be so high. During the illusion, he initially estimated his score, but later gave up because it was too troublesome, especially when facing the Ratman leader and the summoned rat minions. Killing the Ratman leader awarded 500 points. He had no idea how many of the summoned rat warriors he had killed. Sigh, I didn't think it would be so exaggerated at first. I didn't expect to astonish everyone by accident. After a moment of silence beside Wang Guan, a sudden uproar erupted. What the hell? 2,000 points? How'd he do that? He is still a level ability user? He must have cheated. I remember the highest record in Technique.He City's college entrance exams was only 1,905 points. This year's exam was especially difficult. In fact, Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong didn't do poorly either. Both scored 500 points. In previous years, they would definitely have been the center of attention. But this year, the first place was simply too outstanding, leading by a wide margin. In the shadow of the first place, the second and third place paled in comparison. Combined, the scores of second and third place didn't even reach half of the first place. Who could they complain to about that? The most important thing was that he was still a level ability user. When did level abilities become so dominant? As everyone was astonished and confused, the crowd suddenly parted, and a figure squeezed through. It was Zhu Qianlong. Blue electric light burst from his body, and his face was filled with anger. He had calmed down, but upon seeing the score, his heart was filled with rage again. How could a mere level ability user dominate and far surpass his score? It was just luck. He had stumbled upon an excellent weapon. Moreover, if it weren't for Wang Guan leading him to make the wrong judgment, he wouldn't have rashly attacked the Ratman leader. Later, he was attacked by the rat swarm, suffering that kind of terrifying pain. All of this was Wang Guan's fault, coupled with the many contradictions he had with Wang Guan. How could he bear it any longer? Our school's top student, huh? I want to see your level, Wang Guan. Do you dare to fight me? He provocatively said to Wang Guan. Leaving the examination room without an excellent weapon, he was just a mere level ability user. Wang Guan frowned and used his probing ability on Zhu Qianlong. Seeing the information from the probe, he was momentarily stunned. If I fight him based on this probing information, wouldn't that be bullying? He turned his head with a smile, not wanting to bother with it. But Zhu Qianlong was unwilling to let it go. Zilla, a bolt of lightning sparked in his hand and struck the ground in front of Wang Guan. Are you scared? Our school's first place is just a coward. He laughed proudly, causing laughter to erupt around him. Everyone was somewhat unconvinced by Wang Guan's score. Jiang Wangxue also stood in the crowd, watching this scene with a hint of anticipation and excitement. What are you doing? This is school. Even though the college entrance exam is over, you are still students here. The voice of Wang Guan's homeroom teacher, Zhang Huimin, suddenly rang out. The middle-aged man rushed over and blocked the space between Wang Guan and Zhu Qianlong. Teacher, Wang Guan quickly greeted him. He thought the homeroom teacher would protect his student. His college entrance exam results should meet the teacher's expectations, right? But then he saw Zhang Huimin suddenly look at him. Wang Guan apologized to Zhu Qianlong. We are all classmates. Don't let things get awkward. Apologize? Me? Wang Guan was taken aback. Zhang Huimin said seriously. That's right. How could Zhu Qianlong find trouble with you for no reason? Don't you have any self-reflection? What I need to reflect on? Wang Guan was astonished. Other school leaders had also arrived one after another. The hot-tempered director of education snorted coldly. Do you still have the face to say that? You found an excellent weapon. And instead of helping your classmates, you let them die without saving them. Do you know how many people were eliminated because of you? The principal sighed heavily. They are all your classmates. The surrounding crowd didn't know exactly what had happened. But hearing the school leaders say this, the way they looked at Wang Guan carried a hint of different colors. Wangxue, do you know what happened? Someone asked Jiang Wangxue. Jiang Wangxue glanced at Wang Guan and said with disappointment, I was on the scene, and I don't want to say much about the specifics. I just didn't expect Wang Guan to be so ruthless. Even I was almost killed by him. Her words caused an uproar. Wang Guan was so angry he almost laughed upon hearing this. Jiang Wangshue's art is pretty good. How come I never noticed it before? He suddenly realized that even if he scored 2,000 points and led by a wide margin, awakening a trash-level ability was the original sin. In this world, ability represents the future. He could achieve this score purely because of luck in obtaining an excellent weapon. Therefore, compared to him, they valued Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong, the two students who had awakened powerful abilities even more. What are you still hesitating for? Wang Guan, hurry up and apologize. Zhang Huimin urged. I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Wang Guan's resolute face was incredibly firm. You, Zhang Huimin, were furious. Zhang teacher, since our top student is unconvinced, let me teach him a lesson. Zhu Qianlong sneered. Electric light burst from his palm, exuding a dangerous aura. Only by personally teaching Wang Guan a lesson could he relieve the anger in his heart. The school leaders shook their heads repeatedly, no longer intervening. The crowd opened up space. Zhu Qianlong's face, illuminated by the flickering electric light, took on a sinister look. Wang Guan, I want to see how long you can remain tough. Wang Guan could only sigh helplessly. He had already used his probing ability on Zhu Qianlong earlier, and the result was probe. This is an ordinary young child, mischievous by nature, physically weak, and has not awakened any ability. He really didn't want to bully a little kid. Chapter 9, I must have been careless, unable to dodge. Zhu Qianlong swung his fist, trailing blue electric light, and lunged at Wang Guan. He seemed to have truly transformed into a warrior condensed from thunder. With the enhancement of abilities, based on Wang Guan's physical attributes, he could not possibly withstand this terrifying punch. Let Zhu Qianlong teach him a lesson, so he knows what it means to be humble. The school leaders did not intervene, showing no disguise in their favoritism towards Zhu Qianlong, a level ability user. Yet he is investigating such a trash ability. Even if he relies on luck to get high scores, there is no future for him. They even thought, if that top-tier weapon was obtained by Jiang Wangxue or Zhu Qianlong, it would be perfect. Wang Guanjin was self-aware when he found the top-tier weapon. He should have voluntarily contributed it to his classmates. Zhu Qianlong's attack came to an abrupt halt. His fist, wrapped in lightning, was about to strike Wang Guan's face. Then, slap. Wang Guan remained calm, raised his hand, and delivered a slap. The big slap technique, specifically for troublesome kids. Zhu Qianlong's body, which was charging forward, spun around and was sent flying. The crackling electric light danced everywhere. He rolled for 7 or 8 meters before coming to a stop. Seen, everyone stared wide-eyed in shock. What just happened? A lightning-type level ability user was knocked back by a trash-level ability user with just one slap? Zhu Qianlong, dazed, got up. The left side of his face was rapidly swelling. Tears of humiliation flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. It can't be, it must be that I was careless and didn't dodge. He muttered, erupting with electric light again, and roared as he lunged at Wang Guan once more. Slap! Wang Guan delivered another slap in retaliation. Zhu Qianlong spun in the opposite direction and was sent flying again, rolling onto the ground. As he struggled to get up, the right side of his face also swelled up. His whole face was swollen like a pig's head, symmetrical on both sides. Now it looked much more pleasing. Wang Guan commented with a smile. He shook his hand and continued walking towards Zhu Qianlong. On Zhu Qianlong's pig-like face, there was no longer any trace of his previous arrogance. Snot and tears flowed down together. He felt like a child facing an adult in front of Wang Guan, so small and powerless. Seeing Wang Guan approaching, he trembled in fear. His previously upright body collapsed again, kneeling before Wang Guan. Brother Wang, please spare me, I was wrong. Stop. The head of discipline was the first to react, shouting loudly. Other school leaders hurriedly shielded Zhu Qianlong behind them. Wang Guan, how could you be so ruthless to a classmate? The class teacher, Zhang Huimin, questioned. Am I too ruthless? Wang Guan was shocked. Just a moment ago, Zhu Qianlong had already used his ability. If he hadn't transformed him into a child, he might have been injured much worse. Now that he was countered, how could it be my fault? Do you really have to be so double-standard? Looking at the furious expressions of the school leaders, Wang Guan shook his head in disappointment. If it were a peaceful world, even if one had problems getting high scores, they would still earn respect. But here, in a world where everyone has a profession, since his ability awakened, everything he does is wrong. And he didn't want to reveal the truth about his ability to others. Understanding this, Wang Guan said nothing more and turned to leave. With the college entrance examination over, he had already graduated from here. Since they despised his level ability so much, there was no need for him to stay. "What are you doing? Stop!" Zhang Huimin shouted in exasperation. But Wang Guan ignored him. His figure walked away alone. The previously silent examinees erupted into heated discussions. Wasn't Wang Guan a level ability user? How could he overpower Zhu Qianlong? He made Zhu Qianlong cry. His ability, wasn't it the level of investigation? The exam results couldn't possibly be wrong. Jiang Wangxue thought of something. It must be because Wang Guan's physical attributes are stronger, right? Wang Guan was originally a top student, diligent and hardworking, with physical attributes far exceeding those of ordinary classmates. Although his ability was trash, his physical attributes still surpassed Zhu Qianlong. Plus, Zhu Qianlong was overly complacent, which led to this situation. But so what? In the end, you were just a trash ability user. Watching Wang Guan's departing figure, Jiang Wangxue bit her lip in resentment. The school leaders hurriedly helped Zhu Qianlong up and arranged for treatment. The principal even comforted Zhu Qianlong. "Qianlong, don't be discouraged. You just have a slight disadvantage in physical attributes compared to Wang Guan, and this gap can be quickly closed." He also believed that Zhu Qianlong's defeat was due to overconfidence and Wang Guan's attribute advantage. This advantage would soon disappear, because powerful abilities have a boosting effect on physical attributes. A level 1 ability user with the same effort would gain 15 points or 2 points of attribute enhancement, while a level 2 ability user could only gain 1 point of enhancement. Before long, Zhu Qianlong would develop his ability, catch up in physical attributes, and easily defeat Wang Guan. Not to mention, level 1 and level 2 abilities could dig deeper into potential, greatly enhancing combat power. So that is how it is? Zhu Qianlong regained his composure, looking at Wang Guan's back with renewed malice and hatred. Today was truly humiliating. He had been beaten into a pig's head and had to kneel and beg for mercy. This was a disgrace he would carry for life. He would not let this debt go easily. On the way home, Wang Guan had already thrown the earlier unhappiness out of his mind. With a thought, his attribute panel appeared before him. Before awakening his ability, he needed specialized instruments to test his physical attributes. But after awakening his ability, he could check his attribute panel himself. Ability, investigation, level, first stage skills, none physique, 95 speed, 88 spirit, 91 ability users have level classifications, and Wang Guan is currently at the first stage. The average of the three-dimensional attributes must exceed 10 points to reach the second stage. I'm just one step away from advancing to the second stage. Although Wang Guan's investigation ability would be very powerful if used properly, he did not overlook the importance of physical attributes, because he knew that the investigation ability itself has limitations. When encountering targets of too high a level, the investigation may fail. Certain special items can also shield against investigation. The investigation cannot affect non-physical entities, such as harsh environments or disasters. If he cannot investigate the target's attribute information, his ability cannot function. In such situations, only having strong attributes can help one safely get through the crisis. Moreover, his investigation ability could turn powerful monsters into ordinary beasts, or vice versa. Therefore, Wang Guan still needed to enhance his physical attributes and increase his level. Improving physical attributes becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. My ability does not have amplification effects, and enhancing attributes is even more challenging, requiring a lot of resources. But perhaps I can discover some special opportunities through investigation. Along the way, he kept investigating everything around him, but there were not many gains. After all, investigating a wooden stick as a top-tier sword is a very low-probability event and not something one can easily encounter. Wang Guan was not anxious. After all, the consumption of this investigation ability is minimal. He hardly felt fatigued. Approaching evening, Wang Guan returned to the outside of his residential community. Feeling a bit thirsty, he walked into a nearby milk tea shop. The shop was small but kept very clean, with a few tables set up outside. The owner was a single mother working hard to raise her child. Wang Guan often visited, and he was already quite familiar with the owner. "Sister Wen, give me a cup of milk tea, the original flavor with black pearls." Wang Guan shouted as he approached the shop. Just a moment. The shop owner, Zhou, was a woman in her 30s with a certain charm. She quickly prepared a cup of milk tea and handed it to Wang Guan. Sitting at a table outside the milk tea shop, holding the milk tea, Wang Guan first performed an investigation. This had become a habit for him. A regular cup of milk tea might just turn into some exquisite elixir, right? But after the inspection, seeing the entry information, he couldn't help but be stunned. Inspection. This is a primary physique enhancement potion, which can improve vitality and strengthen the body. Wang Guan, what the hell? This surprise came out of nowhere. The enhancement potion was developed by various major consortiums in the Alliance and contains rich energy. Whether for ability users or ordinary people, taking it can effectively enhance physical attributes. Of course, the price is very expensive. The worst effect of a primary enhancement potion, a small tube, costs 20,000 bucks. It's far beyond what Wang Guan can afford. And now a whole cup of it? Chapter 10. Potions can also be staple foods. Wang Guan's expression was filled with excitement as he inserted a straw and took a sip of the milk tea. The originally rich, milky flavor transformed into a refreshing medicinal fragrance. The thick liquid swallowed into his mouth instantly turned into a warm current flowing into his body, feeling cozy. This is indeed a primary physique enhancement potion. Wang Guan confirmed it without a doubt, feeling joyful in his heart. For others, this is a cup of ordinary milk tea, selling for $5. But for Wang Guan, it is a valuable enhancement potion. And it's by the cup. One cup is worth several tubes. I didn't expect that after inspecting all the way, I would find an opportunity right at my doorstep. After taking a few more sips, Wang Guan thought of something. He quickly said to the busy Zhou when behind the counter, "Sister Wen, I want a few more cups. Coconut milk tea, fruit-flavored milk tea, honey milk tea." He went through several flavors on the milk tea shop's menu. According to his experience, since Sister Wen's original black pearl flavor turned into a physique enhancement potion, the other flavors should also be extraordinary. "Do you want that much? Little Wang, can you finish it?" Zhou was a bit surprised. "Sister Wen's milk tea is too delicious. I'm going to pack some to take home." Wang Guan chuckled. "If you like it, then drink more." Zhou felt pleased to hear this and got busy. Soon, one cup after another of milk tea was delivered to Wang Guan. He inspected them one by one. He inspected the coconut milk tea. Inspection. This is a primary spirit enhancement potion, which can clarify vision and calm the mind. He looked at the fruit-flavored milk tea. Inspection. This is a primary speed enhancement potion, which can relax muscles and enhance nerve response speed. Next was the honey milk tea. Inspection. This is a primary healing potion, which can restore bodily injuries and enhance physical endurance. Keep going. Inspection. This is a primary energy potion, which can recover bodily fatigue and invigorate the spirit. Inspection. This is a primary sleep aid potion, which can bring you deep sleep and harmonize body and spirit. Sure enough, Sister Wen's milk tea all turn out to be precious potions when I inspected them. Wang Guan's eyes sparkled. Although these potions are primary, they're still worth a lot. Even someone from a wealthy family like Zhu Qianlong couldn't casually enjoy them. But for Wang Guan, starting at $5, the most expensive is only $12. How can others compare? Sister Wen's milk tea shop is truly a treasure trove. Wang Guan sighed inwardly. Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. Since every type of milk tea here is a precious potion, isn't Sister Wen, who makes these milk teas, even more remarkable? The entry information he inspected, although chaotic, had connections between them. Thinking of this, he quickly cast the inspection on Zhou Wen. Inspection. This is a primary potion master. Gentle in nature, helping the world, possessing top-level talent, potion master. Potion master. Zhou Wen, who can casually brew primary potions, is indeed not an ordinary person in his inspection. Top-level talent, potion master. As far as Wang Guan knows, there are no more than 5 people with this level of talent in the entire alliance, and they're all controlled by major consortiums and families. He has truly discovered a treasure. With Sister Wen's milk tea shop, I can easily obtain various potions. And for me, they are enhancement potions, while for others, they're just ordinary milk tea. This way, even if my abilities don't have attribute boosts, I won't be afraid of being left behind. Wang Guan held several cups of milk tea, sipping from one and then another. Soon, he felt his body warming up. The effects of the enhancement potion began to take effect. He hurried to settle the bill, packed several cups of milk tea, and took them back home. This house, left behind after his parents went missing, isn't big, just 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, enough for 1 person. One of the rooms was specially designed as a workout room, filled with various exercise equipment. He immediately began to train his physique to wear off the potion's effects. Once the heat in his body subsided, he gulped down the milk tea to replenish the potion's effects. The effects of potions usually take several days to completely wear off. Wang Guan's method undoubtedly wastes a lot of potion power. But Wang Guan doesn't mind at all. A few bucks, he doesn't care about that. As soon as the muscles he's training start to ache and he feels exhausted, he drinks an energy potion. When his spirit is weary, he drinks a sleep aid potion, enjoying a perfect sleep for a while to restore his spirit. The potions contain rich energy, and he doesn't even need to eat. He proves firsthand that potions can also serve as staple foods. By the afternoon of the next day, several cups of milk tea had been consumed completely. Your level has risen to Tier 2. As expected, Wang Guan completed his level up. Ability, Inspection, Level, Tier 2 Skills, None Physique, 112 Speed, 103 Spirit, 105 It's a pity that I couldn't comprehend a skill. After taking a refreshing shower and drying his hair as he came out of the bathroom, Wang Guan looked at his attribute list and thought with some regret. Leveling up. The physical quality of an ability user will receive a qualitative improvement. There's also the probability of comprehending exclusive skills. However, what exclusive skills does the inspection ability have? Not comprehending a skill was actually within Wang Guan's expectations. Whether an ability user is powerful or not, besides physical attributes, skills are also crucial. After advancing to Tier 2, I can practice skills. Since I don't have exclusive skills, I can only learn skills that don't require ability foundations through manuals. But these things are quite expensive. Wang Guan picked up his phone to check the prices of skill manuals on a trading platform. Warrior Combat Technique. Tier Quality, worth 70,000. Iron Fist Straight Punch. Tier Quality, worth 40,000. Black Scorpion Assault Technique. Tier Quality, worth 450,000. These skills don't require ability foundations, but even if the quality isn't high, they're still very expensive. Wang Guan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. It's not something he can afford. When his parents went missing, they left him a fortune, and the Alliance government provided a pension, but that money is long gone. Even if he now treats potions as food, it doesn't change the fact that he is a broke person. It seems I can only find a way to pick up bargains with my inspection ability. Wang Guan thought somewhat helplessly. After the college entrance examination in this world, before entering university, students must first go to the trial battlefield for military training. Although military training isn't as brutal as the college entrance examination, it still has certain dangers. Since I've advanced to Tier 2, it's also very necessary to prepare skills in advance. While browsing the mall, he left his house and headed to Sister Wen's milk tea shop to prepare to buy another batch of potions. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up on his phone. The Alliance College Entrance Examination overall ranking has been released. The College Entrance Examination is a unified test given by the Alliance, with one school corresponding to one examination area. After the exam ends, the scores of individual examination areas can be released immediately. However, the comprehensive rankings of the entire Alliance, with 53 cities and hundreds of high schools, will take some time to come out. Wang Guan quickly opened the college entrance examination rankings. First place, Tianhe City, 2135 points. Second place, Tianjing City, 2031 points. Third place, Ling Mountain City, 1925 points. 100th place, Dongzhou City, 756 points as per tradition. The results of the top 100 are listed. Only the cities of the candidates are displayed, while other information is kept hidden. Even the candidate schools have issued a gag order, strictly prohibiting the leakage of these candidates' information. This is because all candidates who make it onto the list are, without exception, the backbone of the future alliance. Revealing detailed identities could attract the attention of abyssal forces, leading to premature demise. Of course, Wang Guan knows that he is the one ranked first. With his score of 2,135, he has achieved the highest score in the entire Alliance's college entrance examination. The top scorer of the entire Alliance. This was a remarkable achievement that Wang Guan never dared to imagine, but now he feels very calm. With his own investigative abilities, this is just the beginning. However, looking at the rankings, Wang Guan thought of something. The school has a reward for good performance in the college entrance examination, and there is a bonus for achieving good results. Since I got the top scorer in the entire alliance, the reward should be no less than 200,000. This money could solve his urgent need to purchase skill manuals. Although he had previously had an unpleasant incident with the school, this bonus was something he deserved, and he had no reason to refuse it. Thinking of this, Wang Guan quickly took out his phone and called his homeroom teacher, Zhang Huimin. He explained the situation regarding the college entrance examination bonus to Zhang Huimin. However, he heard a somewhat apologetic voice on the phone. "I'm sorry, Wang Guan. You didn't meet the bonus criteria?" Chapter 11. A small milk tea shop hides hidden talents. I didn't meet the bonus criteria? Wang Guan was shocked. He was very familiar with the bonus criteria of Technique.He number 3 high school. To receive a bonus, students must be among the top in the school, score over 500 points, and achieve a ranking in the alliance. Wang Guan has now achieved the top score in the entire alliance. Yet they're telling him that he didn't meet the bonus criteria? He patiently asked, "Teacher Zhang, are you sure?" According to the school's reward guidelines, candidates must at least have awakened abilities above a certain level to qualify for the bonus. Zhang Huimin explained, "Although your score is excellent, you have only awakened basic abilities, so you do not meet the criteria." Wang Guan frowned. At least abilities above the basic level? Where is that in the school's reward criteria? He had thoroughly researched the terms before, fully intending to secure the bonus. Zhang Huimin coughed. This is a new standard just established by the school leadership." A new standard just established? Wang Guan was infuriated and amused. "Is it just to avoid giving me the reward?" "Wang Guan, how can you say that? The school is also trying to improve the reward system. It's not targeting you," Zhang Huimin stammered. "The school gives bonuses to excellent candidates to help them grow faster and later give back to their alma mater. It's like an investment. Wang Guan only has basic abilities. He has no future, and giving him a bonus would be a waste. It's better to invest in more promising students like Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong." "All right then, teacher. I have other matters to attend to, so I will hang up now." Zhang Huimin hurriedly ended the call. Already outside Sister Wen's milk tea shop, Wang Guan's expression changed. Because he awakened a trash ability, he was treated with disdain. They could casually change the reward criteria just to deny him a bonus. In fact, Wang Guan could report the school to the municipal government, but he wasn't planning to do so. It would be time-consuming and laborious, and the outcome was uncertain. In this world, having a trash ability is the original sin. The municipal government might not side with him, but he knew that his investigative ability was not trash. "That's fine. I don't want to owe them anything." Wang Guan sat down on a dining chair outside the milk tea shop. At this time, there were no other customers in the shop. A lively little boy was running around outside, waving a wooden stick. This was Zhou Wen's son, Yuan Xiaoqin, who was 8 years old. The school was already on vacation, so he was playing in his mother's shop. At this mischievous age, he waved the stick, practicing his self-created sword techniques, making sound effects, and enjoying himself. Watching this playful scene eased Wang Guan's troubled mood. Suddenly, he had a thought. Sister Wen was identified by my investigation as a potion master. I wonder what kind of investigation her son Xiaoqin would have. With this thought, he used his investigative ability on Yuan Xiaoqin. Investigation. This is a swordsmanship genius with level talent ability, sword saint, and self-created level skill. Big windmill sword technique. Wang Guan. This 8-year-old little kid was identified as a swordsmanship genius by his ability. He has level sword saint talent, and he self-created a level skill called Big Windmill Sword Technique. Wang Guan was instantly dumbfounded. He originally thought Zhou, when being a potion master, was already amazing. He didn't expect her son to be even more impressive, having sword saint talent. Such a small milk tea shop hides hidden talents. It's normal for the child of a potion master to have sword saint talent. The awakening of abilities and bloodlines is also an important factor. Then Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Yuan Xiaoqin's self-created big windmill sword technique, even if it's just flailing around with a stick, if the investigation says it's a level skill. Then is a level skill. So can he learn this skill? It's worth a try, and there's nothing to lose. If successful, he would have that set of skills. Thinking of this, Wang Guan quickly waved to Yuan Shaoqin. What milk tea do you want, Brother Wang Guan? Yuan Shaoqin hurriedly came over to ask. Although he was mischievous, he understood to consider his mother's feelings and thought Wang Guan was going to place an order. Even though Wang Guan called Zhou when sister, Yuan Shaoqin was used to calling him brother. We're talking about our own things. I don't want milk tea. Wang Guan smiled. I just saw your sword technique. It seems very powerful. Hearing this, Yuan Shaoqin immediately became proud. This is a sword technique I painstakingly created. It's naturally very powerful. Yuan Shaoqin hugged the wooden stick, his little face lifting up. Can you teach me this sword technique? Wang Guan smiled even more kindly. Yuan Shaoqin was taken aback. You want to learn my sword technique? Exactly. Yuan Shaoqin initially showed a hint of doubt, then suddenly realized. Brother Wang Guan, you are indeed a university student. You noticed the mystery of my big windmill sword technique. He had a look on his face that said he wasn't that easily moved, his big eyes cunningly rolling. What's the price? He asked. Wang Guan thought for a moment and extended his left hand, opening 5 fingers. Yuan Shaoqin, the little kid, said, 500 should be enough, right? However, upon seeing the palm Wang Guan extended, Yuan Shaoqin's little face frowned. Only 5? This is a sword technique I practiced hard for. He protested. Wang Guan was taken aback. Is the little kid's expectation so low? Actually, I meant 50. He quickly clarified. Yuan Shaoqin immediately grinned. Deal. So Wang Guan told Zhou that he would take Yuan Shaoqin nearby to play. Being old neighbors, and Wang Guan had previously tutored Yuan Shaoqin with homework. Zhou entrusted him and agreed without thinking much. Then he took Yuan Shaoqin to a nearby park, preparing to learn the sword technique from the little kid. While passing by an internet CAF, Wang Guan conveniently went in to complete his college entrance examination application. His target university is naturally Longjing University. This is the best university in the entire alliance, representing the best teaching resources and training facilities. Most importantly, outstanding students can have all expenses waived. This year's score line for Longjing University is 505 points. Just looking at the score, he certainly has no problem. And in the enrollment brochure of Longjing University, there are no specific requirements for abilities. Just as Wang Guan began to learn the sword technique from the little kid at Longjing University, the admissions office staff quickly saw Wang Guan's application. But when they checked his detailed information, everyone in the office was dumbfounded. Is there a mistake? Why is the first place a level ability user and not a scout? The file has been confirmed by the Alliance. It can't be wrong. How can a level ability user get 2,000 points? The genius from the Yin family in Tianjin has over 100 points less than him. Everyone exchanged glances. The detailed information of the top 100 candidates in the Alliance is hidden. Only after applying can the school see the detailed files. The director of the admissions office flipped through the files in confusion. It turns out he found an extraordinary weapon. Such good luck? I said, how could someone like that appear in a third-rate high school, like Tianjin number 3 high school? He finally understood the reason. There is a probability of finding extraordinary weapons in the illusion, and there have been instances in previous college entrance exams where people got lucky and found them. However, the grades obtained by relying on an extraordinary weapon, no matter how good, are still hollow. As a level ability user, being able to achieve the top score in the Alliance with the help of an extraordinary weapon indicates that this candidate named Wang Guan has decent qualities. But after all, he is a level trash ability user, and his future is concerning. Historically, Longjing University has never admitted students below level. Are they going to set this precedent? Knowing he couldn't make the decision, the director quickly reported the situation to the school board. After relevant discussions, he received a reply. Since he applied to our school and the conditions are appropriate, according to the Alliance's admission regulations, we have no reason to refuse. The female secretary next to the principal personally came to the admissions office. The director nodded. It seemed the school was going to accept him. But then the secretary suddenly changed her tone. We accepted him according to the rules, but whether he can smoothly enroll depends on whether he has the capability. The director trembled. Does the board mean? Arrange him for military training at the number 23 trial battlefield. Military training is a necessary training for candidates before entering university. Participating in real combat on the battlefield hones one's character. And only through this can one become a qualified university student. Usually, trial battlefields are relatively safe. But the No. 23 battle zone is one of the most dangerous trial battlefields. Freshmen training here have an astonishing elimination rate. Not to mention, Wang Guan is a level ability user. Chapter 12. The town once attacked by the bloodthirsty demon in the park, a spacious small square. Yuan Shaoqin held a wooden stick, demonstrating her swordsmanship meticulously. Like this. And then like this, the stick, no, the sword, must stab out from this angle. She explained her swordplay in detail. Wang Guan watched seriously from the side, also holding a picked-up ordinary wooden stick, following along and drawing. He felt a bit ashamed inside. After Yuan Shaoqin finished a round, she started a second round at Wang Guan's request. Shaoqin, doesn't this second round seem different from the first? Wang Guan offered his opinion. Yuan Shaoqin was taken aback. Huh? Is that so? Then let us take this one as the standard. Wang Guan's forehead broke into a sweat. Little brother, is our swordplay too casual? Can this really be considered skill? But thinking of the magical aspects of his scouting ability, he still pushed through the strong sense of shame and began practicing. Nearby, a few elderly people out for a stroll noticed this scene and pointed from a distance. Wang Guan felt like his feet were about to sink into a 3-room, 1-hall apartment. They practiced all afternoon. Yuan Shaoqin demonstrated who knows how many times for Wang Guan. Her demonstrations were quite simple, just flailing the stick around randomly, which was easy to learn. But the key was she never repeated any of her demonstrations. Don't just remember those moves. You need to understand the essence within them. Do you understand the essence? Little brother taught like this. What essence is there in flailing a stick around? Wang Guan roared inside. In the evening, Zhou came to call Yuan Shaoqin for dinner. Wang Guan continued to practice in the park. Although he had scouted that Yuan Shaoqin is a sword sage and created her own swordplay, it seemed he couldn't learn this skill. This thought began to emerge in his mind. But just then, as he pondered Yuan Shaoqin's random techniques again, he swung the stick out. Whoosh! A wind picked up around him. Huh! Wang Guan's body trembled. He could clearly feel that wind and could control its movement. It seemed he had grasped some kind of knack. With the guidance of the wooden stick in his hand, the nearby tree in the square began to sway. Leaves fluttered down. Congratulations, you have mastered a new skill, windmill. Wang Guan's spirit lifted. He had mastered the windmill swordplay? He quickly opened his attribute panel. In the skills section, a new skill icon appeared. Windmill, level skill, swordplay type skill, can blend sword energy with wind force, harming enemies invisibly, currently at entry level 3. I really succeeded. Wang Guan was ecstatic. He had successfully learned this random stick flailing skill. For low-level ability users like Wang Guan, the most suitable skills to learn are level skills. Learning level skills is many times more difficult. But Wang Guan learned it in just one afternoon. Shaoqin's random stick flailing technique was scanned into a skill by me, and I can learn this skill. But essentially, he was still learning her random stick flailing method. Wang Guan couldn't help but laugh out loud. His scouting ability is truly too powerful. If little brother researches any swordplay in the future, wouldn't he be able to learn quickly? After familiarizing himself with this skill, Wang Guan only stopped when it was completely dark and found a place to have dinner. He bulk bought a batch of potions at Sister Wen's milk tea shop. Just as he returned home, his phone suddenly received a message. Congratulations, you have been admitted to Longjing University and become a new student. In this world, various institutions work efficiently. Wang Guan's college entrance exam application was sent out only a few hours ago, and he already received a response. He was successfully admitted to Longjing University. With a joyful heart, he carefully read through the message. Soon, Wang Guan saw the latter part mentioning, "You have been arranged for military training." 3 days later, at 10 a.m., please go to the west station of Technique.He City and board the train to the number 23 trial battlefield. If you miss the time, it will be considered as giving up military training and enrollment. 3 days later, military training starts at the number 23 trial battlefield. Wang Guan quickly searched for information on his phone. His brows quickly furrowed. The number 23 trial battlefield is located in the northern part of Lingshan City, in a town called Ping'an. 13 years ago, a bloodthirsty demon suddenly appeared in Ping'an town, breaking the long-standing peace and killing nearly half of the civilians. The bloodthirsty demon is a type of abyssal monster. Abyssal monsters have a similar level classification to ability users. And the Ratman species that appeared in the college entrance exam are only second-tier monsters, just minor karami among abyssal monsters. But the bloodthirsty demon has a minimum strength of 5 tiers. They feed on blood, and beasts or humans drained of blood by it becomes puppets. These puppets are called bloodthirsty beasts. The bloodthirsty demon in Ping'an Town was ultimately exterminated by the nearby station army, but the impact it caused remains. Even now, there are still many uncontrollable bloodthirsty beasts active near Ping'an Town. Later, Ping'an Town became the number 23 trial battlefield for new university students' military training. It is also one of the most dangerous trial battlefields. Every year during military training, there are many casualties. My military training is actually arranged here. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Wang Guan's face. He wasn't afraid, but felt that Longjing University seemed to be doing this on purpose. In the past, Longjing University had never arranged candidates to train here. Longjing University doesn't like my level trash talent. I applied to Longjing University. They didn't want to accept me. But couldn't directly refuse, so they arranged my military training here? Trying to scare me off or make me fail in Ping'an Town. A sharp light shone in Wang Guan's eyes, revealing a determined expression. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. In everyone's eyes, he obtained the first place in the alliance purely by luck. But he knows that it was his own ability that got him here. However, this ability is related to the secret of his parents' disappearance, and he cannot tell anyone else. You don't want me to get into Longjing University? Then I must get in. At worst, I could drop out after enrolling. The systematic training at university is very important for Wang Guan. But with his abilities, he doesn't necessarily need to rely entirely on the university's resources. Gathering his emotions, Wang Guan started drinking milk tea and exercising. By taking a primary enhancement potion, he enhanced his attributes. He also set aside time each day to practice the new skills he had acquired. He wanted to significantly improve his physical fitness before the military training. 3 days later, in the early morning, just as the sky was getting bright, in a nearby park, whoosh, 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 Wang Guan swung the wooden stick in his hand, producing a series of whooshing sounds. The surroundings were silent, with only the wind blowing. Suddenly, crack, 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 a series of cracking sounds erupted, and deep cracks appeared mysteriously on the trunk of a distant tree. The tree began to shake violently. Skill, big windmill. Wang Guan had already mastered this skill and knew the tricks behind it. Though it was called a sword technique, it had no moves. It simply could stimulate sword energy. Hidden in the wind, formless and without shape, it could unexpectedly turn into wind blades and injure the target. This skill, worth $50, was quite cool in every aspect except for its name. After practicing the sword technique, Wang Guan wiped the sweat from his forehead and checked his attribute panel. Ability, detection, level, second stage skill, big windmill, beginner physique, 161 speed, 145 spirit, 154 in these 3 days. Wang Guan had progressed from beginner to the novice level in his skill. His three-dimensional attributes had also improved significantly thanks to Sister Wen's milk tea supply. However, continuing to drink milk tea now had a very weak effect on his physical attributes. The primary enhancement potion had limited effects on physical attributes. But that's okay. After all, Sister Wen is a potion master for Wang Guan. In the future, she might be able to brew intermediate and advanced potions. Now, among the new high school graduates of the same year, even with the boost of abilities, not many have reached the second stage. Plus, with a big windmill skill as a backup, there is no doubt that Wang Guan would surprise those who look down on him during the upcoming military training. Today is the day of departure from military training. Chapter 13. Such a big addiction to milk tea? After returning home from the park, Wang Guan took a shower and had a simple breakfast. Just as he finished packing his things, there was a knock on the door. Outside were Zhou Wen and Yuan Shaoqin, carrying a lot of bags. They were preparing to move in with Wang Guan. Zhou Wen had been renting in this neighborhood, and a few days ago, Wang Guan had heard her complain about the landlord wanting to raise the rent. So, he suggested that Zhou Wen move in with him. After all, he was about to start military training and would be at university most of the time, so leaving the house empty would be a waste. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment, but agreed. The contract was signed, and they were moving in today. Xiao Wang, your place is so nice. And the rent is so cheap. Thank you so much, Zhou said somewhat shyly. I should be the one thanking you. I was worried about leaving the house empty for a while, as it would lose its liveliness, Wang Guan said with a smile while shouldering his travel bag. If you really want to thank me, then when I come back, please cook me something delicious. Renting the house to Zhou Wan and her child had another important reason. He wanted to maintain a good relationship with them. They were indeed a treasure mother and child. Of course, you haven't tasted my cooking yet. When you come back from military training, I'll definitely make sure you have a feast. Zhou Wan promised with a smile. I'm really looking forward to it. Wang Guan was genuinely excited. Sister Wen's milk tea was all enhancement potions. The meal she cooked must be extraordinary too. All the resources he needed for his future improvement relied on Sister Wen. He handed the house key to Zhou Wan. Before leaving, Wang Guan rubbed Yuan Xiaoqin's head. Xiaoqin, I see you have a great future in swordsmanship, but don't forget to keep practicing your sword techniques. He said half jokingly and half seriously. Brother Wang Guan, you should practice the sword techniques I taught you diligently too. Don't let them get rusty, the little girl said seriously. Imitating him, Zhou Wan just thought they were playing around and smiled without saying anything. With his travel bag in hand, Wang Guan left the house. Along the way, there were clanging sounds coming from his backpack. Inside, apart from some clothes, there were also several small bottles. Zhou Wan's primary enhancement potions were not very useful for Wang Guan anymore. However, healing potions, energy potions, and sleeping potions were still quite useful. Last night, Wang Guan bought several cups of milk tea and stored them in small bottles. A small bottle of healing or energy potion was enough to be effective. For others, these were small bottles of various milk teas. But for Wang Guan, they were valuable potions. He was well prepared for military training. He took a taxi to Technique.He City West Station. Today was the day for new university students to depart. There were 7 stations in Technique.He City, and each station was filled with new students and their families saying goodbye. However, Wang Guan was all alone. He had no relatives, and his friend from school had become distant due to exams. However, he didn't feel uncomfortable and began looking for his train. As he passed by one train, he saw that it was surrounded by people. Among them were his head teacher, Zhang Huimin, and several leaders from Technique.He No. 3 Middle School. The ones being surrounded were Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong. Both had scores exceeding the admission line for Longjing and successfully enrolled in Longjing University. They were also heading to the military training test battlefield today. Their military training would take place at the same testing ground. The school leaders had high hopes for them, eagerly anticipating their performance, which formed a stark contrast to Wang Guan's solitary situation. Wang Guan didn't mind. He just smiled faintly and walked away. Zhu Qianlong and Jiang Wangxue, already on the train, spotted Wang Guan. He still has the guts to participate in military training. Zhu Qianlong glared at Wang Guan with resentment. The face that had been beaten into a pig's head had returned to normal. But the hatred in his heart was clearly not so easy to dissipate. While helping Jiang Wangxue carry her luggage, he coldly said, Wangxue, did you know? My dad introduced me to a senior from Longjing, and he told me that Longjing University doesn't actually want to accept Wang Guan with his trash abilities. He has been sent to the 23rd testing battlefield for military training, and they even arranged. Hearing Zhu Qianlong's words, a glimmer of pleasure flashed in Jiang Wangxue's eyes. She also wished for Wang Guan to have bad luck, but she feigned a look of pity on her face. Qianlong, don't say that. After all, he is still our classmate. Zhu Qianlong quickly shut up and admired her, saying, Wangxue, you're really so kind. The two behaved quite intimately and sat down closely together in the row of seats. Jiang Wangxue wore a friendly smile and chatted with Zhu Qianlong, but inside, she was already a bit impatient. She didn't like Zhu Qianlong. His family background was decent, but he wasn't that impressive. His abilities were a bit beneath her. However, since they both got in a Longjing together, she didn't mind giving him some expectations and a chance to take care of her. When she met someone better in the future, she would just kick him aside. Wang Guan found his train, boarded, registered his identity, and soon set off. The train left the protective walls of Technique.He City. Through the window, he saw an endless expanse of forest wilderness, with very few signs of human habitation. Occasionally, he could see scattered ruins, remnants of human towns destroyed by abyssal monsters. This was Wang Guan's first time leaving the city he lived in. He felt a bit anxious. But more than that, he was filled with a longing for the unknown. His parents were both explorers, passionate about uncovering the secrets of the world. Perhaps he had inherited some of their nature. When I'm strong enough, I will definitely go to that temple and find out what it's all about, Wang Guan thought to himself. Since the college entrance examination, his headaches had not returned. This made Wang Guan certain that his exploratory ability was indeed related to his headaches and also connected to his parents' disappearance during their adventure in the temple. This only fueled his interest in the temple even more. The location of the training battlefield number 23 was quite far from Technique.He City. Following the directions, Wang Guan took a train for a whole day and finally arrived at Lingshan City. From there, he boarded a train to Ping'an Town. Before heading to the military training battlefield number 23, Wang Guan's luggage was checked according to regulations. Certain special items were prohibited, such as powerful weapons, equipment, and potions with special effects. However, the bottles and jars in Wang Guan's bag just looked like milk tea to outsiders. If it was just milk tea, there was naturally no problem. But the inspector's gazes at Wang Guan began to feel a bit strange. What's with this? Is he really that addicted to milk tea? By evening, they finally arrived at their destination. In fact, there were more convenient means of transportation in this world, but they had safety risks and required a considerable cost. Trains were the most common and safest means of travel. When the train stopped, Wang Guan got off alone and found himself standing amidst ruins. This place served as a makeshift station. Surrounding him was a dark, oppressive forest, creating a desolate and eerie atmosphere. Ahead were a few scattered lights. That was Ping'an Town. He would spend the next month here, starting his military training. Looking around, Wang Guan quickly spotted a towering figure, seemingly waiting for him. Wang Guan, the figure called out upon seeing him. You are the last new student to arrive. I am your instructor. As he approached, Wang Guan got a clear look at him. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with dark skin and a strong physique. His hair was messy, and he had stubble on his face, giving him a rugged appearance. What caught Wang Guan's attention the most were the numerous scars covering his muscular bare arms. He couldn't tell how they had been inflicted. Wang Guan instinctively used his exploratory ability on him. However, when he saw the results, he was slightly taken aback. The results showed a string of question marks. His level was at least 4th tier. Wang Guan made a judgment. In some cases, the exploratory ability could fail to read. He had already tested that, at his current 2nd tier, he could only explore targets up to 3rd tier at most. In other words, against opponents below 4th tier, whether they were ability users or abyssal monsters, they would be affected by Wang Guan's exploratory ability, with a high probability of being easily manipulated by him. The fact that he couldn't explore the middle-aged man in front of him proved that his strength was at least 4th tier. It was normal to have such strength as a military training instructor in Ping'an Town. Let us go. I'll take you to the dormitory. The big man sized Wang Guan up a few times and turned to lead the way. Wang Guan picked up his luggage and followed, trying to chat with him. But the instructor was not very talkative and had a cold attitude. When they arrived at the military training dormitory, Wang Guan only learned that his name was Su Weicheng. The number 23 trial battlefield, which was Ping'an Town, still had some ordinary residents living there, but not many. By now, it was completely dark, and in the scattered houses, only a few lights could be seen. The training ground was located on the west side of the town. When they arrived there, it was much livelier, with many houses having lights on. Originally the residences of the town's inhabitants, these were now used as dormitories for new military training students. About 100 new students were here for training. Instructor Su Weicheng led Wang Guan to one of the rooms outside, explained a few precautions, and then left. Wang Guan could sense that although the instructor's attitude was cold, he seemed to care about the new students. Pushing the door open, it was a room for 4. The other 3 new students had already moved in. Finally, you're here. I thought it was just the 3 of us in the dormitory. A tall guy said cheerfully as he helped Wang Guan with his luggage. What do you go by? I'm Gao Chong from Kunshan City. He had a crew cut and looked quite straightforward, introducing the other 2 people. One of them was a small and thin guy named Zhang Yong, who had a pair of big front teeth and looked a bit comical. He was from Zizhou City. The other was of medium height, had strange white hair, looked delicate, and seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old. His name was Tong Yixing from the nearby Lingshan City. They all came from different places in the Alliance and attended different schools, but were arranged to train in the same location. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Guan. From Tianhai City, Wang Guan said while unpacking, smiling as he introduced himself. At the same time, he habitually explored the abilities of his roommates one by one. What ability did you awaken? Gao Chong continued. I'm a great ability user, Steel Skin. He flexed his biceps, clearly pleased with his ability. Being a great ability user was already quite outstanding. Me? Wang Guan did not hide it. I'm a great explorer. He saw the information appear above Gao Chong. Exploration. This is a frail, elderly man, his body aged and unsteady. To his surprise, the strong Gao Chong was red as an old man. From then on, Gao Chong would just be an elderly man in Wang Guan's eyes. He thought to himself that he should be careful not to accidentally bump into him. The other three were stunned upon hearing Wang Guan's words. Great explorer? How is that possible? Zhang Yong, with his big front teeth, had a disbelieving expression. How could an explorer get into college and come here for military training? I'm a great ability user. In Wang Guan's view, Zhang Yong's information appeared above him. Exploration. This is an ordinary boy, unremarkable in appearance, timid in character, with great ability, fast walker. I guess I'm just lucky, Wang Guan said with a smile. Finding Zhang Yong's results acceptable, the three of them showed skeptical expressions, thinking Wang Guan was joking. At this moment, Wang Guan looked at the white-haired Tong Yixing and used his exploration ability on him. The result was, the information displayed was again a string of question marks. Wang Guan was shocked. It was normal that Su Weicheng, as an instructor, had powerful strength and could not be explored. But this white-haired boy, as a candidate, also had a strength above 5th tier? That was impossible. Was it because he had items that shielded exploration? While Wang Guan was bewildered, Tong Yixing suddenly exclaimed, quickly pulling out a pendant hanging around his neck. The pendant was emitting a faint glow. He quickly understood what was happening and looked at Wang Guan. This is a protective pendant my mom gave me. You were just exploring me. Then he showed a shocked expression. Your talent ability is really exploration? Gao Chong and Zhang Yong first looked at Tong Yixing in surprise. This white-haired guy actually has a protective pendant? Such enchanted protective items are not cheap. Then they looked at Wang Guan in astonishment. Since Tong Yixing has verified it, it seems that Wang Guan is indeed an ability investigator. Your physical attributes must be quite good. This year's exam questions are particularly difficult, Gao Chong said in a strange tone. His enthusiasm for Wang Guan immediately diminished. Zhang Yong, who was just about to help Wang Guan tidy up his bed, also put down his work. Wang Guan, with a calm expression, smiled and said, it's okay. In this world of universal ability users, the hierarchy among ability users is indeed so real. On the contrary, Tong Yixing's attitude towards Wang Guan remained the same as before. Brother Guan, try these snacks I brought from my hometown. You can't find them anywhere else. He even shared the cookies he brought with Wang Guan. Thanks, Wang Guan replied. Give me 2 pieces too, Gao Chong said, not being polite at all, and took 2 pieces himself. He thought to himself, Tong Yixing must come from a good family, but his strength is lacking. He had just revealed that he possessed a level energy type ability, Shockwave. Zhang Yong also had a level ability. Wang Guan was even more of a trash level user. So in this dormitory, Gao Chong was undoubtedly the boss. Wang Guan took a bite of the cookie, and it was indeed quite tasty. He didn't investigate the cookie. Based on experience, the probability of the investigation result showing it as ordinary food was quite high. It was originally a delicious snack, so there was no need to investigate it as something common. Wang Guan, this year's college entrance examination champion of the Alliance, is from Tianhai City, and you are from Tianhai City too. Do you know who it is? Gao Chong, lying on the bed, asked while eating the cookie. I know, I'm quite familiar with him. Who is it? The 3 of them looked over. Wang Guan pointed to himself and said, it's me. The 3 fell silent for a few seconds and then all laughed, thinking Wang Guan was joking. Wang Guan shook his head secretly. In this day and age, no one believes the truth. After tidying up his bed, he prepared to go get some hot water to soak his feet. Su Weicheng had mentioned earlier that hot water was provided here. Seeing Wang Guan holding a basin and preparing to leave, Gao Chong hurriedly said, Wang Guan, get more hot water. I want to soak my feet too. Wang Guan was taken aback and smiled, nodding. Okay, The hot water was quickly fetched, and half was given to Gao Chong. So comfortable. Gao Chong began to soak his feet, repeatedly exclaiming. Suddenly, he thought of something and took out his drinking cup, handing it to Wang Guan. Hey, I'm thirsty. Could you please give me some hot water to drink? It was obvious he was deliberately making things difficult for Wang Guan, wanting to assert his status in the dormitory. Tong Yixing, who was sitting on the bed reading, frowned slightly. Zhang Yong, on the other hand, laughed as he watched the scene. Wang Guan, who had already started soaking his feet, looked at Gao Chong amusingly. Is this how you want to play? After thinking for a moment, he put on his shoes again, took the cup, and went to fetch a cup of hot water for Gao Chong. After washing his feet, Wang Guan, who had already made his bed and was ready to sleep, suddenly heard Gao Chong say again, After a long day of travel, my back is sore. Wang Guan, could you help me knead my back? Saying this, he lay down on the bed, clearly treating Wang Guan like a little brother. Sure. Wang Guan's smile grew even brighter. He walked to Gao Chong's bedside, his fingers resting on his broad and sturdy back. Use some strength. My body is weak. If the pressure is too light, I won't feel it, Gao Chong added. Okay, Wang Guan acknowledged, and since you said so. Then, Gao Chong let out a loud howl. It felt as if his back was clamped by iron tongs, and his bones seemed to be breaking. Damn, you're so strong. It hurts, it hurts. Ah, stop. He cried out repeatedly, wanting to get up, but his body was pressed down by Wang Guan, and he couldn't struggle at all. That's how massages work. The more it hurts, the more effective it is. My technique is quite professional, Wang Guan said with a friendly smile. Gao Chong instinctively activated his ability, turning the skin on his back into a bluish color with a metallic sheen. Now his body was as hard as steel, but it was useless. He was still firmly restrained by Wang Guan, whose fingers kneaded him like a vice. It made a series of cracking sounds, like metal breaking. Steel bones posed no resistance in front of Wang Guan. After all, to Wang Guan, Gao Chong was just an old man on the verge of death. Tong Yixing and Zhang Yong looked on in shock at this scene. Wang Guan didn't seem to be using any abilities, nor was his skill. What he relied on was just the strength of his fingers. The movements looked quite casual, yet they rendered Gao Chong unable to move, crying out in agony until the lights-out time came, plunging the room into darkness. Only then did Wang Guan let Gao Chong go. He, I'm always willing to help. We're all in the same dormitory, so if you need anything, just find me, he said warmly. Gao Chong said nothing, just lay on the bed, making whimpering sounds. He was so moved that he almost cried. Chapter 15. The first day of military training, hanging tags for everyone in the dormitory fell into darkness. Wang Guan lay on his bed, feeling the first night away from home. Gao Chong's sobbing could be faintly heard. Wang Guan knew the limits and didn't hurt him. He just gave him a lesson. With his level ability and mutated physique, he would recover by the next day. In fact, Wang Guan was really a very friendly and helpful person. When he first arrived at the dormitory, he didn't intend to establish any authority. But if someone thought he was just a level ability user who was friendly and wanted to bully him, that would be a mistake. As the moonlight filtered in from outside, Wang Guan slowly fell into a dream. The next morning, before dawn, a harsh whistle suddenly broke the silence. All the new military training students hurriedly got out of bed, quickly washed up, and rushed to the playground to assemble. Under the command of instructor Su Weicheng, they lined up in formation and began to run drills. They ran a full 10 laps along the marked track until the sky brightened, then stopped. Afterward, there was an hour for breakfast and free activity. Once the formation was dismissed, hundreds of new students gathered in a lively manner. They were all strangers to each other, unaware of each other's names or backgrounds. Yet they would be living together for a month, so naturally, everyone wanted to get to know the people around them quickly and learn about each other's strengths. Wang Guan took the opportunity to continuously use his investigation ability, tagging everyone. Investigation. This is an ordinary girl. Investigation. This is a boring middle-aged man. Investigation. This is an excellent chef, being able to get into college and participate in military training. Their levels were already quite impressive, qualifying them as human elites. However, under Wang Guan's investigation ability, they all appeared to be just ordinary people. This aligned perfectly with Wang Guan's summarized ordinary law. Among the new students, aside from a few special ones that needed attention, most posed no threat to him. In the end, Wang Guan came to a conclusion. Once he tagged someone, that tag information would persist. Wang Guan did this as a form of insurance. Longjing arranging for him to train here might have ulterior motives, and some matters had to be guarded against. Of course, the tags would only be effective when facing him and would not affect their own abilities. Together with his 3 dorm buddies, he walked into the shabby cafeteria. "Brother Guan, there's an empty seat here." The now-recovered Gao Chong had already claimed his spot and warmly beckoned. Zhang Yong followed suit, picking up a tray. "Brother Guan, you sit here. I'll go get your meal." I can get it myself," Wang Guan declined. Tong Yixing handed Wang Guan a tray. "Then, Brother Guan, let's go together." Although they had only met yesterday and had just become roommates, under Wang Guan's charismatic influence, their relationship had already become quite harmonious. The breakfast provided here was very simple, even rough. Each person received a bowl of soup made from wild vegetables and potatoes, along with 2 coarse grain pancakes. The whole meal didn't even have a hint of oil or grease. Damn, is this fit for human consumption? Is this what we eat for military training? Is there a special kitchen? I can pay. Don't think about it. I inquired yesterday. The food is only this. If you don't eat, you'll just go hungry. My pet eats better than this. In the cafeteria, complaints were everywhere. This is too terrible. How can we have the strength to train after eating this? At the table, Zhang Yong took a bite of the flatbread, looking nauseated. Wang Guan also frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he activated his appraisal ability on the food in front of him. His appraisal ability, according to the usual rules, tends to identify tasty food as common ordinary food. Similarly, unappetizing food also has a high probability of being identified as ordinary food. And just as Wang Guan expected, appraisal. This is a large meat bun, with a big filling and thin skin, delicious in taste. Appraisal. This is a bowl of pork bone wontons, rich in nutrients. With a savory flavor, these are all the most common ordinary foods in today's life. After completing the appraisal, Wang Guan's eyes lit up. He hadn't eaten dinner last night, and after running in the morning, his stomach was already empty. He immediately grabbed the flatbread and began to eat heartily, occasionally sipping the wild vegetable soup. He looked completely satisfied. Gao Chong and Zhang Yong, who were looking troubled, were stunned when they saw this scene. As expected of Brother Guan, he can eat this kind of food so deliciously. The 2 exchanged glances. No wonder he has such strength. He really is not an ordinary person. Then they noticed Technique.He. The white-haired boy had already frowned, clearly not used to the food's taste, but he was still trying to swallow it down. After getting used to the food's texture, he also began to eat voraciously. Gao Chong and Zhang Yong widened their eyes again. Is there also a phoenix among the dragons? Wang Guan was also a bit surprised. He has protective gear, his family background should be decent, yet he can endure this food? This Technique.He seems to be extraordinary. Wang Guan quietly judged in his heart. Since Technique.He has protective gear, Wang Guan couldn't label him, so he paid considerable attention to him. At this moment, Instructor Su Weicheng was also in the cafeteria, eating the same food as everyone else. He secretly observed everyone's reactions. Seeing that everyone was complaining about the food, he couldn't help but shake his head. If they end up on the battlefield in the future, being able to eat this kind of food would already be very fortunate. Soon, he noticed Wang Guan's table. He saw Wang Guan and Technique.He eating heartily and sweetly. These 2 are not bad, he evaluated in his heart. After finishing breakfast, Wang Guan and his friends strolled around Peace Town. Technique.He and the other 2 had arrived yesterday afternoon, so they were quite familiar with the place, introducing it to Wang Guan along the way. The east side of Peace Town is a residential area where new students can go during their free time. They can exchange some daily necessities with the town's residents. However, they are prohibited from disturbing the residents' lives. A protective fence surrounds the town, and it is strictly forbidden to leave the protective range without permission. According to the instructor, there are many bloodthirsty beasts active outside the protective fence. One of the purposes of military training is to engage in actual combat with these mutated beasts and carry out regular exterminations. The house to the south. The instructor specifically warned not to approach. Gao Chong pointed to a distant building. That house is far from the other town's famous ones, and its walls seem to be reinforced. It looks quite strange. What's going on there? Wang Guan was a bit curious. Technique.He explained, I heard that the instructor's daughter lives there. The instructor's daughter? Wang Guan recalled the rugged appearance of Instructor Su Weicheng. He actually has a daughter? But why does she live in such a place? The morning military training soon began. Everyone was first issued a set of camouflage uniforms, standardizing the training attire. Military training in this world is not just about marching in formation, but involves physical training and combat practice. Later, there will also be outdoor exploration and practical exercises against bloodthirsty beasts. Throughout the morning, they took turns with various training projects like weighted running and cold weapon training. While sweating, Wang Guan noticed a young man, about 25 or 26 years old, walking towards the training ground. He was dressed appropriately and stood tall, observing the new students in military training with his hands behind his back. Do you know who that person is? Wang Guan asked Technique.He beside him. Oh, he is the military training officer. I think his name is Liangshan, and he came from Tianjin. Technique.He, who arrived here before Wang Guan, glanced over and introduced. The military training officer is responsible for supervising military training affairs. In the trial battlefield, their responsibilities are even higher than those of instructors. Why is the military training officer from Tianjin? Wang Guan felt puzzled. Tianjin is the most prosperous city in the alliance, where the government headquarters and the best Longjing University are located, while Peacetown is near Lingshan City. Shouldn't military training officers usually be dispatched from Lingshan City? Technique.He shrugged. Who knows? At that moment, Wang Guan suddenly felt Liangshan's gaze turn towards him. When Wang Guan turned to look, Liangshan had already shifted his gaze away. Focus. Don't look around. Instructor Su Weiqing shouted as he walked over. Wang Guan quickly concentrated on training. After a morning of exercise, everyone was extremely exhausted. The food arranged by the cafeteria was boiled potatoes with brown rice, still hard to swallow. But under fatigue and hunger, no one was picky anymore. It smells good. Wang Guan was still the one enjoying it the most. After all, the taste of the braised pork rice was indeed quite good. In the afternoon, the instructor arranged for practical combat practice. Each pair was randomly assigned to fight against each other. Wang Guan's assigned opponent was a girl. She was petite, had short hair, tan skin, and was quite cute. When she spoke, she revealed two sharp little tiger teeth. Hi there, big brother. My name is Anya. What's your name? She greeted enthusiastically. Wang Guan. Oh, big brother Wang Guan. Please go easy on me later. I'm a mental type ability user, not very good at fighting, Anya said with a charming plea. The mental type ability is characterized by developing mental power, able to control objects, influence beasts, and control puppets, among others. Their physical strength is usually weaker. Hearing her say this, Wang Guan's expression was a bit strange, because he had appraised this girl at noon. Appraisal. This is a strong girl, physically robust, fierce, and combative. Possessing a level ability, War Horn, second tier, a physically robust, strong girl. War Horn, as the name suggests, is used to increase fighting spirit. She is also a second-tier ability user like Wang Guan. This Anya is one of the few people who pose a threat to Wang Guan. Although she is petite and seems like she could cry after a single punch, to Wang Guan, she is a Barbie doll. He didn't expect that the instructor would assign her as his opponent. Big brother, I'm coming. While Wang Guan was pondering, Anya called out and lunged forward. She wasn't skilled at fighting, and her attack methods were simple and direct. But Wang Guan immediately entered a state of full alert, not daring to be careless. Bang! He brought his arms together to block Anya's punch. He felt a sharp pain and staggered back a few steps before stabilizing himself. And he turned her body and delivered a side kick. Wang Guan quickly bent down to block again. Another bang, and his body shook violently. Damn, she's really strong. Wang Guan's physical attributes are definitely among the top in the new military trainees. But he couldn't withstand this girl going all out. For a moment, it seemed like the girl was overpowering Wang Guan. And he was also shocked. I didn't know I was this strong. Liangshan, who was standing not far away, was watching the scene. This girl is a mental type ability user with extremely poor physical fitness. Fighting with her is surprisingly exhausting. What a waste. She still wants to get into Longjing University? He silently made an assessment, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. He was initially worried that Wang Guan had some special qualities. However, judging by his current performance, it should be quite simple to handle him. After a period of practice, instructor Su Weiqing finally called for a stop, allowing everyone to rest. Anya, who had become red-eyed from the sparring, reluctantly paused. Wang Guan only felt a wave of soreness in his body, panting heavily. The Diamond Barbie is really fierce. She almost broke him apart. Anya, on the other hand, looked confused as she examined her small fists. She could feel that Wang Guan's blocks and attacks were quite powerful, yet she easily neutralized them. Her heart was filled with battle intent, as if a war god had possessed her. At that moment, Li Yangshan, who had been standing nearby, suddenly walked over. You. He pointed at Wang Guan. Step forward. Wang Guan felt a bit puzzled and stepped forward. Is there something wrong with your level? How do you have the qualifications to participate in military training? Li Yangshan reprimanda rudely. The crowd looked over curiously, not knowing what was happening. Li Yangshan looked at the others, with a hint of mockery. Do you know what ability he awakened? It's detection, the most useless ability at the level. He just got lucky to score well and got into university. He was determined to openly suppress and insult Wang Guan, making it clear to everyone that Wang Guan was just a trash ability user, wanting him to lose face in front of the new military training students. Hearing Li Yangshan's words, the crowd stirred, looking at Wang Guan with strange expressions. Anya frowned. So that's how it is? This military training officer from Tianjing City is specifically targeting me? Wang Guan thought to himself, taking the opportunity to approach the opponent and secretly use detection. But the detection failed, resulting in a string of question marks. It shouldn't be because of protective gear, but because he has a rank above level 4. Military training officers hold significant power and must have strict requirement for strength. The detection took only a very short time. Wang Guan maintained a calm expression and said solemnly, Military training officer, I believe abilities do not determine anything. Li Yangshan sneered. Who told you such nonsense? All right. He pointed to a boy. Qin Zhuang. Step forward and practice with Wang Guan. The boy named Qin Zhuang was a bit short but very sturdy. He was one of the strongest among all the military training newcomers, possessing a fire-type level ability, Flame Controller. His level had already reached the 2nd tier, which meant he might have mastered a skill. When he was called out by Li Yangshan, he was momentarily stunned, then showed a look of ecstasy. At the end of military training, the military training officer would evaluate everyone's performance. The higher the evaluation, the more significant the impact on university life. Now Li Yangshan was clearly trying to make things difficult for Wang Guan. If he satisfied him, he could definitely improve his evaluation. Yes, sir. Qin Zhuang quickly stepped forward, looking at Wang Guan with disdain. A mere level ability user could easily be dealt with. Li Yangshan seemed to think it wasn't enough and continued. The purpose of military training is to make you understand the cruelty of the battlefield, so give it your all. Implicitly, Qin Zhuang was not to hold back. The new students on site began to stir. Did this kid offend the military training officer? What offense? This world is a sin in itself. Is the military training officer trying to force this kid to withdraw? Withdrawing from military training is equivalent to giving up on university. They whispered among themselves, most revealing expressions of amusement. There were also quite a few who looked worried, like the dorm mates. Brother Guan should be fine, right? Gao Chang whispered. After being beaten by Wang Guan, he admired him greatly and was quite concerned. At this moment, instructor Su Weicheng, looking conflicted, said, Supervisor Li, isn't this a bit? He had a very good impression of Wang Guan and didn't want him to be bullied. Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll take the blame, Li Yangshan said indifferently. Su Weicheng had no choice but to remain silent, looking worriedly at Wang Guan. Wang Guan silently walked towards Qin Zhuang. Hey, I'll leave you a life, Qin Zhuang said arrogantly. Roar. He was enveloped in orange flames, turning into a fireman, roaring as he lunged towards Wang Guan. This seemingly unequal battle was about to begin. Facing this fierce attack, Wang Guan was far from feeling as urgent as when he faced Anya. He stood calmly in place, neither dodging nor avoiding, nor putting up any resistance. As he resigned himself, many people had this thought. But the next moment, just as Qin Zhuang's fiery figure intersected with Wang Guan threw a punch, and the punch pierced through the flames, accurately smashing into Qin Zhuang's face. Bang! Qin Zhuang fell headfirst, the flames on him quickly extinguishing. He hadn't even had a chance to show his skills before passing out. Clean and straightforward, simple and brutal. The fight ended unexpectedly. Detection. This is an ordinary boy with a level ability, thought enhancement. Wang Guan had already detected Qin Zhuang. In front of Wang Guan, Qin Zhuang's ability was thought enhancement, belonging to the alteration type skill. As the name suggests, it enhances the speed of thought. You play with your brain, and you dare to compete with me in a fistfight? The scene fell into silence for more than 10 seconds. A second-tier ability user was knocked down with a single punch. Although in Wang Guan's perception, Qin Zhuang was just an ordinary boy with thought enhancement. To others, he was indeed a powerful second-tier ability user. The scene was too shocking. Li Yangshan's smile had frozen on his face. The result was completely unexpected. Did you see how he did it? It seems like he just waited for Qin Zhuang to get close and threw a punch, and Qin Zhuang went down. Could he detect Qin Zhuang's weakness? Qin Zhuang was a second-tier ability user and had released flames. Wang Guan's attributes were probably not low either. The scene erupted into discussions, speculating how Wang Guan managed to do it. No one expected the result to be like this. Gao Chang and Zhang Yong excitedly exclaimed, "As expected of our brother Guan." Tong Yixing's expression changed, not knowing what to think. Many others suddenly looked at Anya, each one showing respect, because they had previously seen Anya and Wang Guan fighting evenly, even seemingly suppressing him. Now that Wang Guan knocked down Qin Zhuang with one punch, didn't that mean the girl's strength was even greater? Anya was once again confused. Huh? Military training officer Li Yangshan, at this moment, regained his senses. He glanced at the unconscious Qin Zhuang, a flash of anger crossing his face. This matter is not over yet. Chapter 17, the entries detected this time are simply too absurd. What a waste. Li Yangshan cursed quietly at Qin Zhuang. Then he scolded Wang Guan. Wang Guan, you actually hit so hard. Don't you care about your comrades at all? Wang Guan, huh? You were the one who said to give it your all. Now that Qin Zhuang has been knocked down, you blame me for not caring about comradeship? Good, very good. He was all too familiar with such baseless accusations. When he had beaten Zhu Qianlong back then, the school leaders had acted the same way. Wang Guan had initially been suspicious, but now he was sure. This military training officer was indeed targeting him, although Longjing University admitted him. They didn't want to see him truly enter their school. What's the matter? You think it's unfair? Seeing Wang Guan's expression, Li Yangshan sneered, being so stubborn. I think it's necessary to let you know the weight of things. His gaze swept over the new students, still wanting to pick someone to practice against Wang Guan. In his judgment, Qin Zhuang had simply been too useless, and Wang Guan had taken advantage of that to knock him down with one punch. But anyway, Wang Guan only has basic exploration abilities, and at most, he has decent physical attributes. Among the new students present, there are plenty who are stronger than him. Seeing Li Yangshan's expression, Wang Guan's gaze swept over the new students. A hint of expectation appeared on his face, as if asking, "Who else is there?" Among all the new students, apart from Tong Yihong, who failed the exploration and doesn't know his own depth, and Anya, who was explored as the Diamond Barbie, he truly doesn't fear anyone else. Wang Guan, you are indeed going a bit too far. However, before Li Yangshan could pick someone, Instructor Su Weiqing suddenly stepped forward and blocked Wang Guan. His rugged face had a cold expression. "I'm punishing you to run laps. And you can't stop until I say so." As he spoke, he winked at Wang Guan. Wang Guan was taken aback, then realized Su Weiqing was doing this on purpose. On the surface, it was corporal punishment, but in reality, he was protecting him, not allowing Li Yangshan to continue making things difficult. Heaven knows what tricks Li Yangshan might pull. This instructor is still someone on his side. "Yes, instructor." Wang Guan hesitated for a moment, but then made his decision. Although he felt indignant, he wasn't someone who didn't know how to adapt. He decisively turned around and began running laps along the track. Li Yangshan immediately looked displeased at Su Weiqing. "Who told you to meddle?" He would learn his lesson. Su Weiqing, with a calm expression, instructed someone to take Qin Zhuang away for treatment and continued with the military training process. Li Yangshan snorted coldly and had no choice but to temporarily give up. Running wasn't a difficult task for a second-tier ability user. While running, Wang Guan contemplated the current situation. Li Yangshan would definitely cause trouble again. I can't explore him. And I'm not his opponent, but he is a military training officer, and, out of face, he shouldn't take the initiative to attack me. Commanding other new students to make things difficult for me? I'm not afraid of that either. But being passive isn't my style. I need to find a way to actively resolve this trouble. Time quickly passed to the evening. Wang Guan had run countless laps around Pingan Town. With his strong physique, He was now extremely exhausted. Sweat poured down his body, and he felt thirsty and hungry. As he passed by a building, he leaned against the wall to take a short break. Just then, a timid, clear female voice rang in his ear. "Do you want some water?" Wang Guan was taken aback and realized that the voice was coming from inside the nearby house. The walls of this house had been reinforced and looked strange. There was a window, but it had iron bars welded on it. A figure stood in front of the iron window, extending a cup out. Is this a resident of Ping'an Town? Wang Guan thought, then looked around and realized something. This is the house of the instructor's daughter. The instructor had specifically designated this place as a restricted area, prohibiting others from approaching. Wang Guan hadn't thought much while running laps, and he had passed by this house several times just now. Perhaps the instructor's daughter saw him running for a long time, looking thirsty and tired, and kindly offered him water. Her voice sounded quite pleasant. She must be very beautiful, right? Thank you, Wang Guan said, his gaze curious as he peered through the bars. His body trembled violently. The room was dimly lit, but Wang Guan could still see the girl's full figure clearly. She was a girl wearing white clothes. However, her arms and face were covered in horrific red scars. Her sparse hair hung down her back, and her facial features were somewhat distorted, with sharp teeth in her mouth, creating an indescribably fierce image. The impact at that moment was even more shocking than encountering a beast or monster during the college entrance examination. Almost instinctively, Wang Guan activated his exploration ability. Then, exploration. This is a beautiful girl, unparalleled in grace, with a pure and kind heart, possessing top-tier abilities and super magnetic armor. Wang Guan? No. Although he had become accustomed to the entries from his exploration ability, this time it was simply too absurd. He had almost blurted out monster, okay? A beautiful girl who also possesses top-tier abilities with super magnetic armor? Looking back at the girl, the previous discomfort had vanished. Just like when he explored Jiang Wangxue. It showed that she was just an ordinary girl with an average appearance. In Wang Guan's eyes, Jiang Wangxue, who was the school flower, was just an ordinary girl with average looks. The girl before him was either sick or injured, her appearance terrifying. But in Wang Guan's eyes, she was beautiful. Although I used to be face-blind, I wouldn't go so far as to think this way. He couldn't help but internally complain. Once he calmed down, he suddenly made a new discovery. The girl's arms and legs were locked in iron chains. Why is this? Wasn't this reinforced house meant to protect her, but rather to restrict her movements? At this moment, the girl held out a cup of water through the gap in the bars. Her scarred hand trembled slightly. She lowered her head, seemingly afraid of meeting others' gazes, worried that her good intentions might be rejected. "Thank you. I'm feeling thirsty," Wang Guan said, maintaining a normal expression as he took the cup of water. He wasn't worried that this ordinary boiled water had any issues, because after the exploration, this cup of water had been labeled as fresh orange juice. Even if there were problems, it would just be a cup of juice to Wang Guan. Gulping down, Wang Guan tilted his head and drank it all in one go. Feeling extremely thirsty, drinking a cup of juice was truly a rare pleasure. He let out a sound of enjoyment. The girl looked at Wang Guan with surprise and astonishment, her eyes sparkling. Wang Guan noticed that even without the influence of the entry, her eyes were actually very beautiful. After returning the cup to her, Wang Guan was about to ask her what was going on when a stern shout suddenly came from behind. "What are you doing?" Instructor Su Weiqing rushed over, his face full of anger. But when he saw the water cup Wang Guan was returning, his expression froze. "Instructor, I was a bit thirsty, so I just had a cup of water," Wang Guan quickly explained, even smiling reassuringly at the girl behind the iron window. The girl also explained, "Dad, I saw him running for a long time. He must be thirsty." Su Weicheng looked suspicious, showing some astonishment. With his daughter's condition, whether she was from a big city university or a resident of Ping'an Town, everyone would be eager to avoid her. But Wang Guan seemed completely unconcerned. He even dared to drink the water she offered. On this young man's face, Su Weicheng saw no signs of disgust or fear. "Your punishment is over." Su Weicheng continued, "Hurry back to the dorm." "Yes, instructor." Wang Guan didn't want to ask about the girl anymore and turned to leave. Su Weicheng added, "Li Yangshan is deliberately making things difficult for you. I can't always protect you, so be careful." "Thank you, instructor, I understand," Wang Guan replied, waving at the girl before leaving. It seems that my attitude towards the girl has made a good impression on the instructor. After walking away, Wang Guan turned to look back. Su Weiqing was standing in front of the iron window, talking to the girl about something. What is this girl's name? I wonder what kind of story she has, Wang Guan thought to himself. The military training had long since ended, and the cafeteria had already closed. However, when Wang Guan returned to the dormitory with his exhausted body, he saw the other three in the dormitory, bringing him some flatbreads. This was what they had saved for dinner. Thank you. Wang Guan was quite touched and began to wolf down the meat buns. Brother Guan, why is the military training officer deliberately making things difficult for you? Zhang Yong brought over a cup of hot water and asked curiously. Wang Guan chewed his food. Maybe you just can't stand me. Just as he was saying this, a harsh siren suddenly echoed through the night sky. Chapter 18, Big Brawl. I'm in a hurry. You can all come at me. Military training was supposed to be free time at night. But hearing the siren, the new students who had been preparing to rest after a day of training had to get out of bed again and gather on the playground. The playground has lit up with searchlights. The new students quickly formed a square formation. I was about to go to sleep. What's going on? Are we going to have night training? Whether or not to have night training depends on the instructor's mood. Everyone was discussing it animatedly. Wang Guanxuan soon saw Li Yangshan's figure appear in front of the formation. He looked in Wang Guanxuan's direction and revealed a faint cold smile. Classmates, today is your first day of military training. To deepen your camaraderie, let's play a game, he said loudly. He then introduced the rules of the game. The game is called Battle Royale. The rules are simple. He will give each person a tag and then arrange everyone to spread out. When a game starts, each person must search for and attack others to seize their tags. The first person to collect 10 tags will win. Winning will be recorded and will greatly benefit your military training evaluation, Li Yangshan concluded. The new students immediately began to discuss it enthusiastically. This game is said to deepen camaraderie, but it feels like if played out, even the best of friends might fall out, right? At the same time, many people subconsciously looked at Wang Guanxuan. They vaguely understood that Li Yangshan's purpose for playing this game was likely aimed at Wang Guanxuan. Wang Guanxuan had run all afternoon. His stamina was probably exhausted, and he hadn't even eaten dinner. How could he have the energy to play Battle Royale? Yet Li Yangshan, as the military training officer, seemed to be deliberately targeting Wang Guanxuan. To please him, many people would likely aim for Wang Guanxuan. It really seemed like they were trying to push Wang Guanxuan to his limits. In the formation, several people looked at Wang Guanxuan with overt malice. Among them was Qin Zhuang, who had been knocked out by Wang Guanxuan earlier in the afternoon. His injury wasn't serious, and he had recovered long ago, now looking like he wanted to devour Wang Guanxuan. He was eager to make up for his impression in Li Yangshan's eyes. But Wang Guanxuan didn't care at all. Anger burned in his eyes. So, this is how it's going to be? Instructor Su Weiqing rushed over, lowered his voice, and frowned as he argued with Li Yangshan. He was completely unaware of the sudden decision to play a battle royale game. However, Li Yangshan was indeed the military training officer, and he directly ignored Su Weiqing's protests. Now, let's start the game, he announced with a smile. He distributed a tag to each new student and designated their positions for them to get ready for the battle royale to begin. He even deliberately separated Tong Yixing, Gao Chong, and others from Wang Guanxuan. Be careful later. I'll come find you as soon as I can, Tong Yixing said in a low voice. I'll be fine. Just take care of yourselves. Wang Guanxuan shook his head. He was assigned to a position at the far west of the town. It was a messy area with several damaged and abandoned buildings. The searchlights on the playground couldn't reach this place. Under the cold moonlight, it had a somewhat eerie feel. Wang Guanxuan looked around for a moment and took out a small bottle from his pocket. He unscrewed the cap and gulped down the brown liquid inside. It was coffee milk tea that he had managed to bring with him earlier. Of course, for Wang Guanxuan, it was a low-level energy potion. Before the military training, the new students' luggage had been checked, and various potions were prohibited. But Wang Guanxuan had easily brought his milk tea. The energy potion he drank turned into a warm current that quickly spread throughout his body. After running all afternoon, his stamina was nearly exhausted, but the accumulated fatigue dissipated rapidly under this warm flow. Wang Guanxuan let out a comfortable groan as he suddenly noticed something. He quickly opened his attribute list. Ability, detection, level, second stage skill, windmill, Novice Physique, 166.03 Speed, 151.04 Spirit, 159.03. His three-dimensional attributes had improved significantly since noon. After the military training began, various trainings had led to a slight increase in attributes, but it was nowhere near as much as now. It turned out that by running, exhausting his stamina, and taking the energy potion in such extreme fatigue, the effect was so good, he definitely needed to make good use of this in the future. Just as he was thinking this, a piercing whistle sounded again. This signified that the Battle Royale game had officially started. The hundreds of new students participating in the military training transformed into hunters or prey, beginning to search for targets or find places to hide. Wang Guan remained standing in the dark ruins, not moving. He knew that soon someone would come looking for him. It didn't take long. Footsteps approached. There, an orange flame ignited, casting flickering light. In the light, Qin Zhuang's ferocious face emerged. He really came over first. Not only him, but 3 others were also following behind him. They had evidently received a tip from a Yangshan to find this place so quickly. This afternoon, I was careless and let you take advantage of me. Now you won't have such a good opportunity. Qin Zhuang sneered, his voice full of malice. As a dignified second-stage ability user, he had been knocked out by Wang Guan with one punch. This not only greatly reduced his evaluation in the eyes of the military training officer, but was also a humiliation for him. He turned to the other 3 and said, "You guys surround the area. Don't let him escape. Let me have some fun." According to the rules of Battle Royale, they were supposed to be enemies. But facing the most tempting prey, they didn't mind teaming up to take him down first. How would they explain to the military training officer later? They would just say they took him down together. Hey, be careful not to hurt him too badly. Don't worry, the military training officer won't blame us. They laughed, displaying great confidence in their own strength. In fact, they were indeed among the strongest in this military training, specially selected by Li Yangshan. Wang Guan remained calm, listening to their words with a hidden smile. His gaze swept over their attributes. Ordinary boy with enhanced thinking ability. Patient with a serious illness. Ordinary high school student yet to awaken. You guys think you can surround me? Qin Zhuang had transformed again into a fireman. The intense flames raised the temperature of the scene. Qin Zhuang, with the ability to control fierce flames, fully unleashed his power, ensuring that Wang Guan wouldn't have another chance to attack him. His fist would be burned by the flames before it could even reach his face. Burn! Qin Zhuang roared, charging towards Wang Guan amidst the flames. This time, Wang Guan didn't wait for him to get closer. He moved and charged towards him. The 2 figures clashed in an instant. With the flames boosting him, Qin Zhuang's speed was already very fast. But at the moment of the clash, Wang Guan seemed to be even a bit faster. He nimbly ducked under Qin Zhuang's fiery punch, and his right fist shot out like a cannonball. Bang! It landed accurately and fiercely on Qin Zhuang's abdomen. Wow! Qin Zhuang cried out in pain, spewing flames and instinctively bending his body. I told you. Why would you try to fight me with your brain? Wang Guan maintained his speed, pushing his fist against Qin Zhuang's belly, propelling him forward. The 3 who had been standing around with amused expressions suddenly froze in shock. Damn it, one of them exclaimed, because Wang Guan was charging towards them, with Qin Zhuang, who was engulfed in flames, thrown at him like a fireball. They collided and rolled to the ground. The person fumbled to push Qin Zhuang away. The flames burned on him, causing him to cry out in pain. Clearly, Qin Zhuang's fierce flames were not harmless to his teammates. The other 2 immediately showed caution upon witnessing this scene. Wang Guan's figure had already rushed towards them. The 4 of them initially did not want to besiege Wang Guan. They believed that as long as they were careful, they could definitely handle him one-on-one. For a power user of his level, it felt like a waste to attack him altogether. But in the end, Wang Guan did not give them the chance. I'm in a hurry. Let's go all out. Chapter 19. He is not the prey. He is the most dangerous hunter. Wang Guan fiercely initiated the battle, too lazy to fight one-on-one, and directly engaged in a group fight. He single-handedly beat up the other 4. Qin Zhuang and the other 3 were among the top in strength among the new recruits in military training. However, after being tagged by Wang Guan, there were just barbers, critically ill patients, and unawakened ones in front of him. It was utterly easy for Wang Guan to take down 4 of them at once. Earlier, Qin Zhuang, who had been thrown out like a fireball and fell to the ground, was surrounded by flames, roaring as he tried to get back up. Wang Guan, I'm going to kill you. Wang Guan rushed over, and with a punch to his head, Qin Zhuang fell back down again. Then Wang Guan unleashed a barrage of attacks on the other 3. Qin Zhuang was not knocked out yet. He was even more furious and struggled to get back up again. Damn. Wang Guan charged again and kicked him down. Then he continued to unleash attacks on the other 3. The 3 used their abilities, but they seemed useless against Wang Guan. Is this a skill? His punches are so powerful. My petrified skin is useless. Damn, so fierce. How'd he train? My shockwave hit him, and he acted like it was nothing. Amid the shouting and chaos, they were being overwhelmed and beaten by Wang Guan. Qin Zhuang was the worst off. Since he first fell, he had not been able to get up again. When Qin Zhuang tried to get up for the 3rd time, he was struck down by another punch from Wang Guan. He let out a muffled groan of unwillingness and finally passed out. The flames on him extinguished, plunging the ruins back into darkness. By this time, the other 3 had also collapsed to the ground. From start to finish, it lasted no more than a minute. Standing in the middle of the 4, Wang Guan stretched his body. This is just a warm-up. He bent down and removed their tags, casually stuffing them into his pocket while surveying his surroundings. You want to play a brawl, huh? Then I'll play along with you. Just then, whoosh. Something flew towards Wang Guan at high speed, aiming straight for his thigh. It was a twig about the thickness of a finger and 2 centimeters long, one end sharpened to a point. Several meters away, a boy was hiding behind a half-collapsed wall, his eyes fixed on Wang Guan in the darkness. He was controlling the twig. Psychic ability, telekinesis. He had been hiding here for a long time, witnessing the entire battle in silence. As soon as Wang Guan relaxed after dealing with Qin Zhuang and the others, he suddenly attacked. The psychic's direct combat ability was weak. He was best at ambushing from behind the scenes. First, he would severely injure Wang Guan, and then he could easily control him. At that point, the military training officer would definitely look at him differently. The telekinetic user was already starting to feel pleased with himself. However, bang! The sharp twig struck Wang Guan, only making a light sound. The twig failed to pierce Wang Guan's thigh and just stuck to his leg. Wang Guan removed the twig that was stuck to his leg. Seeing its shape, he was slightly taken aback and looked around. Who threw this knife handle? The telekinetic user was shocked. His body trembled, accidentally bumping into the half-collapsed wall. A piece of brick fell, making a crashing sound. Oh no, he thought in alarm. Looking back at Wang Guan, he found that Wang Guan's figure had disappeared. Where'd he go? Panic-stricken, he looked around, suddenly feeling something and slowly turned his head. In the dim, cold moonlight, Wang Guan appeared behind him with a smile. Telekinesis? Wang Guan muttered. Before the telekinetic user could speak, Wang Guan struck down without holding back. Bang! The telekinetic user's head tilted, and he passed out. Scan. This is a highly skilled chef. Wang Guan had already scanned him and tagged him. His telekinesis ability was non-existent to Wang Guan. The twig that flew towards Wang Guan lost its telekinetic control as it approached him. Wang Guan picked up the tag from the telekinetic user and stored it away. His figure silently merged into the darkness. In various places in Peace Town, shouts, curses, screams, and cries of pain echoed intermittently. The lights produced by various abilities flickered everywhere. It was evident that this brawl was prepared by Li Yangshan for Wang Guan. To please Li Yangshan, many were searching for Wang Guan's figure. But in this brawl, Wang Guan was not the prey. He was the most dangerous hunter. The petite Anya crouched down, cautiously sneaking through the shadows. What a fine mess. Hope no one discovers me, she muttered to herself. But things did not go as she wished. Just as she turned a corner, she unexpectedly ran into a tall boy. Anya gasped. Instinctively, she raised her hands, ready to surrender and give up her tag. However, it's you. The boy, seeing Anya, displayed an expression of shock and fear even greater than hers. I concede. He hastily shouted, "Don't attack, I'll give you my tag." As he spoke, he decisively tossed his tag over, raising his hands in surrender. With a face full of anxiety and fear, he stepped back cautiously. After creating some distance, he turned and ran as if facing a monster from the abyss. Oh no, heh. In the afternoon, when she practiced with Wang Guan, she had suppressed him, leading many to have a significantly mistaken judgment about her strength. Meeting her, he conceded even more smoothly than she did. Anya picked up the tag from the ground in confusion. Is it really like this? She shook her head, displaying a humorous expression. Then she turned around and saw another person standing not far away. It was Wang Guan. Anya gasped again, her body stiffening, wanting to raise her hands and surrender. But when Wang Guan saw Anya, he didn't act recklessly. Instead, he appeared vigilant. How could he not be cautious? In Wang Guan's eyes, Anya was a tough opponent, a warhorn. So Wang Guan decisively nodded towards Anya, smiled gently, showing goodwill. Then he slowly retreated, blending into the darkness and leaving. Anya, heh. She stared at the direction where Wang Guan had disappeared, falling into confusion again. Knowing her own situation, her attributes were a mess, and her combat ability was very poor. In the afternoon, she had wondered, given Wang Guan's single-punch strength against Qin Zhuang, how could she possibly match him, let alone suppress him? He could clearly knock her down with one punch. The only truth was that he had held back against her at that time, unwilling to hurt her. Now, encountering her in the brawl, he didn't make things difficult for her and even smiled at her. So does he like me? Anya could only think of this answer. Remembering Wang Guan's heroic figure and charming face, she couldn't help but blush. In the center of the playground, under the bright lights of the searchlights, instructor Su Weicheng was pacing back and forth anxiously, glancing around with concern. Liangshan, however, appeared calm, a smile lingering on his lips. The brawl had been going on for over half an hour. Surely, that kid Wang Guan must have suffered quite a bit, right? He had specifically hinted to many people to go after Wang Guan. One person, Qin Zhuang, wasn't enough. Those few together would surely be able to take him down. No matter how strong Wang Guan was, could he withstand the onslaught of these people in succession? Not to mention, he had been running for half the afternoon and was already exhausted. Either he would smartly withdraw from military training on his own, or he would just wait to be toyed with by me. Liangshan thought with smug satisfaction. At this moment, a figure suddenly approached the edge of the playground, holding a pile of tokens. Has he already gathered 10 tokens? So fast. Liangshan and Su Weicheng were slightly taken aback. They quickly recognized who the person was. How could it be him? Chapter 20, Absurd Achievements. You're telling me this is a level trash ability user? The person walking over had white hair and a delicate face, appearing to be slightly younger than the other new recruits, around 15 or 16 years old. It was Tang Yixing from Wang Guan's dormitory. His camouflage uniform was somewhat tattered, faintly stained with blood, indicating he had gone through a fierce battle. Standing in front of Liangshan and Su Weicheng, the youth threw the pile of tokens onto the ground with a clatter. Ive gittered den tokens. The game can end now, he said. Liangshan was astonished. He had actually hinted to some people to hold back Wang Guan's dorm mates to prevent them from reuniting with Wang Guan. However, he never expected that among them, Tang Yixing would be the first to collect 10 tokens. According to the military training roster, Tang Yixing was from the nearby Lingshan city and possessed an energy-type ability. Shockwave. This ability consumed energy from within his body to release shockwaves that attacked enemies. It was a decent ability, but not exceptional. His physical attributes had only reached the average level of new recruits. How could he be this strong? Su Weicheng quickly reacted and took out his equipment, pressing the alarm button. The piercing alarm echoed through the night sky, announcing the end of the free-for-all. Tang Yixing breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He glanced anxiously at the surrounding darkness. After the free-for-all started, he had initially planned to search for Wang Guan to help him, but a few people quickly surrounded him and entangled him. He had to change his strategy and quickly gather 10 tokens to end the game. Otherwise, Guan Ge would be in danger. Those few top-tier individuals had gone to seek him out, and with so many people, even if I encountered them, I wouldn't be able to handle it easily without restrictions. I hope it's not too late. He should be fine, right? Tang Yixing thought with some worry. The new recruits participating in the free-for-all stopped fighting upon hearing the alarm. They each returned to the playground from various directions, looking somewhat disheveled, with some even injured. Many among them had been injured by Tang Yixing, who had taken their tokens. Seeing this white-haired youth, they all displayed expressions of fear. This kid is younger than us, but his strength is so impressive. He was the first to gather 10 tokens. I didn't even get to touch him before being knocked away. This is the shockwave ability. Is an energy type this strong? It feels like there's something sinister about him. They whispered among themselves, not expecting that Wang Guan's dorm mate was also a formidable character. Anya also returned to the scene. While others looked somewhat ragged, she appeared completely clean, as if she hadn't fought at all. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. Li Yangshan noticed her holding tokens and was slightly taken aback. She also managed to get other people's tokens. He had detailed knowledge of the girl's background. Her physical attributes were not outstanding, but she possessed a rare mental type ability. If utilized well, it could be very powerful. However, it was evident that she had not fully tapped into it yet. So seeing Anya able to obtain tokens surprised Li Yangshan to some extent. As for her sparring with Wang Guan in the afternoon, where they seemed evenly matched, it should have been because Wang Guan was intentionally going easy on her. That kid is really sly. He must have done it on purpose to make me draw the wrong conclusion. More and more people returned to the playground. Gao Chong came back, having already removed his camouflage jacket, revealing a muscular upper body, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. However, he had just successfully defeated 2 people and obtained 2 tokens, feeling somewhat proud. But when he learned that it was Tong Yixing who ended the game, his expression immediately froze. I just got lucky, Tong Yixing explained shyly. Is luck a valid explanation for this? Among the 4 in the dormitory, even if Wang Guan was stronger than himself, how could this white-haired youth be so formidable? Truly a hidden dragon among Phoenix chicks. Fortunately, his dorm mate Zhang Yong had his token stolen and was beaten badly enough not to come in last. What about Guange? Has he not returned yet? Gao Chong asked, looking around. No, I hope he is okay, Tong Yixing said with some concern. Li Yangshan also noticed that Wang Guan had not yet returned, and a smirk gradually appeared on his face. That kid must have been beaten badly. He probably can't even stand up now, he thought to himself. At the same time, he found it strange. But what about Qin Zhuang and the others? Besides them, at least 20 more people had not returned. Just then, Wang Guan is back. Anya's clear voice suddenly called out. Everyone's gaze turned simultaneously to see Wang Guan's figure walking towards them from distance. He looked somewhat disheveled, clearly having gone through a fierce battle, but he was noticeably uninjured. As he walked, a clinking sound echoed. When he got closer, everyone realized it was the tokens he was carrying in his hands. The number must be around 30. There were only a little over 100 people in this military training. Amidst the surprised and silent stares, Wang Guan approached Li Yangshan. With a clatter, he threw the tokens he was holding onto the ground. Qin Zhuang and the others accidentally passed out, and a few were injured. Please arrange for someone to check on them, he said to Li Yangshan. The impact of the tokens hitting the ground was tremendous. His voice was very calm, but carried a sharpness. The playground fell into silence, and everyone looked over in astonishment. The people whose tokens he had taken had fainted and were injured. Li Yangshan was dumbfounded, unable to speak for a moment. What? Are you going to blame me for not caring about my companions? Wang Guan stared directly into Li Yangshan's eyes, provocatively asking. No, of course not, Li Yangshan instinctively replied. He was a military training officer, with strength surpassing Wang Guan's by a good margin. However, at that moment, he felt a sense of pressure in front of Wang Guan that left him somewhat stunned, including Qin Zhuang. Those who had not returned could be said to be the strongest group among the new recruits in this military training. These top students had all fallen at Wang Guan's hands. In an instant, he felt a hint of fear. Li Yangshan quickly calmed down. Ahem, you did very well. Instructor Su Weicheng quickly added, Wang Guan, please rest over there for now. He too was surprised, but felt more relieved. He then hurriedly arranged for people to assist the fainted and injured students. As a trial battlefield specifically for military training, although it was quite rudimentary, it had decent medical facilities. As long as it wasn't a severe injury, there shouldn't be any major issues. At this moment, the scene had completely erupted. This is a bit absurd, right? He actually got so many tokens. If the game doesn't stop, does he plan to take out everyone? You're telling me this is a level trash ability user? Is the scanning the same kind of scanning I understand? Yes, even fiercer than that white-haired kid. The crowd did not hide their astonished and awed gazes towards Wang Guan. The most terrifying part was that this afternoon, Wang Guan had been punished and had to run for an entire afternoon. A normal person's stamina would have long reached its limit, right? Wang Guan, however, was unfazed, rampaging through everyone. What kind of physique is this? They couldn't help but be grateful that they hadn't encountered Wang Guan during the free-for-all, nor had they actively sought him out to curry favor with the military officer. Wang Guan was actually still somewhat unsatisfied. Many people regarded him as prey, and upon encountering him, immediately launched attacks. He didn't hold back with these people, giving each one a thorough beating. Li Yangshan had intended to use the free-for-all to teach him a lesson. Coincidentally, he also wanted to use this game to shock the others, to prevent them from causing trouble for Li Yangshan in the future. Unfortunately, the game ended so quickly, and there were still quite a few who slipped through the net. The first to get 10 tokens was you? Wang Guan asked Technique.He with some surprise upon learning this. I was worried you might run into trouble and wanted to end the game early, Technique.He said shyly, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. But it seems I was overthinking it, Brother Guan. How did you do it? Oh, I just have more practical experience and better physical attributes, Wang Guan explained. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Technique.He. Technique.He is indeed interesting. Zhang Yong, sorry for dragging you down. Wang Guan said to his dorm mate Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong lost his tokens and got beaten up badly because of Wang Guan's identity as a dorm mate. He was somewhat implicated. Unfortunately, although Wang Guan had healing potions, they only worked for himself. To others, they were just milk tea. No, I'm fine, Zhang Yong quickly replied, his tone somewhat forced. After settling down the fainted and injured, instructor Su Weicheng announced the dismissal. As for the reward for the winners of this chaotic brawl, no one dared to mention the military training officer Li Yangshan, who was clearly in a bad mood. The long first day of military training finally ended. The people on the playground gradually dispersed. Li Yangshan returned to his residence, already regaining his composure, but with a face that fluctuated between gloomy and sunny. To achieve the top score in the league entrance exam, besides picking up an exceptional weapon, his own qualities were not bad. I heard he was called a top student at Technique.He No. 3 middle school. That is quite justified. But what is the use of that? With such trashy abilities, he is destined to have no future. Longjing University doesn't want to waste resources on him. Li Yangshan thought angrily. He had traveled a long way from Tianjing City to stop Wang Guan from completing military training. Since the other students couldn't do anything to him, he could only take matters into his own hands. It was not convenient to act here, but once the outdoor practical training began, there would be plenty of opportunities. Chapter 21. Who said trashy abilities progress slowly? Li Yangshan organized the chaotic brawl game, claiming it was to deepen camaraderie among teammates. Although it was obviously nonsense, it did achieve its purpose. Over the next few days, the hundreds of military training students really did unite a lot. This was mainly due to Wang Guan's strong performance, which naturally brought everyone together. In a group, if someone shows strength that surpasses others, it becomes difficult for the rest to stir up trouble. Even those like Qin Zhuang, who were unconvinced in their hearts, dared not cause any trouble. No matter how proud you are, you have to hold back in front of Wang Guan. After morning exercises, they went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Everyone looked towards the group from Wang Guan's dormitory with a mix of caution and respect. This dorm not only had the fierce Wang Guan, but also the white-haired youth Technique.He, who shouldn't be underestimated. Gao Chang also ranked among the upper levels of the military training freshmen. Wang Guan was already used to such gazes. However, there was someone looking at him with a seemingly different gaze. He suddenly sensed something, turned his head, and found Yu was looking at him. Her expression was somewhat strange, a bit reproachful, and a bit expectant. Upon making eye contact with Wang Guan, she quickly turned her head away. Wang Guan, this Miss Barbie seems to be acting strange lately. After finishing breakfast, they began morning training. Su Weicheng, the veteran instructor, was in charge. And although the equipment for the 23rd trial battlefield was very rudimentary, Su Weicheng still arranged everything in an orderly manner. After a few days of training, everyone had seen growth in their attributes. Many had successfully broken through from the first level to the second level and mastered exclusive skills. By the end of the entrance exam, new university students generally only had first-level abilities. One of the purposes of military training was to help freshmen break through to the second level during training. Once they entered the university, they could arrange for skills training accordingly. While the students were training, Li Yangshan's figure often loitered around the playground. He was still very much targeting Wang Guan and would seek opportunities to punish him. But when it came to punishing Wang Guan, who told you to run with such a heavy load? Li Yangshan randomly found a reason to reprimand Wang Guan. Before he could say much, Su Weiqing stepped forward. Wang Guan, go run laps. Yes, instructor. Wang Guan replied cheerfully and went off to run laps. The whole process was smooth and fluid, leaving Li Yangshan standing there with a confused expression. This level of enthusiasm left him with no sense of accomplishment at all. Wang Guan had already been punished to run laps for several days, which had become routine. He would sweat profusely each time, pushing his physical limits. It looked miserable, but he enjoyed it. Each time he ran laps, Wang Guan would deliberately pass by that peculiar little room. The instructor's daughter would quietly watch him through the iron bars. Wang Guan had already learned that this girl, covered in gruesome scars and locked with iron chains, was named Su Mingming. A very cute name. In Wang Guan's eyes, she was indeed a lovely girl. By noon, the punishment ended. Wang Guan, panting, came to the iron bars and took the juice offered by Su Mingming, downing it in one go. Much better, Wang Guan handed back the cup and said, "Thank you for always bothering you." "No, it's fine," the girl, who was both terrifying and beautiful, said, lowering her head. "Mingming, don't you get bored staying in the room every day?" Wang Guan asked casually while stretching his limbs. "Not at all. Dad has found me a lot of books, and I really like reading." Su Mingming pointed to the bookshelf in the room, which was filled with various books. The communication in this peaceful little town is inconvenient, and there is no internet, but reading is indeed a good pastime. "Is that so? I also quite like reading." Wang Guan smiled and said, "How about we exchange our favorite books when we have the chance?" Sure. Su Mingming replied excitedly. In the distance, instructor Su Weiqing quietly watched this scene. He did not come over to interrupt, but a hint of joy appeared on his rugged face. It had been a long time since he had seen Mingming so happy. After chatting for a bit, Wang Guan waved goodbye. Su Mingming waved her hand, reluctantly watching Wang Guan walk away. After finishing his laps, Wang Guan would always find opportunities to chat with her because he felt that the girl must be very lonely being locked up in the room every day. Having experienced the taste of loneliness himself, he could better understand its horror. Through these days of communication, even without the influence of the text, Wang Guan could feel the gentle kindness beneath the girl's gruesome appearance. What happened to her injuries? His curiosity grew stronger. This question was always difficult to ask directly to Su Mingming or the instructor. A middle-aged woman approached him. She was a resident of the town, her face weathered, dressed very simply and carrying a food box. "Aunt Zhang, are you here to bring Mingming lunch?" Wang Guan greeted her. He had encountered Aunt Zhang a few times and knew she was responsible for Su Mingming's daily care. "Oh, Xiao Wang, have you been punished to run again?" Aunt Zhang teased. Most townsfolk were dull and quiet, rarely taking the initiative to talk to military training students. However, since Wang Guan was friendly, Aunt Zhang was willing to chat with him a bit more. "There's no helping it. The military training officer just doesn't tea like me," Wang Guan said self-deprecatingly. He felt a sudden urge of curiosity and finally asked, "Aunt Zhang, what exactly happened to Mingming?" Aunt Zhang's expression changed slightly, and she sighed. But she still explained with pity. "Poor Mingming. She was bitten by a bloodthirsty demon when she was young. Luckily, she didn't die, but she was tainted by the aura of the abyss and has become like this now." A bloodthirsty demon? Wang Guan knew that Peaceful Town had once been attacked by bloodthirsty demons. Being attacked by a bloodthirsty demon and infected by the aura of the abyss would cause one to mutate into a bloodthirsty beast. Even now, there are still many bloodthirsty beasts active in the dense forests outside. And now, Su Mingming was in this state because she had been infected by the aura of the abyss. Although she had not completely turned into a bloodthirsty beast, she was on the brink of mutation. That was why she was locked with iron chains and kept in a securely guarded room. When mentioning these matters, Aunt Zhang seemed to recall the terror of the bloodthirsty demon, her expression turning fearful, and her eyes became a bit moist. "I will never forget that day when my son, his body..." At this point, she quickly shook her head. "It's all in the past now. I hope Mingming's injuries can slowly get better. There will definitely be opportunities," Wang Guan said silently. After parting ways with Aunt Zhang, Wang Guan walked towards the cafeteria. In a corner where no one was around, he took out a small bottle of milk tea from his pocket. It was a special coffee milk tea made by Sister One, which for Wang Guan was a basic energy potion. He opened the cap and drank it down. Milk tea doesn't have a long shelf life, but perhaps because it was tagged by Wang Guan, it had been kept sealed and had not spoiled until now. As the potion entered his system, Wang Guan's weary body quickly regained its energy. He hurriedly checked his attribute panel. Ability, investigation, level, second tier skill, big windmill, beginner, physique, 191.03, speed, 182.03, spirit, 186.02 by running laps, pushing his body's limits. And then drinking the energy potion, his physical attributes experienced a small increase. Thanks to the corporal punishment over the past few days, Wang Guan's progress was rapid. While other students were just entering the second tier, he was already about to break into the third tier. What if he had a garbage ability with no attribute enhancement? His rate of improvement was definitely not slower than anyone else's. Most importantly, Wang Guan had already confirmed with the instructor that Li Yangshan was a fourth-tier ability user. When he was at the second tier, he could investigate up to the third-tier ability users. So as long as he ascended to the third tier, he should be able to affect Li Yangshan with his ability. Speaking of which, he really should thank Li Yangshan for punishing him every day in various ways. Wang Guan thought with a smile as he walked into the cafeteria. The afternoon training soon began. Just as the formation was set, Li Yangshan suddenly walked to the front of the team. In the past few days of training, everyone's progress has been obvious, and we can start the next step. He announced, "Tomorrow, we will leave the safe zone of the town and head into the dense forest outside for field combat." This immediately caused an uproar. Only a little over a week, and we're going to field combat? I heard there are bloodthirsty beasts outside, which are at least second-tier mutated beasts. Isn't it too fast? I just entered the second tier. Is it going to be very dangerous? They expressed their unspoken worries. After all, Peaceful Town, the 23rd trial battlefield, has always had a high danger level for military training. It was said that there were many casualties in field combat every year. Instructor Su Weiqing's expression changed slightly. "Li Yangshan, isn't this too reckless? I've already reported to the higher-ups, and it's been decided." But Li Yangshan was very decisive. "Everyone is trained very well, and I believe we will achieve good results in field combat." As he spoke, his eyes scanned the students. His gaze landed on Wang Guan, revealing undisguised malice. Wang Guan also looked at him and smiled in return. It seemed he couldn't wait to personally take action against me in the field combat. Just as well, I don't want to continue enduring. In the wild, my investigation ability can exert its full power. Chapter 22. Which boy can refuse such a handsome stick? In the early morning, just as the sky was getting bright, the military training students of Peaceful Town had already gathered and were ready to set off. Leaving the safe zone for the first time to head into the wilderness, everyone was filled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The field combat would last for several days in the wilderness. Wang Guan made a point to say goodbye to Su Mengmeng. When he returned to the team, Gao Chong curiously asked Brother Guan, "Did you go look for the instructor's daughter again?" It was no secret that Wang Guan knew the instructor's daughter and often chatted with her. "Tell me honestly, is the instructor's daughter very pretty?" Tong Yixing asked in a low voice mischievously. The boys around him perked up their ears. "She is indeed quite pretty, but she is sick and must stay indoors all the time. Don't disturb her," Wang Guan answered truthfully. Naturally, he couldn't tell them about Su Mingming's real condition. The boys burst into knowing laughter. Wang Guan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Once the team was assembled, they set off in a grand manner under the leadership of instructor Su Weiqing and military training officer Li Yangshan. The wilderness was full of dangers, with various mutated beasts, insects, and even some plants that had mutated and would actively attack living things. And the most dangerous around Peaceful Town were the bloodthirsty beasts. These twisted, mutated monsters feed on blood, so you must remember to treat your wounds immediately if injured, or else you will attract them. Along the way, Su Weiqing loudly explained the precautions. According to the usual military training process, field combat typically begins in the later stages of training. But Li Yangshan had started the process early, so many things Su Weiqing could only inform them at the last minute. It was currently midsummer, but it was not hot near Peaceful Town, The mornings in the dense wilderness had a faint coolness. The marching team gradually became lively after the initial anxiety and silence. Everyone was curious about the unique atmosphere of the dense forest and explored their surroundings. These gloves of mine are classified weapons. My dad specifically bought them for me before I went to college. In front of the team, Qin Zhuang, who possessed the flame controller ability, proudly showcased his gloves to his companions. The gloves were embedded with metal pieces and looked quite cool. Being classified meant they were not ordinary items and had certain special features. Freshmen could carry weapons and equipment for military training, but they would be confiscated before entering the town. However, they would be returned during the field trial, as weapons and equipment were also part of an ability user strength. Besides Qin Zhuang, many others were using their weapons and equipment. Gao Chong from Wang Guan's dormitory had put on a pair of tiger claws. They weren't classified, but were still high quality and could greatly enhance the power of one's physical strength. Brother Guan, you're so strong in hand-to-hand combat. Aren't you going to prepare a weapon? Gao Chong asked curiously. Wang Guan, Tong Yixing, and Zhang Yong from the dormitory had no weapons or equipment. No, Wang Guan replied. His gaze kept scanning the fallen branches and sticks in the forest. Occasionally, he would pull off a branch and examine it in his hand. How can that be? Look at Qin Zhuang and the others. They're all equipped with weapons. What if they pick a fight? Gao Chong couldn't help but worry. Qin Zhuang and his group had always been somewhat resentful of Wang Guan. They had been getting closer to Li Yangshan these days, with weapons for field combat. Their strength had increased significantly, and they would surely look for opportunities to trouble Wang Guan. Then they can give it a try, Wang Guan said with a smile. He looked up and happened to catch Qin Zhuang's gaze. His eyes were full of provocation, and he clashed his gloved fists together, sparking a shower of sparks. Even though he was knocked out by Wang Guan several times, does he think he could do it now with his gloves? Wang Guan shook his head with a smile and continued searching for branches and sticks. Brother Guan, what are you looking for? Tong Yixing asked curiously. During the chaotic fight, this white-haired youth had displayed extraordinary strength. Yet, in front of Wang Guan, he had always been very submissive. I'm looking for a suitable stick, Wang Guan said matter-of-factly. At that moment, he was continuously using his investigation ability on the sticks he saw. His investigation ability would tag the target with information. The information was randomly incorrect, but still had some correlation with the target itself. The sticks he investigated all had attributes related to stick-like tools. For example, scan. This is a rolling pin. It can not only be used for cooking, but also serves as a handy weapon. Scan. This is a crowbar. Essential for prying doors and locks, a must-have tool, exclusive to the physical sword saint. Scan. This is a wrench, as a repairman. It's normal to carry a wrench. Scan. This is a clothes drying pole. According to ordinary laws, the scan results are all things that are commonly seen in daily life. But as long as the sample size of the scans is large enough, one can always come across uncommon items. And in the dense forest, there are plenty of tree branches. Shortly after Wang Guan answered Tong Yixing, scan. This is a gray diamond rod, forged from high-quality steel, heavy and powerful. Breaking through with strength, Wang Guan's eyes lit up. This rod, although not as good as the great longsword he picked up during the college entrance examination, and lacking any enchanted effects, was still useful. He happily picked it up. This rod was formed by two vines twisted together, about 1 meter long. Its overall shape was very neat, with a suitable thickness. He could feel its heaviness in his hand, and it swung with great might. To Wang Guan, it was now a diamond rod. He swung it around, satisfied, nodding his head. Tong Yixing, Gao Chong, and others widened their eyes. You're not planning to use it as a weapon, are you? They asked. Why not? Look how cool and handy it is, Wang Guan laughed. What boy could refuse such a cool stick? Until a better stick is found, he would use this one. The others, in the distance, Qin Zhuang and others saw Wang Guan pick up a stick as a weapon and Technique.He helped but laugh. You could at least pick up an iron rod, right? A wooden stick? The military training officer, Li Yangshan, who was walking at the side of the team, also saw Wang Guan swinging the stick. He knew about Wang Guan as college entrance examination experience and understood that Wang Guan had been lucky to find a wooden stick that was an excellent weapon and could kill enemies with ease to become the top scorer in the alliance. Now, he picked up another stick. Does he want to recreate his college entrance examination experience? The wilderness forest 1T refresh excellent weapons for you. How ridiculous. He shook his head disdainfully. The sunlight gradually brightened, and it was already morning. At that moment, everyone be careful. Instructor Su Weicheng suddenly reminded in a low voice. The team immediately stopped and became vigilant. Bloodthirsty beast, Su Weicheng continued, pointing in a direction. Everyone looked over, and among the bushes and weeds, a blood-red mass was writhing. It was a beast resembling a wild bull, but its body was entirely red, as if it had been skinned, covered with dense scars. It was bent over gnawing on something, with sharp teeth filling its mouth. Ferocious and hideous. Is this the bloodthirsty beast? Wang Guan instinctively thought of Su Mengmeng. The red scars covering her body looked just like this. The students in the team held their breath and focused. Mutated beasts have a level standard similar to that of ability users, and the bloodthirsty beast is at least tier 2. In the college entrance examination illusion, the mutated beasts encountered, even the abyss monsters, were all tier 1. Encountering such a mutated beast for the first time, they were somewhat fearful. Su Weicheng quickly confirmed that there was only this one bloodthirsty beast nearby. An excellent opportunity. He prepared to demonstrate to the students how to deal with them. But at that moment, Liang Shan suddenly spoke. Wang Guan, you take care of it. Huh? Wang Guan, who was scanning the bloodthirsty beast, was slightly taken aback. Everyone's gaze turned towards him. Among the students, you are recognized as the strongest. Liang Shan said with a smile. You should be able to handle it easily. Just demonstrate to everyone. Liang Shan, this is Wang Guan's first time encountering a bloodthirsty beast. Isn't that inappropriate? Su Weicheng said with a serious face. What is inappropriate? I have high hopes for Wang Guan. He can definitely handle it. Liang Shan looked at Wang Guan. His gaze lingered on the stick in Wang Guan's hand for a moment. If you could take it down, I will record it in the military training file. Although he said this, he didn't hide his intent to target Wang Guan. Tong Yixing, and others were somewhat indignant and worried. Qin Zhuang and his group, however, revealed expressions of anticipation and excitement. Wang Guan stared at Liang Shan for a few seconds and then smiled. Well then, he picked up the stick and calmly walked towards the bloodthirsty beast. Chapter 23. The instructor is mighty. Can military boxing be fought like this? Be careful. The bloodthirsty beast is quick. If it bites you, it will instantly suck a lot of blood and release paralyzing toxins. Su Weicheng reminded urgently as he realized he couldn't stop it. I understand, instructor, Wang Guan replied gratefully. Su Weicheng thought of something and looked at everyone. Does anyone have a weapon to lend him? He was skilled in hand-to-hand combat and didn't have a weapon on him. If he had known Wang Guan didn't bring a weapon and had to rely on a stick, he should have given him a suitable piece of equipment before setting out. In the team, someone was ready to offer their weapon. I don't think it's necessary, Liang Shan said. In the future, when danger arises, no one will provide weapons, and besides, doesn't he already have a handy weapon? Su Weicheng was somewhat angered. This is going too far. Instructor, it's fine. I don't need another weapon. Wang Guan turned and said. He had already reached the front of the bloodthirsty beast. The bloodthirsty beast, which had been focused on eating, quickly noticed Wang Guan and immediately let out a threatening roar. Its blood-red eyes were fierce as it charged at Wang Guan. It looked like a wild bull and was about the same size, but it pounced like a tiger hunting, instantly reaching Wang Guan. Watch out, and he shouted worriedly from the team. But then, they saw Wang Guan swiftly dodge the bloodthirsty beast's attack. Buzz! The stick in his hand swung in a half-circle, whistling through the air. Bang! It slammed hard into the bloodthirsty beast. The bloodthirsty beast rolled and was flung away. It landed on the ground, shaking its body. The spot that was hit had already caved in. Its roar weakened, clearly showing more fear towards Wang Guan. But it was inherently ferocious and pretended to counterattack. Wang Guan had already rushed towards it first. The stick buzzed as it struck towards it. For a moment, rather than saying Wang Guan was fighting the bloodthirsty beast, it was more accurate to say he was chasing after it. The bloodthirsty beast was indeed powerful, but Wang Guan had already marked it. Scan. This is a fierce wild boar, strong and aggressive. Among ordinary beasts, wild boars are considered tough. But in the end, they're still ordinary beasts. How could they compete with Wang Guan, who is now a peak tier 2 ability user, wielding a gray diamond rod? It posed no difficulty at all. After a few strikes, it lay completely still on the ground. Even so, Wang Guan had intentionally held back to avoid appearing too impressive. The people present were all dumbfounded. They never expected this hideous monster would be killed so easily. It seems the bloodthirsty beast isn't that powerful after all. It was actually beaten to death with a stick. What are Wang Guan's current physical attributes? Is it because this bloodthirsty beast is relatively weak? Many people whispered among themselves. They were astonished by the strength Wang Guan displayed, yet also began to doubt the danger posed by the bloodthirsty beast. Some even thought, I could do it too. Li Yangshan was already stunned. He had intended to make things difficult for Wang Guan, but instead, he had been completely outdone. This kid is a bit uncanny. Su Weicheng was also surprised, but he quickly regained his composure. The bloodthirsty beast is very dangerous. Don't underestimate it, he told the students. But just now someone asked in confusion. That's because Wang Guan is very strong. Su Weicheng had a serious expression. Although Wang Guan's movements seemed casual, it was because each of his attacks was executed perfectly, with angles and timing that were extremely precise, allowing him to easily control the rhythm of the battle. He did not hesitate to praise Wang Guan in his words. As an instructor, he possessed rich combat experience and had a keen eye. While others only saw Wang Guan effortlessly dispatching targets, he could see the intricacies involved. Although he had long held a high opinion of Wang Guan, he still felt an unexpected joy. This student's combat talent exceeded his imagination. Even with his thick skin, Wang Guan couldn't help but blush slightly. His combat skills were indeed not bad, but they weren't as impressive as the instructor made them out to be. So this is how it looks when I fight a target with a status effect in the eyes of a master? He thought to himself. The others couldn't help but sigh upon hearing the instructor's unabashed praise, feeling both confused and impressed. Tong Yixing and Gao Chong, and others looked at Wang Guan with admiration. However, many remained unconvinced, thinking the instructor was putting on airs. The bloodthirsty beast that had been killed emitted waves of black mist, its body quickly rotting and turning into putrid flesh, releasing a foul odor. Wang Guan quickly covered his nose and stepped away, returning to the group. He walked up to Li Yangshan, looking at him provocatively. I hope my performance didn't disappoint the military training officer. Li Yangshan's face was tense as he gritted his teeth and forced out the words. Of course. I will give you an excellent record. His reluctant expression, akin to someone suffering from constipation, made many students snicker. As a result, Li Yangshan's expression worsened. Let us continue. Su Weicheng shouted loudly, urging the team to move forward and encouragingly nodded at Wang Guan. As the group set off, everyone continued to discuss the earlier battle in low voices. Many students imitated Wang Guan, picking up sticks to hold. Honestly, Wang Guan holding a stick looked quite cool. The area near Peace Town was relatively safe. However, as they ventured deeper into the wilderness, they could easily encounter mutated beasts. Soon, they encountered another bloodthirsty beast. This one appeared to be hunting, its body blood red, with a fierce glare resembling a mountain wolf. Bloodthirsty beasts are a general term for all beasts that have been mutated by the tainted aura of bloodthirsty magic. The previous one was bull-like, while this one likely started as a mountain wolf but retained its wolf shape after contamination. Upon seeing the military training team, it immediately let out a howl and charged toward them. Everyone be careful. Su Weicheng quickly reminded everyone, preparing to arrange for the students to confront it. But suddenly, a figure dashed out ahead, engulfed in blazing flames. It was Qin Zhuang, who possessed the ability of flame manipulator. Stop, don't be reckless. Su Weicheng urgently tried to intervene. Leave this to me. But Qin Zhuang arrogantly shouted. Although he had been beaten by Wang Guan, he had regained his confidence after equipping his gauntlets. Watch my flame fist. His right fist was engulfed in flames as he smashed down toward the bloodthirsty beast. Flame Fist was the exclusive skill of the flame manipulator, which he comprehended upon advancing to the second tier. He had the chance to use it previously due to losing too quickly in his fight with Wang Guan. Now, as he made his move, he unleashed the skill. I'm going to take it down in one hit. Qin Zhuang thought to himself, what Wang Guan could do, a dignified tier ability user like him should be able to accomplish as well. Then, facing his crashing fist, the bloodthirsty beast suddenly rolled to the side. Boom! The fiery iron fist slammed into the ground. I missed? Qin Zhuang was taken aback. Oh, whoa. The bloodthirsty beast had already pounced from the side. Qin Zhuang quickly swung his fist to block, igniting the flames surrounding him. He transformed into a fireman, flames wrapping around his body. However, the defensive power of such flames was not very strong. As long as his attacks were fast enough, he could avoid being burned. The bloodthirsty beast clawed and bit, launching a savage attack while skillfully dodging his counterattacks. Soon, Qin Zhuang had several scratches on his body, although he managed to land a few punches on the bloodthirsty beast, burning many parts of its body. This did not deter the beast. Instead, it only provoked its ferocity further. What a terrifying creature. I can't defeat it easily at all. This thought flashed through his mind. With this thought, more and more vulnerabilities appeared in his combat. Wang Guan, standing among his classmates, shook his head with a wry smile. What is the point of this? Suddenly, the bloodthirsty beast knocked Qin Zhuang to the ground. It opened its bloody jaws, preparing to bite down on Qin Zhuang's head. Help, help me! He shouted loudly. Instructor Su Weiqing's figure suddenly dashed out. In one leap, he reached the bloodthirsty beast. Sensing the threat, the beast bared its teeth and let out a roar at Su Weiqing. Su Weiqing lowered his waist and raised his fist, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! His scarred right fist smashed directly into the bloodthirsty beast's head. Zing! This seemingly simple punch carried immense power, sending the beast's grotesque body flying like a cannonball. It crashed into a large tree before finally stopping. The tree, as thick as a person's waist, shook violently, and leaves rustled down. Looking at the bloodthirsty beast, it had already turned into a puddle of mush, black mist rising as it quickly decayed. With one punch, Su Weiqing had brutally reduced the bloodthirsty beast to shreds. Never underestimate any mutated beasts, and don't panic. Su Weiqing Li Wonding Fuang. The students were all astonished by the instructor's display of power. The instructor is actually this strong? Wang Guan was also surprised. So the instructor has such combat strength. At this moment, Li Yangshan, who was standing not far away, murmured, I recognize the martial art the instructor is using. He had identified the fighting style, but then he hesitated and said, can it be used like this? Chapter 24, Rich in protein, chicken flavor, crunchy. The instructor is using military boxing? Wang Guan muttered in confusion upon hearing Li Yangshan's words. He naturally knew what military boxing was. It was a type of boxing skill, only at the lowest tier, a fundamental skill. According to the normal military training process, all students would learn this skill when they advanced to the second tier. Every student could learn this skill for free, so its quality was predictable. However, in Su Weiqing's hands, military boxing clearly displayed power beyond what it was supposed to have. Even Li Yangshan was shocked. So the instructor is this fierce, the crowd whispered among themselves. During these days, Su Weiqing had been at a disadvantage against Li Yangshan. Many held a slight disdain for him in their hearts. But now, seeing him kill the bloodthirsty beast with one punch, everyone's attitude changed. Su Weiqing remained serious. He warned Qin Zhuang, treated his wounds to prevent bleeding that could attract more bloodthirsty beasts. When encountering bloodthirsty beasts again, don't act recklessly. Follow my arrangements. He shouted to all the students. Yes, instructor. The students responded in unison. Let us continue. The team moved forward. Qin Zhuang was supported by his companions. His injuries were not severe, but his face was full of frustration, his eyes vacant. Was the gap between him and Wang Guan really that large? Don't be discouraged. The bloodthirsty beast you faced was tougher than the one Wang Guan fought. Li Yangshan quietly walked up to him and comforted him softly. But at that time, Qin Zhuang faced Li Yangshan, looking full of remorse. He had disappointed the military training officer repeatedly and did not expect that the officer would still comfort him. The stick in Wang Guan's hand might be a bit special. Li Yangshan turned his head, glancing at the stick in Wang Guan's hand. Special? Qin Zhuang asked in surprise. Li Yangshan explained. Wang Guan's awakening is the ability to scout. Although this ability is not great, it is still very useful when searching for things. The stick he picked up might have some hidden significance. Qin Zhuang and the others looked at the stick in Wang Guan's hand. Seeing their expressions, a hint of mockery flashed in Liangshan's eyes. How could picking up a stick be considered extraordinary? It's impossible for such luck to always fall on Wang Guan. It can only be said that this kid indeed has some talent in practical combat. He said this to Qin Zhuang and the others to help them regain their confidence. He still found them useful. In the next few hours, the team encountered several bloodthirsty beasts and a few mutated wild animals. Under the arrangement of Su Weicheng, they dealt with the dangers in an orderly manner, allowing many to gain practical combat experience. Wang Guan kept an eye on and remained vigilant towards Liangshan. Perhaps it was because of the strength displayed by Su Weicheng that made him cautious. He didn't cause any more trouble and just stayed with Qin Zhuang and the others. The team trekked along, taking a short break at noon to eat the rations they brought before continuing their journey. They weren't wandering aimlessly. They were headed to a camp in the wilderness. Originally, it was a factory that was abandoned after the Abyss invasion and had turned into a military training camp for field exercises. They arrived at the camp smoothly in the afternoon. For the next few days, they would be stationed here, using it as a base to clear the bloodthirsty beasts active in the surrounding area. Under the command of Su Weicheng, they made some adjustments to the camp, building simple defensive structures and setting up military tents. Night quickly fell, and the camp lit up. Wreaths of smoke slowly rose as instructors arranged for people to cook simple food. After finishing the construction of the defensive structures, Wang Guan returned to the camp with his companions and saw Su Weicheng squatting by the fire, waving at them. "I found something good. It tastes quite nice. Come and try it," he said. As they approached, they saw a plate in Su Weicheng's hand, containing a few blackened items, with a faint aroma wafting from them. "What is this?" Zhang Yong asked curiously, reaching out to grab one. "It's a type of beetle, rich in protein. If you encounter it in the wild, it's a good source of energy," Su Weicheng explained, sounding educational. However, the few students by the fire all looked repulsed. Zhang Yong awkwardly withdrew his hand. "Roasting bugs is a bit too much of a psychological challenge. Isn't it? If you enter the wilderness alone in the future, this is an essential survival skill." Su Weicheng continued. He looked expectantly at Wang Guan. Wang Guan instinctively felt a strong aversion. But soon, scouting, this is a crispy fried chicken nugget, with a crunchy exterior that leaves a lasting taste. Huh, fried chicken nugget? Since it was labeled this way, to Wang Guan, it was indeed fried chicken. His aversion quickly dissipated. He picked one up and put it in his mouth, chewing carefully. His expression soon turned into one of enjoyment. "Brother Guan, what does this taste like?" Gao Chang couldn't help but ask, seeing him enjoy it so much. Wang Guan gave a thumbs up. "Chicken flavored, super crunchy." Su Weicheng once again showed a look of satisfaction at Wang Guan's reaction. "Then I'll have one too." The white-haired Tong Yihong, seeing this, made up his mind and also picked one up to chew on, but his expression was clearly not as relaxed as Wang Guan's. "What good thing are you eating?" The petite Anya curiously approached, seeing Wang Guan enjoying the food. She reached out. "Let me try." The instructor handed her the plate, and she eagerly grabbed a piece and stuffed it in her mouth. The taste is a bit strange. What is this?" she asked, mumbling. "This is a roasted bug." Wang Guan replied, suppressing a laugh. "Roasted bug?" Anya's face stiffened, and she immediately turned away. After retching for a while, she finally stood up with the help of two female classmates. She looked at Wang Guan with a pout. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I hate bugs the most." Wang Guan was momentarily stunned. Her cute pout was quite impactful. Su Weicheng looked at Anya, who had vomited everywhere, with a strange expression. "Oh no, you hate bugs? Then how did you awaken that ability?" he asked. Anya, with a bitter face, said, "I'm confused too." She glanced fearfully at the plate of roasted bugs and hurriedly walked away with a few classmates. "Instructor, what ability did Anya awaken?" Wang Guan asked curiously as he picked up another piece of fried chicken to eat. During military training these days, the students had already become familiar with each other. They basically knew what abilities everyone had awakened. Only Anya, who only knew she was of the mental type, had no idea what it specifically was. Even her roommates were not clear. In Wang Guan's scouting, it was the Horn of War. Since she didn't want to reveal her ability, he wouldn't disclose it either. Su Weicheng, having checked the roster, had some understanding of the students' information but didn't want to reveal it casually. Everyone was suddenly disappointed. Listening to the instructor's earlier words, It seemed her ability was related to bugs. Wang Guan speculated in his heart. Most of the plate of fried chicken nuggets eventually ended up in Wang Guan's mouth, making the instructor nod repeatedly in approval. The camp was located in a dense forest. After resting for the night, the instructor arranged for night watch shifts. Although it was the first night of practical combat in the wild, and everyone had some trouble sleeping, they still passed the night peacefully without being disturbed by bloodthirsty beasts or other mutated wild animals. The next morning, according to the plan, everyone would form small teams to search the area and clear out the bloodthirsty beasts. Wang Guan prepared to team up with Technique.He and Gao Chang. Anya and a few classmates also joined in. Just as they were spontaneously forming their team, Liang Shan suddenly pointed out, "Wang Guan, you joined Qin Zhuang's team." What? The few people familiar with Wang Guan were shocked. The four people standing next to Liang Shan, including Qin Zhuang, looked at him with ill intentions. Su Weiqing hurried over. For team actions, it's best if there is some tacit understanding. Tacit understanding is also cultivated. Liang Shan smiled and said, "I know Wang Guan and Qin Zhuang have a tense relationship, so I'm giving him this opportunity to develop some feelings." Qin Zhuang also added, "That's right. We have some misunderstandings with Wang Guan, and this is a good chance to deepen our relationship." However, Su Weiqing naturally didn't believe their nonsense. "Instructor, I'll join their team," Wang Guan suddenly said, stepping forward with the stick in hand. Liang Shan finally decided to take action. It seemed he was planning to arrange something for Qin Zhuang and the others. Just right. He had waited long enough. Chapter 25. Who are we really preparing to scheme against? Wang Guan agreed to join Qin Zhuang's team, leaving Liang Shan, who had prepared numerous excuses, momentarily stunned. "Brother Guan, why don't you go tell the instructor that I'll join the team too?" Technique.He suggested worryingly as he approached. Liang Shan had been with Qin Zhuang and the others recently, clearly up to no good, and was surely preparing to deal with Wang Guan. Gao Chang, Anya, and a few familiar friends were also very worried. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Wang Guan reassured his friends. "Just take care of yourselves." He took the military pack from Zhang Yong and prepared to set off. "Be careful." Su Weicheng could only remind him in a serious tone, seeing Wang Guan so proactive. "I know, instructor," Wang Guan nodded. He was confident in his ability to protect himself, but still appreciated the instructor's concern. Then he walked up to Qin Zhuang and the others, smiling. "Please take care of me." There were 4 people on Qin Zhuang's side. The same 4 who had approached Wang Guan first on the day of the big brawl, and had been the ones most severely beaten by him. Who told them to stick their necks out first? They had been feeling somewhat smug, but seeing Wang Guan so calm, they suddenly couldn't smile anymore. It seemed like he was the one plotting something. The team quickly set off, leaving the camp. With a grim expression, Su Weicheng continued to assign tasks to the other students. Suddenly, he saw Liang Shan preparing to leave the camp as well. "What are you planning to do?" Su Weicheng frowned and asked. "I'm worried that the students might be in danger, so I'm going to keep an eye on them," Liang Shan replied nonchalantly. "These students in the camp will be left to you." Without giving Su Weicheng a chance to say anything more, he disappeared into the dense forest, which was exactly the direction Wang Guan and Qin Guan were heading. Su Weicheng was very protective of Wang Guan, who was strong in ability. That was why Liang Shan arranged for Wang Guan to leave the camp first. As the instructor, Su Weicheng had to be responsible for the safety of all the students. So he had no choice but to stay at the camp. As for how angry Su Weicheng would be afterward, it didn't matter. During the military training, whatever happened would still be up to him to decide. The team moved through the dense forest. Qin Zhuang had fire-based abilities, being a flame controller. The other 3 had abilities as follows: mutagenic abilities, petrified skin; energy abilities, shockwave; and mutagenic abilities, werewolf. Among them, except for the werewolf ability user, the others had already reached the 2nd level. However, the werewolf ability user could beastify, and although they were only at the 1st level, they could reach 2nd level strength after beastification. Their strength was impressive as they advanced toward the northwest direction. Wang Guan was with them, and the distinction between them was clear. Wang Guan was swinging a stick around randomly, looking somewhat ridiculous. However, Qin Guan and the others were gazing at that stick with fiery eyes. Although they each had weapons that were quite valuable, compared to that stick, they suddenly seemed less appealing. Wang Guan, who was in front, was also paying attention to the 4 of them. "They seem to care a lot about my stick," He found it amusing that their gaze kept lingering on the stick in his hand. Suddenly, he spotted a tree up ahead that was full of red wild fruits, looking very tempting. Just yesterday, the team had encountered this kind of tree on the road. The instructor specifically reminded everyone that this type of tree was common in the area, but the fruits were sour and toxic, so they should never eat them carelessly. However, Wang Guan reached out and picked one, taking a bite. Scan, this is an apple tree, sweet and juicy, fragrant and delicious. It was indeed very tasty, leaving him with juice all over his mouth. The four behind him, seeing this scene, were all stunned. Didn't the instructor say these fruits were inedible? Maybe it's not the same as what the instructor mentioned? Wang Guan had scanning abilities, so he definitely wouldn't mistake it. He's eaten it. What are we afraid of? Let's try it ourselves. So each of them picked one without much thought and took a bite. Then they all spat it out together. Is this something humans can eat? Sorry, maybe I have a heavy taste. Wang Guan turned and glanced at them, smiling as he explained. The four rinsed their mouths with water, looking furious. The team continued to move forward. Wang Guan suddenly saw brown mushrooms growing on the ground ahead. It is well known that mushrooms encountered in the wild should not be eaten carelessly, as they could lead to dire consequences. But when Wang Guan saw them, his eyes lit up. He picked one and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing with a look of enjoyment. Scan, this is a piece of chocolate, rich and delicious. High in energy, he unexpectedly encountered wild chocolate. How could he not try it? The four behind him were stunned once again. Can this mushroom be eaten? It can't be another trick, right? He swallowed it, so it must be fine, right? It seems pretty good. Should we give it a try too? They exchanged glances. And in the end, Wang Guan was enjoying it too much to resist, so they each picked one. One person cautiously took a bite, finding the taste quite acceptable and without any other abnormalities, and only then did the others follow suit. However, just as they were preparing to eat a second one, they suddenly felt their tongues go numb and their faces swell up. The mushrooms are toxic. Ah, maybe you guys are allergic to these mushrooms? Wang Guan said innocently. The four were angrily gesturing. They were so swollen that they couldn't speak clearly. They hurriedly rummaged through their backpacks for antidotes. Each student's military pack contained medication, bandages, and other medical supplies, as well as mosquito repellent and compasses, things that could be useful in the wilderness. Liang Shan, quietly following behind, turned green upon seeing this scene. These useless fools. This is clearly Wang Guan toying with them. The antidote was just ordinary medicine, but the mushroom's toxicity wasn't severe. Qin Zhuang and the others were not in danger of life, but they had all turned into sausage mouths. This is just the beginning? Wang Guan thought to himself, amused. He hoped they wouldn't be the ones to die first from his antics. Since entering this wild forest yesterday, he had been continuously scanning everything he encountered, discovering many interesting things. However, when with the main group and having the instructor nearby, he couldn't just eat anything recklessly. But now, he didn't have to worry about that anymore. They continued on. The sausage mouth quartet looked at Wang Guan with eyes that seemed ready to spit fire. Of course, they didn't dare to follow Wang Guan in eating recklessly anymore. Suddenly, a series of sharp cries echoed from above. The group looked up to see a flash of red leaping among the tall trees. It was a bloodthirsty beast resembling a skinned monkey. It had already set its sights on Wang Guan and the others. It was tumbling between several large trees, waiting for the right moment to attack. Wang Guan waved the stick in his hand, watching it with interest. Bloodthirsty beasts were a type of mutated wild animal, so when encountering them, it was necessary to scan each one. Wang Guan quickly scanned the bloodthirsty beast and received the entry. Scan. This is an ordinary squirrel. It has a hoarding habit. Be careful not to disturb its food. Almost as soon as he completed the scan, the bloodthirsty beast suddenly leaped from the tree trunk and lunged at Wang Guan with a shriek. It probably saw the half-eaten fruit in Wang Guan's hand. The four of Qin Zhuang, seeing the bloodthirsty beast, were the first to attack Wang Guan, their eyes lighting up. What a good opportunity. While Wang Guan is entangled with the bloodthirsty beast, we can ambush him. They all rushed toward Wang Guan, preparing to strike. However, before they could act, they saw Wang Guan swing the stick in his hand and throw it with a whoosh. Bang! It hit the bloodthirsty beast that was pouncing down. The monkey-like bloodthirsty beast was knocked sideways and crashed to the ground, turning into a puddle of mush. Black mist rose up, quickly decaying. Instant kill. The bloodthirsty beast that Wang Guan killed yesterday had the entry of a wild boar, which was already a fierce beast. Produce. He had held back at that time to avoid causing too much commotion, so it took him some time to deal with it. But now, he was only facing a large squirrel, and with full force, it was naturally easy to finish off. Wang Guan rested the stick on his shoulder, turned around, and looked at the four who were poised to act, but had frozen in place. "What were you just about to do?" he asked with amusement. The four sausage mouths hurriedly waved their hands. Wang Guan chuckled as if he believed them, picking up a piece of bone from the pile of mush and wrapping it up to put in his bag. After dealing with the bloodthirsty beast, he collected some of the carcass as proof of the kill, which could be exchanged for rewards. The team set off again. Soon, they came across a group of abandoned buildings. There was a mine nearby, and this place was originally where the miners rested. 13 years ago, when the bloodthirsty demon incident broke out, it was a heavily affected area, and it had been abandoned since. Upon seeing this abandoned building complex, the expressions of Qin Zhuang and the other four turned somewhat hesitant. Last night, Liangshan had mentioned this place to them. He informed them about the intelligence here, saying there was a good opportunity to deal with Wang Guan, and urged them to find a way to lure Wang Guan here. But now, with Wang Guan arriving, they all hesitated. At that moment, they saw Wang Guan walking towards the buildings, waving at them. "What are you guys waiting for? Come over," he called out kindly. The four of them exchanged glances, wondering, who are we really preparing to ambush? Chapter 26. Wow, what luck. I found a great weapon. This mining area had been abandoned for a short time, and the houses were almost intact, though overgrown with weeds and incredibly desolate. Qin Zhuang and the others cautiously followed Wang Guan into the area. They passed through the buildings without finding any signs of bloodthirsty beasts. Wang Guan suddenly looked toward a large tree beside the gathering area. The tree's trunk was twisted and grayish-white, with thick branches hanging down like tentacles. It was a season of lush greenery, yet there were no leaves on this tree. However, it was clearly not dead and was full of vitality. As Wang Guan approached, he noticed that the ground beneath the strange tree was littered with dry bones. This tree, Wang Guan recalled what the instructor had mentioned. Not only the monsters were mutated by the influence of the abyss, but also the plants. A few plants had also mutated, becoming aggressive and would actively attack anyone who came near. This strange tree was probably one of those mutated plants, right? The four of them also saw the strange tree and exchanged worried glances. Their training officer, Liangshan, had specifically mentioned this strange tree, which was called the coiling branch tree, a mutated plant. The branches hanging down like tentacles would attack any living thing that got too close, strangling it and absorbing its nutrients. It had strength comparable to a third-tier ability user, but as long as one didn't approach it, there would be no danger. The miners had built the gathering area next to it to use it for protection. Now, as long as Wang Guan stepped into its range. But unfortunately, Wang Guan was only standing at a distance, observing, and did not step into its attacking range. In fact, Wang Guan was not worried about being attacked, because this is a dead willow tree, with all its leaves fallen and branches withered. With the entry tagged, it was just an ordinary dead willow tree to Wang Guan. Of course, he didn't show this, and kept it as a trump card. If danger arose, he would just dive onto the strange tree. Let them try to chase him. He turned around and smiled at the four. "What are you waiting for?" Qin Zhuang and the others quickly shifted their gaze. Wang Guan continued to explore nearby cheerfully. He walked into the tallest building in the gathering area. The walls of this building had been reinforced, and the door was a heavy iron one. It served as the safe house of the gathering area. Camps built in the wild would design such a safe house for protection against mutant beast attacks. As Wang Guan stepped into the dark house, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound. Looking up, he saw some insect that resembled a hornet. Several of them were flying around chaotically. The four who followed him into the safe house suddenly tensed up. They knew that these insects were called saber-toothed hornets, a type of mutated insect. They were not individually strong, but could be troublesome in swarms. The overall strength of the swarm was not to be underestimated. Moreover, it was difficult to completely eliminate them. A swarm of saber-toothed hornets was primarily made up of queen bees and worker bees. As long as the queen bee existed, worker bees would keep being born. And if the queen bee was killed, any surviving worker bees would evolve into a new queen bee. The saber-toothed hornet swarm in this mining area had been eliminated a few times, but it quickly rebounded. At that moment, Qin Zhuang and the others recalled what Li Yangshan had said to them last night. Find a way to lure Wang Guan near the swarm. When he actively attacks the nest, the saber-toothed hornets will go into a frenzy attacking nearby living things. And you, unleash your abilities. You can resist the disturbance from the saber-toothed hornets for a short time. Wang Guan only has strong physical attributes and no protective abilities. At that time, he will be at your mercy. The good opportunity Li Yangshan mentioned referred to the saber-toothed hornet swarm. The four were cautious, trying not to disturb the buzzing saber-toothed hornets. Soon one of them spotted the target. Over there, in the corner of the ceiling, there was a huge lantern-like hornet nest clinging to the wall. Worker bees were coming in and out. The four Technique.He helped but swallow their saliva as they looked at Wang Guan, who was standing not far away, facing away from them and staring at the saber-toothed hornets. Go, Qin Zhuang whispered. Their swelling symptoms had improved significantly, and they could speak normally. The werewolf ability user's body swelled up, growing patches of thick black fur, and his face turned into a wolf's face. Whoosh! He lunged towards Wang Guan. But instead of attacking him, he snatched the wooden stick from Wang Guan's hand and quickly retreated. At the same time, the wave ability user waved his arm towards the hornet nest on the ceiling. An invisible shock wave spread out. Bang! The hornet nest that was stuck in the corner shook violently and fell down. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The saber-toothed hornets swarmed out of the nest like a cloud of black mist, spreading towards them. Flames ignited on Qin Zhuang's body. The petrification ability user turned his skin into a gray stone-like texture. The werewolf ability user's surface hardened, with thick black fur providing strong defense. The wave ability user could continuously release waves on his surface to fend off the approaching saber-toothed hornets. Their abilities could all resist the attacks of the saber-toothed hornets to some extent. Haha, finally got it. The werewolf ability user let the saber-toothed hornets buzz around him. Holding the wooden stick, dancing with joy, he casually tossed aside his original weapon, a level alloy long sword. The black mist of the hornet swarm coiled around them. Qin Zhuang and the others, confident with their protective abilities, looked at Wang Guan with pride and anticipation. The saber-toothed hornet swarm was enraged, and Wang Guan had already lost his wooden stick. Let us see what he could do now. However, they soon found that Wang Guan was looking at them with a strange expression, facing the dense swarm of saber-toothed hornets. He remained calm and pulled something out of his bag. It was mosquito-repellent incense. In the wild, mosquitoes thrived, some even containing mild toxins. Hence, every military training student's pack was prepared with special mosquito-repellent incense. Wang Guan quickly lit the mosquito-repellent incense. Was he going to use it to drive away the charging saber-toothed hornets? Those were saber-toothed hornets. Qin Zhuang and the others understood Wang Guan's intention and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, what is he thinking? Mosquito-repellent incense? Is he really this funny? Wang Guan, if you kneel and admit your mistake now, and obediently withdraw from military training, we can let you go. They joked as they surrounded Wang Guan, preparing to block his escape from the room. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore, because they saw the dark swarm of hornets flying around the dim room, avoiding Wang Guan entirely. Around Wang Guan, a vacuum zone formed. The smoke from mosquito-repellent incense wafted gently, actually driving away the saber-toothed hornets. The swarm of saber-toothed hornets preferred to attack them rather than approach Wang Guan at all. The four of them. Wang Guan held the mosquito-repellent incense, laughing so hard his shoulders shook. Scan. This is a spotted mosquito, commonly found in damp and dark areas, living by sucking blood. The moment Wang Guan saw the saber-toothed hornets, he tagged them with the entry. Investigating a single one can affect the entire bee colony. So he was fearless, quietly cooperating with Qin Zhuang and the others in their act. In fact, even without the mosquito-repellent incense, just the mosquitoes alone posed no threat to him. But since there was mosquito-repellent incense, he might as well use it. To be honest, the effectiveness of the special mosquito-repellent incense is really good. Qin Zhuang and the others were stunned for a moment, looking at Wang Guan's smiling face amid the swirling smoke, and suddenly felt a wave of panic. Instinctively, they wanted to rush out of the house. But at that moment, a figure flashed by outside the door. The heavy iron door slammed shut. The already dim room became even darker, with only a few rays of sunlight coming through the small skylight above. Military training officer? Qin Zhuang recognized the figure, and his face, illuminated by flames, became anxious. You! Hurry up and open the door. The saber-toothed bees can't harm Wang Guan. His armored fist slammed against the iron door. Sparks flew from the door, but it remained unmoved. This house was built to defend against mutated beasts and was extremely sturdy. Even with their powerful abilities, they found it difficult to break through easily. Let me try. The werewolf ability user shouted, raising the wooden stick in his hand. This was a top-notch creation, incredibly powerful. Maybe it could break the iron door in one hit. He shouted and swung the wooden stick at the iron door. Then, crack, the wooden stick broke with a sound. The four of them were stunned. Why did it break? It seemed completely ordinary, just a regular wooden stick. The werewolf ability user thought of something and hurriedly searched for his alloy long sword that he had carelessly thrown on the ground earlier. However, when he turned around, he saw Wang Guan walking over and bending down to pick it up. He waved it in his hand, and Wang Guan nodded in satisfaction. Oh, what good luck! I found a good weapon. Chapter 27. Surprised or not? Wang Guan held the alloy long sword, familiarizing himself with its feel. He didn't check the sword because, according to normal laws, inspecting it would likely yield the result that it was just an ordinary fruit knife or a similar tool. But as long as he didn't apply any attributes to it, it was an alloy long sword. In terms of quality, it couldn't compare to the previous grade of the diamond staff. But Wang Guan's biggest trump card was his swordsmanship skill. With this sword, its power could be maximized. Holding the sword, he merely smiled at Qin Zhuang and the others without initiating an attack. He needed to conserve his strength. Li Yangshan was surely still nearby. Qin Zhuang and the other three were already panicking, their expressions terrified, continuously hitting the iron door in an attempt to break through. The saber-toothed bees buzzed loudly, launching continuous attacks against them. These mutated insects were highly aggressive. Even if they were burned, smashed, or shocked upon getting close to their target, they still flew into the flames, relentless. Of course, they were indeed afraid of the mosquito-repellent incense in Wang Guan's hand. Although Qin Zhuang and the others had the ability to fend off the saber-toothed bees, continuously using their powers would consume their stamina. Even those high-level ability users couldn't maintain their abilities for long periods, especially since their powers consumed a great deal of stamina. Mosquito-repellent incense. In a moment of desperation, one of the petrifying ability users suddenly thought of something and hurriedly rummaged through his backpack for the mosquito-repellent incense, lighting it on Qin Zhuang. He raised it hopefully, but then the swarm didn't retreat. Instead, they attacked even more fiercely, possibly because the scent of the mosquito-repellent incense excited them. Is a mosquito-repellent incense in Wang Guan's hand different? Never mind, just open the door first. Hurry up, we can't hold on much longer. Military training officer. Brother Li. Yu. They were completely panicked and started cursing loudly. The weaker, stamina-consuming shockwave ability user had already been stung by the saber-toothed bees, crying out in pain. The saber-toothed bees got their name because their mouthparts are extremely sharp, like swords. A single sting could tear away flesh. Wang Guan quietly watched them, just like how he ignored those classmates during the college entrance examination. Since they were influenced by Li Yangshan and wanted to deal with him, then all consequences were self-inflicted. His gaze was suddenly drawn to the saber-toothed bee nest that had fallen to the ground. The nest was not sturdy. It had been shattered after being attacked and hitting the ground. Many young bees were crawling around, but among them, one saber-toothed bee stood out. While the other saber-toothed bees were gray, this one was black and yellow, larger in size, and looked more beautiful. It had already been injured, with one wing bent, unable to fly. Is this the queen bee? Wang Guan's heart stirred, and he walked over. Mutated insects are also a type of mutated beast, and the queen bee is the most important in a colony. If he could catch this one, it might be useful in the future. With this thought, Wang Guan hurriedly took out a bottle from his backpack containing milk tea. Since he was participating in field combat, he naturally brought the milk tea potions with him. There were 4 types: energy, healing, sleep, and detoxification. He took out a bottle of chrysanthemum milk tea and opened the cap to drink it. This milk tea was a beginner detoxification potion for Wang Guan. Then, using the empty bottle, he pushed the queen bee, which he considered a speckled mosquito king, into the bottle and capped it. He stuffed the bottle back into his backpack. At this moment, Qin Zhuang and the others had already broken their defenses, both physically and psychologically. Even the petrified skin and werewolf transformation were pierced by the saber-toothed bees, causing them to cry out in pain. They were covered in blood, weakly collapsing to the ground. The shockwave ability user, who had weaker defenses, was even worse off, his body a bloody mess, lying on the ground without any sound. Qin Zhuang was slightly better off. After all, flames wrapped around him, and as long as the flames didn't go out, the saber-toothed bees had a hard time touching him. However, continuously maintaining the flame state while repeatedly hitting the iron door had already drained his stamina. Damn it. Li Yangshan, wait for me to get out. He cursed hoarsely. Now he understood that Li Yangshan had never taken them seriously from the beginning. He merely wanted to use them to deal with Wang Guan. Shouldn't he? Boom. The thick iron door, after being repeatedly hit by Qin Zhuang, had already bulged outward, and after another punch, it finally burst open completely. He successfully smashed the iron door open. Qin Zhuang's face lit up with joy, and he rushed out. The flames on his body had nearly extinguished. Eva escaped. He thought with relief as he felt the bright sunlight outside. But suddenly, a pair of strong hands reached out and grabbed his throat. Li Yangshan blocked his way, gripping his throat with a dark, terrifying expression. Military training officer. Qin Zhuang struggled to speak, trying to break free. Are you having fun cursing me? Li Yangshan said coldly. With a forceful twist, crack, he broke Qin Zhuang's throat and threw him aside. From the moment he had instructed these useless people to target Wang Guan, the outcome had already been determined. In the house, saber-toothed bees flew out one by one. Some pounced on Li Yangshan, but with a wave of his hand. A series of popping sounds echoed as he swept them away. As a level 4 ability user, he had enough strength to deal with these mutated flying insects. Wang Guan's figure slowly walked out of the house, one hand holding the mosquito-repellent incense and the other holding the alloy sword. Seeing Qin Zhuang collapsed in front of Li Yangshan, he was somewhat surprised. He worked for you, and you just killed him like that? Li Yangshan, seeing Wang Guan unharmed, showed a hint of surprise, his gaze sweeping over the mosquito-repellent incense in Wang Guan's hand. The mosquito-repellent incense can drive away saber-toothed bees? How is that possible? He must be hiding some kind of secret. A glint of greed and malice flashed in Li Yangshan's eyes as he coldly said, "Once you die, what happened here will be dictated by me." Suddenly, he showed a righteous expression. Wang Guan, Qin Zhuang, they're all your companions. Even if you're not on good terms with them, you can't harm them, right? Wang Guan was lamenting his bad luck when he heard this and couldn't help but pause for a moment. Damn, how meticulous. Do you have to find a legitimate reason before you act? Qin Zhuang's body is still lying at your feet. Since the conversation had reached this point, the carriage was prepared, and Wang Guan didn't bother to waste words. He raised his right hand with the sword and began to swing it. Li Yangshan was on high alert, but seeing Wang Guan just standing in the distance, swinging his sword, he couldn't help but feel confused. It seemed like he was just randomly swinging his sword. What was he trying to do? Even with ample combat experience, he was fully cautious of Wang Guan. For a moment, Li Yangshan was a bit dazed, but the next moment, he heard the sound of wind. Whoosh! Li Yangshan's expression suddenly changed, and he instinctively moved his body, but it was already too late. Swish! The elusive wind blade instantly struck him. The big windmill, a skill he learned from Kid Brother, not only had a ridiculous name, but also a ridiculous way of execution. And this absurdity was precisely its disguise. Rip! Li Yangshan's clothing burst open, and blood splattered. His body rolled out, barely managing to stay upright. A terrifying wound appeared on his face, and his upper clothing was torn, revealing a light, gray, tight-fitting garment underneath. This garment blocked most of the damage. A protective suit? A hint of regret flashed in Wang Guan's eyes. The protective suit was a defensive equipment made using special methods that could withstand certain attacks, and was expensive. It was something worn on the body, making it impossible to investigate temporarily and attach a label. In fact, Wang Guan had considered that he was wearing protective gear, so he aimed for his neck in the previous attack. But he reacted quickly and dodged the vital point. You actually mastered such a sword skill? At this moment, Li Yangshan's face was filled with anger. He didn't expect Wang Guan to master sword skills. He had never shown this before. If it weren't for the protective gear on him, he would have probably died on the spot. He shouted angrily and charged towards Wang Guan. Wang Guan hurriedly waved his sword randomly. Li Yangshan's body trembled, and he quickly crossed his arms to guard, sensing the movements around him. Wang Guan took off running. This was just a feint. Damn it! Li Yangshan immediately sprang into pursuit. The speed of a fourth-tier ability user was about to catch up with Wang Guan in an instant. But suddenly, he saw Wang Guan rushing toward the edge of the miners' gathering area, to that mutated monster tree. What a fool, asking for his own death. Li Yangshan recognized this monster tree and felt a surge of joy in his heart. But then he saw Wang Guan rush under that twisted tree. The tree's tentacle-like branches remained still, showing no intention of attacking Wang Guan. Huh? Did this tree already die? Li Yangshan made his judgment. If it were in the past, he might have been more cautious. But now, in a state of urgency, he had no time to think. He charged into the area enveloped by the monster tree. Then the once seemingly dead branches of the tree suddenly came to life. Swish, 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 the tree's branches wrapped around Li Yangshan's body, tightening and constricting. But it completely ignored Wang Guan's presence. Because Wang Guan had previously attached a label to it, to him, it was just a dead willow tree. However, seeing the monster tree's branches entangle Li Yangshan, Wang Guan did not relax at all. He immediately swung the alloy sword in his hand, using the big windmill skill, unleashing invisible wind blades towards the struggling Li Yangshan. Accompanied by Li Yangshan's muffled groan, a bit of blood splattered out. The blood was quickly absorbed by the branches of the twisted tree. Having tasted blood, it became even more frenzied. But just then, bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted from the tangled branches in midair. Huh? Wang Guan raised an eyebrow and quickly retreated. Boom! The mass of branches exploded completely, and shattered branches flew everywhere. Li Yangshan fell to the ground, a faint wisp of smoke rising from his body, looking extremely disheveled. Blood was dripping from one of his legs, cut by Wang Guan's wind blades. His face grew even angrier, and under the backdrop of that terrifying wound, he looked exceptionally ferocious. The explosion, is that his ability? Wang Guan, standing about 7 or 8 meters away, assessed in his heart. Li Yangshan had not displayed his ability since arriving at Peacetown. Instructor Su Weiqing only knew he was a fourth-tier ability user, but was unaware of what his ability actually was. Just now, he had used his ability to blow apart the branches of the monster tree that were binding him. The monster tree was severely injured, and the remaining branches curled up into a ball. The trunk swayed as if wailing. This monster tree could be labeled, proving its comprehensive strength to be less than fourth tier. Naturally, it couldn't take down Li Yangshan, who was a fourth-tier ability user. All of this was within Wang Guan's expectations. Clap, clap. He stood at a distance, clapping his hands, with a look of affirmation on his face. Good job. Here's your reward. Li Yangshan shouted angrily and lunged at Wang Guan. Wang Guan turned and ran, continuously waving his sword. Whoosh, whoosh, the surroundings stirred with a gentle breeze, transforming into terrifying wind blades, slashing towards the relentlessly pursuing Li Yangshan. Li Yangshan's figure flickered as he desperately dodged. This greatly hindered his speed, coupled with the injury on his leg, even with his fourth-tier strength. He was already struggling to catch up with Wang Guan, who was only at the peak of second tier. Wang Guan, I will never let you go. You're dead today. Don't even think about escaping from my hands. Unable to catch up with Wang Guan, he could only shout loudly to vent his anger. Truly, as a fourth-tier ability user, his vitality was vigorous. While running, Wang Guan evaluated in his heart. Li Yangshan was 2 tiers above him, and even injured, he was still tricky. But he was completely unflustered. This was the wilderness forest. His exploration ability could be maximally utilized here. There were plenty of ways to play someone to death. After running for an unknown amount of time, Wang Guan suddenly found that ahead was a concave basin terrain. A faint green mist was swirling within it. The mist moved as if it were a flowing liquid. Miasma? Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Instructor Su Weiqing had mentioned that some special terrains in the forest would form miasma, which was toxic. Even the instructor could not stay in it for long. For students of level 1 or 2, if they encountered it, they should not rashly enter. Wang Guan recalled the instructor's teachings but did not hesitate and plunged straight into the miasma. The exploration ability could not affect a large area of terrain. Perhaps in the future, when his level increased, he could do so, but not now. However, rushing into this miasma forest was not for self-destruction. He suddenly remembered that he had previously taken an antidote. The antidote, even if it was only basic, was much more effective than the antidote that every student was equipped with. Moreover, after taking it, he would gain a period of resistance to toxins. He had taken a bottle of antidote to catch that mother bee, and he didn't expect it to come in handy now. Liangshan, who was closely pursuing him, arrived in front of this miasma and quickly stopped. There was hesitation in his eyes. Wang Guan actually rushed into this miasma. Does he not know how terrifying miasma is? Or does he have something like an antidote that can resist the miasma's invasion for a short time? And even a basic antidote costs tens of thousands. He hadn't even managed to prepare such a thing. Just as he hesitated, Wang Guan, who had entered the miasma, suddenly turned back and waved at him from a distance. "You come here." Liangshan gritted his teeth fiercely. Wang Guan should now be a second-tier ability user, while he is at the fourth tier. Even if he took the antidote, he might not be able to endure in the miasma longer than himself. If at first he targeted Wang Guan because of the mission, now he truly hated Wang Guan to the bone. This kid is just too irritating. He pulled out a regular antidote from his military training supplies and stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing it, he rushed into the miasma. Wang Guan led Liangshan into the miasma forest, running wildly. While running, he constantly waved his alloy sword randomly. In the swirling miasma, gusts of wind blades emerged from all directions, slashing towards the pursuing Liangshan. Whether they hit or not didn't matter. What was important was to disturb Liangshan. Sigh, just playing around. Anyway, he still had plenty of energy potions in his backpack, so he wasn't afraid of physical exhaustion. "I must kill you," Liangshan roared angrily, relentlessly chasing him, filled with impotent rage. In the miasma forest, they chased each other back and forth. Suddenly, Wang Guan's pace halted, and in the miasma ahead, a blurry figure appeared, crawling quickly towards him, vaguely red. A bloodthirsty beast. Is there still a bloodthirsty beast active in this place? Wang Guan thought, and upon seeing the appearance of the bloodthirsty beast, he was slightly stunned. Because unlike the bloodthirsty beast he had seen before, this one was humanoid. It looked like a human being skinned. It was a human mutated after being attacked by a bloodthirsty demon. The instructor had mentioned that humanoid bloodthirsty beasts are usually more terrifying than beast-type ones, each possessing third-tier strength. They are more cunning and more brutal. It was rushing towards Wang Guan. The panic on Wang Guan's face flashed by. Detection. This is a poor beggar, lonely and hungry. Huh. So it turns out that humanoid bloodthirsty beasts show human information during detection. It even got tagged as a beggar. Wang Guan couldn't help but laugh. Liangshan, who was closely following, also noticed the humanoid bloodthirsty beast pouncing towards Wang Guan. His eyes lit up. "Now let's see where you can run." He also stopped, preparing to wait for the bloodthirsty beast to attack Wang Guan and reap the benefits. However, just as the bloodthirsty beast was about to pounce on Wang Guan, he quickly took off his backpack, grabbed something, and threw it out. The distance was already very close, and Liangshan saw clearly. It was a flatbread. Each student's military backpack had prepared rations. Liangshan was dumbfounded. What kind of strategy was this? But what left him even more dumbfounded was that the bloodthirsty beast, which fed on blood, grabbed the flatbread and stuffed it into its tooth-filled mouth, chewing it. It looked as if it hadn't eaten for several days and was finally satisfied. Then, it bypassed Wang Guan and pounced towards Liangshan. Liangshan instantly woke up and quickly retreated. At the same time, he hurriedly pulled out a piece of bread from his body and threw it towards the bloodthirsty beast. As a military training officer, the food he carried was naturally better than that of ordinary students. So, humanoid bloodthirsty beasts could actually be distracted with food, he thought with some confusion. But when the bread landed on the bloodthirsty beast, it merely glanced at it and ignored it. Its fierce gaze became even more intense. The humanoid bloodthirsty beast had simple thinking abilities. It might have felt insulted. Roar! It let out a furious roar and pounced on the prey in front of it. Liangshan couldn't escape in time, and had to engage it in a struggle. He was unarmed, and apart from his protective gear, he had no other equipment or weapons. As he threw punches, a series of crackling sounds erupted. The bloodthirsty beast, driven by instinct, clawed and bit, fearless of death. It was truly a brutal battle. His ability to create explosions didn't seem very strong, nor did he have any other skills. The earlier explosion that broke the branches of the mutated tree should have just been due to his restraint against that mutated tree. But even while severely injured, being able to fight against a third-tier, bloodthirsty beast like this was still quite impressive. Wang Guan stood to the side, commenting, "Overall, it was a great fight." He pulled out 2 small bottles of milk tea from his backpack, twisted the caps open, and drank them. One bottle was an energy potion to replenish stamina. The other was an antidote to maintain poison resistance. The effects of the potions turned into a warm current, spreading through his body, sweeping away the fatigue and discomfort from being in a miasma for a long time. At this point, after a bloody battle, Liangshan finally managed to kill the beggar bloodthirsty beast. However, he was also severely injured, his protective gear torn, his body covered in blood and flesh, gasping for breath. He clearly no longer had the ability to fight. Confusion filled his heart. He was clearly a 4th-tier ability user, and he was only dealing with a mere 2nd-tier trash ability user. How'd he end up in such a situation? Looking up, he saw Wang Guan standing in front of him, his expression cold. "You can't kill me. I'm a military training officer. I'm from Longjing University. They didn't want to accept you and didn't want to be affected by public opinion. That's why they made things difficult for you. If you kill me, it will definitely bring trouble." The sudden surge of fear made Liangshan hurriedly shout, "He." Wang Guan couldn't help but laugh. "Once you're dead, what happens here will be decided by me," he said with a hint of mockery, echoing the words Liangshan had said to him earlier. Now, he returned the original words. Then, without hesitation, he swung his sword down. Chapter 29. I was ready to fight to the death, but I didn't expect you to be even more afraid than I was. Liangshan fell in a pool of blood, just like that. Wang Guan's expression was calm. This was actually his first time truly killing someone, but he didn't hesitate when he acted, and now he felt little discomfort. After all, Liangshan had troubled him a lot these past few days and even harbored murderous intent towards him. Now that he was dead, he could only blame himself for choosing the wrong path. By the way, my body attributes. Wang Guan thought of this and quickly brought up his attribute panel. Ability, detection, level, 2nd-tier skills. Windmill, novice physique, 198.05, speed, 186.04, spirit, 191.04. The 3-dimensional attributes had all made significant progress. Wang Guan's eyes lit up with surprise. Being chased by Liangshan seemed easy, but in reality, it was quite perilous. After all, Liangshan was an ability user 2 tiers above him. After this experience, and using the energy potion, his improvement was indeed substantial. Once the average of his 3-dimensional attributes reached 20, he could advance to the 3rd tier. He was only 1 step away. In fact, Wang Guan originally planned to level up to the 3rd tier in the wild before dealing with Liangshan, because once he entered the 3rd tier, his abilities would likely be able to influence the 4th tier Liangshan. He didn't expect Liangshan to act against him so impatiently. Fortunately, my abilities are strong enough. Wang Guan shook his head and smiled, looking at Liangshan's corpse. He simply rummaged through it, but found nothing useful for himself. The most valuable item, the protective gear, was also torn apart. Just as Wang Guan was considering how to deal with the corpse, he suddenly heard a series of crawling sounds, accompanied by hissing and low growls. It was bloodthirsty beasts, and there were quite a few of them. The smell of blood from Liangshan attracted them. A thought flashed through his mind, and Wang Guan quickly moved away from the corpse, simultaneously cleaning the bloodstains from his alloy sword. He hid behind a large tree. Soon, in the hazy vision filled with miasma, Wang Guan faintly saw several humanoid bloodthirsty beasts rushing towards Liangshan's corpse. They were all humanoid, crawling on the ground, surrounding the corpse. In this miasma forest, there were actually so many humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. Wang Guan held his breath, concentrating, trying hard not to make any noise. Being very careful, continuously casting detection on these bloodthirsty beasts. Detection. This is a professional dancer. Detection. This is an ordinary old man. Detection. This is a flirtatious housewife. Detection. This is an ordinary elementary school student. The miasma here seems to affect the vision of the bloodthirsty beasts, preventing them from discovering Wang Guan immediately. Wang Guan, hiding nearby, successfully marked each of them one by one. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, and his eyes gradually became excited. Fortunately, the detection results for these bloodthirsty beasts showed they were all ordinary people. Ordinary people are much easier to deal with than beasts. By this calculation, they are much weaker than the beast-like bloodthirsty beasts. I can take on 10 of them. But suddenly, Wang Guan noticed something was off. They didn't immediately lick the blood from the corpse. The bloodthirsty beasts only surrounded Li Yangshan's corpse without tearing it apart, as if they were waiting for something. Just as this thought crossed Wang Guan's mind, a bloodthirsty beast, significantly larger than the others, crawled over from the misty miasma in the distance. This bloodthirsty beast was also humanoid. However, its limbs were exceptionally sturdy, its head elongated, and its mouth enormous. A long tongue flicked out, and transparent slime continuously dripped from the corners of its mouth. Its body was dark red, with visible muscle fibers, and it dragged a tail behind it. Although it was humanoid, it did not seem to be transformed from a human. Most importantly, when Wang Guan activated detection, the result was a string of question marks. Its level was at least tier 4. This couldn't be an ordinary bloodthirsty beast. Could it be a bloodthirsty demon? Wang Guan's mind was flooded with speculation. Bloodthirsty demons are alien monsters that crawl out from the abyssal rift. Humans and beasts that have been contaminated and mutated by bloodthirsty demons are called bloodthirsty beasts. Generally, bloodthirsty beasts possess the strength comparable to Tier 2 or Tier 3 ability users. The one before him had an unusual form and was at least Tier 4, which could only mean it was a bloodthirsty demon. Confirming that this was a bloodthirsty demon, Wang Guan further noticed multiple depressions on its body and some gruesome scars, as if it had suffered serious injuries in the past. Could it be the one from over a decade ago? Wasn't it said to have been suppressed to death? It actually didn't die? Wang Guan was shocked. This thing in my current state is definitely not my match. He immediately moved cautiously, slowly retreating, preparing to leave. Just then, the bloodthirsty demon, already close to Li Yangshan's body, suddenly became alert and turned sharply towards Wang Guan. Raising its elongated head, it opened its massive mouth and let out a piercing roar. Hiss! It sensed him and discovered Wang Guan. The humanoid bloodthirsty beasts surrounding it received the command and immediately turned towards Wang Guan. One by one, they crawled rapidly on the ground and lunged at him. Damn! Wang Guan was startled and instantly entered a combat state. Whoosh! He jumped out from behind the tree and slashed the first bloodthirsty beast that lunged at him away with his sword. He kicked out, stomping on another that leaped towards him, crushing its head with a loud crack. Another bloodthirsty beast came at him, and Wang Guan swung his long sword, bringing it down under him. As he wielded his sword, the strange, invisible wind blades continuously slashed down on different bloodthirsty beasts. The process of battle was like cutting vegetables, flowing smoothly. After all, with the tags applied, this battle posed no difficulty for him. However, Wang Guan did not let his guard down or underestimate them, because he knew that once the bloodthirsty demon launched an attack, he might not make it out alive. He couldn't get entangled with them for long. He had to find a chance to escape quickly. He rapidly thought in his mind, searching for an opportunity. However, the bloodthirsty beasts, originally arrogant and crawling over, froze upon seeing Wang Guan, who was dealing with them like a child. They suddenly began to tremble. Then they turned and bit into Li Yangshan's corpse, fleeing in haste. Unable to fight back, they ran away. Wang Guan, who was already in a state of fear, was momentarily stunned to see them escape like that. I was just about to find a chance to run, and they ran away first? This is because the bloodthirsty demon possesses enough cognitive ability, unlike those bloodthirsty beasts. Seeing me easily deal with the bloodthirsty beasts, it thought I was powerful and was scared off. Realizing this, Wang Guan's expression became strange. I was all set to fight to the death, but it turns out you're more afraid than I am. He slashed down the last bloodthirsty beast, which fell to the ground. The dead bloodthirsty beast quickly emitted black mist and began to rot. In the end, only decayed bones remained. Wang Guan remained vigilant of his surroundings, and the bloodthirsty demon was already nowhere to be seen. It had just run away, taking Li Yangshan's corpse with it. Not daring to linger here any longer, Wang Guan followed his path back and hurried out of the miasma forest. He did not attempt to collect the bloodthirsty beast's corpses, because even if he did, it would be hard for anyone to believe that he single-handedly dealt with these humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts. Running through the miasma forest, he did not encounter any further incidents. Wang Guan successfully appeared outside the forest. Phew, I didn't expect the bloodthirsty demon to still be alive. Luckily, I managed to scare it off. Leaving the miasma-filled environment, he was still shaken and quickly took another bottle of chrysanthemum milk tea antidote. It was already afternoon. He took out his compass, determined his direction, and first headed towards the miners' gathering area. Wang Guan, just after he had walked for a short while, he suddenly heard Su Weiqing shout. Looking up, he saw the robust figure of the instructor rushing out from the dense forest ahead. Instructor? Wang Guan was surprised. Why are you here? I saw you hadn't returned for a long time, so I came to look for you. Su Weiqing's rugged face was covered in sweat, and he did not hide his joy. He looked Wang Guan up and down, and seeing that Wang Guan was only a bit disheveled and uninjured, he nodded in relief. It's good that you're fine. Yes, I'm doing well. Wang Guan felt a bit touched. The instructor had left the camp to find a student, which came with significant responsibility and pressure. What about Qin Zhuang and the others? And Lian Shan? He was right behind you. Su Weiqing looked around, puzzled. Ah! Wang Guan's expression slightly stiffened, although the instructor was very protective of him. This was ultimately related to the deaths of the military training officer and 4 classmates. His mind raced, and he began to explain. They unfortunately sacrificed themselves. We accidentally encountered a group of humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts. They were very ferocious. By the way, instructor, we also saw a bloodthirsty demon. It should be the one that attacked Ping'an Town 13 years ago. It hasn't died. Wang Guan was preparing to pin the blame on the bloodthirsty demon. Qin Zhuang and the others died due to the saber-toothed wasps and Li Yangshan, who was killed by the bloodthirsty demon. It had nothing to do with him, Wang Guan. Just as he was crafting his story, Su Weiqing's body suddenly trembled. You encountered a bloodthirsty demon? That beast really isn't dead. His voice trembled slightly, and his eyes turned red in an instant. His expression grew more excited, with an undertone of deep-seated hatred. He looked at Wang Guan, no longer caring about Li Yangshan and the others, and nearly gritted his teeth as he said, "Where is it?" Chapter 30, just as I was about to act cool. It was stolen from me. Wang Guan was momentarily taken aback, understanding the reason for Su Weiqing's reaction. Meng Meng was bitten by the bloodthirsty demon, which is why she ended up like this. Moreover, more than half of the people in Ping'an Town perished under the bloodthirsty demon's attack. It can be said that this bloodthirsty demon had deep enmity with the instructor. From Su Weiqing's words, it seemed he had long suspected that the bloodthirsty demon was still alive. After a brief contemplation, Wang Guan pointed towards the direction of the miasma forest. It's in that miasma forest, instructor. Should I take you to find it? No, you stay here. Su Weiqing replied. Without allowing Wang Guan to say anything, his figure flashed and, filled with rage, rushed towards the direction of the miasma forest. The instructor had already vanished in a thin air at Wang Guan's call. The instructor's strength was definitely much stronger than the Yangshan's. If the person chasing me were him, I would definitely not be able to handle it so easily. Seeing the speed displayed by the instructor, Wang Guan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The instructor's strength was beyond doubt, as he had crushed a bloodthirsty beast into bits with a single punch, which was absolutely formidable. Of course, facing humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts, Wang Guan had dispatched a group as easily as cutting vegetables, which might have seemed even more impressive. But after all, he had relied on his scouting abilities. If he were to face a bloodthirsty demon, it would be a different story. That bloodthirsty demon was injured and scared. I wonder if the instructor can handle it? Wang Guan felt a twinge of concern in his heart. He anxiously waited in place until night began to fall, when he finally saw Su Weiqing returning. A hint of frustration on his face. Instructor, you didn't find it? Wang Guan initially felt joy, then quickly asked. Su Weiqing shook his head, angry it escaped. That cunning thing has already left the miasma forest. He then took out a bottle from his hand, which contained a thick, sticky liquid. but I found this, which is enough to prove that it is indeed still alive. The liquid in the bottle flowed from the mouth of the bloodthirsty demon. Su Weiqing looked at the liquid in the bottle, his eyes burning with hatred. Instructor, are you all right? Wang Guan asked with concern. 13 years ago, I couldn't protect the town. I've been training hard all these years to be able to personally deal with it. Su Weiqing gritted his teeth and said, I must personally take it down. Then he relaxed slightly, looked up at the sky, and said, Wang Guan, let us head back to the camp. The two rushed towards the camp. Instructor, Qin Zhuang and the others' bodies are still at the miners' gathering place, Wang Guan recalled and spoke up. After all, they were classmates from military training. Collecting the bodies was something that had to be done. Moreover, they still had equipped weapons on them, which could be sold for a good amount of money, even if he couldn't use them himself. Wang Guan was always frugal and couldn't stand seeing good things being wasted. When I came here, I went to the miners' gathering place. However, Su Weiqing shook his head and said, there are signs of a battle there, but I didn't see their bodies. Nobilius? Wang Guan was taken aback. Are some of them still alive? No. Back then, Qin Zhuang was killed by Liang Shan with a broken neck. Wang Guan had confirmed before facing Liang Shan that the others had been killed by the saber-toothed bees. They must have been taken away by the bloodthirsty beasts attracted by the smell of blood. Su Weiqing explained, as he knew this wilderness forest better. Taken away the bodies. Wang Guan suddenly thought of how the bloodthirsty demon was frightened by him earlier, but still remembered to take Liang Shan's body away. All bloodthirsty beasts are puppets of the bloodthirsty demon. Qin Zhuang and the others' bodies must have been taken away as well. They want to be turned into bloodthirsty beasts. Will they? Wang Guan asked in surprise. They shouldn't. Su Weiqing thought for a moment and denied. The bloodthirsty demon cannot transform corpses. Taking the bodies away is likely just to consume their flesh. He didn't dwell on this issue any longer and curiously asked, Wang Guan, what exactly happened between you and them? At that time, Wang Guan had already thought of a reasonable explanation. The four of Qin Zhuang, under Liang Shan's guidance, attempted to harm Wang Guan. They destroyed the saber-toothed bee nest, attracting the swarm to attack, resulting in a self-inflicted predicament. Liang Shan then locked the iron door of the safe house. When Qin Zhuang finally broke open the iron door, he was killed by Liang Shan, who tried to frame Wang Guan, who had managed to escape. Then Liang Shan began to hunt Wang Guan. They fled into the miasma forest, but unexpectedly encountered several humanoid bloodthirsty beasts, along with the bloodthirsty demon. Liang Shan was entangled by the bloodthirsty demon and died from exhaustion. Wang Guan was fortunate to escape and met the instructor. This explanation was quite vague and completely omitted the scouting ability. There were still some loopholes if examined closely. However, the instructor merely nodded after listening. All right, I'll report this later. Huh, just like that, you believe it? Su Weiqing smiled at Wang Guan. Everyone has their own secrets. I've seen what Liang Shan was planning to do. His death was just retribution, not your fault. It's a pity for those students, Qin Zhuang and the others. Wang Guan felt touched. As an instructor, Su Weiqing truly cared for his students. Moreover, due to his previous performance and attitude towards Su Mengming, the instructor was more protective of him. But my report may not be believed by the higher-ups, Su Weiqing added with concern. Liang Shan was obviously acting under orders. Now that he is dead, the people behind him may not let it go. I understand. I will be careful, Wang Guan said with a resolute expression. The Longjing University even specifically sent people to stop him, even going so far as to kill. He really didn't want to attend that university anymore. But there was one premise. Whether or not to go to university, that was my decision, not yours. The two quickly made their way through the wilderness forest. The sky had completely darkened. Su Weiqing took out a flashlight to lead the way. Suddenly, a point of light flickered in the distant night sky, bursting into thousands of sparks. It was from the camp. They had sent a distress signal. Su Weiqing's expression changed. He should have stayed at the camp to take care of those students, but seeing that Wang Guan hadn't returned for a long time, he was worried. It was only after being persuaded by Tong Yihong and Gao Chong that he took the risk to leave. Now that a signal was sent, it indicated that an incident had occurred at the camp. Let us speed up. Su Weiqing gritted his teeth and accelerated. Wang Guan followed closely behind, equally worried. That bloodthirsty demon leaving the miasma forest wouldn't be coming over to raid, would it? Damn! The camp built in the dense forest from an abandoned factory was in the midst of a fierce battle. Just moments ago, bloodthirsty beasts had suddenly emerged from all directions. These bloodthirsty beasts were all beast-like. They crazily launched an attack here. The defensive fortifications around the camp were quickly breached. Where did so many bloodthirsty beasts come from? Instructor, where did the military training officers go? Everyone, don't panic, gather together. With so many bloodthirsty beasts, we're doomed. The students had already fallen into a state of panic. They had experienced the brutal college entrance examination, and many had personally dealt with bloodthirsty beasts. But with so many bloodthirsty beasts appearing at once, it still instinctively terrified many. A white-haired Technique.He, along with Gao Chong, Zhang Yong, and Ye, and others, gathered together. They were a small team acting together. Boom! Boom! Technique.He waved his hands, unleashing waves of invisible energy, releasing shockwaves. The shockwaves and tremors were both energy-based abilities. However, shockwaves, regardless of level and lethality, were actually much weaker than tremors. But the shockwaves released by Technique.He were very powerful, capable of directly knocking a bloodthirsty beast several meters away. At this moment, 7 or 8 more bloodthirsty beasts charged out from the nearby forest, all rushing towards their small team. The team members were startled. Technique.He suddenly stepped forward. The white-haired boy had no fear on his face, his gaze sharp. It seemed it was time to show his true strength. He spread his arms, and invisible energy waves began to gather in front of him. But just as he was about to bring his arms together, whoosh, a figure dashed out diagonally. Holding a metal-long sword, flashes of sword light flickered, accompanied by howling wind. The figure charged into the beast's swarm, moving swiftly, continuously striking at them. Guan Yi. The team members were all delighted. Just as Technique.He was about to unleash his big move, he suddenly froze. The person who arrived was Wang Guan. He wasn't worried about exposing his abilities because he was using a sword. He could turn around and tell others that his strongest skill was actually swordsmanship. He had been hiding it as a trump card, and now he was finally using it. He indeed possessed a set of sword skills. He didn't even need to use his abilities to deal with the bloodthirsty beasts, relying solely on his windmill skill and nearly third-tier physical attributes. He quickly knocked them to the ground. After dealing with the bloodthirsty beasts, Wang Guan turned around and nodded to a few people before charging off with his sword to other areas. Tong and the others looked at the rapidly decaying corpses on the ground, feeling utterly helpless. Just as I was about to show off, it was snatched away. Chapter 31. Wang Guan, do you want the skills? Wang Guan arrived just in time, and the instructor, Su Weicheng, also showed up, with full firepower. The instructor's simple and brutal punches sent the bloodthirsty beasts flying. Coupled with Wang Guan's performance, the chaotic situation in the camp was quickly stabilized. Many people were secretly shocked that Wang Guan actually possessed sword skills. His performance was already powerful, and he had a hidden trump card among the military training students. Although Wang Guan had the lowest ability level and his abilities had no physical attribute bonuses, there was no doubt that his current attribute values were the highest. With the lethality of his skills, even without using detection, his combat power was far ahead of others. At that moment, however, the group of bloodthirsty beasts suddenly ceased their attacks. It seemed as if they had received orders, and the remaining ones turned around and left the camp. Many students were injured, but fortunately, there were no fatalities. Being bitten by a bloodthirsty beast could lead to infection with paralysis toxins and massive blood loss. But it wouldn't cause mutation. Only being bitten directly by a bloodthirsty demon would lead to transformation. The bloodthirsty demon was controlling and commanding them. After calming the situation, Su Weicheng found Wang Guan. It has been hiding for over a decade, and now that it's exposed, it immediately started to act. But it seems it hasn't appeared here. After we returned, the bloodthirsty beasts quickly retreated. Wang Guan surveyed the dark forest surrounding the camp, thinking, could the bloodthirsty demon be afraid of me? Instructor Su Weicheng should also be an object of its fear. It is very cunning and wouldn't rashly reveal itself, but since it has been discovered, it will definitely regroup the bloodthirsty beasts. Su Weicheng said solemnly, although the bloodthirsty demon is terrifying, its individual strength is only at the 5th or 6th tier. What is more frightening is the group of bloodthirsty beasts it controls. and the transformation can be completed in a very short time. Humans are the best targets for transformation, which is why it controls puppets and attempts to attack the camp. At this point, Su Weicheng suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. The bloodthirsty demon would definitely not let the people of the town go. We must hurry back to protect the town and seek military support. The bloodthirsty beast incident from 13 years ago is likely to repeat itself. However, it is now night, and traveling through the dense forest at night would only give the bloodthirsty beasts an opportunity to attack. Although Su Weicheng was eager, he did not let anger cloud his judgment. He methodically arranged for everyone to rebuild defensive structures and gathered everyone together. We will survive this night first and return in the morning. At the same time, he did not conceal the matter of the bloodthirsty demon. The students participating in military training were all college students, whose willpower was not strong enough, having been eliminated by the college entrance examination long ago. Fear can cause panic, but it can also lead to growth. As night fell, Wang Guan, Tong, and Anya formed a team, gathered around the campfire, taking turns keeping watch. The few of them inquired about Wang Guan's experiences today. Liang Shan, Qin Zhuang, and the others had not returned, and Su Weicheng only mentioned that they had unfortunately perished without providing details. So Wang Guan explained that account again. In the end, he wiped the stains off his alloy sword and said with regret, "I didn't expect Liang Shan to be so ruthless. Qin Zhuang and the others were too pitiful." The others sighed in agreement, unable to resist glancing at the sword in Wang Guan's hand. If I remember correctly, this is the one belonging to that werewolf ability user, right? Everyone tactfully refrained from asking further. After a moment of silence, Anya, confused, said, "Liang Shan came after you. What exactly did you do to offend him?" Wang Guan did not directly state the reason, only smiling bitterly. "Perhaps he just can't stand that a tier ability user, got into university. I think abilities shouldn't determine anything." Anya puffed out her cheeks and said, "Hee hee." Knowing that the tough Barbie girl was comforting herself, Wang Guan smiled gratefully. Suddenly, he thought of something and took out his military bag. "Anya, I found something earlier that you might be interested in." "What good thing?" Anya immediately became excited. The handsome guy in the wilderness actually remembered to bring her a gift. Then she saw the bug trapped in a small bottle. Who gives a girl a bug as a gift? Just as she was about to complain, she suddenly sensed something and froze. What Wang Guan took out was the saber-toothed mother bee he had caught earlier. It had been in the bottle for quite a while, but hadn't lost its vitality, crawling around. Anya stared at it for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly brightened. She took the bottle and unscrewed the lid. "This is a saber-toothed mother bee," Wang Guan quickly reminded. Although the mother bee was injured, it was still very dangerous. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw the mother bee crawling out of the bottle. It did not attack Anya, but instead happily crawled on her finger, its wings constantly fluttering. "You can control it?" Wang Guan asked in surprise. "I can not only control it, but I can also command it swarm through it," Anya explained. Her small face was twitching as she tried to stretch her hand away, completely resistant. She really hated bugs. Yet her awakened ability was related to bugs. Cultivating and controlling a bee swarm? Wang Guan's eyes lit up. This isn't something an ordinary psychic ability can achieve, right? Controlling an entire saber-toothed bee swarm would definitely have significant power. Gao Chong looked at the black and yellow mother bee with sharp mandibles, his brows involuntarily twitching. "Anya, what exactly is your ability?" Anya, who had always been reluctant to reveal her abilities, now had no need to hide. "Sai, I'm so unlucky. My awakened ability is called Swarm Heart, and it's a tier ability." The classmates by the campfire were somewhat startled. This petite and cute girl turned out to be a tier ability user. Most of the students who came to the 23rd trial battlefield for military training were tier and tier ability users. Only a few were tier, and those who were tier were already the top. And it seemed that Anya was the only one at tier. The ability Swarm Heart sounded very powerful. During practical training, Anya and Wang Guan were evenly matched, and many people speculated that her strength was no less than Wang Guan's. After a few days, no one mentioned it again. Now, she once again shocked everyone. Anya, holding back her disgust, carefully touched the mother bee on her hand, thanking Wang Guan. "Thank you. I've always wanted to find a suitable bug, and the saber-toothed bee is just perfect." She actually applied to come to this military training base to find a suitable bug because it could lead to the wild forest. She was initially going to return empty-handed and felt a bit dejected. Unexpectedly, Wang Guan had given her an unexpected surprise. What a coincidence. He helped her catch the suitable bug. He really likes me. Can you sell it to me? I'll pay you the market price, Anya said shyly. Of course. Wang Guan readily agreed. Catching this big mosquito was precisely for selling money, right? Then he ignored the shyness on the tough Barbie's face. After some bargaining, they settled on a price of 200,000. Payment would be made after the military training ended. Although he couldn't pick up the equipment and weapons of Qin Zhuang and the others, which was quite regrettable, at least he made a small profit. Most importantly, it greatly enhanced his side strength. Next, Anya used her finger to poke the mother bee, activating her ability and attempting to summon the bee swarm. The queen bee can connect and control her colony through special signals. Naturally, these signals have a limited range. However, Anya's hive heart can greatly enhance the signal's transmission range. Perhaps she can summon the scattered saber-toothed bees from the miners' gathering site? Wang Guan thought to himself. He vividly remembered the lethal power of the saber-toothed bee swarm. Ordinary bloodthirsty beasts could not contend with them, though to him, they were just a group of spotted mosquitoes. The night passed peacefully. The bloodthirsty beasts did not attack the camp again. The next morning, the students returned to the town under the guidance of their instructor. Several injured students were carried along the way. Everyone's mood was somewhat low, frequently glancing around in fear. Any slight noise could trigger a panic. However, after several hours of travel, they did not encounter a single bloodthirsty beast, nor any mutated beasts. They had encountered quite a few on their way to the camp a few days prior. Anya, controlling the saber-toothed mother bee, had already summoned back quite a few saber-toothed bees. The swarm buzzed above her head, dancing together. She was controlling the swarm with a conflicted expression. Although she was still inexperienced, she could at least ensure that the saber-toothed bees did not harm her classmates. Through communication with the swarm, she could also use them to scout the conditions in a certain range nearby. Similarly, no traces of bloodthirsty beasts were found. This was not a good sign, as it indicated that the bloodthirsty beasts active in this dense forest were being summoned by the bloodthirsty demon to form a terrifying bee swarm. In the afternoon, the team successfully returned to the town safe zone. From a distance, they saw that the town was still peaceful, with no signs of an attack by bloodthirsty beasts. Su Weicheng, who had been on edge the entire way, finally felt relieved. The military training team returned to the safe zone. Instructor Su Weicheng let everyone return to their dorms to rest and couldn't wait to see his daughter. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and pulled Wang Guan aside, his expression serious. Wang Guan, do you want skills? He asked earnestly. I want to teach you a set of skills. Wang Guan was taken aback for a moment, his expression brightening. Of course, instructor, what skills? Military, physical, training fist. Su Weicheng replied. Seeing the puzzled expression on Wang Guan's face, he continued, however, it's a power-enhanced version. The ordinary military physical training fist is known as the most affordable level skill. All military training students can learn it for free. It is more about strengthening the body than combat. 13 years ago, when the bloodthirsty demon incident occurred, Su Weicheng was only a second-tier ability user. The only skill he possessed was a set of military physical training fist. However, through his deep-seated hatred and strong will, he continuously researched this most affordable skill. Through efforts filled with blood and tears, he successfully improved the skill, giving it considerable lethality. It can be called the military physical training fist version. It has already reached the level rating. Instructor, I want to learn. Chapter 32, Wang Guan, who is doing well in the college entrance examination. The instructor showcased his strength, and Li Yangshan judged that he was using the military physical training fist, but its power exceeded expectations. Now Wang Guan realized that what the instructor used at that time was indeed the military physical training fist. However, the power-enhanced version is a level skill. Wang Guan naturally would not miss such a rare opportunity. However, can I learn this skill? He asked worriedly. It might not be easy for low-tier ability users to learn level skills. He could master the level skill Great Windmill, which was a bit of a bottleneck. My military physical training fist is difficult to learn, yet simple, Su Weicheng smiled and said, because there is an important prerequisite for learning it. What condition? Wang Guan quickly asked. The instructor smiled and said, "Don't worry, you are the most suitable. It requires the practitioner to be a level ability user and to have the will to push their limits and hone their body." Then Su Weiqing introduced that he himself is actually a level ability user. His ability is called Mark. After marking a target with a signal, he can sense the target's position within a certain range. He was able to find Wang Guan in the dense forest before because he had marked Wang Guan first. Level abilities are generally functional and do not enhance physical attributes or combat abilities. However, this very ineffectiveness is the key to mastering the military physical training fist. It allows one to mobilize physical strength to the greatest extent. Conversely, those with high talents might find it difficult to learn. After hearing the instructor's words, Wang Guan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His scouting ability, while present, also met the conditions for learning this skill. After agreeing on the skill learning matter, Su Weiqing hurried off to find Su Mengmeng. Having been away for a few days, he was genuinely worried about his daughter. The fact that the instructor is also a level ability user is probably one of the main reasons he has high hopes for me. Wang Guan thought as he watched the instructor's back. As a level ability user, he has elevated a set of affordable skills to the level. He has also squeezed out potential, raising the level to its current extent, all in order to one day personally deal with the bloodthirsty demon. The instructor's persistence and will left Wang Guan in deep respect. The students returned to the peaceful town. The bloodthirsty demon reappeared, and the terrifying swarm of bloodthirsty beasts began to gather in the dense forest. With the crisis at hand, military training still had to continue. In this world, facing the invasion of the abyss, everyone can be said to be a soldier. When military training encounters emergencies, these emergencies are part of military training. Since the day abilities were awakened, ability users have had to bear this cruel mission. The peaceful town cannot communicate with the outside world, but there are roads for passage. During military training, there are also transport vehicles carrying supplies that come and go every few days. Su Weiqing reported to the municipal hall about the encounters of Liangshan, Qin Zhuang, and others, as well as the bloodthirsty demon's appearance and the gathering of beast swarms. A bottle of bloodthirsty demon slime was also sent out. The purpose of collecting the slime was to prove that the bloodthirsty demon had indeed reappeared. The municipal hall quickly responded, saying they would arrange support in a few days. In the following days, amidst anxiety and unease, military training continued. The instructor began teaching everyone the military physical training fist. Although it was just the ordinary version, it was somewhat useful when facing the swarm of bloodthirsty beasts. As for Wang Guan, he was learning the enhanced version of the military physical training fist at the edge of the playground. Following Su Weiqing's guidance, Wang Guan continuously practiced several simple stances: straight punches, whip kicks, and iron mountain lean. These were actually all ordinary stances of the military physical training fist. However, Wang Guan had to repetitively practice them thousands of times with a unique method every day. Continuously repeat these movements and, according to what I taught you, fully integrate them into your flesh and blood, making them instinctual. Only in this way can you comprehend a stronger military physical training fist. This was the key point. Originally, when the instructor gave Wang Guan special attention, many students felt jealous, thinking the instructor was biased. However, after discovering Wang Guan's practice method, most of them dispelled this idea. This was simply torturous. Some who tried to practice along for half a day couldn't stand it and gave up. By noon, the morning practice came to an end. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Wang Guan walked to the side. The practice area was right next to Su Mengmeng's room. Seeing him stop practicing, Su Mengmeng quickly handed him a cup of water through the iron window. Taking the fresh orange juice, Wang Guan drank it down happily. "Thanks, Mengmeng," he said, returning the cup with a smile. "Aren't you tired?" asked Su Mengmeng, whose face was fierce yet gentle and kind. "I'm okay," Wang Guan replied casually. "Hard work pays off, and I can see the results every day." Plus, his character was inherently strong, so he didn't feel it was hard. Following the usual routine, he chatted with Su Mengmeng for a while, then dragged his tired body towards the cafeteria, casually pulling out a small bottle of coffee milk tea, energy potion, and drinking it down. Feeling exhausted, the fatigue suddenly vanished. He checked his attribute panel. Ability, probe, level, tier 3 skills. Windmill, proficient, military boxing, master. Physique, 217.03. Speed, 206.03. Spirit, 204.02. A couple of days ago, Wang Guan officially reached tier 3. He was taught skills by Su Weicheng, and combined with energy potions, the effects were quite strong. Since he had revealed his swordsmanship skills, he now took time every day to practice swinging around randomly. He successfully upgraded Windmill from novice to proficient. The skill list also added military boxing. This military boxing is an ordinary skill, but it has reached the master level. Skills are divided into 5 realms based on proficiency: beginner, novice, proficient, expert, and master. To practice military boxing, one must first max out the ordinary military boxing to the highest realm. Then, according to the methods taught by the instructor, continue to squeeze out potential and surpass limits. Only then can one master a stronger military boxing. Wang Guan felt he was getting close. He found his roommates in the cafeteria and began to feast. "Guan, you practice so hard every day, it's really tiring," Zhang Yong sighed. Wang Guan chewed on the delicious braised pork rice and casually replied, "There's no choice. My abilities are limited, so I have to work harder, or I won't even be able to attend university." Gao Chang looked at him with admiration. "No wonder you're so impressive." Sitting across from Wang Guan, Tong Yixing suddenly said, "Guan, why don't you transfer to a military academy?" "Military academy?" Wang Guan was taken aback. Tong Yixing, who was chewing on coarse rice, explained, "Most universities prioritize abilities, but military academies, in contrast, value strength more. Low-level ability users can still carve out a future with enough effort." He paused and jokingly added, "For example, the Vanguard Military Academy I attend is a great choice. Guan, you might want to consider it." Vanguard Military Academy? Gao Chang couldn't help but laugh. The Vanguard Military Academy is one of the best universities in the second tier below Longjing, arguably the top military academy in the Alliance. It's not something you can just transfer to. As he laughed, he suddenly realized something was off. "Wait a minute. Did you just say you attend Vanguard Military Academy? I remember the admission score for Vanguard Military Academy is 490. Previously, Tong Yixing had only mentioned attending a military academy, but he had never specified it was the top military academy in the Alliance. Tong Yixing showed that shy expression again. "My college entrance exam score was decent." Gao Chang felt like he had been choked. Upon reflection, Tong Yixing's daily performance indeed had a kind of toughness that didn't team match his appearance. Transfer to Vanguard Military Academy? Wang Guan rubbed his chin, his expression gradually brightening. After all, he had no goodwill toward Longjing University. This choice didn't seem bad. Gao Chang and Zhang Yong were also taken aback when they saw Wang Guan considering the suggestion. Is Guan actually thinking about it? What about his college entrance exam score? Wang Guan noticed everyone looking at him and smiled. "My college entrance exam score is also decent," implying that transferring to Vanguard Military Academy would be no pressure. The strength he displayed was indeed stronger than Tong Yixing's. "Damn, you two monsters." Gao Chang and Zhang Yong were speechless, realizing they had only scored 200 or 300 in the college entrance exam. "Why are you two military training students mixed in with us?" Gao Chang couldn't wait to ask them how much they scored in the exam. Just then, a student suddenly rushed into the cafeteria. "They're here. Our reinforcements have arrived." The reinforcements for Ping'an Town had finally arrived. They didn't know which army it was. Wang Guan and the other students quickly left the cafeteria, curious to see the dilapidated bus station outside the town. A large bus was already parked there. Instructor Su Weicheng also rushed over, standing outside the bus, but he looked somewhat disappointed and angry, because the reinforcements that arrived were not the army he had hoped for, but a group of students who were also undergoing military training. From a distance, Wang Guan also saw the familiar faces emerging from the bus. Upon recognizing 2 familiar figures, his expression slightly froze. Jiang Wangxue, Zhu Qianlong. These 2 fellows from Technique.He City were actually among them. These are the new military training students from Longjing University. How could they be the ones coming to support? Chapter 33. Sorry. He posed so well, I got carried away. The military training students in Ping'an Town came from different universities. However, freshmen from top universities like Longjing University were arranged to train together. Only Wang Guan was maliciously arranged to be here. Now that the bloodthirsty beasts were gathering, the town was in grave danger, and the instructor sought reinforcements. What came were actually the new military students from Longjing University. No wonder Su Weicheng was disappointed and angry. There were about 30 students from Longjing University, all wearing matching uniforms, but they weren't camouflage. Instead, they wore specially tailored silver-white outfits, making them all seem considerably more dignified. Are you the instructor here? My name is Lin Zidong, a second-year student from Longjing, responsible for leading the Longjing freshmen here for military training. A man who looked no older than 20 introduced himself to Su Weicheng. He had a tall stature, a refined appearance, and spoke with a faint smile. Why are you all here? The support I hoped for was the army. Su Weicheng questioned in a deep voice. We are enough. Lin Zidong replied, somewhat displeased, pulling out an envelope from his pocket. The envelope was sealed with wax, bearing the mark of the alliance government, a pair of hands clasped together against a background of a starry sky. I have already received the alliance's assurance. A hunting mission will be initiated here. He broke the wax seal and opened the envelope. With a snap, the envelope spontaneously ignited. At the same time, a prompt appeared in front of all the students participating in military training, both in Pingantown and Longjing University. Reminder: you have initiated a hunting mission. Target: hunt bloodthirsty beasts. Level: dangerous time, until military training ends or bloodthirsty demon is killed. Note: killing bloodthirsty beasts or bloodthirsty demons will earn reward points, which can be exchanged for different rewards. Seeing the prompt in front of them and the corresponding task panel, the students from Pingantown showed expressions of surprise. Initiating a hunting mission? Longjing University applied to set this event as a hunting mission. Did they not know how terrifying the bloodthirsty beasts were? What happened to the promised army support? Having already experienced the horror of the bloodthirsty beasts, their expressions were not good. Wang Guan was also surprised to see the prompt. Similar to the college entrance examination trial illusions, the Alliance has the authority to set tasks, formulate rules, and rewards. But in this situation, without army support, to set this as a hunting mission for military training students is simply too childish. Instructor Su Weicheng did not receive the prompt, but seeing the envelope and the expressions of his students, he understood what had happened. His face suddenly turned ugly. He raised his voice a few notches. That's a swarm of bloodthirsty beasts, and there's also a bloodthirsty demon. The town is in grave danger. Yet you're setting up a task for military training students? Isn't this disregarding the safety of the residents and students here? There are differences even among freshmen. Lin Zidong said with some pride. Longjing freshmen are all elite ability users. What you can't do, we might be able to. There was a blatant disdain in his words towards the military training students from Pingantown. The students from Pingantown started to get restless. But upon considering these people's identities, they could only suppress their dissatisfaction. Lin Zidong ignored Su Weicheng any longer and directly led the Longjing students towards the town. The Longjing students curiously observed their surroundings, seeing the dirty camouflaged uniforms of the Pingantown military training students. All wore expressions of instinctive disgust, as if they didn't want to stand with them. Abilities represent the future. Most of them are level ability users who got into Longjing University with a bright future ahead. Facing these second-rate students from Pingantown, they feel superior. When a student from Pingantown tried to greet them, they ignored him. Upon entering the town and seeing the poor environment, they couldn't help but complain in low voices. Wang Guan stood silently among his classmates, surveying the Longjing students one by one. At the same time, he was studying the hunting task. After killing bloodthirsty beasts, the task panel would automatically accumulate points that could be exchanged for rewards after the task ended, including potions, weapons, equipment, and skill manuals. Wang Guan wasn't interested in potions or weapons, but skills and equipment could be quite useful. Suddenly, Wang Guan noticed several pairs of eyes looking at him. They were students from Longjing University. Zhu Qianlong had been looking for Wang Guan since arriving here and had finally found him. He pointed at Wang Guan and said something with a mischievous smile to the students around him. The glances from those students were filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of disdain. Is this the lucky guy who topped the league? A mere level ability user who got lucky with high scores and thinks he can attend Longjing University? Jiang Wangxue also looked over, her gaze cold and indifferent, glancing at Wang Guan before turning away. Wang Guan's classmates sensed something was off. How could these top students from Longjing University seem to know Wang Guan? Just as they were puzzled, Zhu Qianlong approached. He showed no concealment of his hostility and excitement, as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered, his smirk stretching from one corner of his mouth to the other. Wang Guan, so eager? Old classmate, you didn't even say hello. I thought you were dead. Zhu Qianlong waved at Wang Guan, electricity crackling around him. Seeing you're fine, I'm relieved. It's been a long time. Let's have a friendly spar. The crowd quickly made way, and Wang Guan reluctantly stepped forward. Are you sure? Su Weiqing rushed over to stop it. Captain Lin, since we're going to deal with a bloodthirsty bee swarm together, it's best if we don't create conflicts among ourselves, he said seriously to Lin Zidong. Lin Zidong looked at Wang Guan with amusement. I think sparring is fine, he said with a smile, rejecting Su Weiqing's concerns. Qianlong is just a low-level player among us. Watching him strike will show you the gap between us, which will be beneficial for our upcoming actions. Su Weiqing was taken aback. What does Captain Lin mean? From now on, let our side take the lead in this operation. You all better follow our arrangements, Lin Zidong said domineeringly. He wanted to control the situation and take the dominant position, ensuring that those second-rate university students wouldn't cause trouble for him. Moreover, the school leaders had specifically instructed him to look after Wang Guan. So it was perfect to let Zhu Qianlong teach him a lesson, killing two birds with one stone. Are you still trying to stop me, Su Weiqing? Wang Guan said proactively, nodding at the instructor, signaling that there was no need to worry. As he spoke, he struggled to hold back a smile, but the corners of his mouth still twitched. He walked towards Zhu Qianlong while rolling up his right sleeve. If you still put on that act, I'm completely different from a month and a half ago. Zhu Qianlong shouted as he saw Wang Guan approaching calmly, immediately surrounded by crackling electricity, his face full of arrogance. The humiliation you gave me, I will repay it all. Today, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. He shouted, charging at Wang Guan with thunder and lightning. The dazzling electricity surrounded his right arm, crackling loudly. After half a month of military training, he had successfully advanced to the second tier and comprehended the exclusive skill, Electric Fist. His strength had increased more than twice since the end of the college entrance examination. Meanwhile, Wang Guan, a mere level ability user, had no exclusive skill and no attribute enhancement. He probably found it hard to even step into the second tier now. In terms of combat capability, he was worlds apart from himself. Watch how I use this Electric Fist to completely obliterate you. The students from Longjing University watched the scene with smiles. The people from Ping'an Town, however, showed concern. Then slap. A loud slap echoed, crisp and clear, resonating far and wide. Next, they saw Zhu Qianlong, who had rushed in front of Wang Guan, spinning and rolling away, trailing sparks of electricity. Jiang Wangxue felt that this scene seemed familiar. Scan. This is an ordinary child. Mischievous, physically weak, and has not awakened abilities. Wang Guan had labeled Zhu Qianlong with this descriptor, which would remain valid indefinitely, unless several years passed, and the child in the descriptor grew into an adult. Zhu Qianlong would forever remain a brat in Wang Guan's eyes. The Big Slap technique specifically targets brats. And half a month ago, when Wang Guan slapped Zhu Qianlong, he was only at the first tier. Now he was at the third tier. With this slap, even though he held back, the damage Zhu Qianlong received was multiplied, spitting out a few broken teeth and rolling awkwardly on the ground. He passed out as the electricity dissipated. Everyone on site. Sorry, he posed too well, I got carried away. Wang Guan glanced at the unconscious Zhu Qianlong and innocently looked at Lin Zidong. I slapped him twice before, and he could still kneel and beg for mercy. I didn't expect that one slap would knock him out. His words were sincere. Lin Zidong. Chapter 30. For these two old sixes, were they playing it with hidden identities? Zhu Qianlong was a level 2 ability user with a powerful Thunder Warrior ability, yet he was so embarrassingly slapped away. Lin Zidong was momentarily at a loss for words. The leaders of Longjing University did not like Wang Guan, this level trash ability user. They had previously arranged military instructor Li Yangshan to deal with this issue. But for some reason, Li Yangshan died in the wilderness. Before leading the team here, Lin Zidong had already received hints to resolve this small problem. But now, this Wang Guan was quite interesting. Lin Zidong smirked. I thought it was just a simple matter. It seems worth playing with him. Just as he was thinking this, a commotion erupted behind him. The students from Longjing University, after a brief shock, immediately became furious, although they were the ones who started it. Zhu Qianlong was representing them in battle. Wang Guan knocking him down in such a manner felt insulting to them. Even though they were shocked by the power Wang Guan displayed, a few still charged forward. Most of the students who could attend Longjing University were level ability users, with level abilities being rare. Their abilities were among the strongest in combat. In an instant, flames, lightning, and fierce winds swept toward Wang Guan. Lin Zidong chuckled and did not stop them. Get out of the way. Instructor Su Weiqing could only shout a warning. Wang Guan remained standing calmly, his expression unfazed. He had successfully tagged these people. Among them, only the leader Lin Zidong had strength of at least 5 tiers, which he could not scan. However, he adhered to his leadership role and did not make a move. The few who did attack him, scan, this is an ordinary girl with level abilities. Scan, this is a professional. Scan, this is an ordinary drunkard. Scan, this is a low-level crosstalk performer. None of them were a match for Wang Guan. Facing their furious retaliation, a cold glint flashed in Wang Guan's eyes. Can't play, huh? Then let's not play. With the threat of the bloodthirsty beast swarm looming. If they were still deliberately causing trouble, he would subdue them first. Just as Wang Guan was about to take action, a figure had already stepped in front of him. With his striking white hair, is that Technique.He? This boy, who always gave Wang Guan a special feeling and had a very humble attitude, unexpectedly stopped right in front of Wang Guan. He faced the several incoming attacks head-on. He spread his arms and then suddenly closed them. Boom! A dull roar erupted abruptly. An invisible wave of energy rolled in front of him, surging in all directions. The flames, lightning, and strong winds coming towards him bizarrely dissipated into nothingness. Several Longjing University students rushing towards Wang Guan had their expressions changed drastically, their bodies uncontrollably thrown backward. Even Lin Zidong, affected by the energy wave, involuntarily took a step back. The instructor among them, Su Weiqing, only swayed slightly, but his rugged face was already filled with astonishment. Wang Guan was also surprised. Turning to observe Technique.He's side profile in front of him, he was wearing a faint smile, his eyes subtly gleaming with satisfaction. Wow, I knew this kid was hiding his abilities, but I didn't expect him to be this formidable. He could fend off the attacks of several Longjing University freshmen and push them back. This could not possibly be just a level ability shockwave. Who are you? Lin Zidong's expression changed dramatically as he asked aloud. The information he received did not mention there was such a student in Ping'an Town. Technique.He did not answer Lin Zidong, but instead asked, "Where's that guy Infong? Why isn't he with you?" Infong? Lin Zidong was taken aback for a moment and instinctively replied, He certainly wouldn't be with us. Infong, from the Yin family in Tianjin City, was the most prominent young talent in recent years. He ranked second in this year's college entrance examination and chose to attend Longjing University. Many believed he was the real top scholar, while Wang Guan was just a filler. Students admitted to Longjing were considered top performers and geniuses from various regions. But there was still a significant gap compared to someone like him. Of course, he couldn't be part of the military training. He had his own training plan. Is that so? What a pity. Technique.He sighed lightly. I still wanted to have a match with him. A match with him? Lin Zidong instinctively wanted to mock. Who do you think you would want to fight Infong? But suddenly, he noticed Technique.He's striking white hair and his youthful, tender face that looked only 15 or 16. A thought suddenly struck him as he recalled the information he had seen earlier. This year's college entrance examination, the third in the entire alliance from the Vanguard Army's affiliated high school in Lingshan City, had applied to the Vanguard Military Academy. His identity and name were military secrets. It was confirmed that he was only 16 years old and had striking white hair. Why you are the third place in the entire alliance from this year's college entrance examination? Lin Zidong asked in shock. Technique.He habitually smiled shyly. That's me, he admitted. The students from Longjing University were instantly shocked. The students from Ping'an Town had already been in a daze after seeing Wang Guan's slap, Zhu Qianlong away. When Technique.He single-handedly blasted away several top students from Longjing, they were even more bewildered. Waves of confusion continued. It wasn't until they heard Lin Zidong's words that they suddenly came to their senses. Technique.He, the third in the entire alliance? The report said that the third place came from Lingshan City, and Technique.He was also from Lingshan City. That makes sense. I always thought Technique.He was quite remarkable. His ability didn't seem like a simple shockwave. No wonder he was so impressive during that chaotic battle that night. But why is he with us for military training if he's the third in the alliance? Maybe it's because it's close to home? They began to discuss among themselves. The momentum that was originally suppressed by Longjing University suddenly intensified. The third in the entire alliance was actually one of them. So what were these top students from Longjing worth? After Technique.He revealed his identity, he turned his head and looked at Wang Guan with an apologetic expression. "Brother Guan, I'm sorry. My mom doesn't let me reveal my identity," he said. Wang Guan was also quite surprised, but not as serious as the others. Among the military training students from Pingan Town, only Technique.He had protective gear, making it impossible to investigate him. He had always noticed Technique.He and felt that he was somewhat extraordinary. Now that he found out he was actually the third in the alliance, it wasn't too surprising. "Yes, I understand." Wang Guan nodded in understanding. Gao Chong, Zhang Yong, and the others were all dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, while they were chatting, when Technique.He mentioned his score, he said, "My college entrance examination score was okay." And the third in the entire alliance was remembered to be around 1925 points. You call that okay? What about us who scored just over 200 points? Compared to the excitement on Pingan Town's side, the faces of the students from Longjing University turned gloomy one by one. Lin Zidong's expression changed even more. The school assigned him to lead the team here to initiate a hunting mission, which was a significant expectation placed on them. Resolving the threat of bloodthirsty beasts here would also bring honor to Longjing University. By the way, they could also deal with this small problem of Wang Guan. But unexpectedly, their people were slapped in the face by Wang Guan right from the start. Moreover, a third in the alliance had emerged from the opposing side, completely suppressing their momentum. Just as he was secretly frustrated, he suddenly had an idea and looked at Wang Guan. Wang Guan was the top scholar in the entire alliance, and also a student at Longjing University. Although he was not worthy of Longjing University, he could now use his name to pressure Technique.He. With this thought, Lin Zidong immediately walked out with a smile. To be able to score third in the alliance? Truly impressive. No wonder you're so formidable, he praised. Then he smiled and looked at Wang Guan. Wang Guan, Jr., that was just a joke earlier. I hope you don't mind. We were just a bit curious about you. But in any case, we are future classmates. Everyone is actually looking forward to meeting you. The top scholar of the entire alliance. Lin Zidong finished this friendly remark with a warm expression. Hearing these words, the students from Pingan Town were completely stirred up. Isn't Brother Guan a student of Longjing University? That leader said he was the top scholar of the entire alliance. I must be hearing things. The man who scored 2,135 points in the college entrance examination is Wang Guan? This is too ridiculous. I feel like Wang Guan's performance seems quite reasonable. Damn, not only is there the third in the alliance, but also the top scholar. What kind of lucky land is Pingan Town? Everyone was thoroughly shocked by the unexpected presence of such powerful individuals. Gao Chong, Zhang Yong, and the others were once again left speechless. They recalled Wang Guan's earlier words. My college entrance examination score was okay. Damn, these two guys. What are you two hiding your identities for when you're both top tier in the alliance? Lin Zidong's words were meant to declare that the top scholar of the alliance was a student of Longjing University. He kindly reached out to grab Wang Guan's arm. Come on, let me introduce you to the classmates. However, Wang Guan shook off his hand. I think it's better to forget it, Wang Guan said with a hint of amusement. Chapter 35. The Mysterious and Impressive Level Ability, Master of Entropy. Longjing University looked down on his weak level ability and sent him to Pingan Town for military training. They even dispatched an instructor to deliberately make things difficult for him. Just moments ago, the students from Longjing University had also shown disdain for him. So now that they realized the title of top scholar in the alliance still had some weight, they were treating him as a classmate. Wang Guan saw through Lin Zidong's intentions and naturally refused without hesitation. Lin Zidong's expression turned cold. Wang Guan, what do you mean? I regard you as a classmate of Longjing University. You, a weak ability user, should be grateful, yet you dare to refuse? I suggest that all subsequent actions should follow the instructor's arrangements. Wang Guan ignored Lin Zidong and continued. The instructor has a deep-seated grudge against the bloodthirsty beasts and is very familiar with them. It is most appropriate to let him lead everything to get through this crisis. Lin Zidong's attempt to seize control was simply causing chaos. Tong Yihong followed suit. I agree. We should listen to the instructor's arrangement from now on. They are the champions and runners-up of the alliance. Naturally, their endorsement of the instructor carries the most weight. The instructor stood stiffly to the side, a rough face showing signs of daze. Only when he heard the two mention him did he wake up and nod slightly at them. Wang Guan and Tong Yixing are the two students he values most in this military training, especially Wang Guan, to whom he even taught his own skills. However, he never expected that these two would be so impressive. Wang Guan, do you still not want to attend Longjing University? Lin Zidong could no longer maintain his calm and shouted in a low voice. Honestly, not really. Wang Guan shook his head, showing a hint of disdain. He glanced at Tong Yixing. Since this kid is the Alliance's third-place finisher and has entered the Vanguard Military Academy, the suggestion to transfer to the Vanguard Military Academy clearly wasn't just talk. He probably really has a way to help him arrange this. Now, he was genuinely tempted. Tong Yixing understood the meaning behind Wang Guan's gaze and smiled, nodding slightly. The two said nothing more and turned to leave amidst Lin Zidong's somewhat dazed gaze. Lin Zidong stood frozen in place, anger igniting in his eyes. He never expected Wang Guan to reject his good intentions and even say he didn't want to attend Longjing University. Although he, like many others, thought Wang Guan was a trash-level ability user unworthy of Longjing University, Wang Guan's demeanor only made him angrier. Who do you think you are? You still dare to look down on Longjing? All right, let me arrange accommodation for you first. Instructor Su Weiqing had regained his composure and said in a deep voice to the students from Longjing. Knowing Wang Guan and Tong Yixing's identities, he felt much more relaxed. Perhaps the Alliance government set this place as a hunting task precisely because they knew Wang Guan and Tong Yixing were here. Lin Zidong wanted to take charge of the operations here, but after what just happened, he could only endure for now. Then I'll trouble Instructor Su, he said reluctantly. The students from Longjing looked at Wang Guan and Tong Yixing with complex expressions. The strength of the Alliance's third-place finisher was indeed formidable. Even Wang Guan didn't seem as incompetent as rumored. Zhu Qiulong and Jiang Wangxue, Wang Guan's classmates, believed that Wang Guan only got high marks due to luck. Just earlier, Zhu Qiulong had been excitedly claiming he would make Wang Guan look bad, only to be knocked out with a single slap. If he was trash, then wasn't Zhu Qiulong even worse? Among them, Jiang Wangxue watched Wang Guan's figure walk away, feeling a bit moved. She didn't expect that after more than half a month, he not only hadn't fallen behind, but had become even stronger. Then, a cold light flashed in her eyes. From start to finish, he didn't even glance at me. Wang Guan and Tong Yixing returned to the group of classmates in Ping'an Town. Everyone surrounded them, filled with amazed discussions. As for Wang Guan's transfer to the Vanguard Military Academy, he didn't bring it up immediately. That could wait until after the military training. Just now, when Lin Zidong revealed his identity as the Alliance's champion, this kid didn't show any surprise at all, indicating he must have known who I was from the beginning. Wang Guan pondered silently. The champion and third-place finisher of the Alliance appearing in the same trial battlefield and even becoming roommates. What are the odds of that? Tong Yixing probably knew Wang Guan was here and deliberately came from military training. Was he planning from a start to help the Vanguard Military Academy recruit talent? While he was thinking about this, Gao Chong and Zhang Yong excitedly approached. Brother Guan, I really didn't expect you to be the Alliance's champion. You really tricked us? Gao Chong complained. Wang Guan smiled. I didn't mean to trick you. I mentioned it when we first met, but you didn't believe me. Huh? Gao Chong and Zhang Yong were taken aback. Then they suddenly remembered that the first night Wang Guan arrived, they had asked him if he knew the college entrance examination champion from Technique.He City. At that time, Wang Guan pointed to himself and said he knew him, meaning it was him. He wasn't lying. But who could believe such an outrageous thing at that time? Everyone chatted and laughed as they returned to the cafeteria. Originally, they were a bit uneasy about the army's lack of support. But upon discovering Wang Guan and Tong Yixing's identities, their spirits were lifted. After all, these were two fierce individuals who could score over 2,000 points on the college entrance exam. As for Wang Guan's ability level, after the past half-month of experiences, no one dared to challenge or criticize him. Perhaps it's because we too are here that the alliance government agreed to set up the hunting task here. Tong Yixing sighed once the crowd had thinned out. The big head he referred to was an ultra-intelligent system within the alliance government responsible for all ability user information. Task setting and other matters were managed by this system. Each ability user's attribute panel is also detected and calculated by it. Oh, I see. Wang Guan's understanding of this aspect was clearly not as good as Tong Yixing's. He suddenly thought, could my ability also be within the detection range of this intelligent system? Speaking of abilities, Wang Guan remembered something and asked Tong Yixing, by the way, what exactly is your ability? He naturally couldn't say. It was a level ability shockwave. The others at the table looked over with anticipation. My ability is called Entropy Master, a level ability, Tong Yixing explained somewhat shyly. It's an energy-based ability that allows me to dominate and manipulate all energy changes. Just now, when the Longjing students were attacked by Wang Guan's flames and lightning, they suddenly dissipated upon encountering Tong Yixing, who had used his ability to neutralize and absorb them. He could collect energy within his body and release it at the right moment. He could even simulate low-level energy abilities like shockwaves and vibrations. Hearing his introduction, everyone couldn't help but marvel, feeling a sense of awe. These level ability users naturally had an overwhelming advantage against low-level ability users. On another note, it seemed that Wang Guan, with only a level ability, could possess combat power comparable to level ability users, which was quite impressive. Our Pingtown really is a hidden gem. The Alliance's college entrance examination champion and third-place finisher are right beside me. Who would dare to believe it? And Anya, her level is also far beyond ours. That's right, the heart of the insect clan is indeed very powerful. Everyone enthusiastically discussed, bringing up another level ability user, Anya. When Anya was mentioned, Wang Guan couldn't help but think, I wonder how many saber-toothed bees she has summoned now. This Miss Barbie is not here right now, controlling the saber-toothed queen and summoning the swarm. Although her control has greatly improved, the saber-toothed bees flying all over the place are unbearable not only for her, but even more so for those around her. These creatures belong to mutated insects and can tear a chunk of flesh off with one bite. So, the instructor arranged for her to have a different accommodation to allow her to quietly learn how to control and summon the swarm. On the edge of Pingtown, in a relatively intact abandoned room, buzz, 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 groups of saber-toothed bees were flying around chaotically. Anya's results over the past few days were evidently quite good. She sat cross-legged on the ground, gloomily munching on a flatbread. The black and yellow queen bee rested on her hair, its wings constantly fluttering, resembling a small hairpin. She hadn't been present during the earlier conflict with the Longjing students, but with the vision provided by the swarm, she had figured out the gist of what happened. In fact, if Tong Yixing hadn't acted first when those Longjing students attacked Wang Guan, she would have controlled the swarm to attack them. That big brother is actually the Alliance champion. How impressive. This kid, Tong Yixing, has quite the background too. I thought he was a bit strange. But why do I have to stay here alone? That big brother doesn't come to see me. The girl mumbled continuously, glancing at the saber-toothed bees buzzing above her head. Her little face was filled with disdain. Although she complained a lot, she understood the importance of her situation. She continued to activate her ability, spreading the queen bee's signal to summon the saber-toothed bees. The saber-toothed bee swarm in the dense forest is not just found at the miners' gathering place. There are other locations as well. She not only retrieved the old members of the queen bee, but also lured in many other hive members. The heart of the insect race is this formidable. At the same time, she is controlling part of the bee swarm to scout the safety around the town and keep watch. The town has been quite peaceful these days, but at this moment, Anya, with her eyes half closed, sensed something and her body trembled slightly. The traces of bloodthirsty beasts appeared near the town, gathering in groups. Are they finally going to launch an attack on the town? Chapter 36. Wang Guan's combat ability seems rather ordinary. The bloodthirsty beasts have begun to gather near the town. Anya quickly informed everyone of this news. Upon learning the situation, Su Weicheng immediately ordered the town to enter a state of alert. The ordinary residents of the town hurriedly hid in a cellar, which served as a safe house for Peace Town. In recent days, some residents have evacuated the town under Su Weicheng's arrangement, but many still could not leave in time. A few capable young adults and military trainees, following Su Weicheng's orders, were responsible for defending several key positions in the town. The reason Peace Town could be built in the wild forest was that its location possessed certain advantages. Coupled with the constructed protective walls and the emergency defensive works, it could at least temporarily halt the attack of the bloodthirsty beast swarm. The students from Longjing had just arrived and were immediately thrown into battle, expressing some dissatisfaction and complaints, but ultimately obeyed the instructor's commands. Roar, chatter. In the distance, roars echoed from the dense forest. From these sounds, one could sense how vast their numbers were. Several bloodthirsty beasts with flying capabilities circled in the sky. They had already surrounded the town, and the road behind it had been cut off. In an open space in the center of the town, Anya controlled the bee swarm, continuously scouting the surrounding situation. Wang Guan found the saber-toothed queen bee and handed it over to Anya, which undoubtedly helped a lot. Instructor Su Weicheng Statut Besideher. And upon hearing this, his brows furrowed slightly. The moment the students from Longjing arrived, they immediately launched an attack and deployed the bee swarm to cut off the road behind us, preventing our escape. That beast has been secretly monitoring this place. The moment it discovered that only students had come, it immediately launched an attack. These thoughts flashed through Su Weicheng's mind. He asked Anya, "Can you locate where the bloodthirsty demon is?" "No, I can't see it. It's currently out of my detection range. Continue to scout and notify me immediately if you find its traces," Su Weicheng said regretfully. That beast is still cunning, and one T easily reveal itself. The entrance of the town leading to the dense forest, although fortified with many defenses, remains the most dangerous place. The beast swarm would attack the town from the forest, and this place would be the first to bear the brunt. Wang Guan, Tong Yixing, and other top-tier fighters were all arranged here. Many students from Longjing were also present, waiting for the beast swarm's arrival in a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Although they found the Longjing students annoying, it must be said that they were all quite good-looking. Perhaps due to nervousness and wanting to alleviate the tension, a student named Gao Chong lowered his voice and spoke to those around him. He pointed to a Longjing girl in the distance. "Look at that girl. She's really beautiful, definitely goddess level." The others followed his finger and nodded in agreement. She was indeed a strikingly beautiful girl, and her silver-white uniform accentuated her cold and proud aura. Among the students of Peace Town, perhaps only Anya could compare with her. However, Anya had short hair, tan skin, a petite figure, and an overall cute appearance. Her personality was also lively, which was a different style. Wang Guan glanced at her, but then turned his head away. "She's quite ordinary." They were looking at Jiang Wangxue. In Wang Guan's eyes, she was just an ordinary girl. "Ordinary?" Gao Chong exclaimed in surprise. "Guan Ge, are you face-blind?" "Anya, you also said she looks ordinary." Wang Guan was speechless. He actually thought Anya looked all right, but the strong resemblance to a muscular Barbie was too striking. It must be that the coach's daughter is too beautiful. After seeing her, Guan Ge thinks all the other girls look ordinary, Zhang Yong joked. Only the coach's daughter was rated as beautiful by Wang Guan. Unfortunately, besides Wang Guan, no one else had seen her. The others were surprised and even more astonished. If this ice-cold beauty was considered ordinary, how beautiful must the coach's daughter be? Wang Guan was speechless again. "All right, I admit I'm face-blind." While they were conversing, on the side of the Longjing students, Jiang Wangxue noticed their gazes and frowned, showing some displeasure. Zhu Qiulong, whose face was swollen and missing a tooth, had just woken up and stood beside her, looking very eager to please. Wang Guan must have helpers. He used his ability to influence me. When I got close to him, I suddenly felt weak. He rambled on to salvage his image. However, with a missing tooth, his speech was somewhat slurred. "What's it got to do with me?" Jiang Wangxue said coldly, her tone distant. "I just wanted to help you get back at him." Zhu Qiulong quickly replied. During this military training period, Jiang Wangxue had grown increasingly cold towards him. He was ecstatic about going to Peacetown because he knew that while Wangxue wouldn't say it, she had been holding a grudge against Wang Guan. As long as he could properly deal with Wang Guan, he would surely make Jiang Wangxue happy. However, he didn't expect to be knocked down to the ground instead. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Zidong's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ashu sensed the malice of the beast swarm. They are about to charge. Everyone, be on alert. Yes. The voices of dozens of Longjing students echoed in response. Their thoughts were now connected, allowing for mental communication. This came from a girl among them, named Ruan Ashu, who possessed a psychic ability called the Queen of Hearts. She had a strong telepathic ability, enabling her to establish a mental connection network for everyone. Of course, this mental network was currently limited to the Longjing students. Almost as soon as the communication finished, there was a loud rumble. The dense forest ahead shook, and the ground emitted heavy, booming sounds, accompanied by different sharp roars. Various forms of bloodthirsty beasts surged out of the forest. With terrifyingly wide mouths and waving claws, they charged toward the town. The sight of the beasts, as if they had been skinned, shocked the Longjing students seeing them for the first time. However, being top students, they quickly regained their composure. The battle began. In the sky, bloodthirsty beasts with flying capabilities swooped down first, launching an attack on the town. Two of them pounced toward Wang Guan and the others. After dealing with them, a gap suddenly appeared in the wall ahead. One after another, bloodthirsty beasts crazily burrowed in, roaring as they lunged toward the humans in front of them. Caught off guard, everyone began to panic slightly. Technique.He suddenly leaped over the wall and landed in the midst of the beast swarm on the other side. The beasts quickly pounced, nearly engulfing his figure. But then, with a loud bang, an explosion erupted, sending the bloodthirsty beasts flying in all directions. The boy, who had dropped the pretense, unleashed his full power. With his strength alone, he blocked the gap on the other side. Technique.He is amazing. Be careful. One is pouncing over here. Leave this one to me. Everyone be careful. This one's a bit tough. Calls echoed back and forth. Thanks to Technique.He's powerful strikes, the pressure from the beast swarm was alleviated, temporarily stabilizing the rear. Bang! Wang Guan threw a punch, sending a bloodthirsty beast that lunged at him flying. Compared to Technique.He's overwhelming slaughter, his combat seemed quite ordinary. He didn't use that alloy sword, nor did he rush to apply enhancements to the bloodthirsty beast. He simply employed military boxing techniques to attack. As it wasn't yet the most intense moment of the battle, he wanted to take this opportunity to hone his military boxing skills, aiming to advance from ordinary military boxing to a higher level. Besides needing the instructor's teachings, surpassing one's limits was also crucial. Nothing could squeeze one's potential like a fierce battle. The bloodthirsty beast that was knocked away got back up and charged at Wang Guan again. After he landed a follow-up kick, it finally lost all vitality and quickly began to rot. Congratulations! You have killed a bloodthirsty beast and earned 5 points. Along with the kill, a notification similar to the one during the college entrance examination flashed before his eyes. Task points are not equivalent to college entrance examination points. Killing a single beast-type bloodthirsty beast yields 47 points. If killed collaboratively, the Alliance's intelligence system can also distribute points based on contribution. Wang Guan continued to charge at the next bloodthirsty beast. The student from Longjing also began to engage in fierce battles. Their combat strength was naturally far superior to most people in Ping'an Town, easily fending off the bloodthirsty beasts that charged in. However, in the face of Technique.He's master of entropy, they appeared clumsy in comparison. While fighting, they also quickly exchanged information through the mental network. How's that kid Wang Guan's combat performance? Lin Zidong, who was not present, inquired. It seems quite ordinary. Looking at his power and speed, his attributes shouldn't be low, but is he using military boxing? Using such a cheap skill. And it seems he doesn't have any weapons or equipment. Our Alliance's top scholar is rather shabby, isn't he? Quite normal, with such trash abilities. How could he have exclusive skills? He probably doesn't have the money to buy skill manuals. Overall, Wang Guan's actual combat ability seems rather unremarkable. That Zhu Qianlong was an accident. I was affected at that time, He must have cheated. Zhu Qianlong quickly defended himself in the mental network. He looked in Wang Guan's direction, his eyes flashing with lightning. Chapter 37. Comprehending a new skill. Enhanced military boxing. The bloodthirsty beast horde launched attacks, not only at the main gate, but also at several other locations. Anya controlled the saber-toothed wasps, quickly grasping the battlefield situation. Su Weiqing's figure darted around the town, rushing to reinforce wherever defenses faltered. On the rooftop of a small building, Lin Zidong stood with a girl who wasn't participating in the battle. The girl had her hair in a ponytail and wore glasses, looking quite scholarly. Team Leader Lin, aren't we going to help them? Seeing Su Weiqing running back and forth from a distance, the girl suggested, I can connect the people of Ping'an Town to the mental network, making communication easier for them. She was none other than Wan Shu, a level ability user with the Red Heart Queen's abilities. No need, just connect our people. Lin Zidong refused. Aren't we comrades fighting against the bloodthirsty beast horde together? Wan Shu was confused. Comrades? Do they even deserve that title? Lin Zidong scoffed. We are the main force in the battle. We just need to take care of ourselves. As long as I can kill the bloodthirsty demon, I can end the battle immediately. He was holding an alloy longsword, a high-grade weapon he had purchased at great expense, which could greatly enhance his wind-type abilities. Although the bloodthirsty demon was an abyss creature, it only possessed the strength of a 5th-tier ability user. As long as he encountered it, he would definitely be able to slay it. He wasn't participating in the battle, guarding this spot while waiting for the opponent to appear. Looking towards the swarming beasts in the surrounding dense forest, he asked, have you found the whereabouts of that bloodthirsty demon? Wan Shu, a mental-type user, primarily relied on telepathy. However, she could also perform mental manipulation, capable of invading the minds of bloodthirsty beasts within a certain range. Through their chaotic will, she could gather intelligence. Of course, this long-distance invasion only worked on simple-minded mutated beasts like bloodthirsty beasts. To invade human thoughts, she had to be at close range. No, the bloodthirsty beast's thoughts are very chaotic, making it hard to find useful information. Wan Shu shook her head, a hint of disgust flashing across her face. Infiltrating the consciousness of the bloodthirsty beasts to search their memories was not a pleasant task. Keep looking, Lin Zidong said in a deep voice. He focused on several battle locations, his task panel appearing before him. The panel displayed the real-time ranking of points. Browsing the ranking information, the top spots were filled with students from Longjing, showcasing the strength of Longjing's top students. However, the current first place was Tong Yixing from Ping'an Town, and he was far ahead, with a current score of 182. The second place, Jiang Wangxue, had only 73 points. Lin Zidong sighed, but felt no frustration. It should be expected, as he was indeed a genius comparable to Yin Feng. Scrolling down the list, he found Wang Guan's name, currently ranked 33rd with 27 points. Not to mention, he couldn't compare to Longjing's elites. Even many second-tier students from Ping'an Town surpassed him. It seems I really overestimated him before. Lin Zidong snorted coldly. When Wang Guan knocked Zhu Qianlong out with a slap, he was truly surprised. Who would have thought he was just SOSO? According to the feedback from his classmates, Wang Guan was merely physically gifted, while his combat ability was unremarkable. He only used military boxing, this cheap skill. Perhaps, as Zhu Qianlong said, he was affected at that time, which is why he was knocked out by Wang Guan's humiliating slap. It seems dealing with this kid won't be difficult. Remembering Wang Guan's detestable attitude earlier, a hint of coldness flashed across Lin Zidong's otherwise refined face. At the main gate, facing the dense forest, fierce battles continued. Bloodthirsty beasts kept surging out from the forest. The town's protective walls had been damaged in several places. The pressure on everyone increased significantly. Bang! Wang Guan was still using military boxing to attack the bloodthirsty beasts. His ordinary military boxing had reached master level after special training from the instructor over the past few days. Combined with the instructor's techniques for exerting force, he faintly grasped something in this intense battle. He was just a step away, a slight opportunity away from breaking through. He took deep breaths, regulating his breathing. His eyes were fixed on the bloodthirsty beast charging at him, and he threw a punch. Then came the next punch. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity erupted beside him. Zhu Qianlong, the Thunder Warrior ability user, approached the bloodthirsty beast, his expression dark and malicious. Wang Guan noticed, but merely glanced indifferently before turning his head back. He didn't care. After all, to him, no matter how Zhu Qianlong acted up, he was just a mischievous kid. If he dared to sneak attack, Wang Guan wouldn't mind throwing him directly into the beast horde. Seeing Wang Guan's reaction, Zhu Qianlong's expression darkened further. Does he look down on me this much? Malice surged in his heart as his gaze grew colder. The battle was intense now. If he secretly attacked Wang Guan, no one would care. Even if discovered, it wouldn't matter. Longjing University didn't like Wang Guan. If he died here, they would probably be thrilled. He would definitely be saved. After all, the value of his Thunder Warrior ability was far more precious than Wang Guan's. Thoughts raced through his mind as he watched Wang Guan, waiting for the right moment to strike. But at that moment, boom, with a loud crash, the reinforced gate of the town suddenly shattered. A massive and powerful figure roared as it charged in. It was a bear-like, bloodthirsty beast. It might have originally been a mutated black bear, massive in size. Standing nearly 3 meters tall when upright. After being transformed, it had a blood-red body, and its claws were even sharper, exuding an indescribable ferocity. Damn! This thing is not an ordinary bloodthirsty beast. Get away. Everyone be careful. Cries of alarm echoed through the crowd. This blood-colored giant bear was far more terrifying than a regular bloodthirsty beast. It charged forward and pounced on someone. Damn, that person was Gao Chong. And despite fully activating his steel-like ability, his body's skin turned iron blue, yet he couldn't escape the bear's oppression. The giant bear opened its terrifying maw and roared, its massive claws slamming down towards him. Students from nearby Ping'an town quickly attempted to attack the giant bear. However, whether it was weapons, abilities, or fists, nothing seemed to have any significant effect on the bear. Tong Yihong was still guarding outside, unable to pay attention to this side. The students from Longjing had the strength to deal with it, but seeing the bear's fierce appearance, no one dared to come to the rescue. Just then, Wang Guan dashed forward and leaped into the air. His right fist, already honed through countless trials, struck the giant bear with a whoosh. Gao Chong was his roommate, and their relationship had always been good. Seeing him in mortal danger triggered a surge of concern in Wang Guan, pushing his body into a new state. Finally breaking through a critical point. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. This feeling, boom, with a deafening roar, the blood-colored giant bear, weighing over 1,000 pounds, was knocked back several meters. Its flesh tore apart, revealing a horrifying gaping wound. Congratulations, you have mastered a new skill, military boxing. As Wang Guan landed, a notification appeared in front of him. The original military boxing skill in his skill list had been replaced by the upgraded version. It was now a level skill, currently at the entry level. He had finally succeeded. Wang Guan couldn't hide his excitement. Thank you. Gao Chong scrambled up, his tone laced with confusion. That punch of yours seems a bit fierce. Others who noticed this also instinctively showed expressions of shock. Zhu Qianlong, who was preparing to launch a sneak attack, froze in place. The blood-colored giant bear was severely injured but not dead yet. Its wounds only fueled its ferocity. Its eyes turned blood-red, and with a roar, it charged at Wang Guan again. Wang Guan remained calm and steady, lowering his waist and clasping his fist to his chest. This was the most standard posture of military boxing. However, when the giant bear reached him, boom, his fist shot out like a cannonball, creating a shockwave around him. The fist, carrying the shockwave, struck the bear's chest as it swung its claws. It looked like an ordinary straight punch. Boom! The bear's body involuntarily flew backward, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. When it crashed heavily to the ground, a black mist quickly spread from it, beginning to rot. Congratulations! You have killed a bloodthirsty beast and gained 11 points. A notification appeared before Wang Guan. This blood-colored giant bear was indeed not an ordinary bloodthirsty beast. It probably had the strength of a third tier, comparable to those humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. Yet, Wang Guan had taken it down with just 2 punches, and before that, He even applied a status effect on it. Military boxing truly lived up to its status as a level skill. Its power was extraordinary. The students from Ping'an Town were greatly encouraged, repeatedly shouting that Wang Guan was awesome. The students from Longjing, however, were stunned. He really used military boxing? The posture is unmistakable, but how could it have such power? Even Lin Lingdu's military boxing doesn't have this kind of power, does it? This must have the power of a level skill. The mental network buzzed with exclamations, and their astonishment didn't end there. The blood-colored giant bear smashed through the door, and more bloodthirsty beasts surged in crazily. After dealing with the giant bear, Wang Guan immediately charged towards the incoming horde of bloodthirsty beasts. Having successfully comprehended military boxing, it was time to fight with all his might. He no longer held back, unleashing punch after punch. With the enhanced version of the military boxing skill, almost every punch could take down a bloodthirsty beast. It was incredibly powerful. Gone was the earlier struggle of having to grapple for ages to defeat a single bloodthirsty beast. In fact, with the aid of his probing ability, sometimes a single punch could directly pierce through 2 or 3 bloodthirsty beasts. The bloodthirsty beasts pouring in through the broken door were almost single-handedly held back by him. What's happening over there? Lin Zidong exclaimed in confusion through the mental network. Still focused on the points ranking, he was astonished to find that Wang Guan, who was originally ranked 33rd, suddenly began to rise rapidly in rank. Chapter 38 Anya. I am both the swarm. Wang Guan suddenly became so powerful. I saw him kill 2 bloodthirsty beasts with a single punch. This guy has been hiding his strength all along, but he is using military boxing now. How can it have such power? Could it be some kind of advanced skill of military boxing? Voices from the Longjing students echoed in the mental network, filled with disbelief. Is this Wang Guan's true strength? Jiang Wangxue continuously condensed ice spikes in the air, shooting them at the horde of bloodthirsty beasts. Her ice spikes could not only deal heavy damage to the bloodthirsty beasts, but could also freeze them. This was her exclusive skill as the Ice Snow Sorceress. Noticing Wang Guan's actions, her eyes trembled with unexpected surprise. Zhu Qiulong, who had originally prepared for a sneak attack, was stunned into inaction upon seeing Wang Guan's extraordinary display of strength. He didn't dare to make a move. Hearing the exclamations in the mental network, he even felt a sense of relief. Now that Wang Guan shows such strength, it doesn't seem so embarrassing that he got knocked out by a slap. Wang Guan stood at the broken door, continuously killing the incoming bloodthirsty beasts. His combat was even more impactful than Tong Yihong, who was rampaging outside. After all, Tong Yihong's power lay in his abilities, while Wang Guan fought in close combat, making him appear even more formidable. Suddenly, howls echoed from the sky. 2 flying bloodthirsty beasts had noticed Wang Guan. Such flying bloodthirsty beasts were extremely rare among the horde, but their threat was the highest. They circled in the air, suddenly diving down to launch surprise attacks, making it hard to defend against. Many students had already been injured by them. Now, they had locked onto Wang Guan's figure. These were 2 strange birds, differing in shape but both entirely red. Their wings were decayed, yet strangely, this did not affect their speed and agility. With sharp, piercing cries, they swooped down to attack Wang Guan. As Wang Guan retaliated with a punch, they immediately flapped their wings, dodging swiftly and flying back into the sky. Wang Guan had to expend considerable energy to remain alert to their attacks, which greatly affected him. Jiang Wangxue, with ice spikes in hand, shot them around and glanced at the strange birds entangling Wang Guan. Her exclusive skill was a ranged attack, easily capable of countering these 2 strange birds. However, she had no intention of stepping in to help Wang Guan. A hint of cold amusement crossed her face. Suddenly, when the 2 strange birds dove down again to harass Wang Guan, he swiftly drew a sword from behind him. The level alloy sword had been with Wang Guan all along, but he had not used it until now. With a whoosh, Wang Guan swung the sword a few times, looking as if he was just flailing about. The 2 agile birds twisted in the air, retreating back to the sky. However, swish, swish, invisible wind blades sliced through their forms, and under the astonished gaze of the students below, the 2 strange birds were directly torn apart. Their powerless remains fell, dragging black mist, and turned into sludge upon hitting the ground. He had taken down these 2 flying bloodthirsty beasts with a single strike. Damn it, annoying, Wang Guan muttered. glancing at the kill notification that appeared before him. He had already applied a status effect on those two strange birds while they were harassing him earlier. Investigation. This is an ordinary sparrow. Investigation. This is a fierce eagle. The wind blade triggered by the windmill skill has a strong but strangely unpredictable attack trajectory, with slightly lower lethality. Hitting mutated beasts of the second or third rank, it is difficult to kill them in one blow. However, once it is attached with a title, it becomes just an ordinary bird. This is what allows the wind blade, activated by Wang Guan, to easily kill. The students from Town are used to Wang Guan's might and do not think much of it. But the student from Longjing are shocked again upon seeing this. Did he just use a sword skill? He killed those two monster birds with a single sword strike. He actually possesses such a powerful skill. The power of this sword skill is probably not weaker than that of Captain Lin. And there is also that fist skill. Jiang Wangshue's eyes trembled. Even her ice spike technique, she wasn't sure it could kill both in one blow. At this moment, the students from Longjing, looking at Wang Guan, who held a sword in one hand and a fist in the other, no longer looked down on him as before. This top-level ability user could achieve the #1 in the entire alliance, not just by luck. On the rooftop of a small building, Lin Zidong's expression grew increasingly grim. Wang Guan not only has a set of fist skills, but he also has a set of sword skills, both with considerable power. He wasn't at the scene, but through mental network communication, he learned what had happened. It's only been a little over half a month since the awakening of abilities. How could he master two skills? Wang Shui mentioned that he was just an orphan, and his alma mater didn't give him any college entrance examination rewards. So where did he get the skill manuals? That guy Li Yangshan was played to death by this kid. It seems he was not unjustly treated. Lin Zidong thought to himself, his gaze continuing to focus on the current score rankings. After Wang Guan completed his understanding of military boxing, he began a killing spree. His score started to rise rapidly. In just a short time, he had already entered the top 10. Then he reached 9th place, 8th place. Soon, he reached 3rd place. Without stopping, he surpassed Jiang Wangxue, who was in 2nd place. The speed of his score increase did not stop, continuing to chase after the 1st place, Tong Yixing. Lin Zidong's brows couldn't help but furrow. Coming here to execute the hunting task, he had a strong sense of honor representing Longjing University. He did not take the students from Town seriously at all. In his view, Longjing students are the main force in hunting, and it is only natural that they should crush the second-rate university students from Town. But now, it would have been fine if it was just the variable of Tong Yixing. Even Wang Guan surpassed their Longjing students. He absolutely could not accept that. He naturally would not regard Wang Guan as a Longjing student given his previous attitude. Just then, Lin Zidong suddenly noticed that a name was also rising rapidly. That was Anya from Town. Lin Zidong, how is there another expert? And you did not consider herself an expert. As a physically weak mental-type ability user, she did not participate in the battle. She just wanted to help everyone grasp the situation on the scene, providing vision while quietly staying in the back. Even without participating in battle, she played a strong supporting role in monitoring the battlefield. She was still continuously gaining points, ranking not low within the 20s. The battle grew increasingly tense, with bloodthirsty beasts launching attacks from different places, and instructor Su Weicheng was running around. Suddenly, she used the swarm's vision to discover a group of bloodthirsty beasts breaking through the protective wall and drilling into the town from the south. There stood a strange house. A group of bloodthirsty beasts was trying to destroy the walls to get inside. Was at the instructor's daughter's house, and he was taken aback. The house itself was reinforced, like a safe house. Moreover, due to Su Mingming's special circumstances, she did not enter the cellar like the other townspeople. Now a group of bloodthirsty beasts had discovered the instructor's daughter's whereabouts and was trying to catch her. Anya immediately wanted to notify the instructor, but the instructor was still very far from her. There were no other students nearby the house. Without further hesitation, Anya made up her mind and rushed toward it. The sword-toothed mother bee, resembling a hairpin in her hair, vibrated its wings and sent out a signal. Buzzing, the scattered sword-toothed bees quickly gathered under her call. The dark mass seemed like a cloud hovering over her head. Upon noticing her approach, the bloodthirsty beasts that were damaging the house immediately snarled and viciously pounced over. Anya instinctively felt fear and hurriedly commanded the swarm to attack. The sword-toothed bee swarm received the signal and buzzed as they swept over the few bloodthirsty beasts. The various beast-shaped bloodthirsty beasts were surrounded by the swarm, letting out sharp screams and wildly waving their claws, but it was of no use. Under the swarm's assault, they quickly became covered in wounds. The rotten flesh on their bodies was gradually stripped away by the sword-toothed bee-sharp mandibles, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. In almost a blink of an eye, these bloodthirsty beasts lost their vitality and turned into a pile of mud. The sword-toothed bee swarm was already quite terrifying, comparable to a third-level ability user. And under Anya's influence, the swarm now had even more numbers, and their hive mind was better than before, fully unified. Their attack power was significantly stronger than before. Seeing this scene, Anya was slightly taken aback. Controlling the bee swarm to attack targets was actually this powerful? She seemed to realize something, softly murmuring, "I am the swarm." After completing her realization, her small face changed again. She bent down and vomited. Merging with the swarm, she could see what the swarm saw and feel what the swarm felt. Therefore, she also truly sensed the experience of the swarm attacking the bloodthirsty beasts. It was not a pleasant experience at all. The other bloodthirsty beasts trying to drill into the house stopped their actions. They seemed to judge that Anya posed a greater threat. They all roared and pounced towards Anya. "No, don't come over. Wait a minute." Anya hurriedly waved her hands, shouting. While shouting, the swarm surged, sweeping over the beast group, harvesting them in groups. Her score ranking began to rise rapidly. Lin Zidong, who was paying attention to the score rankings, turned a little pale. That girl named Anya had already entered the top 10. Her speed of improvement was not much slower than Wang Guan's. Chapter 39. The last card harvest wave, ranked first. Watching the changes in the ranking on the score list, Lin Zidong's breathing became somewhat heavy. Among the students from Longjing, he was originally the strongest. As the student leader, he was also within the task scope. Su Beiqing, as the instructor, was not qualified to participate in the task, and killing bloodthirsty beasts did not earn points. But Lin Zidong had not taken action, only dealing with a few flying bloodthirsty beasts that wanted to attack here. If he had gone all out, his score would definitely not be much worse than Wang Guan's. However, he wanted to conserve energy for dealing with the bloodthirsty demon. After all, the bloodthirsty demon could be said to be the task, and killing it would yield the greatest benefits. However, the bloodthirsty demon had not yet appeared. "Asho, haven't you found the trace of the bloodthirsty demon?" He anxiously asked the girl beside him, Ruan Asho, who was using mental induction to search for the trace of the bloodthirsty demon, shook her head. "No, I can't find a trace of the bloodthirsty demon." But not long after Lin Zidong asked, something was wrong. The bloodthirsty beasts seemed to have received a signal. The bloodthirsty demon had given them a retreat order. Retreat? Lin Zidong was taken aback. He hadn't even made a move, and the bloodthirsty demon hadn't appeared yet. Why would they retreat? The bloodthirsty beasts were puppets of the bloodthirsty demon. Once the bloodthirsty demon gave the retreat order, the bloodthirsty beast swarm, which had been attacking the town fiercely, immediately ceased fighting and turned to run. They are retreating? How we defeated them? The bloodthirsty demon seems to have not appeared. "Haha, we won. At the gate of the small town, facing the dense forest, the students who were caught in a fierce battle saw the bloodthirsty beasts turn around and flee into the woods, and they were overjoyed. Although they didn't know what had happened, such a brutal fight was certainly not a good experience. They all cheered. The student from Longjing also showed relaxed expressions. Tong Yihong, who had been under pressure and fighting hard, was already panting and laid down on the ground in a disheveled state. It was the first time he had continuously used his abilities like this. Although he was exhausted, he didn't look too shabby. There wasn't a speck of blood on him. The master of entropy controlled energy changes. The kinetic energy of the bloodthirsty beast's attacks was also energy. After he activated his ability, he could reverse the kinetic energy and bounce them back when they got close. This ability was among the top, even in his level. Just as he was lamenting about it, he suddenly saw Wang Guan running past him, chasing after the fleeing bloodthirsty beasts into the dense forest. "Guan, don't chase," he shouted anxiously. The others also saw this scene and were shocked. "Damn, the battle has finally ended, and we haven't even had time to relax. Wang Guan isn't satisfied yet and wants to continue the hunt. That's too fierce. The students from Longjing also looked over, some with a sense of schadenfreude. He dares to chase into the forest? Isn't that looking for death? But they were mistaken. Wang Guan certainly knew not to chase a retreating enemy. He just wanted to reap one last wave of gains. He stopped before entering the forest, scanning the few bloodthirsty beasts in front of him. While chasing earlier, he had already completed his reconnaissance on this group of bloodthirsty beasts. Scan. This is an ordinary moose. Scan. This is a fierce squirrel. Scan. This is a brutal wolverine beast. A fourth-tier mutated beast. Scan. This is an honest giant panda. He raised his metal sword and began to wildly swing it. The sound of wind rushed past, and blades of wind continuously slashed at the group of bloodthirsty beasts clustered together. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a spray of blood and flesh erupted, and the bloodthirsty beasts were knocked down in droves. Amidst the black mist, only one bloodthirsty beast remained, hurriedly getting up and fleeing in a panic. It was the one identified as the fourth-tier wolverine beast. Although most of the scans on the bloodthirsty beasts yielded ordinary results, there was still a small chance of getting impressive entries. Therefore, Wang Guan had been quite restrained in using his scanning ability during the earlier battle. Now that he saw them trying to escape, he hurriedly took the opportunity to reap a wave, and the result was quite good. This wave brought him 53 points. He turned around and walked back, helping the collapsed Technique.He to his feet. Everyone's expressions were somewhat dazed, shocked by Wang Guan's final wave of harvesting. The wind blades produced by his sword skill could instantly kill so many bloodthirsty beasts. Was he really a level trash ability user? At this moment, Wang Guan's camouflage uniform was already somewhat tattered and smeared with dirt and blood. He looked a bit disheveled, yet undeniably fierce and imposing. Upon seeing him return, Zhu Qianlong recalled his earlier attempt at a sneak attack and hurriedly hid behind the others. Jiang Wangxue had a somewhat blank expression, witnessing the earlier battle. She couldn't help but reminisce about her 3 years in high school. Back then, Wang Guan, as the class top student, was so outstanding. He always managed to attract others' attention. She'd been deeply drawn to him. Brother Guan, she instinctively called out softly as Wang Guan approached. Wang Guan glanced at her, lightly acknowledged her with an "oh," and walked away. The distance felt estranged, as if they were complete strangers. Jiang Wangxue felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, biting her lip hard. I called out to him first, and he actually ignored me. Then, Jiang Wangxue thought of something and quickly opened her task panel. She had performed well in the battle, and her score should be good. However, when she saw the ranking, she was stunned. The first place was Wang Guan, with 423 points. Next was Technique.He, with 412 points. Wang Guan's final wave of harvesting had just surpassed Technique.He. And in third place was a girl named Anya, with 215 points. She was only 1 point ahead of the fourth place, Jiang Wangxue. I actually got fourth. Who is this Anya? Jiang Wangxue exclaimed in anger. Losing to Wang Guan and Technique.He was one thing, but losing to this unknown girl from Pingyang Town was infuriating. The students from Longjing also began to pay attention to the rankings. They were momentarily speechless. Although Longjing students generally ranked high, the top 3 were all military training students from Pingyang Town. Task points could be exchanged for rewards, and there were special rewards for the top 3. These special rewards could be considered the most precious, and now they all went to Pingyang Town? Compared to their silence, the students from Pingyang Town erupted in cheers. Wow, Technique.He and Brother Guan are amazing, leading by a huge margin. Anya is actually third. Is her saber-toothed beast swarm that powerful? I only got 35 points. The Longjing students were impressive, but the top 3 were ours. Wang Guan also glanced at the rankings. He didn't care about the scores. No amount of points could surpass the value of the military boxing skill. He patted Technique.He on the shoulder, apologizing for surpassing him at the last moment. Technique.He didn't mind and shook his head with a smile. Guan, thank you for saving me. Is that the enhanced military boxing the instructor taught you? Have you learned it? Gao Chong asked excitedly. Seeing Wang Guan nod, Gao Chong looked regretful. If I had known, I would have practiced too. In fact, instructor Su Weicheng didn't mind others learning along. However, not meeting the conditions was one reason. Many people couldn't stick with it. Do you think it's over? Tong Yihong wasn't surprised that Wang Guan had learned the instructor's skill. He asked with some concern. Not yet. Wang Guan decisively judged. The bloodthirsty demon is very cunning. This attack was probably just a probe. The bloodthirsty demon seems to have never shown itself. Meanwhile, the strongest among the bloodthirsty beasts is one that has been transformed from a human. They can be considered elite monsters, but during the previous beast wave attack, none were seen. The bloodthirsty demon hasn't revealed its strongest power yet. You all take care of the injured here. Wang Guan thought of something and hurriedly instructed Tong Yihong and Gao Chong, then left. After the beast wave attack, Su Mingming did not hide in the cellar and was still in her own room. Although the house had been reinforced, Wang Guan still felt worried. After spending these days together, even without the influence of abilities, he had already come to see this kind, pitiful girl as his sister. The number of bloodthirsty beasts rushing into Mengming's small house was significant. However, almost all of them were slaughtered under Anya's swarm. After continuously killing the swarm, Anya had also found the trick. The bloodthirsty beasts were mutated beasts. Although they had been contaminated by the abyss, they were still alive. Being alive meant they had vital points. Controlling the saber-toothed bees didn't require tearing their bodies apart. Just damaging the brain, heart, and other parts could cause them to lose their vitality. Once she found the trick, it became much easier to deal with them. However, it was indeed more disgusting. By the time the bloodthirsty beasts began to retreat, there were hardly any left that had rushed in here. She had to find a way to shield some of the swarm's senses. Who could stand that? She leaned against the wall, her small face pale. She almost vomited her overnight meal. Suddenly, she looked at the reinforced iron window in front of her with a flash of curiosity in her eyes. It was widely rumored among the students that only Wang Guan had seen the instructor's daughter and claimed she was very beautiful. Just how beautiful was the girl that could make the big brother say that? And he often went to find her. Anya had never peeked inside while controlling the swarm. At this moment, she couldn't help but give in to her curiosity and secretly peek inside the room. Next, she saw a girl huddled in the corner, trembling. Anya was startled by the girl's appearance and instinctively jumped back in shock. How could she look like this? The sound of running footsteps came from behind. Instructor Su Weiqing rushed over with a concerned expression. Upon seeing the scattered bones of the bloodthirsty beasts, he was taken aback and hurried to check the room. Only after confirming that Su Mingming was unharmed did he let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, he said to Anya. Anya's face was pale, possibly due to her earlier shock, and she exclaimed, Instructor, is she your daughter? Yes, she's just sick, the instructor could only explain, hiding deep sadness in his eyes. After sending Anya away, Su Weiqing hurriedly opened the heavily locked iron door and rushed into the room. Mingming, are you okay? I'm sorry. Dad didn't notice the situation here. He apologized anxiously. Su Mingming was curled up in the corner, her body trembling continuously. The red scars on her body seemed to come alive, writhing and spreading toward the few remaining patches of intact skin. Hearing the voice, she lifted her head to look at Su Weiqing, her once bright eyes now blood-red. Dad, I want to drink blood. Chapter 40. Top 3 with special rewards? Wang Guan rushed to Mingming's little house while pulling out 2 small bottles of milk tea from his bag and drank them. Honey milk tea and chrysanthemum milk tea. For Wang Guan, they were basic healing potions and basic detoxification potions. He had specially brought them along before the battle. After a bloody fight, he inevitably sustained some injuries. Being wounded by bloodthirsty beasts could infect one with paralysis toxins, which were not fatal but still had a certain impact. The bleeding wounds were also difficult to stop. After taking these 2 potions, Wang Guan felt much better. He arrived in front of the little house and bumped into Anya, who was leaving. Wang Guan. The short-haired girl greeted him with surprise. A swarm of bees buzzed chaotically around her head. Anya, your ranking is not bad, but you seem to be unwell? Wang Guan asked with concern. He was relieved that he had captured the mother bee of the saber-toothed bees and handed it to Anya. The heart of the swarm controlling the saber-toothed bees was indeed formidable. Ugh, don't mention it. Anya shook her head with a pained expression. She wasn't injured, but the psychological trauma was hard to articulate. After chatting with Anya for a bit, Wang Guan hurriedly said goodbye and ran towards the little house. Anya watched Wang Guan's figure and suddenly seemed to have a realization. That girl was so pitiful, Wang Guan wasn't seeking her out just because she was pretty. The big brother was truly gentle. Wang Guan had already arrived at the little house. Seeing the door that had never been opened before was now ajar. He quickly slipped inside, but as soon as he entered, he was startled by the scene before him. "Instructor, I'm fine," Su Weicheng, who was squatting on the ground, quickly said to Wang Guan. At that moment, Su Mingming was holding onto his outstretched arm, drinking his blood. There was a new cut on his arm, made by a knife. After being bitten by the bloodthirsty demon, Mingming received timely treatment and fortunately did not lose herself, but every once in a while, she would be on the brink of madness and needed to drink human blood to alleviate it. Su Weicheng explained softly. Wang Guan's expression was somewhat dazed as his gaze fell on Su Weicheng's arms, which were covered in numerous wounds. Wang Guan had initially thought these were marks left from battles or training. It turned out they were to allow Su Mingming to drink his blood. The blood-red hue in Mingming's eyes gradually faded. The scars on her body also stopped writhing and spreading. She quickly regained her clarity. Upon realizing she was holding onto her father's arm, drinking his blood, a flicker of self-loathing crossed her face. When she noticed Wang Guan standing to the side, her expression turned to one of fear. Wang Guan. She was terrified, worried that this friend she had just made would come to hate her and see her as a monster. "Don't worry, Mingming, you're just sick," Wang Guan quickly smiled reassuringly. He comforted this pitiful and sensitive girl. "You'll definitely recover in the future. Both the instructor and I will help you." A hint of relief and gratitude appeared in Su Mingming's eyes. She nodded vigorously. "I believe in Dad and you, Wang Guan." "Mingming, how do you feel now?" Su Weicheng asked gently. "I'm good, Dad." "Then you should rest well. Dad and Wang Guan have some things to attend to," Su Weicheng said, leading Wang Guan out of the room. They carefully checked the surroundings of the room to ensure safety before leaving. Su Mingming, dragging her weary body, lay on the little bed in the room. She was still lightly trembling, curled up. In truth, she had lied. She wasn't well at all. Each time the bloodthirsty symptoms flared up, she could vaguely see a terrifying figure. That was the bloodthirsty demon that brought her all this disaster. Now, it seemed that because it was nearby, that terrifying figure was about to catch her. She could already hear its soft whispering in her ear. Wang Guan and the instructor left Mingming's little house, after discovering that Su Mingming needed to drink blood to alleviate her symptoms. Wang Guan was somewhat surprised, but not entirely shocked. Bloodthirsty beasts indeed fed on blood. After being bitten by the bloodthirsty demon, Su Mingming was treated in time and did not fully transform. But after all, it was a creature from the abyss, leaving her with an indelible impact. Perhaps killing the bloodthirsty demon could return Su Mingming to normal? Wang Guan understood better why the instructor had pushed his limits and worked hard for years. The bloodthirsty demon had yet to show itself, and those humanoid bloodthirsty beasts had not appeared either. The instructor did not continue discussing Su Mingming's situation, but looked at the distant dense forest, his voice grave. "This attack was just a probe. It is consuming our strength. Over the next few days, it will continue to harass us until we are exhausted and psychologically broken." He was very familiar with the bloodthirsty demon and had experienced the battle 13 years ago. In this battle, hundreds of bloodthirsty beasts were killed, but this had little impact on the bloodthirsty demon. It had hidden in the dense forest for over a decade and had likely quietly transformed countless bloodthirsty beasts by now. It was not afraid of quantity depletion. In contrast, the military training students from Ping'an Town, although generally stronger than bloodthirsty beasts individually, along with Wang Guan, the instructor, Tong Yi, and some students from Longjing, were powerful individuals. However, their numbers were limited and could not win such a war of attrition. Only by completely eliminating the bloodthirsty demon could everything come to an end. "I'll have Anya try again to see if she can find its traces," Wang Guan said. Among them, only Anya's saber-toothed bee swarm had detection abilities, but the range was small. If it exceeded the range, they could only recall the saber-toothed bees and could not share sensory information. Wang Guan wondered if the students from Longjing had stronger detection abilities. But these people clearly did not want to cooperate well. "If I get the chance, I'll mark it," Su Weicheng continued. His ability allowed him to mark targets. Afterward, he could sense the target's location and determine its movements. This time, although the bee swarm attack was repelled by Ping'an Town, there were still considerable casualties. According to statistics, many were injured, including 3 military training students from Ping in town who unfortunately died in battle. 2 local residents who participated in the fight also died. The Longjing students did not have any fatalities, but there were still several injured. The joy of repelling the bloodthirsty beasts was quickly replaced by a somber atmosphere. The instructor gave Wang Guan a few instructions before busily moving about. He arranged for people to care for the injured and repair the damaged protective walls. The bodies of the 3 deceased students and 2 local residents were arranged for burial in the town cemetery. Wang Guan quickly freshened up and went to meet his friends. Except for those responsible for repairing the protective wall, everyone else was in the cafeteria. The atmosphere on site was a bit oppressive. Remembering the 3 students who had died in battle, Wang Guan's expression turned somber. Although he wasn't particularly close to them, they had trained together for half a month. To pass away like this, the world is indeed cruel. The injured were also settled here, most with minor injuries, but there were a few with serious wounds. The town had no shortage of ordinary detoxifying and healing medicines, as well as basic medical facilities. However, these lacked the miraculous effects of potions. But potions were made by ability users and were very precious and rare. Military training was meant to be a trial, and carrying such items was prohibited before entering this place. Wang Guan's milk tea was stuck, but unfortunately, it had no effect on others. He hoped they could pull through. Wang Guan thought, "Brother Guan, the top 3 on the leaderboard are all students from our Ping town." Gao Chong approached him, feeling quite vindicated, and said, "I heard that after the mission ends, the top 3 students will receive special rewards." Although everyone faced the threat of bloodthirsty beasts together, there was still a huge gap between the students of Ping in town and Longjing. Originally, the student from Ping in town felt inferior, but seeing the rankings, they gained quite a bit of confidence. Special rewards? Wang Guan was also curious. The special rewards for such missions should be points, merits, and qualifications to enter secret realms. Tong Yixing, who was standing nearby, was familiar with this aspect. Secret realms? Wang Guan was taken aback. He knew about merits, but this was the first time he heard about secret realms. Such information was confidential in civilian networks and general education. The unique regions formed by the abyssal rift of secret realms were where the Vanguard Military Academy was built. Tong Yixing explained. But the secret realms used as rewards should be newly formed. They're very dangerous, but also have great opportunities. Oh, Wang Guan was very interested in this special reward. After asking Tong Yixing in detail, he went to find Anya, who was squatting in a corner surrounded by mosquitoes. The sky gradually darkened. During dinner, Longjing students were not accustomed to the food here and complained loudly. This made the students from Ping in town, who were already used to the food, enjoy it even more. That night, the instructor arranged for everyone to gather together. They prepared to set up tents on the playground to rest. Everyone stayed in an open area to respond to any possible disturbances from bloodthirsty beasts. This was the safest approach. The ordinary residents of the town would continue to hide in their cellars. The students from Ping in town naturally had no objections, but the Longjing students were unwilling. "You want us to squeeze in with them and sleep in tents? Aren't there many empty houses nearby? Even if the bloodthirsty beasts really take the opportunity to attack, we have the ability to protect ourselves. Sleeping on the playground with them is even more dangerous, right? You don't want us to protect them, do you?" They protested to Su Weiqing. Bloodthirsty demons are cunning. Staying in houses makes you more easily targeted and attacked. Su Weiqing said anxiously. Lin Zidong, as the leader, stepped forward. "Instructor Su, your experience is useless to us. You've seen our strength." Although they didn't make it to the top 3, their rankings were almost all filled with their members. They only had 31 people, but their overall strength was indeed much stronger than that of Pingatown. "We have our own arrangements. Let's leave it at that," he said decisively. In the first battle against the bloodthirsty beasts, the top 3 spots were all taken by Pingatown. This made Lin Zidong very angry, and he no longer had the previous attitude towards Instructor Su. Instructor Su continued to argue with them, but they had made up their minds. They chose a few houses for themselves as resting places. Chapter 41. I'll take action myself. The bloodthirsty demon is still easy to catch, right? The Longjing students settled into a few houses located in the middle of the town. However, although Lin Zidong was arrogant, he wasn't completely foolish. He made arrangements for everyone to stay in groups, looking out for each other. Members were prohibited from acting alone. In case of danger, they had to notify everyone immediately. Everything was organized. Then he found Ruan. Can you continuously sense the situation nearby tonight? Ruan-Ishu's Queen of Hearts ability allowed her to psychically sense the mental activity within a certain range. This could help determine if any bloodthirsty beasts appeared. No. Ruan-Ishu shook her head. I can't maintain that level of sensing over such a large area. She suggested, why not cooperate with them? That Anya also has mental abilities. She can control the bee swarm, and working with her will be much more reliable. Anya had taken third place, so they had naturally investigated her information. But hearing Ruan-Ishu's suggestion, Lin Zidong's expression changed. No, we won't cooperate with them. He was still brooding over today's defeat. The Longjing students he led were the elite among elites and didn't need to cooperate with those second-rate university students. After a pause, he continued, what if you only sense the area around these few houses? In that case, I could probably manage to keep it up all night. Ruan-Ishu thought for a moment. But is that okay? If the bloodthirsty beasts rush into the town, don't they have a bee swarm? We just need to protect ourselves. Lin Zidong said. All right then. Ruan-Ishu hesitated a bit, but seeing Lin Zidong's determined attitude, she had to agree. Night fell. The lights were scattered around the town. These lights, made by ability users, could keep shining for a long time. Several bonfires were lit on the playground, with tents set up around them. Although it was midsummer, the temperature in Ping'an town was generally not high, with a large temperature difference between day and night, making it quite cool at night. The students had already gone to rest. A few students on duty were responsible for patrolling the area. Anya's tent was a bit far from the others. The originally light green tent was now black, covered densely with resting saber-toothed bees. Anya had fallen asleep, but some saber-toothed bees were still wandering around. She merged with the swarm, and even in her sleep, she could command the saber-toothed bees to scout the surroundings. The night was very quiet, so quiet that it felt a bit eerie. Usually, after nightfall, one could occasionally hear the roars of beasts from the distant forest, but now there was nothing. In the dark forest, several figures cautiously climbed higher. With blood-red eyes, they stared in the direction of the town. These were several humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts. They had been transformed from humans, possessing a certain level of intelligence, making them even smarter and more cunning. Now, they were waiting for an opportunity. The night passed very peacefully. As dawn broke, Jiang Wangxue, looking irritated, left the resting house. Crowded with a few girls, she hadn't rested well. Upon coming outside, she immediately spotted a figure running on the playground, Wang Guan. Although the instructor no longer required morning exercises at this critical moment, Wang Guan still persisted in this habit. With such a trash ability, only by working hard can he barely catch up with others, right? Jiang Wangxue couldn't help but murmur. After talking to Wang Guan proactively yesterday, he ignored her, which made her quite annoyed. Clearly, he was the one who treated her like that during the college entrance examination. She was indignant, and suddenly the sound of buzzing insects rang in her ears. Looking up, she saw several saber-toothed bees flying around. Jiang Wangxue knew that this was the swarm controlled by Anya. In yesterday's battle, she scored 1 point higher than herself. She snatched the third place that originally belonged to her. Seeing the swarm, she felt even more irritated. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, she waved her hand to condense icy mist. Several saber-toothed bees instantly turned into ice sculptures and fell to the ground. Anya, who was dreaming, couldn't help but shiver. Sitting cross-legged inside the room, Ruan-Ishu was quietly using the Red Queen's ability to sense her surroundings. As a level mental power user, her mental attributes far exceeded those of her classmates. She hadn't slept all night, but didn't feel tired at all. Her mental perception couldn't see clear images, but like a radar, it could distinguish any living creature with thoughts. Human thoughts were more complex and easy to differentiate. She was already familiar with the chaotic thoughts of bloodthirsty beasts. She only needed to focus on these two types of thoughts. By morning, many classmates had started to move around, all staying nearby. Suddenly, her mental perception detected something. Inside a room, two people left their space and slipped into a house a little farther away. Their thoughts were very active. Are they? Guan quickly realized who these two were. Although military training had only started for half a month, it didn't stop those with extraordinary talents from starting to date. These two had already developed into a couple, pairing up every day. After just one night, they couldn't help but want to be affectionate. Their actions together shouldn't violate the team leader's orders, right? Guan thought to herself, not wanting to disturb their good time. But just as she was about to stop paying attention, she suddenly sensed three other consciousnesses approaching those two. They were three humans, their thoughts somewhat numb. Were they residents of the town? She had seen the residents of this town yesterday. Their thoughts were indeed numb and rigid, lacking vitality. This was likely them emerging from the cellar after realizing it was dawn. Perhaps that was their house? As she speculated, Guan wanted to observe more carefully. Suddenly, she felt an incredibly cold malice. The thoughts of the couple turned terrified and quickly fell silent. Everything happened too fast. Three evil consciousnesses began to rapidly retreat. It's them. They are here, Guan exclaimed. Because she hadn't encountered humanoid bloodthirsty beasts yesterday, she couldn't discern it. Those three evil consciousnesses belonged to humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. Guan, what happened here? The students of Town woke up in a commotion and hurriedly crawled out of their tents. They gathered around the resting area of Longjing students. Seeing Wang Guan already there, Gao Chong quickly asked. They were attacked by bloodthirsty beasts this morning, and two people were taken away. Wang Guan explained coldly. Already knowing what had happened, those two are now dead and have been removed from the score rankings. Wang Guan wasn't gloating, but he was indeed a bit angry. The two students who were taken away were very likely to have been transformed into humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. The Longjing students all looked anxious. Lin Zidong was especially furious. I couldn't distinguish those bloodthirsty beasts. They looked almost identical to humans. Guan whispered, full of self-reproach. Among the Longjing students, someone suddenly looked at the students from Town. What about you? Didn't you notice anything? That's right, those disgusting insects have been buzzing around nearby. How could you not have seen them? You didn't remind us on purpose, hoping to see us get into trouble, right? Hearing their questions, the students from Town began to feel somewhat indignant. Anya quickly explained in a panic. I don't know. The saber-toothed bees I sent here yesterday suddenly disappeared for some reason. If the swarm were still around, even if she was sleeping, she would have noticed the appearance of bloodthirsty beasts at the first moment. Jiang Wangxue, standing among the Longjing students, suddenly thought of something, her expression changing slightly. But she quickly returned to normal, pretending nothing had happened. The Longjing students didn't believe Anya's words, thinking she was being intentional. The students from Town naturally wanted to defend their own. Both sides were about to start arguing. It was only when the instructor arrived that everyone calmed down. Being taken away by bloodthirsty beasts, especially humanoid ones, they should already be dead, Instructor Su Weicheng said with a worried expression, but still spoke to Lin Zidong. This implies concern that they would want to enter the dense forest to rescue their companions. The nearby dense forest is the territory of bloodthirsty beasts. Lin Zidong snorted coldly, angrily turning back to the room. Guan, with red and swollen eyes, followed behind him, still feeling self-reproach. But not long after returning to the room, she suddenly froze slightly. I think I sensed them. The Longjing students had all joined Guan's mental network. The consciousness of the couple who were taken away still bore Guan's mark. Just now, their consciousness had fallen silent, but now she faintly sensed it again. They're still alive? Someone asked. No, their thoughts seem to have stagnated, but I sense that my mark has reactivated, filled with pain and fear. Guan revealed a pained expression, guessing what it represented. They are being transformed by the bloodthirsty demon, undergoing mutation. Bloodthirsty demon? So, you can determine the location of the bloodthirsty demon? Lin Zidong's eyes lit up. Seeing Guan nod in confirmation, someone immediately suggested, let's go find it. To inform the students of Town. Don't inform them. Lin Zidong pondered for a moment and made a decisive decision. That would alert the snake. We'll organize a small team ourselves to deal with it. Seeing the worried expressions on his classmates' faces, Lin Zidong confidently raised the sword in his hand. Although he hadn't participated in yesterday's battle, He had already formed his own judgment about the strength of bloodthirsty beasts. Rest assured, this time I will personally lead the team. You only need to deal with the bloodthirsty beasts. Leave the bloodthirsty demon to me. If I take action myself, the bloodthirsty demon will be a piece of cake, right? Chapter 42, they set out confidently, only to find it was a delivery. Lin Zidong was a 6th-tier ability user. In Ping'an Town, he believed his strength was the strongest. According to the records, the bloodthirsty demon was only a 5th-tier abyss creature. If he encountered it, he could easily resolve it and completely end this incident. This was the best opportunity. Although Wang Guan, Tong Yixing, and Anya had taken the top 3 spots, as long as he killed the bloodthirsty demon, Longjing University wouldn't lose face. Lin Zidong selected the strongest group among the Longjing students to form a team. The Ice and Snow, which Jiang Wangxue, as the highest-ranking Longjing student, was naturally included. Zhu Qiandong, who was not selected, hesitated for a moment before actively proposing. Team leader, I also want to participate. Zhu Qiandong was only a Tier 1 ability user, but the power of the Thunder War General was not to be underestimated. Lin Zidong thought for a moment and didn't refuse. All right. Zhu Qiandong was delighted and looked at Jiang Wangxue with flattery. He didn't want to leave the side of his goddess. Jiang Wangxue smiled somewhat reluctantly at Zhu Qiandong. Zhu Qiandong, whose face was still somewhat swollen, instantly cheered up. Ever since coming to Ping'an Town, Jiang Wangxue had been unwilling to pay attention to him. After making preparations, the team formed by Lin Zidong quietly set off. The Red Queen Ruana Shu did not act with them. Her ability had a strong auxiliary effect, but was not good in combat. As long as she left a mental mark, the communication range was very large. Even if she stayed in the town, she could freely communicate with team members and guide them. After the Longjing team set out, Wang Guan, who had finished breakfast, first went to visit Su Mingming, then patrolled the surrounding area of the town with his companions. After a round, I returned to the playground and saw Anya squatting gloomily in front of her tent. Above her head, a swarm of bees danced chaotically, with yellow and black queen bees crawling through her hair. My swarm couldn't have disappeared innocently. Something must have happened. I noticed Wang Guan walking over, and the girl was complaining. She was still tangled up in this matter. Wang Guan also found it a bit odd, but what he cared about more was the Longjing students seemed very quiet this morning. They took their breakfast back to eat. The Longjing students still occupied those few rooms and did not participate in the patrol tasks arranged by the instructor. I had just sent the swarm back again, and a few of them were active nearby. The others were cooped up inside the rooms, and I didn't see them. Anya was still controlling the swarm, keeping an eye on the movements around the town. Something fell off, and Wang Guan felt a sense of unease rising within him. The Longjing students. Could it be that they didn't heed the instructor's advice and secretly went into the dense forest before Anya sent the new swarm? Just then, Guanggu. Something's wrong. On the leaderboard, the points of the Longjing students just started changing rapidly, and a few of them were suddenly disqualified. Gao Chang shouted as he ran over. Damn! Wang Guan's body jolted, and he hurriedly ran to the resting area of the Longjing students, opening the leaderboard. Scanning the rankings above, he caught sight of a name turning gray on the list, disqualified. It was Zhu Qianlong. Many students had already noticed the changes on the leaderboard and began to stir. When Wang Guan arrived at the few rooms occupied by the Longjing students, the instructor also rushed over. His rugged face was filled with anger. What happened? What are they going to do? The Longjing students were now panicking. Ruana Shu rushed out of the room in a fluster and hurriedly explained, "We discovered the traces of the bloodthirsty demon, and team leader Lin took people to find it." Lin Zidong led a team and successfully found the hiding place of the bloodthirsty demon according to the clues. It was a hidden ravine. As soon as they entered, they were immediately confronted by dozens of humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. The humanoid bloodthirsty beasts had a 3rd-tier strength. Although most of the Longjing students were 2nd-tier ability users, their individual combat power far surpassed that of the humanoid bloodthirsty beasts due to their formidable abilities. However, being swarmed by dozens of bloodthirsty beasts still put them into a tough battle. The bloodthirsty demon was indeed in that ravine, but it was far more powerful than Lin Zidong had imagined. It was cunning. This is a trap. The bloodthirsty demon deliberately wanted to lure us to find it. Ruana Shu, who maintained mental communication with Lin Zidong and the others throughout, had already realized what was happening. Among the swarm of bloodthirsty beasts, the most terrifying were the humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts. When the beast horde attacked yesterday, the humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts did not appear at all. Although the instructor had warned them about the existence of humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts and told them that the bloodthirsty demon was very cunning, their excessive arrogance still led them to underestimate the terror of the bloodthirsty beasts. Instructor Su Weiqing's rugged face twitched slightly, filled with anger. He quickly made a decision. We must go there. Wang Guan, you all come with me. He turned and said. Wang Guan and Technique.He had a significant power advantage among the students and were strong enough to protect themselves. The two did not hesitate and quickly nodded. Since they had learned about the bloodthirsty demon's whereabouts, they naturally had to go and see if they could deal with it. At the very least, they needed to leave a mark on it for the instructor to determine its future movements. Simultaneously, they needed to destroy the bodies of the disqualified ones as much as possible, because they were very likely to be transformed into bloodthirsty beasts. Ruanishu thought they were going to rescue people and quickly said, "Thank you. I'll add you to the mental network." She extended her finger and lightly touched instructor Su Weiqing's forehead, leaving a mark in his mind. Su Weiqing was slightly stunned by the sudden voice that surged in his mind, and only then did he understand what was happening. The Longjing students had this convenient means of contact, but it had never been open to them. Ruanishu then reached out her hands and touched Wang Guan and Technique.He's foreheads respectively. However, this time both of them failed. I have protective gear that can immunize against mental intrusion, Technique.He explained. Wang Guan was slightly taken aback. He didn't have protective gear. He had just left a mark on Ruanishu yesterday. In front of Wang Guan, Ruanishu was not a mental ability user, but rather a crosstalk performer. I also have protective gear, he explained. There was no time to waste. Now was not the time to get entangled. It was enough for the three of them to have the instructor join the mental network. After hesitating for a moment, Anya also wanted to follow the action. She had limited control over the swarm and could not provide long-range support. However, the instructor refused, stating that Anya's swarm had sufficient lethality, but her physical fitness was weak, making it too dangerous for her to take risks. Then, the instructor instructed the others to prepare for the town's defense. Taking the two with him, he leaped over the tall protective wall and rushed into the dense forest. If the situation becomes too dangerous, do not engage in a protracted battle. Leave immediately. He reminded the two while hurrying. The three rushed through the mountains and forests, and, about 10 minutes later, they arrived at the ravine where the bloodthirsty demon was hiding. The ground was scattered with many corpses of bloodthirsty beasts, all eliminated by the Longjing team earlier. There were also a few beast-like bloodthirsty beasts wandering around. Upon seeing the three, they lunged at them ferociously but were easily dealt with. Inside, only Lin Zidong and Jiang Wangxue were still alive. Su Weiqing confirmed the situation of the Longjing team through the mental network. Lin Zidong was fighting against the bloodthirsty beasts but was already at a disadvantage. Even though he was at a higher level than the bloodthirsty demon, he had no experience dealing with such cunning and vicious abyssal monsters. Jiang Wangxue was also being besieged by several humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts. The ice and snow sorceress had strong defensive capabilities and could temporarily encase herself in ice. This was the reason she had been able to hold on until now. They had set out confidently, only to end up as a rescue mission, Wang Guan thought bitterly. She's over there. Instructor Su Weiqing, who was leading the way, pointed in a direction. There, incongruously, stood a huge block of ice. One could vaguely see the figure of a girl inside. Several humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts surrounded it, trying to break the ice. Wang Guan immediately recognized one of them. Although its body had become shriveled and its skin was blood-red and scarred, Wang Guan could still tell it was Zhu Qianlong, seeing the missing front tooth in its mouth. He had been killed by the bloodthirsty demon and transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. Just transformed, it did not yet have the appearance of being skinned. It maintained a standing posture and did not crawl on the ground. It even retained some degree of awareness, clawing and scratching at the ice before it, making muffled sounds. It seemed to want to break the ice even more frantically to reach the girl inside. It was clear that it genuinely cared for Jiang Wangxue. Upon noticing the figures of Wang Guan and the others, it immediately let out an angry roar and was the first to pounce over. Its blood-red eyes fixed on Wang Guan. It was evident that it truly hated Wang Guan. "I'll handle it." Wang Guan stepped forward. "If I kill you, Wang Xue will definitely be happy." Zhu Qianlong, as a bloodthirsty beast, spoke in a muffled voice. It had not yet lost its ability to speak, but its voice was very hoarse. It lunged close, its sharp claws aiming for Wang Guan. There were faint sparks flickering on its body, indicating that its former abilities had not completely disappeared. "Be careful." Su Weiqing noticed Wang Guan's relaxed attitude and quickly reminded him. But the next moment, smack! Wang Guan raised his hand and slapped the bloodthirsty beast hard across its grotesque face. Boom! The bloodthirsty beast spun and crashed to the ground. This slap, infused with the power of military boxing, directly shattered its skull. Exploration. This is an ordinary child suffering from madness, after transforming into a bloodthirsty beast. The previously attached attributes are still effective. It just added the condition of having lost his mind. Chapter 43, Bloodthirsty Demon. My newly transformed elite subordinate is already gone. You have killed a bloodthirsty beast and gained 20 points. Wang Guan saw a prompt appear before him after slapping the transformed Zhu Qianlong to death. Killing the bloodthirsty beast transformed by Longjing students still grants points, and quite a few at that. Seeing Wang Guan slap the bloodthirsty beast to death surprised Su Weiqing and Technique.He. "I've slapped him so many times that I've gotten used to it," Wang Guan explained. He really had gotten used to it. Upon seeing it rush towards him, he instinctively wanted to slap it again. Su Weiqing and Technique.He were speechless. The other humanoid bloodthirsty beasts abandoned attacking the ice block and lunged towards them. There were a total of 5, 3 of which were ordinary humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. 2 could be clearly identified as transformed by Longjing students. As they engaged with these bloodthirsty beasts, a giant ice block suddenly shattered, and a somewhat disheveled and weak Jiang Wangxue had jumped out. Her expression was one of surprise, more so of joy. "Wang Guan is here too?" Only Su Weiqing's voice was in her mental network. She had just realized that Wang Guan had also come here. Soon, Su Weiqing killed 2 of the bloodthirsty beasts, while Technique.He took down 1. The 2 bloodthirsty beasts transformed by Longjing students were easily handled by Wang Guan. "Brother Guan, do you have a bonus when fighting Longjing students?" Technique.He joked, somewhat surprised. "It might be because they just transformed and their strength isn't that strong," Wang Guan explained. What he said was indeed true. Newly transformed bloodthirsty beasts were indeed weaker than those that had fully formed. Jiang Wangxue excitedly ran over, glancing at the rapidly decaying body of Zhu Qianlong on the ground, filled with disgust. This useless person, still claiming he would protect her. "Are you here to save me?" she said excitedly to Wang Guan. "We are here to find the bloodthirsty demon." Wang Guan glanced at her and nonchalantly shifted his gaze away. Saving people was just a side quest. He now treated Jiang Wangxue like a passerby. There was no longer any connection of friendship, but it's really dangerous inside. I barely managed to escape. Jiang Wangxue paused for a moment, then quickly spoke in exasperation. Wang Guan waved his hand. "Do as you wish." Jiang Wangxue's selfish personality made him worry about being backstabbed if he went in with her. The other 2 also ignored her and prepared to delve deeper into the ravine. Jiang Wangxue angrily glared at the 3 and turned to run outside. But after just a few steps, her expression suddenly changed, and she began to retreat continuously. When Wang Guan and the others entered the ravine, they didn't encounter many bloodthirsty beasts. But now, a group of bloodthirsty beasts had gathered outside the ravine, blocking the way. This ravine was formed by a collapsed mountain, with steep sides. Unless one could fly, there was no way out except through this entrance. Now, the entrance was blocked by a horde of bloodthirsty beasts. They let out a series of roars and began to surge into the ravine. The bloodthirsty demon wants to catch them all in one go. Wang Guan also saw the swarm of bloodthirsty beasts rushing into the ravine. This abyss creature is indeed cunning. It had deliberately driven away the bloodthirsty beasts outside the ravine, waiting for them to enter, then controlled the beast horde to block the ravine. Technique.He did not hesitate and immediately turned around, charging towards the entrance of the ravine. He spread his arms, energy brewing between them. When he reached the beast horde, he suddenly closed his arms together. This was his exclusive skill from the master of entropy ability, powerful at this level. Boom! A powerful energy shock sent the beast trying to enter the ravine flying. Technique.He then blocked the entrance of the ravine, continuing to resist the horde's entry. "I can hold them off for a while," he shouted. The entrance of the ravine was quite narrow. He stood there with the momentum of holding back the tide. He could temporarily hold off the beast horde. His words also inquired if Wang Guan and Su Weicheng still wanted to enter the ravine. A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Weicheng's face. "This opportunity is rare. I can quickly deal with the humanoid bloodthirsty beasts," Wang Guan quickly said. Su Weicheng had received intelligence through their mental network. Inside the ravine, the bloodthirsty demon had originally set up an ambush with dozens of humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. But most of these had already been taken care of by Longjing students, and the few remaining were also injured. It was highly likely that they could be taken down easily. And for Wang Guan, the bloodthirsty beasts transformed by Longjing students were just a group of ordinary people who had lost their minds. Good. Instructor Su Weicheng nodded after seeing the confidence in Wang Guan's eyes. He knew Wang Guan had his own secrets, and since he said he could deal with the bloodthirsty beasts, he was willing to trust him. Making a decision, Wang Guan and Su Weicheng immediately rushed into the ravine. You actually wanted Jiang Wangshue's eyes widened, feeling it was absurd. At a time like this, instead of quickly leaving, they wanted to dive deeper into the ravine to confront the bloodthirsty demon. She glanced at the bloodthirsty beast being sent flying by Technique.He's energy shock. She was already very weak, but staying here would be even more dangerous. Resolving to act, she quickly rushed out while Technique.He was busy sending the bloodthirsty beast flying. Some of the bloodthirsty beasts were distracted by her and began to chase after her, slightly alleviating the pressure on Technique.He's side. That could be considered a good deed. Wang Guan and Su Weicheng rushed into the ravine. On the ground, they could see the decaying corpses of humanoid bloodthirsty beasts, all taken care of by the previous Longjing students. They did not encounter any more bloodthirsty beasts and arrived deep inside the ravine. There was a relatively open area here. The bloodthirsty demon they had seen before was fighting Lin Zidong. Surrounding them were a circle of humanoid bloodthirsty beasts, about a dozen, most of which were freshly transformed Longjing students. They still maintained a standing posture, continuously emitting hoarse sounds. They did not interfere with the battle, and rather than a battle, it seemed more like the bloodthirsty demon was toying with Lin Zidong. Lin Zidong was already covered in wounds, and his spirit seemed to have collapsed, crying out loudly. The bloodthirsty demon emitted a piercing scream, as if laughing. Lin Zidong's level was higher than the bloodthirsty demon's, and his physical condition was stronger. He also had a high-level alloy longsword with decent skills. Yet he was still being manipulated by the cunning bloodthirsty demon. After Lin Zidong led the Longjing students here, the bloodthirsty demon did not immediately engage him. It hid behind, directing the bloodthirsty beast puppets to attack them. It was waiting for the right moment to strike, attacking the Longjing students, draining their blood, and consecutively transforming them into bloodthirsty beasts. This was indeed a trap it had designed. It was meant to lure some students here. Realizing this, Lin Zidong's original confidence and fighting spirit began to wane. He lost his calm, becoming irritable and flustered, ultimately being completely dominated by fear. But by the time he wanted to escape, it was already too late. The bloodthirsty demon finally made its move. It began to toy with its prey, enjoying the process of torture and slaughter. Lin Zidong was indeed strong, but he ultimately lacked experience in dealing with such an evil creature. Most importantly, he lacked a sufficiently firm and powerful will. Just as Wang Guan and the others arrived here, the bloodthirsty demon seemed to have played enough. It grabbed Lin Zidong's body, opened its massive mouth, and bit down on Lin Zidong's neck. Lin Zidong's body rapidly shriveled, and red scars began to gather and spread. He opened his terrified eyes as his life force quickly drained away. Seeing Lin Zidong die, Wang Guan and Su Weicheng did not hesitate any longer. Su Weicheng did not stop his pace. With a whoosh, he leaped over the humanoid bloodthirsty beasts and lunged towards the bloodthirsty demon. He confidently entrusted his back to Wang Guan, who naturally did not disappoint him. Following closely, Wang Guan swung his alloy sword, slashing at those humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. These bloodthirsty beasts were all transformed from students of Long Jing. With one sword strike, Wang Guan knocked them down in succession. To him, they were just ordinary people gone mad. Su Weicheng had already rushed to the front of the bloodthirsty demon, raising his iron fist to smash down. The bloodthirsty demon threw aside Lin Zidong's body and roared as it faced Su Weicheng. The two quickly became entangled in a fierce battle. The bloodthirsty demon soon realized that this human was weaker than Lin Zidong had been. He had a stronger aura and was more fearless. But he was not particularly difficult to deal with. There was also that other human boy from that day in the miasma forest. He had easily dealt with its puppeteer beast and scared it away. Later, it had commanded a horde of bloodthirsty beasts to attack Pingan Town while hiding in the back and refusing to show himself. A significant part of the reason was its fear of this boy. However, based on the information gathered from the beast horde, this boy was indeed strong. But he still didn't give it a terrifying feeling. Was it overthinking? This boy was just an ordinary human elite. The fact that he was able to easily kill its puppeteer beast that day might have just been a coincidence. Since it had lured him here, it would take the chance to eliminate him. The bloodthirsty demon's heart began to long for the delicious blood of this human boy. At that moment, it glanced at Wang Guan and then saw him wielding his long sword, continuously knocking down the humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. His movements were as effortless as chopping vegetables, flowing like clouds. Chapter 44. Is it considered a card? When the Longjing students first arrived at Pingan Town, Wang Guan quickly tagged them one by one. The results of the investigation leaned towards ordinary. According to Wang Guan's statistics over this period, when investigating others, 99 out of 100 times he would identify the target as an ordinary person. Among the hundreds of military training students in Pingan Town, only Inya was identified as a diamond Barbie, her strength comparable to Wang Guan. The 30 Longjing students were all ordinary students, results akin to comedians. In Wang Guan's eyes, they were just powerless, crazy, ordinary people. There were also a few humanoid bloodthirsty beasts transformed from non-Longjing students. Under normal circumstances, the entries discovered were also ordinary people. Wang Guan quickly harvested these humanoid bloodthirsty beasts, with score prompts continuously appearing before him. While dealing with the bloodthirsty beasts, he also kept an eye on Lin Zidong, who had been thrown aside. Lin Zidong was a 6th-tier ability user. Wang Guan had failed to tag him. Now, being drained of blood by the bloodthirsty demon, his body was withering and was likely to quickly transform into a bloodthirsty beast. If he transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, even though he would be limited by the beast itself and would not reach the 6th-tier level, he would still be extremely terrifying. He had to destroy his body as soon as possible. After dealing with the bloodthirsty beast that lunged at him, Wang Guan quickly rushed towards Lin Zidong. Swish! The alloy sword in his hand stabbed into Lin Zidong's chest. However, before the sword could penetrate, Lin Zidong's withered hand suddenly grabbed the blade. A layer of faint red scars had spread across his dry skin. His eyes suddenly opened wide, glowing blood red. He let out a hoarse cry, his gaze fixed on Wang Guan with an intense hatred. Wang Guan must die. Longjing does not need trash. He still retained some of his original consciousness and remembered the task hinted at by his leader. His body suddenly jerked, rising from the ground. Crack! The sword blade he was holding shattered. This alloy sword had a high quality, yet was broken so easily by him. Lin Zidong's claws, now sharp with elongated nails, swung down at Wang Guan. Wang Guan hurriedly dodged, discarding the broken sword. Bang! Bang! He struck Lin Zidong's chest with 2 consecutive punches. The immense power of the military fist forced Lin Zidong to involuntarily stagger back. As he began to transform into a beast, his movements were stiff, but his physique was already extremely strong. These 2 military punches, capable of turning ordinary bloodthirsty beasts to dust, did not cause him significant harm. Instead, they ignited his ferocity. He bared his teeth in anger and continued to pounce at Wang Guan. Meanwhile, Wang Guan bent down to pick up another sword from the ground. It was the alloy longsword that Lin Zidong had originally used. Upon grasping the longsword, Wang Guan could clearly feel its exceptional quality. Wielding this sword, he swung it wildly to meet Lin Zidong. The 2 figures crossed each other. Lin Zidong's beastly body swayed, and with a crack, his withered head separated from his body. You have killed a bloodthirsty beast and earned 30 points. His lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Black mist enveloped it, rapidly decaying. Bloodthirsty beasts were mutated creatures that had been contaminated. They were still living beings. Once the head was severed, they would naturally die. Wang Guan thought. Another good sword picked up. If he had been any later, Lin Zidong would have become a significant problem. Now, having just begun to transform, and with this good sword, he was able to resolve the situation without needing a tag. However, the points were still fully awarded. Was it considered a card? Wang Guan naturally wouldn't casually tag this sword. From the moment he arrived here until he dealt with all the humanoid bloodthirsty beasts, less than a minute had passed. He didn't look at Lin Zidong even once, immediately rushing towards the bloodthirsty demon, preparing to team up with the instructor to eliminate it. However, the bloodthirsty demon, in the middle of an intense battle with Su Weicheng, suddenly let out a long howl upon seeing Wang Guan charging at it. It nimbly leaped to the stone wall of the ravine, moving like a nimble goat, bouncing left and right. It quickly climbed the stone wall and fled into the distance. It slipped away. Both Su Weicheng and Wang Guan were taken aback. The stone wall was very steep. Even if they managed to climb it, they wouldn't be able to catch up to the agile, bloodthirsty demon. Wang Guan quickly used the windmill skill to unleash wind blades, attacking the bloodthirsty demon. The sword in his hand had an enchantment feature that made the wind blades much more powerful than before. When they struck the stone wall, they left deep grooves. A few wind blades hit the bloodthirsty demon, but they didn't cause much damage. It quickly escaped from Wang Guan's attack range, disappearing from sight. Su Weicheng looked astonished, filled with regret. Wang Guan's expression was also slightly dazed. It was scared off by me again? The bloodthirsty demon is rather cautious. I it. I have already marked it, and can sense its general location. Su Weicheng glanced in the direction the bloodthirsty demon had fled with a mix of regret and anger, and said to Wang Guan in a low voice, after he left a mark on it, he would be able to sense its location afterward, just like the investigation. It was a useless skill without combat power, but it was quite useful right now. Being able to grasp the bloodthirsty demon's location would make it easier to deal with it in the future. Although they hadn't achieved complete success, the gains were still significant. Leaving a mark on the bloodthirsty demon was one aspect. They had also resolved the hidden danger of the Longjing students transforming into beasts. Su Weicheng scanned the surroundings, where only decaying bodies with tattered clothing remained. He was astonished. His students had resolved all these humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts in such a short time. Even he wouldn't have been able to do it. Yet the combat power he displayed had not exceeded expectations. Of course, while Su Weicheng was surprised and curious, he tacitly refrained from asking any questions. Let South leave this place first. The two rushed towards the ravine exit. Tong and his team were still guarding the entrance, continuously blasting away the bloodthirsty beasts trying to surge in. The pressure he was under was greater than during yesterday's bloody battle, even more perilous. Because he hadn't joined Ruan Ashu's mental network, he had no idea about the situation with Wang Guan and the instructor. But still, he remained steadfast and unwilling to relax, even a little. When he heard footsteps behind him and confirmed it was Wang Guan and the instructor, his stern expression finally eased. Let's rush out, Wang Guan shouted, and the three of them charged through the beast horde blocking the valley and broke free. Then they ran wildly towards Pingan Town. The bloodthirsty beasts chased them for a moment, but soon, as if receiving orders from the bloodthirsty demon, they retreated. By the time they returned to Pingan Town, the pursuing beasts had already dispersed. Guangu, instructor, you finally came back. Everyone hurriedly gathered around when they saw them return. The students from Pingan Town were excited and thrilled, while the students from Longjing looked gloomy and despondent, having learned through the mental network what had happened. Lin Zidong's team, consisting of 13 elite students from Longjing, had nearly been wiped out, with even the strongest leader having perished. Su Weicheng recounted the events that transpired in the gorge, deliberately obscuring the details of the battle to help Wang Guan hide the secret. The newly transformed bloodthirsty beasts were relatively weak, and killing them wasn't difficult. Without witnessing the scene firsthand, it wasn't hard for them to accept. Wang Guan was gulping down water provided by Gao Chong, summarizing in his mind that it was equivalent to trading a dozen Longjing students for the elite of the bloodthirsty beast horde. The bloodthirsty demon could no longer gather so many humanoid bloodthirsty beasts quickly. The instructor had also marked the bloodthirsty demon, enabling him to track its location at any time. He had also obtained a sword of good quality. When he got this sword, Lin Zidong had already transformed into a bloodthirsty beast and attacked him, even breaking his sword. He certainly deserved to claim this trophy. All in all, this wave was not a loss. How come a few students from Longjing are missing? Wang Guan suddenly noticed something and asked curiously. They want to pick up Jiang Wangxue, Gao Chang explained. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people, looking disheveled, came running back from outside the town gate. It was the group that had just gone to fetch Jiang Wangxue. Jiang Wangxue had rushed out of the gorge to escape on her own, leading a pack of bloodthirsty beasts to chase after her. Luckily, through the mental network, she was able to find her classmates for support. Additionally, since the beast horde was recalled by the bloodthirsty demon, they managed to return. She had sustained quite a few injuries, looking extremely disheveled, and completely lost her previous aloof goddess demeanor. Upon seeing Wang Guan and the other two, who had returned safely first, Jiang Wangxue said, Chapter 45, The Mysterious Changes in Su Mengmeng. The students from Longjing suffered heavy losses. With the leader responsible for ensuring safety dead, the remaining ones began to panic. Ruan Ashu stepped forward, indicating her willingness to follow the instructor's arrangements. She understood that to safely complete this mission, joining the instructor and Wang Guan was the best solution. The pride of the Longjing students should have been set aside long ago. For them, the instructor and Wang Guan were naturally accepting. The remaining Longjing students were still quite capable. To get through the hunting task, everyone must unite as one. Wang Guan is still one of us from Longjing University. Some Longjing students murmured quietly. Now they no longer felt that Wang Guan was unworthy of Longjing University. Instead, they felt honored that Wang Guan was their classmate. Next, the talented students from Longjing were moved to the tent in the playground. At the same time, the students from Pingan Town also joined Ruan Ashu's mental network. The technological development level of this world is not low. However, due to the existence of ability users, there was no need for communication technologies similar to battlefield equipment. Military technologies like firearms and missiles had not developed. The reaction speed of third-tier ability users could evade bullets. Ability users with physical enhancement could easily withstand bullets. For powerful ability users, hot weapons were not as effective as cold weapons. No matter the distance, the knife is fast. To join the mental network, one needs to leave my mental mark first. This is just a wisp of my thought. It won't affect your consciousness, nor will it pry into your memories. Ruan Ashu explained seriously. She then asked Tong Yixing, Are you sure you don't want to join the mental network? Tong Yixing held onto his pendant and insisted. Forget it. I'm not used to others entering my brain. Ruan Ashu then looked at Wang Guan, who also claimed he had protective items. I'm not used to it either, Wang Guan explained. With his untold secrets, he really didn't want anyone entering his mind, even if it was harmless. Moreover, whether he wanted it or not, Ruan Ashu couldn't give him a mental mark. To Wang Guan, Ruan Ashu was just a comic actor. However, Wang Guan and Tong Yixing not joining the mental network did not have much impact. As two of the strongest students, they didn't need to communicate all the time. They could just focus on fighting. At this time, Wang Guan finally had the time to check the task panel. He was still ranked first with 685 points. Those humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts alone earned 200 points in one wave, not to mention quite a few ordinary bloodthirsty beasts. Tong Yixing, guarding the gorge entrance, had killed quite a few bloodthirsty beasts, but they were all ordinary types. His points were still lower than Wang Guan's, at 657 points. Jiang Wangxue also gained quite a few points, surpassing Anya and reaching 273 points. However, Anya, being a laid-back girl, didn't care much about the points ranking. After a quick glance at the points ranking, Wang Guan lost interest and opened the attribute panel instead. Ability, probe, level, third-tier skills, windmill, mastery. Military boxing, novice, physique, 262 speed, 238 spirit, 235 his physical attributes had improved significantly over the past 2 days. His physique surged by nearly 5 points. while speed and spirit both increased by 3 points. Continuous battles were the main reason. Fighting to the death and squeezing out potential naturally led to the fastest attribute improvement. At the same time, understanding military boxing allowed Wang Guan to gain a clearer control over his physical strength, resulting in a noticeable increase in physique attribute points. Of course, not all skills had an impact on attributes. The windmill from Shanghai didn't provide a noticeable enhancement to his three-dimensional attributes. Now, military boxing had advanced from the entry level he grasped yesterday to the novice level. Should he look for some skills that could enhance his attributes to boost speed and spirit? Wang Guan pondered. Different ability users had varying impacts on their three-dimensional attributes. For example, mental-type ability users could improve their spirit attribute rapidly, but their physique and speed lagged significantly behind. According to Anya herself, her spirit attribute was already close to 30 points, while her physique and speed were still below 15 points. She was also nearing the 3rd tier, but her specialization was severe, which was a common issue for mental-type users. However, Wang Guan's ability had no impact on attributes. It was best to maintain a balance in the 3 dimensions when leveling up. Although speed could be improved quickly, reaching the 4th tier in a short time was not very realistic. Wang Guan sighed. An average of 30 points in 3 attributes equated to the 4th tier. The bloodthirsty demon was a 5th tier mutated beast. If he could reach the 4th tier, then probing would be effective against the bloodthirsty demon, and he could easily handle it. Instructor Su Weiqing could sense the bloodthirsty demon's location. It was still lurking deep within the forest, surrounded by the bloodthirsty beast horde. Although it had been scared off by Wang Guan earlier, it hadn't given up on attacking Ping'an Town. As an abyssal monster, it had a strong instinctual craving for human flesh and blood and would not easily give up on the hundreds of humans in Ping'an Town. Naturally, Su Weiqing also did not want to let it go, waiting for an opportunity to ambush and eliminate it. By that evening, Wang Guan and his companions had completed their routine patrol mission. "You all go eat first. I'll join you in a bit." He left the sentence and walked towards Mengming's small house. Watching Wang Guan leave, his companions exchanged knowing smiles. Guangu really cares about the instructor's daughter. I'm so curious about how beautiful the instructor's daughter must be. I heard from Gao Chang that Guangu thinks she is even prettier than Longjing's Jiang Wanxue. Alas, it's a pity that the instructor strictly forbids us from going over. They lowered their voices to discuss, very curious about the mysterious daughter of the instructor. Wang Guan arrived at the small house. Instructor Su Weiqing had already given the house key to Wang Guan. He opened the iron gate and slipped into the small house. Wang Guan suddenly saw Su Mingming curled up in the corner of the room, as if she was enduring pain. The bloody scars on her body began to writhe again, as if alive. Her symptoms of bloodlust had flared up again. "Mingming," Wang Guan hurriedly approached with concern. "No, don't come over." Su Mingming's blood-red eyes met Wang Guan's, suppressing her pain as she said, "It's getting closer. It's going to catch me." She needed to drink blood to relieve her symptoms. The instructor wasn't here, and Wang Guan hadn't joined the mental network, so he couldn't notify the instructor in time. Without hesitation, Wang Guan made a decision, drew out his sword, and made a cut on his arm. He brought his arm to Su Mingming's face. "No, Wang Guan. I don't want to." Su Mingming looked at him with resistance. "It's okay. We agreed that once you recover, I will take you out to play." Wang Guan comforted her. Su Mingming hesitated for a moment, but still brought her mouth to Wang Guan's arm. A slightly cold feeling washed over her, and Su Mingming's throat gently moved. The blood red in her eyes quickly faded. The grotesque scars on her body stopped writhing. Soon, she pulled away from Wang Guan's arm, her face showing a timid expression as she gently wiped the wound on his arm with her sleeve. Tears silently fell, a mix of emotion and guilt. "Are you feeling better?" Wang Guan asked softly. He didn't care about the injury on his arm. With his current physique, it was nothing. Su Mingming nodded gently. "I'm sorry." It's fine," Wang Guan said as he rubbed her head. "Wang Guan," she hesitantly spoke, lowering her head. "If I can't hold on, can you kill me?" "I know, Dad wouldn't dare to. I should have died a long time ago." Wang Guan's expression changed slightly, but she still tried to act relaxed and said, "Mingming, don't think too much. The instructor and I will definitely kill the blood demon." Looking at Su Mingming's pitiful appearance, He felt an anger he had never felt before. Damn, the blood demon really deserves to die. But Su Mengmeng wanted to say something else. Mengmeng, you should rest well for now, Wang Guan said with a smile, helping her back to the small bed. After chatting with her for a while, he left with a heavy heart. Once Wang Guan left, Su Mengmeng curled up, trembling slightly. She fell into a deep sleep, filled with exhaustion and fear. At this moment, she was already half a blood demon. The blood she drank from Wang Guan had merged into her body, gradually becoming a part of her. Suddenly, a slight electric arc was unconsciously triggered in her palm. Rustle, rustle. The chains on her body and the iron objects in the room seemed to sense it and began to tremble slightly. It was affected by the electromagnetic force. Detection. This is a beautiful girl, stunningly talented, with exceptional abilities and possessing super magnetic armor. Chapter 46. What a trash school Longjing University is. Whoever loves it should go. The sky was completely dark. Tonight was somewhat overcast, and the stars were not visible. The lights on the playground had been turned on. Wang Guan, leaving the small house, swayed slightly, a result of blood loss. His expression was somewhat irritated. Thinking of Su Mengmeng and her pitiful words made an unquenchable anger rise in his heart. At that moment, a startled shout suddenly rang out on the playground. Bright light. There's light to the east. Wang Guan looked over and indeed saw a bright light rapidly approaching. He immediately became alert, but as the light got closer, he realized it seemed to be an airship. This was a type of flying vehicle used for transport and passenger services. Due to flying mutated beasts roaming the skies, flight routes were extremely unsafe, and most of the time, people traveled by train. However, airplanes and airships still existed, though they were rarely seen. At this moment, an airship arrived at Pinyin Town, slowly landing on a flat ground. How could there be an airship? It's reinforcements. It must be the Ling City Hall arranging support. But this airship seems to be commercial, not from the military. Regardless, it must be a good thing. Everyone excitedly gathered around. Instructor Su Weiqing also showed a look of joy. Normally, after a mission is set, unless it is determined that the mission is about to fail, the alliance government would not send reinforcements. But having reinforcements is certainly good, especially for the current situation. However, when they reached the technologically advanced airship, everyone saw that the cabin was empty with no one inside. The cockpit opened and a man with a big beard climbed out. I'm here to pick people up for evacuation, he shouted loudly. Evacuate people? Everyone was somewhat stunned. The mission was not going to be carried out. Wang Guan scanned the airship cabin and found it could hold at most 30 people. With nearly 300 residents and students in Pinyin Town, he was puzzled. The bearded man then pulled out a list. Only those whose names I read can board the airship. Others are not allowed. What does this mean? Su Weiqing asked in shock. I'm just here for a job, to pick up a portion of people. I want to care about the rest. The bearded man said arrogantly, then began reading names. Jiang Wangxue, Ruanishu, Hejin. Upon hearing these names, everyone quickly realized they were all students from Longjing University. This airship arranged by Longjing University only comes to pick up Longjing students? Wang Guan was taken aback. The Longjing students exchanged glances, all showing expressions of surprise. But standing among them, Ruanishu furrowed her brows in anger. Did you send a distress signal to the school behind my back? She questioned her classmates angrily. Longjing University highly values its elite students, considering them important assets. In addition to arranging a leader, they provided them with devices to send distress signals. When encountering life-threatening danger, sending a distress signal would prompt the school to arrange rescue immediately. This treatment is only for Longjing University students. Now, they sent a distress signal behind Ruanishu's back. It was my suggestion, and everyone agreed. Jiang Wangxue, bandaged and somewhat disheveled, said, We suffered heavy losses. Team leader Lin Zidong is dead, and if we stay here, we'll be in danger too. After their hasty escape back to town in the morning, she made this decision. She had witnessed the horror of the blood demon. Su Weiqing, Tong Yixing, and Wang Guan, no matter how strong they are, cannot fight that monster. She still has a bright future. Why take such a huge risk and stay here to fight for her life? Who knows, they might end up buried with the others here. Ruanishu voluntarily mingled with the people of Pinyin Town. so she encouraged others to send the distress signal behind Wang Guan's back. But if we withdraw, Ping Town will definitely find it even harder to resist the beast horde, Wang Guan said anxiously. Although there were only 17 students left from Longjing, most of them were level ability users and quite powerful. If they leave, the strength of the town will be significantly weakened. This is their problem. It has nothing to do with us, Wang Guan said, preparing to board the airship. The students from Ping Town, upon realizing what was happening, turned pale. Suddenly, Wang Guan pushed through the crowd and walked towards Jiang Wangxue. Jiang Wangxue reacted swiftly, quickly conjuring a layer of ice wall around her. Waves of cold frost mist surged from her body. Wang Guan, what are you doing? She coldly questioned. But as soon as the words left her mouth, the ice wall was shattered by a kick from Wang Guan. His hand passed through the frost mist and grasped her throat. Ugh, ugh. Jiang Wangxue panicked instantly, grabbing Wang Guan's arm with both hands. The frost quickly spread over Wang Guan's arm. Wang Guan remained indifferent, his grip unyielding. Jiang Wangxue conjured 2 ice spikes in the air and hurled them at Wang Guan. With 2 loud bangs, the ice spikes were smashed by Wang Guan's single hand. The power of the ice and snow sorceress seemed useless before him. The crowd around them watched in astonishment. That's enough. There are too many people here, Technique.He said with a frown, speaking softly. His expression was also quite grim. In front of so many people, they couldn't just watch Wang Guan actually kill Jiang Wangxue. Could they? Wang Guan, stop. Instructor Su Weicheng also advised. Only then did Wang Guan release his grip. Jiang Wangxue collapsed to the ground like a rag doll. With a wave of his arm, the previously frozen ice shards fell off. He glanced disdainfully at Jiang Wangxue and turned back. Several students from Longjing looked at Wang Guan with fear, quickly helping Jiang Wangxue up. Tong Yixing, Inya, Gao Chong, and others gathered around Wang Guan. Guangu, are you okay? The ice and snow sorceress is indeed formidable, Tong Yixing said, concerned as he checked Wang Guan's arm. Touching Wang Guan's skin, he could still feel a chill. I'm fine, Wang Guan shook his head. He truly was fine, and even felt quite good. Jiang Wangxue had long been marked by him. The ice and snow sorceress's powers were like healing mist to Wang Guan. He could completely ignore the damage from Jiang Wangxue's icy powers. The injuries on his arm and the dizziness from blood loss were healed after this encounter. At that moment, sounds of howling suddenly erupted from the dense forest surrounding the town. The night began to stir. The bloodthirsty demon was driving a pack of bloodthirsty beasts closer. Su Weicheng sensed something, and his expression changed. It has discovered the rescue airship and thinks we are about to retreat, so it's acting hastily. Hearing Su Weicheng's words and sensing the commotion in the surrounding forest, everyone's faces changed. The Longjing students exchanged glances and hurriedly rushed towards the airship. Hey, are you Wang Guan? The airship pilot, a bearded man, suddenly shouted. He had just heard the instructor call Wang Guan's name and glanced at the list in his hand. You're on the list, you can come up. All eyes turned to Wang Guan. Wang Guan was also a student of Longjing University and was on the list. Several Longjing students had complex expressions. Wang Guan, it seems the school hasn't forgotten you. Hurry up. One of the Longjing students urged as they climbed into the cabin. They all knew that the school leadership of Longjing University did not like Wang Guan, considering him a low-tier ability user. Assigning him to military training in the safe town was meant to eliminate him. Now that the airship was being arranged for retreat, the school leadership could completely ignore Wang Guan's name. The presence of Wang Guan on the list indicated that his performance had impressed them. Longjing University was ready to accept Wang Guan. Instructor Su Weicheng, along with Tong Yixing, Inya, Gao Chong, and other companions, all looked at Wang Guan. Wang Guan found it amusing and chuckled lightly. What a trash school Longjing University is. Whoever wants to go can go, he said disdainfully. He did not care at all, indicating that he was not interested in Longjing University. He was not expelled by Longjing or forced to withdraw. He was actively expressing his disdain for Longjing University. By saying this, he was also refusing to board the rescue airship to leave. Guangu is awesome. The big guy is so cool. Well said. The classmates surrounding him, who had begun to panic, felt a renewed sense of excitement after hearing Wang Guan's words. The Longjing students were very surprised. Under the bearded man's urging, they hurriedly boarded the airship. The weak and unconscious Jiang Wangxue was also brought aboard. Asho, hurry up. Someone urged upon seeing the still remaining show below. I've decided to stay. After some hesitation, show made her decision. Her psychic network was greatly helpful on the battlefield, and staying would be very beneficial for the safe town. Unlike other Longjing students, she did not have that arrogant superiority. After saying this, she resolutely turned and walked towards Wang Guan and the others. Another Longjing student, after a slight hesitation, also chose to stay. A total of 15 Longjing students boarded the airship. Half of the cabin was still empty, but the bearded man clearly did not want to let anyone else in. Wang Guan had already probed him, and the failed probe indicated that he was not low in level. If he dared to take this job, he must have considerable strength. A conflict would only increase casualties. If it weren't for this, Wang Guan wouldn't mind forcibly keeping him behind. Good luck to you all. The bearded man didn't waste time and hurriedly climbed into the cockpit of the airship, accompanied by the roar of the engine. The airship rose into the air and quickly flew away into the night. A few flying bloodthirsty beasts lunged at it, trying to block its departure. But several bursts of fire erupted from the airship, shooting the bloodthirsty beast down. It was unclear whether it was the bearded pilot's ability or some enchanted weapon. Reminder: Jiang Wanxue, He Jin, and others have been detected leaving the mission area, and they are considered to have abandoned this hunting task, with their points cleared. A prompt appeared before everyone's eyes. Their names were removed from the scoring rankings. Meanwhile, outside the safe town, the silhouettes of the bloodthirsty beasts in the darkness were already faintly visible. Everyone, from now on, we can only rely on ourselves. We're no worse than those Longjing students. At least we are braver than them, still staying here instead of running away. Even without them, we can defeat the bloodthirsty beasts. Wang Guan took the lead in charging forward. Chapter 47. My probing ability, can it be used this way? This time, the bloodthirsty beasts launched an attack. The battle seemed to have reached a fever pitch from the very beginning. Under the night sky, the terrifying howls of the bloodthirsty beasts echoed. Show's psychic network played a huge role at this moment. Through the psychic connection, everyone could communicate quickly. They all had a premonition in their hearts that this would be the final battle. Whether they could hold off the beast horde and kill the bloodthirsty demon would determine the success or failure of the hunting mission. The gate of the town, facing the dense forest, remained the main attack point for the beast horde. Many bloodthirsty beasts had already broken through the defenses and entered the town. Wang Guan, Su Weicheng, Tong Yixing, and other main forces immediately rushed to this location. Thank you for staying. Wang Guan looked at the boy running beside him. This was the other Longjing student who chose to stay, apart from Shou. He was tall, with dark skin and messy hair, somewhat taciturn. Even wearing the beautiful silver uniform of Longjing University, he gave off a wild feeling. No need to thank me. I didn't intend to help you. His voice was very rough and cold, staring ahead at the beast horde with a grin. I just want to fight. I have no interest in anything else. Huh? Wang Guan was somewhat surprised. Gao Chang leaned closer to Wang Guan, lowering his voice. His name is Ren Yi. He's a battle fanatic, quite an oddity among Longjing students. Shou had just introduced this boy's situation in the psychic network. Gao Chang knew Wang Guan had joined the psychic network, so he specifically introduced it to him. What is his ability? Wang Guan asked. He and seen Ren Yi fight before. This kid is an aberration-type ability user, specializing in beast transformation, which is a rare and high-level explanation. Beast transformation is a major category within the aberration type, allowing the user to transform into a beast. There are different types, such as werewolf transformations. However, Ren Yi's beast transformation is characterized by a loud howl, causing his already bulging muscles to swell even further. With a tearing sound, his clothes are ripped apart, revealing his dark skin now covered in dark brown scales. A thick tail extends from behind him, and a massive crocodile-like mouth filled with sharp teeth emerges. This half-human, half-beast appearance resembles that of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Accompanied by Gao Chang's words, Ren Yi leaps forward, charging ahead into the bloodthirsty beast horde. Wang Guan is astonished. It's the first time he has seen such a beast transformation ability. His pants should be specially made. He silently thinks as he observes the ferocious figure. A fire-type ability user, under Su Weicheng's signal, throws fireballs at the nearby trees and houses. The roaring flames illuminate the battlefield in the dark night. The beast transformed Run Yi seems to have his instincts for battle completely take over his will, rampaging through the beast horde. His tough skin can ignore the attacks of the bloodthirsty beasts. His sharp teeth continuously tear into the bloodthirsty beasts that come at him. Although this fighting style is not very efficient, its ferocity and brutality have a significant impact on the bloodthirsty horde. A buzzing sound rises as a swarm of saber-toothed bees flits above the beast horde like a dark cloud, launching attacks. Su Weicheng has specially arranged for several students to protect Technique, who is controlling the bee swarm. The short-haired girl is focused, manipulating the swarm to fight. With previous experience, she has learned how to control the saber-toothed bees to quickly kill the bloodthirsty beasts. However, the nauseating experience still occasionally makes her gag. But she's getting used to it. Although she increasingly dislikes this unfortunate ability, the lethality of her bee swarm cannot be underestimated. Wang Guan also joins the fight, wielding a sword in one hand and a fist in the other. He knows that the long sword in his hand is of high quality, with an enchanted special skill, cutting edge. Its effect is to make the long sword sharper, inflicting cutting damage upon hitting a target. In Wang Guan's hands, a single sword strike topples a group of bloodthirsty beasts. Coupled with his enhanced military-style punches, the encroaching beasts are sent flying one after another. With two high-level skills, a high-level weapon, and the physical qualities of a Tier 3 ability user, even without the assistance of a powerful ability, his combat power is significantly higher than that of ordinary students. He occasionally uses his detection skill to mark the seemingly stronger bloodthirsty beasts, easily harvesting points in the process. As points continuously flash before his eyes, Wang Guan keeps a close watch on Su Weicheng's figure during the battle. Long before tonight, he had prepared a plan with Su Weicheng and Tong Yihong for when they encountered a beast horde attack again. If the opportunity arises, Su Weicheng will use his marking perception to quickly locate the bloodthirsty demon and strike as the main force to take it down. Wang Guan and Tong Yihong will follow closely behind to help eliminate distractions. Earlier, when the airship left, the bloodthirsty demon thought the town was retreating. It had already regarded the humans inside the town as its prey. Driven by its bloodthirsty instincts, it immediately ordered all the bloodthirsty beasts to launch an attack, essentially sending its entire army into action. It no longer concealed itself, blending into the horde of bloodthirsty beasts. This was a golden opportunity to kill it. At this moment, the bloodthirsty demon was preparing to use the cover of the beast horde to launch its attack, aiming to eliminate the ability users here one by one and consume their blood to transform them into bloodthirsty beasts. This was the strategy it had used earlier against the Longjing team led by Lin Zidong in the valley. But clearly, this trick was no longer effective now. It was here. As it charged into the town with the beast horde, Su Weicheng immediately spotted it. Utilizing the rapid communication of the psychic network, students near the bloodthirsty demon quickly retreated. Su Weicheng smashed through the oncoming bloodthirsty beast with a series of iron fists, fighting his way toward it. Tong Yihong followed closely, using his abilities to clear the bloodthirsty beast to assist the instructor. The bloodthirsty demon let out a piercing howl. Wang Guan also wanted to follow and focus fire on the bloodthirsty demon, but at that moment, the surrounding bloodthirsty beast suddenly surged toward him like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami rising. After repelling one wave, another wave followed closely. Almost a third of the beast horde gathered around him, leaving him unable to move. The bloodthirsty demon controlled the beast horde to block him. Damn, it's afraid of me and doesn't want me to get close, Wang Guan thought with a shock. The bloodthirsty demon is still wary of Wang Guan. In its eyes, Wang Guan is very sinister and unfathomable. It does not want to confront him just yet. Therefore, it controlled the beast horde to temporarily isolate Wang Guan, planning to deal with him after eliminating several other troublesome opponents. At this moment, Su Weicheng, like a towering pillar, had already charged in front of it. With a furious shout, he unleashed a powerful punch at the bloodthirsty demon. The strong, humanoid limbs of the bloodthirsty demon crawled on the ground, evading nimbly while not forgetting to counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce struggle once again. However, this battle is different from the earlier one in the valley. Waves of beasts continued to surge around them. A white-haired Technique.He arrived shortly after, using his ability to block the approaching beasts and create opportunities for the instructor. However, the beast horde was overwhelming, making it difficult for him to fully stop them. Continuously, bloodthirsty beasts broke through the interception and pounced towards Su Weicheng. While Su Weicheng fought the bloodthirsty demon, he also had to divert his attention to deal with the beast horde. Despite his fierce efforts, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage under these circumstances. He was struck repeatedly by the bloodthirsty demon's sharp claws. The situation became critical in an instant. Wang Guan, Technique.He shouted. Wang Guan heard Technique.He's voice and felt anxious. But he was still firmly suppressed by the beast horde and unable to move. Even if he tried to leap, he would still be tightly surrounded by the beasts. With a roar, the ferocious figure of the beast king Ren Yi suddenly charged in, tearing a gap in the surrounding encirclement. Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Clear path for me, go that way. But the beast transformed Ren Yi, with his small, dark eyes, glanced at Wang Guan before turning his massive head and charging in another direction. In his beast form, he was left with only the instinct to fight. Recognizing his teammates was already his limit. He couldn't comprehend Wang Guan's words at all. Wang Guan thought, beast transformation indeed exchanges intelligence for strength. He could only follow closely behind Ren Yi, trying to break out of the encirclement first. But just a few steps later, he was once again surrounded by the beast horde. Ren Yi had already charged off, not knowing where he had gone. A group of students also happened to fall into the encirclement of the beasts. What the hell is going on? How did the beast horde surround us? Guanggu, they exclaimed in alarm. Gao Chang and you were among them. And you controlled the swarm of bees with significant lethality, but she was too fragile. So Su Weicheng had arranged a team to protect her. Unexpectedly, they had now been caught up in the encirclement of the beast horde. Seeing Anya, Wang Guan's eyes suddenly brightened. I can use her. He punched a bloodthirsty beast that lunged at him and rushed in front of Anya. Anya, use all your strength to throw me over there. He pointed in the direction where Su Weicheng was fighting the bloodthirsty demon. The farther, the better. Anya looked confused. Are you asking me to throw you out? Finding someone with less than 15 points in physique to do this is a bit too much to ask, right? Gao Chang quickly said, Guanggu, let me do it. His steel-like ability significantly boosts physique attributes and was already close to 20 points. But Wang Guan still looked at Anya. It's you, hurry. Anya was infected by Wang Guan's urgency and had no time to think further. She grabbed Wang Guan's arm with one hand and wrapped the other around his waist. Throw accurately, Wang Guan reminded. Anya tightened her small face, exerting her utmost strength and letting out a loud shout. She spun her body around and threw Wang Guan towards the dense forest. In Wang Guan's exploration, he found that Anya was as strong as himself. Possessing the powerful ability of the war horn, like a diamond Barbie, the war horn ability should also enhance her physical state. Now, in the midst of a battlefield filled with beasts, the girl was filled with fighting spirit. Her throw would definitely not be weak. Suddenly, whoosh, Wang Guan shot out like a cannonball, soaring over the endless waves of beasts. Gao Chang and the others. Onion. The surrounding beasts momentarily froze, then immediately chased after Wang Guan's direction. No wonder she's a diamond Barbie, so fierce. Wang Guan, now in midair, adjusted his posture and thought to himself. What he wanted to capture was the attribute on Anya. Currently, he had about 200 pounds of ability enhancement, his physical strength altered, making him heavier than an average person. But Anya had just thrown him over 10 meters away. A powerhouse like Gao Chang couldn't achieve that. Hiss! In midair, a flying bloodthirsty beast pounced towards him. Whoosh! Wang Guan wielded his sword, cleaving the beast in half. Using the momentum to adjust his direction, he soared toward the bloodthirsty demon. At that moment, the bloodthirsty demon, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the beasts, had completely gained the upper hand in its fight with Su Weicheng. It had knocked Su Weicheng to the ground. Technique.He hurriedly waved his hand to release a shockwave, but the bloodthirsty demon withstood the attack. It opened its enormous mouth and was about to bite down on Su Weicheng. Suddenly, Wang Guan's figure descended from the sky, unerringly crashing down towards it. Bloodthirsty demon. Before it could react, boom, a powerful military punch landed on it. It flew sideways, crashing into a building before finally stopping. This punch, carrying the force of falling, left a dent in its back. It rolled up and charged at Wang Guan with a series of piercing screams. There was anger, fear, and confusion. As the master of the beasts, it could share the senses of the bloodthirsty beasts. But the battlefield was in chaos, and it never expected that Wang Guan could descend from the sky. This human is truly terrifying. After delivering that punch, Wang Guan felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Just as he stood up from his crouched position, ready to continue attacking, he saw the bloodthirsty demon suddenly turn and flee. Running away again? Wang Guan's mind raced as he glanced at the injured Su Weicheng lying on the ground, quickly saying to Technique.He, "Take care of the instructor." He then drew his sword and chased after it. He didn't have confidence in fighting the bloodthirsty demon. But the key was that the bloodthirsty demon was also afraid of him now and dared not engage in combat. So it was perfect. He would first stall for time to stabilize Su Weicheng's injuries. Technique.He blasted away several bloodthirsty beasts and hurried to Su Weicheng's side. The direction it was running towards Su Weicheng was already covered in wounds, and he struggled to get up. It's heading for Mengmeng. The bloodthirsty demon's current target was indeed Su Mengmeng. 13 years ago, this girl had been bitten by it, and fortunately, she hadn't transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. But its aura had remained within the girl. The smartest move would be to kill her early. But that human man had allowed her to live until now. He even fed her his blood. Such a ridiculous and foolish human emotion. After it gathered the beasts and arrived near Ping'an town, it could sense the events happening around the girl. It knew that the human man and that boy cared deeply for her. In fact, it could have fully transformed the girl long ago. It had been holding off just to use her as a pawn, to allow her to play a crucial role at the right moment. Just like now. "Awaken, my servant." It issued a sinister murmur in obscure language, summoning the girl to become its puppet, coercing the human boy. Outside Mengmeng's house, a small team, arranged by Su Weicheng, was specifically guarding the area. After the war began, only a few stray bloodthirsty beasts had come over, easily dealt with by them. When they saw the bloodthirsty demon charging towards them, their bodies went rigid. "It's coming directly here?" Whoosh! The iron door of Mengmeng's house was suddenly pushed open from the inside. With a rustling sound, accompanied by the clanking of chains, a slender figure staggered out. Su Mengmeng had her eyes closed, and the bloody scars on her body were writhing, almost covering her entire form. She was responding to the summons. "Mengmeng!" Wang Guan, who was closely following behind, changed his expression. He understood the bloodthirsty demon's intentions. His eyes suddenly reddened, and his heart erupted with anger like a volcano. Was he really going to personally send this poor and kind girl away? But at that moment, a hint of confusion crossed Wang Guan's expression. He seemed to have a strange feeling coming from that girl. The bloodthirsty demon had already reached Su Mengmeng. Its terrifying maw opened wide, seemingly laughing with glee. And Su Mengmeng, who had her eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. In her eyes, electric sparks flickered. Since she was bitten in her childhood, the horrifying figure of the bloodthirsty demon had always been her nightmare. Now, the nightmare was right in front of her. But she didn't feel fear like before. There was another power that brought her unprecedented warmth and courage. The chains binding her began to rattle, electric sparks entwining and shaking constantly. I'm not afraid of you anymore." Su Mengmeng's voice was still a bit timid, but it was incredibly firm. She waved her hands forward, and bolts of electricity burst forth from her palms. Crackle, crackle, they struck the bloodthirsty demon. The bloodthirsty demon again. It never expected that this girl, who was supposed to become its puppet, would suddenly unleash such an attack. Caught off guard, it was enveloped by the blue high-voltage current. It trembled violently, smoke rising, and a burnt smell filled the air. It let out a chilling scream, struggling continuously, but for a moment, it couldn't escape the high-voltage shock. Wang Guan, who had just arrived, was momentarily stunned. What is going on? How does Su Mengmeng have this ability? This high-voltage attack ability flashed quickly through Wang Guan's mind as he recalled the attributes he had inscribed on Su Mengmeng. This is super magnetic armor. It seemed that sensing the bloodthirsty demon's call, countless bloodthirsty beasts were madly surging towards this location. Su Mengmeng, releasing electric shocks, already showed a worried expression. I can't hold on much longer. She had just awakened her ability and couldn't sustain its use for long. Wang Guan quickly snapped out his daze. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and charged at the bloodthirsty demon. Breaking edge, the sword instantly sliced through the bloodthirsty demon's neck. Electric sparks spread along the sword, enveloping Wang Guan. He was prepared to endure the pain of this high-voltage shock. But to his surprise, the current that caused the bloodthirsty demon immense pain felt warm and comfortable on him, without any suffering. The current released by Meng Meng is ineffective against me? This thought flashed through his mind. The bloodthirsty demon, now headless, fell powerless to the ground. Even for abyssal monsters, such an injury was still fatal. Su Mengmeng stopped her electrical attack, her body swaying as she fell. Wang Guan quickly caught her with one arm, his expression filled with confusion and shock. Congratulations. You have killed the bloodthirsty demon. Chapter 48. I can now understand why Wang Guan goes to find her every day. Congratulations. You have killed the bloodthirsty demon and earned 230 points. Completion of the bloodthirsty demon elimination. Hunting mission concluded. Congratulations. You have achieved the top rank with 1103 points. As the bloodthirsty demon perished, Wang Guan was flooded with a series of notifications. One of the conditions for completing the hunting mission was to kill the bloodthirsty demon. Now that this terrifying abyss creature was dead, the mission was complete. Wang Guan looked at Su Mengmeng in his arms, somewhat incredulous. A black mist was emanating from the girl, a sign of the bloodthirsty demon's corruption. The blood-red scars quickly faded, revealing her pale, delicate skin. Her sparse hair began to regrow. It was originally black, but it seemed the residual effects of the bloodthirsty demon had caused it to take on a faint reddish hue. In an instant, she returned to the appearance of a normal girl, and she was beautiful. Wang Guan's pupils trembled. It was normal to eliminate the effects of the abyss after killing the bloodthirsty demon before complete transformation. But Su Mengmeng not only eliminated the effects, but also returned to a normal girl. There wasn't even a scar left on her. How could this be? And what about the abilities she had just displayed? Wang Guan felt a turmoil in his heart. However, this was not the time to dwell on these matters. With the bloodthirsty demon dead, the countless bloodthirsty beasts that had been wreaking havoc in the town began to undergo mutations. Many of them lost their vitality amidst their mournful howls, black mist rising from their bodies as they quickly decayed. These bloodthirsty beasts had recently transformed and lost control without the bloodthirsty demon, leading to their immediate demise. A small portion of the bloodthirsty beasts, unaffected by the death of the bloodthirsty demon, also fell into panic and began to flee towards the outskirts of the town. They remained ferocious, but could no longer impact the current situation. These bloodthirsty beasts have been transformed for several years, or even over a decade. Although controlled by the bloodthirsty demon, they could exist independently, qualifying as a separate species. After the Abyss invasion, countless mutated beasts were born, many of which came about in this manner. The peaceful town at night was filled with waves of victory cheers. We won. Haha, the bloodthirsty demon has been killed. Guanggu is awesome. We persevered through the hunting mission. We are victorious. Voice cracking. Everyone was extremely excited. They had truly resisted the beast horde's attack by relying solely on themselves and completed the dangerous hunting mission. Covered in blood, Su Weicheng, with the support of Tong Yixing, came to Wang Guan and Su Mengmeng. Su Mengmeng had already stood up. This seemed to be the girl's first time leaving that cramped room in over a decade. With a mix of fear and curiosity, she surveyed her surroundings, feeling the cheerful atmosphere. Upon seeing Su Weicheng, tears of joy streamed down her face. Dad? Mengmeng? Su Weicheng was somewhat astonished, blinking hard. The light was dim here, but he could still see the girl's beautiful features and delicate skin. He couldn't believe that the girl before him was his daughter. But there was no mistake, this was his daughter. The bloodthirsty demon was killed, and his daughter was not only no longer affected, but had completely returned to normal. This exceeded all his expectations. The father and daughter embraced each other excitedly. Tong Yixing had never seen Su Mengmeng's appearance before, so when he saw her now, he wasn't too shocked. He thought that Su Mengmeng's previous condition wasn't severe and that she looked like this all along. He simply shot a knowing glance at Wang Guan. The military training students guarding outside the small house had been stunned when the bloodthirsty demon charged at them. Coupled with the dim lighting, they hadn't paid attention to Su Mingming's appearance at the time. Now, relieved, they saw the slain bloodthirsty demon and were all excited. They quickly reported the situation in the mental network. Just now we, along with Guan Gu and the instructor's daughter, worked together to kill the bloodthirsty demon. Who was it that was constantly calling for help in the mental network just now? What exactly happened? To put it simply, the instructor's daughter restrained the bloodthirsty demon, and Guan Gu beheaded it with one sword. Wow, amazing. The instructor's daughter is that powerful? What does she look like? Super beautiful. Let's put it this way. I can now understand why Wang Guan looks for her every day. In a mental network constructed by Ruan Ashu, everyone was chatting enthusiastically. However, Wang Guan and Tong Yixing, who did not join in, were unaware of this. Tong Yixing looked at the corpse of the bloodthirsty demon on the ground. As a creature of the abyss, the bloodthirsty demon's body began to rapidly weather after death. With a gust of wind, nothing would remain. They were not things that should exist in this world. However, from its current remnants, one could still discern the kind of attack it had endured. What kind of ability did the instructor's daughter, Ming, awaken? He curiously asked. He had vaguely seen the scene where Su Ming released high-voltage electricity. Su Weiqing also asked curiously, Ming, have you awakened an ability? He knew that his daughter had not awakened any ability before. But this was a world where everyone had the potential to awaken abilities. Even without taking the college entrance examination, upon reaching the age of 17 or 18, one could still sense and awaken their powers when triggered. However, participating in the college entrance examination and entering the brutal trial battlefield would increase the probability of awakening a higher-level ability. Yes, Su Mingming's voice was still timid. I now have an ability called supermagnetic armor. Her bright eyes looked at Wang Guan. She vaguely sensed that her awakening of the ability was related to resisting the bloodthirsty demon's control and drinking Wang Guan's blood. So, supermagnetic armor awakened like this? Tong Yixing exclaimed, as if he had heard of this powerful ability before. Generally speaking, those who did not participate in the college entrance examination awakened life-related or weak abilities. Of course, there were rare examples of awakening strong abilities, but they were extremely few. Su Mingming's situation was still astonishing. Could this girl be a hidden genius? Wang Guan's expression was also very surprised. Indeed, it was supermagnetic armor. Su Mingming now completely matched the description he had given her when he first met her. Investigate. This is a beautiful girl with extraordinary grace and intelligence, possessing a powerful ability, supermagnetic armor. This made him feel quite unsettled. Su Mingming was influenced by his investigation. The description had completely come true. Wang Guan suddenly thought of the earlier time when Su Mingming exhibited symptoms of bloodthirst and drank his blood. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. She was infected by the bloodthirsty demon, and the blood she drank would become a part of her body. Because it fused with my blood, her description became real. I can feel that I now have some inexplicable connection with her. The electricity she released earlier couldn't harm me. Wang Guan seemed to discover an even more miraculous aspect of his ability. However, he needed to verify the specifics slowly. The airship piloted by the bearded man flew quickly through the night. Inside the cabin, the student from Longjing were feeling heavy and complex emotions, lacking the enthusiasm to talk. Jiang Wangxue sat in a corner. She had woken up from being choked unconscious by Wang Guan earlier, but her face was still somewhat pale. The red, swollen handprint was still visible on her delicate neck. Remembering Wang Guan's cold gaze at that time, and the despair of being unable to escape no matter how hard she struggled, a trace of fear involuntarily surfaced in her eyes. Wang Guan truly wanted to kill her. It would be best if he died in that town, killed by the bloodthirsty demon, as she had cursed him. Without the Longjing students, the strength of that group would be greatly diminished. Earlier, as they flew away, the bloodthirsty beast horde had already begun attacking the town. Maybe now Wang Guan and those second-tier university students have already been killed by the bloodthirsty demon. With such thoughts, her mood seemed to improve a lot. But just then, Wang Guan successfully killed the bloodthirsty demon. The hunting mission ends here. The slap in the face came unexpectedly. Longjing students left the battlefield and were considered to have automatically exited the mission. They were removed from the points ranking list, and they could no longer see the changes in the rankings. But now that the mission was over, they still received a notification. They could still see the relevant mission report. Wang Guan ranked first in points, 1103 points, received a reward, 300 points, third-class merit. Additionally, killed the bloodthirsty demon. Obtained the qualification to enter the Longsin's secret realm. Technique.He ranked second in points, 873 points, received a reward, 150 points, third-class merit. Anya ranked third in points, 513 points, received a reward, 75 points, third-class merit. Jiang Wangxue scanned the mission report, her eyes widening, pupils trembling. They successfully resisted the bloodthirsty beast tide and achieved victory in the hunting mission. How is that possible? It had only been about an hour since the bloodthirsty beast swarm invaded. Moreover, Wang Guan not only survived, but also killed the bloodthirsty demon. He got first place in points and received generous rewards. And Anya, who ranked third, had already surpassed her points before leaving Peace Town, not to mention the various items that points could be exchanged for. Just this third-class merit would have huge benefits for future development. Learning certain skills, accepting certain missions, holding certain positions. Many of these required merit. Furthermore, Wang Guan also obtained the qualification to enter the Longsin secret realm, which was even more precious and represented unlimited opportunities. Just as she was in disbelief, she suddenly sensed something unusual. Raising her head, she saw that the others in the cabin were all looking over coldly. If it weren't for Jiang Wangxue encouraging them to send a distress signal, they would have continued to stay in the town and participate in the battle. They could have enjoyed the glory of mission victory and gained considerable points. Now, everything was out of reach for them. They not only lost half of their members, but also gained nothing. Although they had voluntarily boarded the airship, they blamed everything on Jiang Wangxue. Jiang Wangxue, Chapter 49. Wang Guan is my student from Longjing University. In the early morning, Peace Town was bathed in warm sunlight. Although the hunting mission achieved victory, the beast tide had invaded the town, causing significant damage to the already broken town. Many students were injured, but fortunately, there were no fatalities this time. This result was already quite good. Wang Guan had a comfortable sleep and was awakened in the morning by the familiar sound of a horn. Seriously, just finished the battle, and the instructor doesn't even allow a lazy sleep? Gao Chang couldn't help but complain. However, stretching his arms and getting up, he looked out the window and was startled to see a lot of people outside, seemingly the military. A group of soldiers in dark green military uniforms appeared in the town, forming a neat formation. The students, awakened by the horn, quickly tidied up and gathered on the playground. Everyone was showing the fatigue of the battle, some still wrapped in layers of bandages. The army came to provide support now? The bloodthirsty demon has already been killed. What is the use of coming at this time? Do you know what a mission trial means? Unless failure is confirmed, the army will not provide support after the mission starts. They can't be blamed. Which army is this? Everyone looked curiously at the soldiers, whispering to each other. Wang Guan was also very curious, looking at the officer negotiating with instructor Su Weicheng. They're the Vanguard Army. Technique.He explained in a low voice beside him. The Vanguard Army, one of the 4 major armies of the Alliance. This army is stationed near Ling City, and Technique.He, coming from Ling City, is naturally familiar with their uniform. Moreover, Technique.He is going to study at the Vanguard Military Academy in the future. If nothing unexpected happens, everyone graduating from the Vanguard Military Academy will join the Vanguard Army. The Vanguard Army? Wang Guan had heard of their achievements. This army is named Vanguard because they're the frontline troops charging against the Abyss forces with remarkable battle achievements. In the eyes of ordinary people, they hold great prestige. After the officer negotiated with Su Weicheng, he waved his hand. The soldiers lined up behind him immediately dispersed and began to orderly clean up the post-battle wreckage of the town. They brought several military trucks, along with a lot of construction tools. There were also medical supplies and doctors to help treat the injured students and town residents. This army came for post-war support. Guangu, let us leave first. Technique.He tugged at Wang Guan's sleeve and said quietly. He was cautiously hiding behind Gao Chang's broad back, seemingly not wanting to be seen. Just as Wang Guan felt strange, Yihang. The officer's eyes were already looking over here, calling out. Everyone's gaze instantly turned to Tong Yihang. Tong Yihang had no choice but to awkwardly step forward. Long Ge, he called weakly. Stinky kid, what were you hiding for just now? The officer walked over with an annoyed expression, looking Tong Yihang up and down, then laughed. Not bad. Not injured. The instructor will be relieved. My mom is just overly worried, Tong Yihang mumbled. He introduced Wang Guan. This is Long Ge, Zheng Hailong, a second lieutenant and a student of my mom. Wang Guan and the surrounding students were a bit surprised. Tong Yihang not only has considerable strength, but also seems to have an impressive background. A second lieutenant of the Vanguard Army is his mother's student? Tong Yihang then introduced his classmates to Zheng Hailong. Zheng Hailong clearly paid the most attention to Wang Guan, examining him closely. Alonga? Wang Guan greeted somewhat awkwardly. Please call me Second Lieutenant Zheng. Zheng Hailong reminded with a serious face. Second Lieutenant Zheng, Wang Guan replied. Good temperament, your college entrance examination results, and this mission's ranking both prove your practical ability is also good. Zheng Hailong nodded in satisfaction, suddenly asking, Are you interested in transferring to our Vanguard Military Academy? Wang Guan was taken aback, so direct. Long Ge, let me talk to Guan Ge for a moment. Tong Yihang quickly interrupted, pulling Wang Guan aside. Guan Ge, if you want to transfer to the Vanguard Military Academy, you can tell Long Ge now. He can quickly help you with the procedures, he said. Wang Guan had long had the intention to transfer to the Vanguard Military Academy. He and Tong Yihang had kept a tacit understanding and had not discussed this matter in detail. Now the opportunity was right in front of him, and Tong Yihang simply stated it directly. I would be very willing, Wang Guan said. He had already told someone that Longjing University was a trash school yesterday and would definitely not go back there. However, he also needed to ask some things clearly before transferring to the Vanguard Military Academy. First tell me, why did you choose to train in Peacetown? Don't say it's because it's close to home, he asked. This was a suspicion he had long had. Tong Yihang seemed to have come here deliberately to get close to him, but he being the third in the alliance. It couldn't possibly be just to recruit him to the Vanguard Military Academy, right? Tong Yihang was not surprised that Wang Guan would ask this question, but his expression still became somewhat conflicted. I did come here for you at first. I arranged for someone to have you share a dormitory with me. He answered honestly. I'm very interested in you, the number one in the alliance, but the more important reason is that someone asked me to take care of you. Take care of me? Wang Guan was taken aback. Tong Yihang nodded. Anyone can see that Longjing arranged for you to train here with ill intentions. Sister Rome was worried about your safety, so she asked me to take care of you, but clearly, you don't need my care. Sister Rome? Wang Guan became even more confused when he heard this name. He didn't recognize this person from his memory. Who is she? She is another student of my mother. Tong Yixing replied, pausing for a moment as he carefully observed Wang Guan's expression. Sister Rome told me that she knows your parents, and they are friends who can share life and death. Wang Guan's expression suddenly stiffened. Both of his parents were explorers, and their abilities were not suited for combat, focusing more on exploration and research. Since their disappearance, Wang Guan had not found any information about them. Now, he unexpectedly encountered a friend of his parents. Seeing Wang Guan's excited expression, Tong Yixing quickly said, I only know this much. You can ask Sister Rome about other matters once you officially start studying at the Vanguard Military Academy. Wang Guan took a deep breath and replied, Okay. He and Tong Yixing returned to Zheng Hailong. Brother Long, Guan Ge is willing to transfer to the Vanguard Military Academy, Tong Yixing said, lowering his voice again. Hurry up and handle the paperwork. With Guan Ji's current popularity, be careful of any tricks from Longjing. Don't worry, I brought the documents with me. I'll help him process the transfer right away, Zheng Hailong nodded. You brought the documents? Have you been targeting me from the very beginning? Wang Guan was a bit speechless, but still gratefully said, Thank you, Lieutenant Zheng. Zheng Hailong smiled warmly at Wang Guan. Call me Brother Long, Brother Long. In Tianjin City, Longjing University, President's Office. Bang! The short and stout, somewhat balding president of Longjing University, upon learning about the events in Ping'an Town, angrily threw his cup onto the floor. A team of 31 people participated in the hunting mission, led by a second-year student, yet half of them were lost in just 2 days. He paced back and forth in his office, furious. Those are the important assets of Longjing University. How am I supposed to explain this to the board? This year, Longjing University admitted more than 200 new students who were distributed among different military training sessions. One of these groups was sent to the 23rd Trial Battlefield, Town. Upon learning that a hunting task was about to be set up there, the president immediately arranged for nearby military training freshmen to participate in the task. He initially thought that with the quality of his Longjing students and the leadership of the second-year student, they would surely shine in the mission, bringing glory to the school and showcasing their strength. However, the results were disappointing. 14 people were lost in just 2 days, including one second-year student, Lin Zidong, that arrogant waste. By the end of the mission, only 2 students remained on the score leaderboard, Renyi in 4th place and Ruanishu in 12th place. Instead, it was Wang Guan who performed excellently, ranking first with a significant lead in points and even killed a bloodthirsty demon. Originally, this level of trashability user was sent to the 23rd Trial Battlefield with the intention of having him eliminated, and a military training officer was specifically instructed to keep an eye on him. Lin Zidong also hinted to the new students to eliminate him during the mission. Unexpectedly, this kid managed to hold on and achieved such good results. The president couldn't help but exclaim, although he is only a level ability user, the strength he displayed truly surprised me. The college entrance examination results seem to rely not only on luck. When it comes to enrolling students, the school places the most importance on potential and future. Wang Guan was looked down upon because it was known that level abilities had little future. Longjing had never accepted students below level before. But now, since Wang Guan had shown such strength, it might be worth it to reluctantly accept him and set a precedent. If he can't keep up with the school's curriculum in the future, they could always find a way to expel him. No matter what, the one who secured first place in this hunting mission was still a Longjing student. It also brought glory to Longjing University. With this thought, the president's angry expression softened a bit, and he sat back down in his chair. However, the office door suddenly swung open, and a curvaceous female secretary hurried in. President, Wang Guan just applied for a transfer. He wants a transfer to the Vanguard Military Academy through military channels. What? The president jumped up. Refuse him. His student record has already been established at our school. He is a student of Longjing University, and I do not agree. No one can transfer him without my consent. But the secretary's face showed difficulty. You instructed that Wang Guan would not be able to enroll anyway. So the student record didn't need to be established at that time. Now, according to regulations, he has already been transferred. Chapter 50, Entering the Longsun Secret Realm. I can bring 3 more people. Town. Zheng Hailong led the team and set up camp in Town. Although they faced the threat of the bloodthirsty demon and started the hunting mission, there were still 10 days left in the month-long military training, and the training would continue. This is the cruel rule of this world. On the second day of the hunting mission, Ruanishu and Renyi, the 2 remaining Longjing students, left the town to join their classmates. Next time I see you, I want to have a good fight with you, Renyi, who was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, issued a challenge to Wang Guan as he came to see them off. This battle maniac stayed behind simply because he wanted to fight. After transforming into a beast, he caused quite an impact on the bloodthirsty beast horde, but also sustained significant injuries. He was now thinking about challenging Wang Guan in the future. All right, I'll wait for you, Wang Guan smiled. But he was concerned that, investigation. This is an irritable taxi driver with a bad temper but excellent skills. He might not have much opportunity. However, maybe he could study how to control him in the future. The Tyrannosaurus Knight, just thinking about it feels pretty cool. It's an honor to fight alongside you. Ruanishu formally shook hands with Wang Guan. Me too, Wang Guan replied. Although he had now severed ties with Longjing University, he did not dislike these 2 Longjing students. Ruanishu and Renyi took the car arranged by Zheng Hailong and left the town. In the following days, the town returned to its previous rhythm. However, after experiencing the hunting mission, everyone had grown considerably, and the training projects arranged by Su Weicheng were eased significantly. Now, everyone was most concerned about the task rewards. Only the top 3 would receive special rewards, while others would only get points. But those points could be exchanged for many good things. Everyone was flipping through the points reward exchange list, looking for desirable items. With the rewards, Wang Guan accumulated a total of 1403 points. After making some selections, he chose to exchange for Titan Company's Level 1 protective suit, which included armor, protective pants, and combat boots. Although his investigation ability had a chance to identify ordinary clothing as equipment, the probability was lower than that of identifying a wooden stick as a powerful weapon. Therefore, Wang Guan felt it was necessary to prepare a set of equipment for himself first. The performance and price of equipment produced by different companies varied. Titan Company's series of equipment offered the best cost-performance ratio. The Level 1 armor worn by military training officer Li Yangshan left a deep impression on Wang Guan. It had endured countless wind blade attacks from Wang Guan and only barely got torn apart after encountering an attack from a humanoid bloodthirsty beast. This set of equipment was sufficient for Wang Guan for the time being. Buying the 3 pieces outside would cost 1 million, but in the task exchange list, it only required 1,000 points. This means that 1 point is equivalent to 1,000 credit points. With the remaining 400 points, Wang Guan chose a skill manual, Abyss Visualization, a level skill specifically designed to hone mental attributes. Through this skill, one could visualize the terrifying figures of abyss monsters, thus refining oneself. Learning the skill does not require any level requirements for ability users. Wang Guan did not forget to take the opportunity to develop his 3-dimensional attributes evenly. This skill would cost 400,000 if bought outside. Level skills generally did not exceed 100,000, but the price of this level skill reached 400,000. The higher the level, the more expensive the price. By the time they reached those skill levels, the prices had become unbearable for ordinary ability users, and they were hard to find. After making his decision, Wang Guan sighed inwardly. It would be better to cultivate the child, Yuan Shaoqin, and let him create his own skills. That would be more promising. After redeeming the points, the items would only be delivered after the military training ended. In addition to the points redemption, Wang Guan also received a 3rd-class merit and eligibility to enter the Longsun Secret Realm. He was already well aware of the benefits of merit. As for the Longsun Secret Realm, he now knew that it was a unique area formed by the Abyssal Rift, filled with both danger and opportunity. Since the Abyss invasion began, many secret realms of various sizes had formed over the centuries. Even the Vanguard Military Academy was established on a special secret realm. However, the danger levels varied between different secret realms. Have you asked Long Gu about it? Do you know what the situation is in the Longsun Secret Realm? During breakfast, Wang Guan asked Tong Yihong. He had asked Tong Yihong to inquire about the Longsun Secret Realm from Zheng Hailong. Before entering the secret realm, he definitely needed to clarify the situation inside. I asked, but Long Gu is also unclear. But once you get to the Vanguard Military Academy, you can check in the school's database. Tong Yihong replied regretfully. All right then. Wang Guan nodded. Tong Yihong suddenly looked at Wang Guan with a hint of expectation in his eyes. With the eligibility to enter the Longsun Secret Realm, not only could Wang Guan enter, but he could also bring 3 others along. I'll think about it, Wang Guan said with a smile. He naturally understood Tong Yihong's intention. Take me with you. The white-haired boy was so strong, and their collaboration had been good during this time. He was also one of the main forces in defeating the bloodthirsty demon. If they were to enter the secret realm, he definitely had to be one of them. As for the other 2 candidates, Wang Guan glanced at his table mates Gao Chong and Zhang Yong, who quickly shook their heads. We'd better pass. If we go in, we'll definitely be killed in minutes. They were quite self-aware. As ordinary ability users, they were no match for those monsters. Wang Guan chuckled, of course. His choices wouldn't be these 2 roommates. Given their strength, it would be too risky to enter the secret realm. At that moment, Su Weicheng and Su Mingming's figures suddenly appeared outside the cafeteria. Instructor Su Weicheng was wrapped in bandages, with serious injuries left by the bloodthirsty demon that had not yet healed, but he wore a big smile. Su Mingming had already removed the chains from her body and was dressed in a simple white long dress. Her light red hair was casually tied behind her head. The simple outfit gave a stunning impression, along with a refreshing vibe like that of the girl next door. The students and soldiers eating in the cafeteria looked at the girl with envy. They did not expect that such a rugged instructor would have such a beautiful and lovely daughter. No wonder she was chosen by Guan Gu. She truly was the brightest girl in town. Upon noticing countless gazes directed at her, Su Mingming, like a startled kitten, instinctively hid behind her father. When she saw Wang Guan, she happily waved her hand. "Wang Guan," she called out in a clear voice. Suddenly, all eyes were on Wang Guan. Envy, jealousy, but also respect. Wang Guan didn't feel anything special, smiling and shaking his head. Fully recovered, Su Mingming was getting accustomed to the outside world. The two people she trusted the most were her instructor and Wang Guan, and she would come to find Wang Guan for walks whenever she had time. Wang Guan put down his bowl and walked over. "I'll take Mingming for a walk," he said to Su Weicheng, pulling Su Mingming away. The cafeteria was filled with whispers. Anya, surrounded by a swarm of saber-toothed wasps, felt a bit envious upon seeing this scene, but was not displeased. She had seen Su Mingming in her pitiful state. Now that the girl had regained her life, she was genuinely happy for her. "I can't think about these things right now. I need to focus on practicing shot put," Anya silently told herself. Throwing shot put was a training project she had recently arranged for herself. During that battle, she had thrown Wang Guan over 10 meters in one go, which had shocked everyone at the time. Although she had not been able to unleash such strength afterward, she still harbored doubts. Was she a hidden physical training type? Practicing shot put might help her discover some potential. This somewhat carefree girl had not considered that the issue lay with Wang Guan. "Mingming, have you thought it over? Do you want to go to the Vanguard Military Academy with me?" Wang Guan suddenly asked as they walked on the playground under the morning light. Su Mingming had now awakened a level ability, Super Magnetic Armor, which was one of the top abilities in the lightning category. According to Technique.He, this ability's lethality ranked among the best of all abilities. Su Mingming had a relatively weak physique and was currently only a first-tier ability user. However, she could release high-voltage electricity that could suppress the bloodthirsty demon without needing to use skills. After learning about Su Mingming's situation, Zheng Hailong helped Wang Guan with the transfer procedures while also assisting Su Mingming with a special recruitment. He wanted her to enter the Vanguard Military Academy together. Even if she didn't participate in the college entrance examination, such a precious ability was something no university could refuse. However, Su Mingming's past experiences made it a difficult decision for her to leave her father and the town. Hearing Wang Guan's words, she, who was curiously surveying her surroundings, felt her expression dim. I don't want to leave Dad and Aunt Zhang, everyone, but..." She looked at Wang Guan, her eyes filled with reluctance, instinctively gripping Wang Guan's sleeve. Wang Guan was the first friend she had made. She could vaguely feel that there was a deeper bond between her and Wang Guan, making her instinctively want to get closer and depend on him. "It's okay. There are still a few days left until military training ends. You can think about it slowly," Wang Guan quickly comforted her. "Even if you stay here, we can still meet." Su Mingming was one of the candidates he planned to take into the Longsun secret realm. Once he made his choice, as long as they were ability users, no matter where they were, they could be directly pulled into the secret realm, just like entering the trial battlefield through the college entrance examination. As for the other candidate, Wang Guan looked up and happened to see Anya's figure. The girl, who had finished her breakfast, seemed to have found an iron ball from somewhere. She was yelling and throwing the iron ball repeatedly. Wang Guan thought to himself, "Should I remind this bug swarm heart? Don't misallocate your skill points." The remaining days passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day of military training. All the students, instructor Su Weicheng, the residents of the town, and the soldiers led by Zheng Hailong were excitedly gathered in a circle. Wang Guan and Technique.He stood in the center of the circle. "Guan Yi, I'll give my all," Technique.He shouted as he moved his limbs. Wang Guan was also stretching. "Bring it on." On the last day of military training, the two strongest students decided to have an official spar to see who was stronger. Chapter 51. Still need to think of ways to unlock the cheat. On the playground, the two new ability users ranked among the top 3 in the entire alliance were engaged in a fierce battle. Although it was called sparring, both were giving it their all. Wang Guan held a fist in one hand and a sword in the other, exerting his utmost strength. He held nothing back against Technique.He in front of him. The long sword in his hand appeared to be wildly swinging, yet it continuously unleashed wind blades that fell towards Technique.He at strange angles. At the same time, his figure moved rapidly, finding opportunities to get close and land a punch. Technique.He had only comprehended one exclusive skill of the master of entropy, which consumed a lot of energy and was not used lightly. Most of the time, he relied on his ability itself in battle, controlling the energy changes to convert the wind blades and Wang Guan's physical attacks into a unique power, absorbing and storing, then releasing it. He could be said to be both offensive and defensive. The battle between the two was not intense, yet it drew bursts of cheers from the onlookers. Without powerful abilities, relying solely on skills and physical fitness to reach this level against a group, even slightly suppressing Technique.He, indeed showcased Wang Guan's impressive combat talent. The Vanguard Army Second Lieutenant, Zheng Hailong, nodded occasionally. The Vanguard Academy had received a good student. This enhanced version of military boxing is quite interesting, Zheng Hailong thought as he observed Wang Guan's attacks. He glanced at Su Weicheng, who was standing not far away with his daughter. This set of military boxing was honed by this instructor over more than a decade, evolving from ordinary military boxing. This instructor is truly admirable. His daughter has already decided to attend the Vanguard Academy and will apply for some support for this peaceful little town. Zheng Hailong made his decision. Su Mengmeng had already agreed to be specially recruited to attend the Vanguard Academy. The peaceful town originally developed around the mines. In recent years, with the depletion of mining resources and the occurrence of the bloodthirsty demon incident, it had fallen into complete desolation. It served only as one of the military training trial bases, receiving funding from the Alliance to maintain itself. The lack of large-scale cleaning of the nearby bloodthirsty beasts was due to the necessity of the trial battlefield. In the future, new recruits from the Vanguard Army could be arranged for special training here regularly. Among the new recruits who directly enlisted without a military academy background, there were many capable individuals. This perfectly met the prerequisites for military boxing. If Su Weicheng was willing to impart this skill, the military would offer him a handsome reward. This desolate little town would soon regain its vitality. While Zheng Hailong was deep in thought, the battle between Technique.He and Wang Guan had already reached its conclusion. Ultimately, Technique.He was still lacking a bit. He hadn't fully unleashed the power of the master of entropy. Zheng Hailong chuckled. This kid had always been labeled a genius and prodigy since childhood, and his awakened ability was indeed powerful. Now, encountering Wang Guan as a peer was not a bad thing for him. Just as he was speaking, bang, Wang Guan's straight punch landed on Technique.He. Technique couldn't completely dissipate the punch's kinetic energy, involuntarily letting out a grunt as he was knocked backward. Wang Guan's movements followed closely. Before Technique could steady himself on the ground, Wang Guan had already placed the blade of his sword against his neck. Technique exhaled, waving his hand decisively. I lost. I really can't compare to you, Brother Guan. You're really impressive, Wang Guan replied sincerely. He was still quite surprised. Not only was Technique powerful, but he had also already stepped into the third tier, and his three-dimensional attributes were not much weaker than Wang Guan's. It should be noted that when Wang Guan arrived in the peaceful town, he had already reached the second tier, stronger than Technique. He had also been using energy potions to assist with training and learned military boxing, which could enhance physical attributes. Yet when it came to the competition, he still couldn't shake off Technique by much. Winning this match was not easy at all. The enhancement effects of tiered ability users on physical attributes were indeed strong. It seemed he needed to continue thinking of ways to level up. After the two finished their battle, the onlookers gathered around, filled with admiration. The camouflage uniforms on both of them were already somewhat tattered, and after the recent fight, they had more holes. So they first returned to their dorms to change clothes. Brother Guan, next time, I will definitely defeat you. Technique, who usually appeared shy, spoke with unusual determination. As he spoke, he took off his outer garment and casually pulled down a strange pendant he had worn around his neck for a month, even in the shower. Wang Guan was taken aback. He instinctively activated his investigation ability. Investigation. This is a professional idol, skilled in singing, dancing, and playing basketball. At the start of military training, Wang Guan couldn't apply a title to him due to Technique's protective gear. This had been a concern for Wang Guan. So when he saw the white-haired boy remove the gear, he instinctively activated the investigation. An idol skilled in singing, dancing, and basketball. Well, keep working hard in the future. Wang Guan said regretfully, patting Tong Yixing's shoulder. The two changed into their casual clothes before military training. Their luggage had long been packed. As they walked out of the dormitory with their bags, everyone was saying their goodbyes. Although they had only spent a month together, the bond formed through the hunting missions, sharing life and death, made everyone feel a bit sad. Brother Guan, keep in touch. We must meet again when we have the chance. Goodbye, Wang Guan. The farewells were filled with reluctance. Wang Guan walked towards Su Weicheng and Su Mengmeng, who were embracing each other not far away. Su Mengmeng had decided to attend the Vanguard Academy and was now leaving with Wang Guan. They would first return to Tianhai City and then go to school together for formal registration. Aunt Zhang, who had been taking care of Su Mengmeng, was also there, wiping her tears. Instructor, Aunt Zhang, Wang Guan greeted. Mengmeng, we should go. Aunt Zhang looked reluctant as they were finally recovering and about to leave for a long journey. Mengmeng is going to school. She can't stay here forever. Su Weicheng comforted Aunt Zhang, though his rugged face couldn't hide the sadness of parting. Su Mengmeng's eyes were red as well. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Mengmeng, Wang Guan promised, helping Su Mengmeng pick up a simple backpack. Mengmeng will be in your care, Su Weicheng said solemnly, with a different emotion in his gaze. He could sense that his daughter's complete recovery and her awakening of powerful abilities seemed to be related to Wang Guan. Su Mengmeng also had a special reliance on Wang Guan now. After a month of contact, he found Wang Guan's character and integrity trustworthy. He was resilient, flexible, and decisive. And his concern for his daughter was genuine. This was why he was willing to let his daughter leave with Wang Guan. Dad, Aunt Zhang, goodbye. Su Mengmeng reluctantly bid farewell to everyone and left the town with Wang Guan. They were now first-year students at the Vanguard Academy. The school had specially arranged an off-road vehicle to take them to the city. Their trip to Tianhai City had already been planned. This is the kind of treatment that regular prestigious university students receive. Climbing into the vehicle and watching the town gradually recede, Su Mengmeng felt a bit down and took a long time to recover. She soon began to curiously ask Wang Guan various questions like a little child. When the vehicle reached the city limits, beep beep, a phone that hadn't been activated for a month rang with a reminder. Your account balance, 200,000. The payment for the saber-toothed mother bee sent to Anya was received as she transferred the promised 200,000 upon returning to a signal-covered area. Wang Guan glanced at the message and smiled as he replied to Anya. The money has been received. Remember to prepare for entering the secret realm. He had already agreed with Anya to take her into the long-since secret realm. He highly recognized the strength of the King Kong Barbie controlling the swarm. With him, Tong Yixing, Anya, and the potentially limitless Su Mengmeng, this configuration would definitely be able to conquer the secret realm. Anya quickly sent back a thumbs-up emoji. In the afternoon, at the west station of Tianhai City, the station was bustling as it was the day when new university students returned from military training, and many people were waiting for them. A group of school leaders from Tianhai No. 3 Middle School was waiting there, including Wang Guan's homeroom teacher from high school, Zhang Huimin. They constantly looked towards each arriving train. How could Zhu Qianlong die? Isn't the military training at Longjing University usually very safe? Maybe something unexpected happened. I heard that this time, during military training at Longjing, more than a dozen people died. We gave Zhu Qianlong quite a bit of bonus this year, and it was not easy to produce two top students. Who would have thought one would be lost? They whispered to each other, their expressions anxious. As the school had high hopes for Zhu Qianlong. The confidentiality of the new students' military training is very high. They do not know the specific process of the training, only that they have received a notice of death. So today, they eagerly waited here for Zhang Wangxue to return. Another train has arrived. The doors opened, and passengers streamed out. It was Wang Guan. Zhang Huimin saw Wang Guan's figure. This was the top student he had high hopes for, but in the end, he was greatly disappointed. The expressions of others were also somewhat complicated. They knew that although Longjing admitted him, they did not like him and specifically arranged for him to go to a dangerous place for military training. To their surprise, he actually managed to complete the training smoothly. After taking a long bus ride with Su Mengmeng, Wang Guan finally returned to Tianhai City, only to see the leaders of Tianhai No. 3 Middle School as soon as he got off the bus. However, they were obviously not waiting for him. Wang Guan did not want to say anything to these people and was about to leave with Su Mingming. Wang Guan, is this your attitude when you see the teachers? Zhang Huimin was displeased and stopped him. We may ignore you, but as a student, you must respect us. Wang Guan found it somewhat amusing. Aren't you the ones who look down on me for being a garbage ability user? The designated college entrance examination bonus can be temporarily erased by making new rules. After doing such a thing, you still want me to respect you? You're also a Longjing student. Do you know what happened during the military training? Zhang Huimin continued to ask. He stopped Wang Guan to inquire about this matter. Wang Guan was too lazy to respond. Sorry, I've already transferred to the Vanguard Military Academy. Transfer? Zhang Huimin was taken aback. Others were also shocked. Not going to Longjing University, but instead going to the Vanguard Military Academy? Although that was also the #1 military academy in the alliance, its reputation was still somewhat inferior to Longjing. Zhang Huimin was furious. Such a big decision. Why didn't you discuss it with the school? Who gave you the right to make such a decision? Despite their disdain for Wang Guan, he had successfully applied to Longjing University. This year, Technique.He #3 Middle School produced 3 Longjing students. Regardless of future achievements, just saying it now would bring great prestige. The investment in faculty by the municipal government would increase significantly. But now, one student was lost and another was transferring. In the eyes of the leaders of Technique.He 3 Middle School, Wang Guan's greatest value now was the title of Alliance Champion and the quota for Longjing University. Hearing Zhang Huimin's words, Wang Guan was stunned. I've already graduated. Why do I need your permission to transfer? You. Zhang Huimin was so angry that he couldn't speak as he pointed at Wang Guan. At this moment, the director suddenly shouted, the bus is coming. The bus that Jiang Wangxue was on arrived at this time. They quickly surrounded it. Wang Guan scanned the bus and caught a glimpse of Jiang Wangxue, a coldness flashing in his eyes. He took Su Mingming's hand and said, let's go. The bus stopped. After Jiang Wangxue got off, a middle-aged man jumped off the bus after her. This was Director Chun from Longjing University. Jiang Wangxue hurriedly introduced him to the leaders of her alma mater. Director of Longjing University? Zhang Huimin and the others were surprised. Although they worked at the school, staff from Longjing University were definitely important figures to them. Could it be that he came to apologize to the family due to Zhu Qianlong's unexpected death? They quickly smiled and approached. However, Director Chen ignored them, urgently pushing them aside and quickly running towards Wang Guan. Wang Guan, wait. Director Chen reached Wang Guan's side. Looking eager, can you reconsider transferring to the Vanguard Military Academy? Chapter 52. Why not pursue such a promising opportunity? What are you working hard for? Seeing Director Chen's behavior, the school leaders at Technique.He #3 Middle School were somewhat dumbfounded. Wang Guan was momentarily stunned by the man's words and couldn't help but laugh. Longjing University had previously looked down on him, even arranging for people to cause trouble to keep him in the dense forest of Peaceful Town. Now, having discovered his impressive potential, realizing he was not the garbage ability user they imagined, and that he performed well in hunting tasks, they changed their attitude and wanted to retain him? Sorry, I've already made up my mind. Wang Guan refused without thinking. You must have some misunderstanding about us. We value you very much. Director Chen quickly said. Wang Guan sneered, value me? You sent me to military training in Peaceful Town and even asked the training officer to take care of me? Director Chen's face twitched as he forced an explanation. We have high hopes for you and want to motivate your growth. At this point, he seemed unable to continue. Longjing's treatment of Wang Guan had indeed been somewhat excessive. He quickly shifted the topic. The principal specifically instructed that as long as you transfer back to Longjing, you can receive generous treatment. We will create the best study plan for you. You can receive scholarships and enjoy support policies for key students. He rattled off promises. Of course, these promises were contingent on Wang Guan maintaining his leading grades, but that didn't need to be stated. I'm not interested. Wang Guan still refused. His expression was resolute, even showing a hint of impatience. In fact, he had once held deep expectations for Longjing, like other high school students who viewed attending Longjing University as their goal. But after these events and the treatment he received, he was left with nothing but disappointment for this university. If there are still areas you're not satisfied with, we can discuss them further, Director Chun continued to persuade. Standing at a distance, Zhang Huimin and the others had already understood what was happening. Longjing University had sent Director Chun, traveling thousands of miles to Tianhai City, to stop Wang Guan from transferring. Promising numerous benefits, their attitude was earnest. But Wang Guan remained indifferent. Wang Xue, why has your phone been off for so long? What's going on? Class teacher Zhang Huimin quickly asked Jiang Wang Xue. Jiang Wang Xue bit her lip, remaining silent, her eyes looking at Wang Guan with a complex expression. She was also feeling unsettled. On the way back to Tianhai City today, Director Chun had suddenly accompanied her. Only then did she realize that Wang Guan was planning to transfer, giving up the opportunity to attend Longjing and go into the Vanguard Military Academy. And Director Chun had come to Tianhai City to change Wang Guan's mind, achieving the highest score in the hunting task and personally killing the bloodthirsty demon. He was undoubtedly the most dazzling presence among this year's freshmen, and Longjing University was not willing to give up on him, even if he was a garbage ability user. He had already proven his worth. Then, Jiang Wang Xue instinctively rubbed her neck. She had almost been choked to death by Wang Guan at that time, and she still had lingering fears. How would he do this to me? She thought angrily. Suddenly, she noticed the girl who had been standing beside Wang Guan. Tall and slender, with long light red hair, casually tied back. Her appearance was beautiful and elegant, dressed in a simple, almost plain white long dress that was outdated but did not look shabby at all. A pretty girl could look fashionable even in a sack. In front of this girl, Jiang Wang Xue felt somewhat less confident about her own appearance. The girl looked somewhat timid, yet she glared at Director Chun with wide eyes as if sharing a common enemy. It had been less than 10 days since they parted in Peaceful Town. Where did this girl come from? And she seemed to have a close relationship with Wang Guan? That's it. I won't change my mind again, Wang Guan said impatiently to Director Chun, taking Su Muming's hand and preparing to leave. Director Chun was also somewhat annoyed. What can they give you at the Vanguard Military Academy? They can make me happy, Wang Guan replied. Of course. It was not just happiness, but that reason was the most important. Director Chun was at a loss for words, and just as he was about to say something, a group of people suddenly surged over. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a suit. He walked straight up to Wang Guan. Hello, are you Mr. Wang Guan? The middle-aged man asked enthusiastically. Wang Guan was somewhat puzzled and nodded. May I ask who you are? My surname is Lin. You can call me Manager Lin. I'm a member of Titan Company's branch in Tianhai City, and I've been waiting for you here, the man introduced with a smile. The people present were somewhat surprised by his self-introduction. Titan Company is one of the top equipment manufacturing companies in the Alliance. Why would they send someone to find Wang Guan? Manager Lin, what brings you here? Wang Guan asked curiously. Manager Lin handed over a black box to Wang Guan. This is a set of equipment you exchange for through the hunting mission, and there's also a skill manual included. Thank you? Wang Guan was even more surprised. The equipment exchanged for points would normally be delivered to him after military training. There was no need to make such a grand delivery, right? Seeing Wang Guan's confusion, Manager Lin explained with a smile, there's no need to be surprised. I came personally to inform you, Mr. Wang Guan, that you have been rated as a potential rising star within our company. Potential rising star? Wang Guan was somewhat baffled. However, Director Chun, Zhang Huimin, and others showed expressions of shock. They understood what a potential rising star meant. Titan Group evaluates new ability users every year. The evaluation criteria are extremely strict, considering not only innate abilities, but also practical performance and mission achievements. New ability users with potential are rated as potential rising stars and given certain support to establish friendly relations in advance. This is akin to an investment. Rising stars will enjoy special services in the future, such as discounts on purchasing equipment and the ability to commission custom equipment. Typically, those rated as potential rising stars have promising futures. However, it is quite rare and shocking for someone like Wang Guan, whose abilities awakened just over a month ago, to be rated as a potential rising star. Manager Lin introduced what a potential rising star is to Wang Guan. We have learned about your performance in the hunting mission on the 23rd and decided to give you this rating. He smiled at Wang Guan and said, with your level of ability, your potential is unquestionable. Then, they exchanged contact information. After handing the black box to Wang Guan, he left with his team. Inside the box was the set of equipment Wang Guan had exchanged for, along with the manual for the Abyss Contemplation skill. Wang Guan glanced at the stunned Director Chun, Zhang Huimin, and others, and his mood lifted significantly as he left the station with Su Mingming. Director Chun became somewhat irritated, realizing that Wang Guan was probably the first new ability user to receive the potential rising star rating. The more outstanding he performed, the less willing Longjing University would be to give him up. Zhang Huimin and the others snapped back to reality, ignoring Director Chun, and quickly asked Jiang Wangxue what Wang Guan had done. Why had he suddenly become so sought after? It was only then that Jiang Wangxue recounted the details of the hunting mission. After hearing her explanation, the expressions of Zhang Huimin and the others were quite remarkable. He ranked first in the hunting mission. He even killed an abyss monster, the bloodthirsty demon. How did he manage that with his level of ability? Such tasks surely couldn't involve picking up top-tier weapons. They were somewhat incredulous. The belief that ability represents the future was deeply ingrained in their minds. Even when Wang Guan obtained the Alliance's top score, they had various complaints about him due to his low-level ability. But now Wang Guan had slapped them in the face. Beep beep. While Wang Guan was in a taxi heading home, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Zhang Huimin. Wang Guan, we've discussed your college entrance examination bonus and decided that our previous decision was somewhat inappropriate. We've decided to issue it to you again. Zhang Huimin's tone was completely different from before. Wang Guan couldn't help but chuckle. They refused to give him the tens of thousands of yuan bonus when he needed it most after graduation. Now that they realized his value, they regretted it and wanted to mend their relationship. No thanks, I don't need it now, Wang Guan replied coldly, hanging up the phone. He indeed didn't need the money anymore. He had no shortage of weapons, equipment, or skill potions, and Anya's 200,000 was enough for his daily needs. Wang Guan, what is that big house for? Su Mingming, sitting beside him, curiously looked at the scenery outside for the first time in the city. She felt a mix of anxiety about being in an unfamiliar place and a hint of excitement, continuously asking questions. At the shopping mall. When we have time later, I'll take you to explore it, Wang Guan replied with a smile. He was also thinking, after military training, the freshman would have a 3-day holiday before officially reporting to school. He could go directly to school, but thinking of Sister One and Zioh, he decided to take Su Mingming back to Technique.He City first. He wanted to see if he could squeeze some more benefits from this treasure of a mother and son. He just didn't expect the people from Longjing University to come to Technique.He City as well. It seemed they wouldn't give up easily. Thinking of this, Wang Guan took out his phone and sent a message to Tong Yixing, explaining what had just happened. As a representative of the Vanguard Military Academy, encountering such issues naturally required the school to intervene. He had already noted down the phone numbers of several acquaintances, including Tong Yixing and Anya. Don't worry, Sister Rome will be there soon. Tong Yixing's reply came back quickly. A friend of my parents will come? Wang Guan's eyes lit up. He was also looking forward to meeting this Sister Rome. The taxi stopped outside the community. It was just dusk, returning to Technique.He City from Ping'an Town. Thanks to the specially arranged schedule by the Vanguard Military Academy, the travel time was significantly shortened. When he went for military training, he had to set off early in the morning and spend a whole day before arriving at his destination at night. Sister Wen. Wang Guan brought Su Mingming to Sister Wen's milk tea shop. Seeing the alchemist Zhou when busy inside the shop, he greeted her with a smile. Xiao Wang, you're back. Zhou Wen had already spoken to Wang Guan on the phone in the morning, so she wasn't surprised. However, she was somewhat puzzled to see the timid Su Mingming following Wang Guan. This is Mingming, my friend, Wang Guan introduced. One, Sister One. Su Mingming wasn't used to interacting with strangers and greeted her in a low voice. Mingming, hello. Zhou Wen greeted warmly, pulling Su Mingming to offer her milk tea. She glanced at Wang Guan with a strange expression. Did you really go to military training? Why did you bring a girl home? Where's Xiaoqin? Wang Guan wasn't able to explain much and changed the subject, asking. He didn't see Zioh's figure. He's at home doing homework, Zhou Wen said. Xiao Wang, you should take Mingming home first. After I close the shop, I'll make dinner for you. I've been looking forward to your cooking, Sister Wen, Wang Guan said, his eyes lighting up. Under Zhou Wen's enthusiastic invitation, Wang Guan and Su Mingming each took a cup of milk tea and headed home. Wang Guan's was coffee milk tea, which served as a basic energy potion for him, just what he needed to refresh himself. Su Mingming liked sweet things and ordered a honey milk tea. How does it taste? Wang Guan asked curiously. It's sweet and delicious, Su Mingming said with her eyes squinting into a line, as it was her first time drinking milk tea. Don't you feel anything else? Wang Guan probed. For example, how the milk tea melted in her mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed into her body. That was his experience of drinking milk tea. But Su Mingming shook her head, somewhat confused. Well, that's too bad, Wang Guan said with some regret. Su Mingming's current state was related to his ability, so he was curious whether the attributes would also be effective for her. It seemed that indeed it wouldn't. When he was in the small town, he actually had quite a few small bottles of milk tea in stock. However, he didn't take them out for Su Mingming to taste because he had also tried to replicate Su Mingming's condition. He deliberately gave Technique.He milk tea mixed with his own blood, wanted to see if it would turn into a potion. As a result, the milk tea remained milk tea, and it even went a bit bad. Aside from making Technique.He have stomach issues for the whole night, there were no other effects. It seemed that using blood to make the entries real still required further exploration, Wang Guan thought to himself. He returned to his residence, took out his keys, and opened the door. The room still had the same layout as a month ago, but there were some other traces added. Of course, it was tidier and cleaner than when Wang Guan lived alone. The house had 2 bedrooms and a living room, with Zhou Wen and Yuan Shaoqin only occupying one of the rooms, which had bunk beds installed. Wang Guan's bedroom remained unchanged. At night, Su Mingming could sleep in his bedroom, and he could make do on the sofa. At the dining table in the living room, the energetic Yuan Shaoqin was lying on the table doing homework. When she saw Wang Guan and Su Mingming return, she happily greeted them. Brother Wang Guan, you're back. She curiously sized up Su Mingming. Wang Guan introduced Su Mingming, and Yuan Shaoqin politely called her Sister Mingming. Although she was mischievous, she still felt a bit shy in front of unfamiliar strangers and returned to her homework. Su Mingming, on the other hand, was even more reserved around strangers. Wang Guan settled his luggage and introduced Su Mingming to the room. Once Su Mingming was distracted by the television, he eagerly approached the dining table and sat down. Shaoqin, during the time I was away, did you create any new sword techniques? He nudged the little boy's arm, looking forward to it. Although the big windmill skill seemed unreliable, its power was remarkable. Whether he could continue to benefit from strong skills in the future depended on this little boy. However, upon hearing Wang Guan's words, Yuan Shaoqin showed a look of disdain. Brother Wang Guan, you're already so grown up. How can you still be so childish? He shook his head and sighed, glancing sideways at Wang Guan. I should be studying hard now. I won't do those childish things anymore. Wang Guan, what the hell? It was like a bolt from the blue. Had he forgotten the encouraging words they exchanged when he left? Why not pursue something as promising as studying swordsmanship? Why work hard in studying? Chapter 53, Abyss Contemplation, Battle the Bloodthirsty Demon Again. Waving a stick around aimlessly and practicing swordsmanship might be too childish for elementary school students. But for a college student like Wang Guan, it was just right. Shaoqin, you're still young. It's the age to be mischievous. Don't go astray, Wang Guan earnestly advised, hoping the little boy would turn back. But Yuan Shaoqin was already immersed in his homework, unable to extricate himself, completely ignoring Wang Guan. When Zhou Wen closed the shop and returned home with groceries, Wang Guan reluctantly gave up for the time being. After all, he was just a kid. He thought he couldn't hold out for long. He was still counting on the little boy to continue creating skills. The threshold for sword skills was very high. Whether it was through a master's teaching or learning from manual, it required a significant amount of time to master. Those advanced sword skills not only demanded extraordinary abilities, but also years of hard work and relentless practice to barely get started. And because of the entries, the little boy had become a swordsmanship genius in Wang Guan's eyes, possessing the ability of Sword Saint. The sword skills he created were essentially just aimless antics. But for Wang Guan, they were genuine skills. The difficulty of learning them was not as great as that of real sword skills, because they were essentially just learning aimless antics. Yet, they still possessed the power of sword skills for him. This was a card. If he mastered a way to make the entries real in the future, he wouldn't mind truly making Yuan Shaoqin a swordsmanship genius. But that would have to wait until Yuan Shaoqin was an adult. This was different from Su Mingming's situation. She was already at the age to awaken her abilities. If a little kid like Yuan Shaoqin broke the norm and awakened his abilities now, it would probably just bring trouble. Sister Wen, why did Shaoqin suddenly change his mind? Wang Guan curiously asked while helping Wen Jie wash vegetables in the kitchen. A flicker of hesitation passed through Zhou Wen's eyes, and she smiled. Yes, just a temporary enthusiasm. He'll be back to normal soon. Oh, really? Wang Guan didn't notice Zhou Wen's change in expression, but her words eased his mind. You go wait outside. I can manage here alone. Zhou Wen shooed Wang Guan out, sitting with Su Mengmeng watching TV. Wang Guan smelled the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen and felt extremely excited. About an hour later, dinner's ready. Zhou Wen called everyone over with a smile, bringing dishes to the dining table. They were all very ordinary home-cooked dishes. Wang Guan couldn't wait to investigate each one. He looked at a plate of braised pork. Investigate. This is a plate of braised fire crab, soft and rich in nutrition, made using the crab meat of a Tier 3 mutated beast, cooked with a unique method to preserve the nutrition of the crab meat. Then there was a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Investigate. This is a plate of wind leaf bamboo shoots stir-fried with beast meat, fragrant and delicious, made with wind leaf bamboo shoots and the meat of mutated beasts. A plate of ordinary stir-fried greens. Investigate. This is a plate of specially cooked heavenly green grass. A bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup. Investigate. This is a bowl of tiger blood fish fin stew. Even the plain white rice, after Zhou Wen served it to Wang Guan, was investigated. Investigate. This is a bowl of premium jade crystal rice. Sure enough, even Zhou Wen's cooking had impressive effects. Wang Guan sighed in his heart. This was Tier 5 ability, a master of potions. Among ability users, there are those with cooking gourmet abilities, and a Tier 5 master of potions could be said to be at the top of this type of ability. The dishes Zhou Wen cooked were nourishing meals, which could also be seen as a type of potion. Ordinary ingredients like pork, duck blood, bamboo shoots, and greens, when handled by someone with entries like Zhou Wen, turned into rare and precious special ingredients like crab meat, tiger blood, bamboo shoots, and heavenly green grass for Wang Guan. These dishes he had never even heard of, but just from the descriptions, he knew they were not ordinary. They were definitely nourishing treasures. Xiao Wang, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and eat. Zhou Wen took off her apron and sat down at the dining table, urging and Meng, hurry and try Sister Wen's cooking. Then I want tea hold back. Wang Guan said with a smile. Su Mengmeng also showed an expectant expression. The two quickly began to eat heartily. Sister Wen, your cooking is really delicious. Su Mengmeng's eyes lit up. The food she ate was just an ordinary, normal taste. But even with Su Weiqing's attentive care in the peaceful town, the food she usually ate was still somewhat rough and simple. This table of home-cooked dishes from Zhou Wen was indeed a flavor she had never tasted before. Wang Guan didn't need to mention. In his eyes, the food on this table was practically glowing. The deliciousness exceeded his imagination. After swallowing, he could feel his body warming up. Sister Wen, your cooking is simply too delicious, he said sincerely. I've never eaten anything this good. Su Mengmeng was sweating from the delicious food. Wang Guan repeatedly echoed. Sister Wen's cooking is really amazing. Su Mengmeng added, it's really so delicious. Is that so? Seeing their somewhat exaggerated reactions, Zhou Wen felt a bit shy. Since you like it, then eat more. Meanwhile, Yuan Shaoqin was already stunned. Mouth agape. Did my mom's cooking taste this good? It feels very ordinary. He looked at their naive expressions. After this meal, Zhou Wen's emotional value soared to its peak. After finishing dinner, Wang Guan felt his body heating up continuously, as if it were about to ignite. For a third-tier ability user, there wouldn't be any issues like not being able to absorb nutrients or nutritional surplus. However, he still ran around the community for half a day to deplete the expanding energy within him. When he returned home, he hurriedly checked his current attribute panel. Ability, probe, level, Tier 3 skills, windmill, mastery. Military fist, mastery, physique, 292.05, speed, 258.03, spirit, 243.04. This increase was even higher than taking stamina potions after exhausting his physical strength. Wang Guan was very pleased. The higher the attribute points, the more difficult it was to improve. In the last few days at Peace Town, The speed of attribute improvement through running laps had already slowed down significantly. Fortunately, he had found a way to exploit it. However, this method was best not to be used frequently. No matter how strong the physique, overindulgence could lead to problems. Moreover, in 2 days, he would have to go to the Vanguard Military Academy. Zhou Wan and Yuan Shaoqin, this treasure mother-son duo, couldn't possibly be taken along, right? Shouldn't T when Jie consider opening a milk tea shop at the school instead? Not to mention whether that would work. What reason would Zhou Wan have to agree to him? Although Wang Guan had a close relationship with them, in the end, he was still just their landlord. When he got home, Zhou Wan and her son, along with Su Mingming, had already gone to their rooms to sleep. The sofa in the living room was already laid out with bedding. Wang Guan washed up in the bathroom and changed into his pajamas. He wasn't in a hurry to sleep. Finally having some time, he decided to do an unboxing experience. He opened a large black box and took out a 3-piece set of armor, trying it on. The size of the set was perfect and fit him very well. The level 1 equipment had a defense level of 55 with no enchanted special abilities, but it had some fire and lightning resistance traits. This defense level was a coefficient indicator of the equipment. The higher the coefficient, the greater the defensive capability. Along with the equipment came a skill manual, which was a scroll. Abyss Visualization, a skill of the level. Mastering this skill allows one to confront the horrors of the abyss through mental meditation, enhancing their spirit attributes. This was not a combat skill, but more like a way to refine the spirit. Therefore, it didn't require time to learn like other skills. In fact, this skill didn't need to be learned at all. As long as the skill manual was purchased and the instructions followed, the requirements could be met. Wang Guan read the accompanying instructions carefully. Then, he took the scroll to the bathroom and turned off the lights. In the enclosed bathroom, he confirmed that he was in complete darkness. He slowly unrolled the scroll. Inside, a terrifying spatial crack was vividly illustrated using some special fluorescent material. The crack spread through the air, seemingly containing endless evil. This was the image of the abyssal crack opening. Just a few seconds after the scroll was opened, the fluorescent lines quickly dissipated, and the image of the abyssal crack was automatically reflected in Wang Guan's consciousness. Congratulations, you have mastered a new skill, Abyss Visualization. Abyss Visualization had no proficiency level. The fluorescent material on the scroll had special effects, allowing the visualized image to be reflected into the user's consciousness and produce special effects. This method of learning skills was truly marvelous. Wang Guan walked out of the bathroom, feeling a bit dizzy. The scroll was now blank, with nothing magical left. He rested on the sofa for a moment before eagerly sitting cross-legged. Through meditation, he cleared his mind of distractions. Meditation was a compulsory course in high school. When his mind became tranquil, Wang Guan began to recall the image of the abyss. The terrifying image reappeared in his mind, incredibly vivid, as if he were directly facing the abyss. He felt his body becoming light. His consciousness entered an illusory space. When his feet landed, he sensed his physical existence. He found himself surrounded by a pale expanse, stretching endlessly. Abyss Visualization would lead him into the battlefield of the conscious world, where he would encounter illusory mutated beasts and abyssal monsters. Wang Guan recalled the content from a skill description. Fighting these mutated beasts and abyssal monsters would help refine his spirit attributes. The things visualized were random and close to the user's skill level. However, abyssal monsters that the user had encountered and left a deep impression on were more likely to appear. For example, right now. Sure enough, Wang Guan saw ahead of him, accompanied by ripples, a humanoid monster materializing, a bloodthirsty demon, and with a thought, the set of armor he had just acquired automatically adorned his body. The alloy longsword also materialized in his hand. Equipment and weapons that the skill user already possessed in their subjective consciousness could be brought into this realm of consciousness. Let us fight. Chapter 54. A new use for the probability. The bloodthirsty demon had a humanoid appearance, with strong limbs and a blood-red body. It looked as if its skin had been peeled off, revealing muscle fibers. With a gaping maw and a thick tail dragging behind, it immediately lunged at Wang Guan with a roar. Though he had gone through hunting missions, Wang Guan had never truly fought a bloodthirsty demon. This creature had always run away at the sight of him. However, The bloodthirsty demon he visualized was merely a product of his consciousness, entirely different from the one he had seen before. It possessed the true strength and ferocity of a bloodthirsty demon. The lethality of a Tier 5 abyssal monster immediately pressured Wang Guan. Even with the level 1 armor on, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. For ability users, physical attributes were crucial. A two-tier difference couldn't simply be bridged by skills or equipment. Even with a high-level innate ability, it was still hard to completely equalize the level gap. Su Mingming's ability to release high-voltage electricity to affect the bloodthirsty demon was more due to surprise. If the bloodthirsty demon had been prepared, it wouldn't have given Su Mingming the chance to hit it with high-voltage electricity at all. About 5 minutes later, Wang Guan, sitting on the sofa, awoke gasping for breath. In the consciousness battlefield, he had been torn apart by the bloodthirsty demon. Dying in the consciousness felt like waking from a nightmare. His spirit felt oppressed and exhausted, but as long as his will was firm, it wouldn't have too much of an impact. After meditating for a moment to calm his agitated feelings, he entered the visualization again. This time he lasted 7 minutes. Continue. In the third battle against the bloodthirsty demon, Wang Guan held on for 10 minutes. The duration he could endure was increasing. However, defeating it was still a long way off. After an unknown number of attempts, Wang Guan was able to struggle with it for over half an hour. This wasn't because Wang Guan had become stronger. The conscious world, no matter how much it trained, wouldn't affect his physique and speed attributes. It was simply through continuous battles with the bloodthirsty demon that Wang Guan became more skilled in its combat style. The instinctive fear he felt when facing the bloodthirsty demon was also diminishing. It was said that those who might directly fight abyssal monsters, such as special forces on the front lines or exploration teams, would learn abyss visualization to familiarize themselves with the types of abyssal monsters they might encounter in their combat methods. Now, although Wang Guan had extended the time he could engage with the bloodthirsty demon, he still had no confidence in being able to kill it. Just then, when Wang Guan dodged an attack from the bloodthirsty demon, he inadvertently used probe on it. In the consciousness battlefield, he could also use the probe ability. He had tried it before, and just like in the real world, the bloodthirsty demon, as a Tier 5 monster, was impervious to the probe, resulting in only a series of question marks. However, this time, scan. This is an escaped prisoner, cold-blooded and ruthless, with a first-level rank, Wang Guan. Upon seeing this entry, his body trembled involuntarily. What's going on? Why did the scan suddenly succeed? The bloodthirsty demon pounced at him fiercely again. Wang Guan watched it approach, no longer on high alert like before. He easily dodged its attack with a swift movement, landing a punch on its back with his left hand. As the bloodthirsty demon fell to the ground, his right hand raised the long sword from below. Swish! Black blood flowers erupted from the bloodthirsty demon's body, and its terrifying form was nearly sliced in half, rolling away and vanishing quickly in the ripples. The entry had taken effect. To Wang Guan, it was now just a first-level escaped prisoner. Why did my scans suddenly work? Wang Guan was extremely surprised. A thought crossed his mind, and with the ripples, a new bloodthirsty demon materialized. When Wang Guan looked at it, it still bore the entry of an escaped prisoner. The bloodthirsty beasts could not be uniformly scanned because they originated from different species, only collectively referred to as bloodthirsty beasts. However, the bloodthirsty demon is a singular abyssal race. Successfully scanning one means that any subsequent encounters with other bloodthirsty demons will retain the same entry, with only slight variations in details. Why is this happening? Did I suddenly level up? Wang Guan resolved the new bloodthirsty demon and, with a thought, exited the consciousness battlefield. This was the first time he had actively exited the consciousness battlefield instead of being killed. He quickly checked his attribute panel. His mental attribute had increased by 0.3, but he still remained at the peak of the 3rd level and had not entered the 4th level. Could it be? Wang Guan thought of a possibility, his eyes lighting up quickly. By visualizing the abyss and fighting abyssal monsters beyond the scanning limit, once he became sufficiently familiar and knowledgeable about them, even targets that originally could not be scanned would be able to be scanned. Wang Guan sensed that this change was not only occurring in the consciousness world. If he encountered a bloodthirsty demon in the real world again, it would still be an escaped prisoner to him. Time returned to half a month ago. When facing hunting tasks, the bloodthirsty demon's fear of him would become reality. This set of abyssal visualization techniques was definitely worth it. It was already approaching dawn, and it was getting light outside. Wang Guan had fought in the consciousness battlefield all night and was already mentally exhausted. However, due to his excitement, he felt no drowsiness whatsoever. He had discovered a brand new use for his scanning ability. This scanning ability was related to his mental attributes. Then he thought of something else. In the future, he could try other mental skills when the opportunity arose. Perhaps he could uncover some special effects. Moreover, with the increase in mental attributes, he might also break the current limitations of his abilities, such as only being able to scan targets above the first level, not being able to scan excessively large objects, or being unable to scan intangible targets like miasma or disasters. Wang Guan ultimately did not sleep. At this time, he could really use a cup of fresh orange milk tea with a calming effect. Unfortunately, the small bottles of milk tea in his backpack had already been thrown away, and he couldn't call Sister One to make him milk tea. However, as a third-level ability user, he had plenty of energy, so he didn't feel particularly uncomfortable. When Zhou Wen got up to cook breakfast in the morning, Wang Guan had already gone outside to buy breakfast, steamed buns, and porridge. Yuan Shaoqin also crawled out of bed. Under Wang Guan's disappointed gaze, he didn't rush to eat, but instead took his textbook to the balcony to recite. Today was still the weekend, and he didn't have to go to school. He was actually studying so diligently. After Su Mingming got up, she seemed a bit down. Wang Guan knew this was her first time leaving her hometown, and she must be missing her father and Aunt Zhang very much. Mingming, after we finish eating, I'll take you for a walk nearby, Wang Guan said to her with a smile. He wanted to buy her some clothes and a phone. Originally, Ping'an Town had no signal and no phones. Residents traded using alternative credit points, which I forgot to mention earlier, so I'm adding this now. However, a few days ago, Zheng Hailong left military communication equipment for Su Weichen. With the military channel, he could directly contact Su Weichen. When Su Mingming, feeling anxious and curious, followed Wang Guan to start wandering around a nearby mall, her low mood finally lifted. After shopping in the morning, while carrying things back to the community, they unexpectedly saw a crowd gathered outside Sister Wen's milk tea shop. Wang Guan's expression tightened, and he quickly pulled Su Mingming closer. Outside the milk tea shop stood several burly men with tattoos who looked fierce. Zhou Wen was standing in front of them, her expression anxious, pleading with them about something. What happened? Wang Guan frowned and asked the elderly people nearby. The elderly recognized Wang Guan, who lived in the same community, and immediately started explaining in a flurry. These men were local thugs, part of the gang, and they had considerable influence in the area. Since Wang Guan left for military training recently, they had often come to harass Zhou Wen. The public security police couldn't handle this kind of thing. They had set their sights on Sister Wen. Wang Guan's eyes turned cold. Although Zhou Wen was with little Shaoqin, her appearance was quite appealing. The booming business of her milk tea shop was largely due to her. However, upon hearing Wang Guan's words, an elderly man quickly waved his hand. No, that's not it. They want to take over the milk tea shop because it's doing so well and run it themselves. Wang Guan, what kind of nonsense is this? A gang wanted to run a milk tea shop. Just as Wang Guan was stunned, little Shaoqin, who didn't have school on the weekend, suddenly rushed out of the milk tea shop. The little boy's face was filled with anger as he tightly gripped a wooden stick in his hand. You can't bully my mom, he shouted, swinging the stick and charging at one of the thugs. The thug was momentarily taken aback, casually blocking the stick and pushing Yuan Shaoqin to the ground. Zhou Wen looked worried and hurriedly protected her son. Little brat, if you make more noise, Uncle might just hit you, the thug sneered. Yuan Shaoqin, full of anger and defiance, tried to get back up from the ground. But just then, Wang Guan appeared in front of him. Little Wang, Zhou Wen's face brightened. Sister Wen, why didn't you tell me about this kind of thing? Wang Guan helped Yuan Shaoqin up, slightly reproaching him. He suddenly understood the reason for the little boy's change in character. Because his mother was being harassed by these thugs. He wanted to study hard and become capable in the future to protect her, right? He ruffled Yuan Shaoqin's hair and casually took the wooden stick from his hand. This stick was something Yuan Shaoqin had treasured for a long time, like a child's prized possession. The last time Wang Guan learned skills from him, he had to plead and beg, and he didn't want to pass it on to Wang Guan. After deciding to study hard, he had hidden this precious stick away, but he couldn't help but bring it out again. Scan. This is a long sword made of fine steel. Naturally, the sword in the hands of the sword genius was a sword. Although it hadn't reached the rank, it was still quite good. Who are you? How dare you meddle in our business? A few thugs shouted at Wang Guan. Swish. Wang Guan casually swung the wooden stick in his hand. Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of wind. Crack. Crack. The stone bricks on the ground shattered. I'll give you a chance, apologize. Chapter 55. Wang Guan, do you want to resist arrest? Wang Guan swung the wooden stick casually, and the stone bricks shattered. A few thugs were startled, surprised by Wang Guan's display of power. These gang members, who were used to bullying in the city, were only slightly stronger than ordinary residents, but limited in their abilities. Wang Guan didn't intend to do anything to these thugs. He just wanted to drive them away. But to his surprise, although a few thugs were startled by Wang Guan, they quickly exchanged glances and refused to back down. A fierce expression appeared on their faces as they pulled out daggers and other weapons, viciously charging at Wang Guan. Were they actually prepared for this? Wang Guan hurriedly engaged with these thugs. Most of them were at the first or second level, without strong abilities, only slightly stronger than ordinary residents. Their overall strength was far inferior to that of his military training classmates. Wang Guan didn't even use his detection ability against them, fearing he might accidentally make them stronger. Zhou and held Yuan Shaoqin, initially worried. But when she saw Wang Guan easily take down these thugs, she quickly relaxed. Yuan Shaoqin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her mouth agape in surprise. Looking at the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand, it seemed like he had opened the door to a new world. Su Mengmeng stepped in front of Zhou Wan and her son. The girl appeared a bit scared, her small face tense, but she bravely stood in front of them. One thug, who had been kicked down by Wang Guan, suddenly spotted Su Mengmeng. This girl looked weak and fragile, as if a punch could make her cry for a long time. He immediately grinned maliciously and charged at Su Mengmeng. Su Mengmeng's expression changed in shock. "Why, you better not come over," she yelled, her voice trembling as if she might cry. Then, arcs of electricity sparked from her hands, and with a crackle, the thug screamed and flew backward. His hair stood on end, his body blackened, and smoke was still rising from his mouth. He had fainted. Su Mengmeng looked innocent. "I told you not to come over." She hadn't yet mastered her ability and was afraid she might accidentally electrocute someone. Everyone at the scene, the other thugs, also froze in place. "Should we continue?" Wang Guan glanced at the unfortunate thug with amusement and said to the thugs in front of him, "We are college students." The thugs trembled. The value of a college student in this world was still quite high. After all, each of them had gone through the brutal elimination of the college entrance examination. Those without abilities would have long been dead in the virtual battlefield. Just then, the sound of police sirens suddenly rang out. A few police cars quickly appeared in the crowd's view. Someone called the police? Just as Wang Guan was puzzled, he noticed that the thugs in front of him were displaying expressions of joy. "Aren't you guys from the underworld? Why are you so happy to see the police?" But soon, Wang Guan realized something was off. Why would so many police cars respond to a street fight? It wasn't the public security police, but the mobile unit responsible for handling serious incidents in the urban area. The mobile unit had strict restrictions on the strength of its members and was well equipped. They were notorious in the city. The most notable feature was that they were accompanied by police dogs. These police dogs were not ordinary dogs. They were a type of fourth-level mutated beast called steelbone mastiffs. They were similar in size to large dogs, but were fierce, aggressive, and highly intelligent. After training, they could understand their owner's commands. Before them was a team of more than 10 mobile unit members, accompanied by 2 steelbone mastiffs. "Officer, he injured people innocently. We were just here to do business." And he suddenly attacked. The thugs rushed to the mobile unit, pointing at the unfortunate thug lying on the ground and crying out. A burly man with a gaunt face stepped forward from the mobile unit. His gaze toward Wang Guan seemed to burn with a deep-seated hatred. Wang Guan was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that this man resembled Zhu Qianlong. He was called Captain Zhu. He was Zhu Qianlong's father. Zhu Qianlong's parents were both officials in the municipal government. His father was the captain of the mobile unit, named Zhu Weisheng. Wang Guan still remembered because Zhu Qianlong had often mentioned his father's name when he was looking for trouble. Violent brawling disturbing public order. Arrest him." Zhu Weisheng pointed at Wang Guan without hesitation, signaling his subordinates to apprehend him. The nearby onlookers immediately became agitated. "Officer, you've got the wrong person. These thugs were the ones who started it. If you're going to arrest someone, it should be them." They all spoke out in defense. However, Zhu Weisheng remained unmoved and signaled to his subordinates. The two steelbone mastiffs howled, intimidating everyone. They dug their paws into the ground, and their iron claw-like nails easily tore through the bricks, sparking flames. The bones and claws of the steelbone mastiffs contained metal elements, making them incredibly hard and sharp. This was also why they earned that name. The surroundings fell silent. Zhu Weisheng coldly smiled, pointing at Wang Guan, his eyes signaling the steelbone mastiffs. "Attack target." The two steelbone mastiffs immediately broke free from their restraints and lunged at Wang Guan. The onlookers' faces changed dramatically. They were actually unleashing the dogs to bite someone. They, along with Zhou Wan and her son, instinctively turned their heads away, afraid to look any further. Su Mingming also wore a tense expression. However, her already severe social anxiety made her seem unchanged. "First, teach this kid a lesson," Zhu Weisheng thought fiercely. But then he saw the two ferocious steelbone mastiffs pounce in front of Wang Guan. Wang Guan made no move to attack, but simply said calmly, "Sit." Then, the two steelbone mastiffs immediately sat down in front of Wang Guan, sticking out their tongues and wagging their tails, looking extremely obedient. Detection. This is a well-behaved golden retriever. Gentle in nature, friendly towards humans, and loves to play with people. Wang Guan bent down and rubbed the heads of the two beasts. The steelbone mastiffs thoroughly enjoyed it, rolling over at his feet, exposing their bellies. "Woof woof." "Everyone, is this still the ferocious beast that bites its own when it gets angry? Captain Zhu, is there some misunderstanding between us?" Wang Guan cheerfully patted the dogs and looked up to ask. The situation was now quite clear. Those thugs had recently been harassing Sister Wen's milk tea shop and had even reported to the police. Zhu Weisheng had arranged for these thugs to cause trouble today, just to find an excuse to make things difficult for Wang Guan. Zhu Weisheng was both confused and furious about the two steelbone mastiffs suddenly turning against their enemies. He angrily said, "Qianlong was killed because of you. What misunderstanding could there be?" "So it really was aimed at Zhu Qianlong." Wang Guan frowned. "Who told you I killed Zhu Qianlong?" The fatal blow, no mistake, was dealt when Zhu Qianlong had already transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. The one who truly killed him was the bloodthirsty demon. If you want to say I caused his death, you should be looking for Lin Zidong or Longjing University. I will investigate this thoroughly, but now, I'm going to take you back. Zhu Weisheng snorted coldly. "Wang Guan, are you refusing to be arrested?" In a car parked not far away, Jiang Wangxue and Director Chun from Longjing University watched from a distance. Seeing Wang Guan easily handle the steelbone mastiffs, Jiang Wangxue was somewhat surprised. However, a malicious look quickly appeared in her eyes. Zhu Weisheng was targeting Wang Guan because of her. After returning home yesterday, Zhu Weisheng and his wife found her, asking how Zhu Qianlong died. They were informed that Zhu Qianlong died during a hunting mission, but the official report was vague and not detailed. Jiang Wangxue pretended to be sad and recounted the situation. She didn't lie, but concealed the fact that Zhu Qianlong had transformed into a monster when he was killed. She also subtly hinted that Wang Guan had deliberately caused Zhu Qianlong's death. Many people knew that Zhu Qianlong and Wang Guan had a poor relationship. Wang Guan had publicly beaten Zhu Qianlong into a pulp. The couple, grieving for their lost son, were easily incited by her. This was how today, as scene unfolded. "Wangxue, you did well." Director Chun, sitting beside her, nodded in appreciation at Jiang Wangxue. "Wang Guan is my classmate, and I hope he can repent and join me at Longjing." Jiang Wangxue concealed the malice in her eyes and quickly replied obediently. Zhu Weisheng now harbors deep hatred for Wang Guan and will certainly not let him off easily. He will definitely have him arrested. These riot police are notorious for their ruthlessness. At that time, if Wang Guan is willing to submit to him, Director Chun can help him resolve this trouble, clarifying that Zhu Qianlong's death has nothing to do with him and getting him out. The Vanguard Army behind the Vanguard Military Academy has its influence spread across the Northwest War Zone, including Lingshan City. It is far from Tianhai City, and it is unlikely that they would make a big move for a new student. It will be difficult to affect things here, and if Wang Guan refuses to back down, Director Chun was just thinking with pleasure. Suddenly, he saw two dark green vehicles speeding towards him in the distance. Are those military vehicles? The vehicles stopped by the roadside, the doors opened, and a group of 7 men and women dressed in plain clothes stepped out. Although they were in plain clothes, their sharp aura made it easy to identify them as military personnel. Leading this group was a strikingly beautiful woman, wearing sunglasses and sporting a short, sharp hairstyle. She was tall and dressed in a tight white shirt and denim shorts. Her fair legs were long and powerful. Among these military-looking individuals, she stood out distinctly. But upon seeing this woman, Director Chun was immediately shocked. How could Xiao Rong be here? He exclaimed. Under the Vanguard Army, there is a special operations unit that executes various dangerous missions. Every member is an elite of the Vanguard Army with numerous military achievements. This long-legged woman is one of them. Despite her appearance resembling an ordinary urban beauty, she is someone who dares to single-handedly charge into the heart of the Abyss forces. While Director Chun was puzzled, Xiao Rong had already walked straight towards Wang Guan, who was confronting Zhu Weisheng. Chapter 56. Do you know you're wrong? No. You know you're finished. Xiao Rong's appearance with her group immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wang Guan, who was frowning, brightened upon seeing them. They came in military vehicles. They're soldiers. This woman is the Rong Jie that Tong Yixing mentioned. Tong Yixing had told him that Rong Jie would come over. Xiao Rong, under her sunglasses, looked at Wang Guan and nodded slightly. Then she stood in front of Zhu Weisheng. Although she was dressed beautifully, Zhu Weisheng couldn't help but instinctively take a step back. The steel-bone mastiff, crouching at Wang Guan's feet and acting cute, seemed to sense the threat and showed a vigilant appearance, its body trembling. Who are you? Zhu Weisheng asked. Vanguard Army, Xiao Rong. She introduced herself, pointing at Wang Guan, and directly said, I'm here to take him away. Zhu Weisheng couldn't help but lick his lips. Although he didn't know the name Xiao Rong, he could tell from her aura that her status in the Vanguard Army was not simple. As a criminal investigation team leader, he felt no confidence in front of these soldiers. Where did a mere orphan like Wang Guan get such a powerful backing? Even if the Vanguard Military Academy valued him, it wouldn't send an officer to protect him, right? This is Tianhai City. The public security issues are our responsibility, Zhu Weisheng said weakly. Xiao Rong sneered, her attitude firm. I'm taking him away now? Wang Guan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Tong Yixing knew he was in trouble and simply said that Rong Jie would come over to reassure him. Rong Jie really is impressive and domineering. Zhu team. Wang Guan then spoke. The official records detail what happened during the military training and hunting mission. Who told you that I killed him? Zhu Weisheng didn't answer, his eyes suddenly looking towards the distant vehicle. He knew Jiang Wangxue was in that car. Xiao Rong noticed his expression and waved to the other 6 individuals she brought. The 6 military-looking men and women immediately rushed over and surrounded the vehicle. What are you doing? I am a teacher from Longjing University. Director Chun, who had met them yesterday, was pulled out of the car. As a university leader, he was not weak, but he didn't dare resist the soldiers beside him. Jiang Wangxue, whose face was somewhat pale, also crawled out of the car. Huh. Upon seeing the two, Wang Guan showed no surprise. You are in Tianhai City. Aren't you afraid of causing a conflict by coming here, Vanguard Army? Director Chun sternly questioned after being brought over. I am on vacation. I came here to relax. And it has nothing to do with military affairs. Xiao Rong looked at the other 6 individuals. You all agree, right? Yes. The 6 in plain clothes shouted in unison, even saluting. Director Chun. Wang Guan coldly looked at Jiang Wangxue. Did you tell Zhu team that I killed Zhu Qianlong? Jiang Wangxue, somewhat fearful, glanced at Xiao Rong and bit her lip. Zhu Qianlong is the one you killed. He had already turned into a bloodthirsty beast. He was already dead. Wang Guan replied indifferently. Furthermore, I heard Ruanisha say that Lin Zidong initially didn't choose him, but he joined the team voluntarily to protect you. Hearing Wang Guan's words, Zhu Weisheng looked at Jiang Wangxue, his eyes filled with anger. You didn't mention these things last night. Uncle Zhu, don't listen to his nonsense. Qianlong's death has nothing to do with me. I almost died at the hands of the bloodthirsty demon, Jiang Wangxue hurriedly explained, somewhat panicking. Xiao Rong suddenly stepped closer to Jiang Wangxue. Her eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, looked at Jiang Wangxue and in a calm tone said, "Tell the truth." The simple 3 words seemed to carry a heavy echo, ringing in everyone's ears. It had an air of inviolable authority. Jiang Wangshue's body trembled, and her already pale face turned even whiter. Filled with horror, it was as if she had encountered something terrifying. Trembling, she was almost about to fall to the ground. The Eye of Judgment. Others were confused, but Director Chen recognized what it was. Xiao Rong possessed a type of ability known as the Eye of Judgment. Yes, Zhu Qianlong joined the team for me. He was killed by the bloodthirsty demon while trying to save me. But I didn't appreciate him. I thought he was useless. Jiang Wangshue's face twitched as if she had gone through a significant psychological struggle. But in the end, she still trembled and spoke these words. Zhu Weisheng's eyes instantly seemed to spew fire. Wang Guan was astonished. She could directly intimidate the mind and force others to speak the truth. And it wasn't over yet. I also caused the deaths of others, she continued. Wang Guan was momentarily stunned. Was there an unexpected gain? What did you do? Seeing Jiang Wangxue unwilling to continue, he asked. Jiang Wangxue glanced at Wang Guan, her eyes filled with struggle and resentment. Biting her lip tightly, she did not speak. Speak, Xiao Rong urged with an echoing prompt. I was jealous then you took my spot, and in the morning to vent my anger, I killed her swarm of bees. As a result, and you couldn't timely detect the bloodthirsty beast's appearance. She revealed the secret she had hidden deep in her heart. Wang Guan was already shocked, and you was responsible for the swarm of bees at Longjing students' accommodation. The innocent disappearance was actually Jiang Wangshue's doing. Actually, at that time, Wang Guan and everyone hadn't thought much about it. After all, the town covered a considerable area, and it was understandable that you couldn't keep track of all the bees. They didn't blame Inya. Only Inya herself had been troubled for a long time. As a result, the bees that were killed by Jiang Wangxue, how did I not notice this during 3 years of high school? She is such a gem, Wang Guan introspected silently, only to say she hid it too well. Director Chun, standing beside Jiang Wangxue, was also shocked. He knew the specific details of what happened. It was because the swarm of bees did not give a warning that Wan Ashu's telepathic ability could not distinguish the humanoid bloodthirsty beast. This allowed 2 Longjing students to be attacked. Moreover, because of them, Lin Zidong pinpointed the location of the bloodthirsty demon. In a desperate move, the entire team was wiped out, leaving only Jiang Wangxue alive. Now, not to mention Zhu Weisheng, even Director Chen's eyes began to burn with anger. Although the tragic deaths of those more than a dozen Longjing students were primarily due to Lin Zidong's arrogance, Jiang Wangxue is also responsible. The initial 2 victims were caused by her alone. Xiao Rong seemed surprised by this development, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She shifted her gaze, looking into Jiang Wangshue's eyes. Jiang Wangxue immediately collapsed to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably, her face filled with despair. Turning her head, she saw Zhu Weisheng displaying an expression as if he wanted to kill her. She hurriedly looked to Director Chun for help. You just wait to be fired. Director Chun growled, suppressing his anger. Jiang Wangshue's ice snow, which was very powerful, and she had performed well among the freshmen, so the school had valued her quite a bit. But after doing something like this and being publicly exposed, no matter how much the school valued her, it couldn't possibly keep her. Not only that, but they would also hold her accountable. Moreover, during the hunting mission in Peaceful Town, she had incited everyone to send out distress signals, causing many to miss their opportunities. The principal was already somewhat displeased. Director Chan shot Jiang Wangxue a look that said, "Just wait," then glanced at Wang Guan with a complicated expression before turning to leave. "Take your time," Xiao Rong greeted with a smile. Then she turned to Zhu Weisheng. "Do you have more business?" Zhu Weisheng had now shifted his hatred entirely onto Jiang Wangxue. However, his gaze toward Wang Guan was still somewhat cold. After all, the transformed Zhu Qianlong had been killed by Wang Guan. But he couldn't hold a grudge anymore. "I'm sorry," he said to Wang Guan, pointing at Jiang Wangxue, and instructed his subordinates, "Take her back." One of the detectives stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Wangshue's arm. You have no reason to take me away." Jiang Wangxue struggled, instinctively releasing a frost mist. A detective's arm was frozen with a layer of frost. The detective was strong and not injured, but he still cried out in pain. "I was just trying to help you up, and you attacked an officer. Arrest her." Other detectives rushed in, following a very familiar procedure. Jiang Wangxue suddenly realized something and hurriedly looked at Wang Guan. "Brother Wang Guan, please help me. I made a mistake before, but I actually still like you. Please help me." Her voice was a desperate plea. Her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Xiao Rong. Xiao Rong had come all the way to Tianhai City to help Wang Guan, and her identity was evidently not ordinary. If Wang Guan asked her to intervene, perhaps she could save herself. But Wang Guan's expression was indifferent, showing no pity for Jiang Wangxue. Realizing your mistake? Or realizing you're done for? For someone he inherently despised, he never lacked a heart of stone. Turning around, he saw Su Mingming standing beside him, looking a bit confused about what had happened. But when she noticed Wang Guan looking over, she immediately broke into a sweet smile. Wang Guan smiled and ruffled her hair. Amidst Jiang Wangshue's cries, Zhu Weisheng led the detective team away. The few small gangsters who had previously been instructed by Zhu Weisheng to stir up trouble had also slipped away with their unconscious companion. The crowd of onlookers around still curiously watched from a distance. "You all can disperse now. Just disperse." Xiao Rong waved her hand to shoo everyone away. She walked back to Wang Guan. Her eyes behind the sunglasses seemed to be sizing him up with a faint smile on her face. Hello." Wang Guan thought for a moment and addressed her as Tong Yixing did. "Sister Rong?" Xiao Rong shook her head. "Your mother calls me sister, so you should call me aunt." Wang Guan. "Then doesn't that mean Tong Yixing is directly one generation above me?" Chapter 57. A treasure-laden mother and son. Heading to university together. At a table outside the milk tea shop, Wang Guan and Xiao Rong sat across from each other. The 6 people Xiao Rong brought sat at other tables nearby. Their posture was relaxed, but their eyes remained vigilant of the surroundings. Su Mingming helped Zhou Wan by preparing a few cups of milk tea and brought them out. Xiao Rong seemed to rarely drink this kind of beverage. She took a couple of curious sips and nodded in satisfaction. "Sister Rong, how did you meet my parents?" Wang Guan asked with some anticipation. "Call me aunt." Xiao Rong reminded him first, then continued. 10 years ago, when I had just awakened my abilities, I did research together with your mother." "What research?" Wang Guan asked eagerly. Xiao Rong pointed to herself. "Me. Wang Guan, my judgment is a very rare ability, and when I awakened it, there were some unexpected occurrences that led to some mutations. The direction of the mutation happened to be in a field your mother excelled in. Thanks to her help, I was able to stabilize and fully control these eyes." Xiao Rong recounted with nostalgia. She had been wearing those sunglasses all along and had yet to take them off, seemingly to hide the abnormalities of her eyes. "My parents participated in the adventure at that ancient shrine." "How much do you know about it?" "Aunt Rong." Wang Guan suppressed his excitement and asked, "Call me aunt." Xiao Rong corrected him helplessly, then said with a hint of nostalgia, "I know quite a bit because I actually participated in that expedition." Wang Guan was startled and quickly asked, "What exactly happened back then?" Xiao Rong fell silent for a moment, her sunglasses hiding the emotions in her eyes. But Wang Guan could tell she was feeling sentimental. Then she began to recount her experiences, ever since the Abyss Rift appeared in this world. Aside from the terrifying Abyss alien races, occasionally some strange things would fall out from it, like that ancient shrine, supported by various corporations and families. An expedition team was formed. There were a total of 17 people, among whom only your parents were researchers. The others were all powerful ability users. At that time, Xiao Rong was a second-year student at the Vanguard Military Academy. Although her strength ranked among the top of her peers, she wasn't qualified to join the team. However, due to certain characteristics of the Judgment Eye and the invitation from her parents, she joined the expedition team. It went smoothly along the way, and they found the ancient shrine, entering it easily. The shrine enshrined an unknown ancient god, possibly from another world that had been invaded and conquered by the Abyss. Your parents seem to have recognized the ancient god enshrined in the shrine, and they were very excited, Xiao Rong recalled the scene, her voice becoming more serious. Then at that moment, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. The shrine began to shake violently, as if some restriction had been triggered. She paused and said to Wang Guan, "They told you that your parents mysteriously disappeared, right?" Seeing Wang Guan nodding, she continued, "Actually, it wasn't your parents who disappeared. It was the shrine that took your parents and some of the members away. Only a few of us, including Xiao Rong, escaped in time due to the special nature of our abilities." "What happened after that?" Wang Guan pressed. "It never appeared again, and matters related to the shrine were classified as confidential. That's why Wang Guan has never been able to find any information about the ancient shrine." It was as if this incident had never happened. Wang Guan frowned, his mind racing. He recalled that night 8 years ago, whether it was real or a dream, when his parents suddenly returned and then disappeared again. Also, the persistent headaches and the awakening of his abilities afterward. He was now almost certain that his abilities and headaches were related to that ancient shrine. Originally, Wang Guan had thought that once he became stronger, he would definitely go see that shrine. The fact that it had disappeared now made him feel a bit regretful. What exactly was that ancient shrine? Did you reach any conclusions? He asked. Although an accident occurred at that time, we brought back a lot of valuable data, Xiao Rong said. Seeing Wang Guan's expectant gaze, she shook her head again. These things cannot be given to you. They're classified. You need enough merit and rank to have the authority to access them. She comforted him. It won't be useful for you to understand now. Just focus on growing stronger, and when you're strong enough, then consider these things. Wang Guan wasn't someone who aimed too high. He asked Xiao Rong a few more questions, and she patiently answered all she could. Finally, Wang Guan watched Zhou Wen, who was busy in the milk tea shop, and felt a stir in his heart. "Sister Rong, can you help me with something?" he asked. "Without your mother's help back then, I would have gone crazy. You can consider me your family." Xiao Rong smiled kindly. "What do you want help with, uncle?" "Well, Sister Rong," Wang Guan quickly explained Zhou Wen's situation. "Today those thugs came to pick a fight. Although they were instigated by Zhu Weishang, they're also interested in your milk tea shop. If I leave, they might become even more aggressive. So I want to ask for your help to resolve this hidden danger." "That's simple," Xiao Rong readily agreed, shaking the empty drink bottle in her hand. "There are vacant shops in the Vanguard Military Academy. If you're willing, you can move the milk tea shop there. I'll handle the other issues. Consider my investment. This stuff is quite tasty. Business should be good." Wang Guan's eyes lit up. "Can we do that? That would be perfect. I won't lack for potions and can occasionally enjoy a big meal." He just wondered if Wen Jia would be willing. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Zhou Wen hesitated upon hearing Xiao Rong's suggestion. Although she was familiar with and trusted Wang Guan and was currently living in his house, she understood this was a great opportunity. However, she instinctively resisted leaving Technique.He City, where she had lived for decades, for an unfamiliar place. Although the Vanguard Military Academy isn't in the city, since it's a military school, you don't have to worry about safety. You also don't have to worry about the business. Shops in the academy don't usually lose money. Xiao Rong smiled and persuaded her. Zhou Wen still hesitated. Xiao Rong then looked at Yuan Shaoqin. The little boy was holding a stick and waving it around randomly. After the earlier incident, he had opened the door to a new world. Realizing that studying hard couldn't help his mom, he decided to return to the path of swordsmanship. The great sword master back on track. Wang Guan felt pleased. At the Vanguard Military Academy, your son can receive the best education. Xiao Rong smiled at Zhou Wen. The affiliated elementary and middle schools of the Vanguard Military Academy are among the top-ranked schools. They use military management, have strict requirements for students, and urge them to study and maintain excellent grades. Zhou Wen's eyes immediately brightened. It was about her son's education, and she finally agreed. Yuan Shaoqin, who was about to give up studying hard and return to swordsmanship, was surprised. Wang Guan spent the next 2 days buying a lot of things with Su Mingming to prepare for school. He also bought Su Mingming a phone, which was essential. Wang Guan didn't mind spending money on Su Mingming since the tuition at the Vanguard Military Academy was fully waived. Once enrolled, students would also be enlisted and receive military ranks, although they wouldn't have military status. Students needed to fulfill certain military duties to receive subsidies and wouldn't have to worry about daily life. For ability users, the most significant expenses were weapons and equipment. However, Su Mingming's ability came with armed characteristics. As long as she learned to master it, her need for weapons and equipment wouldn't be too strong. During these 2 days, Xiao Rong and her team stayed at a nearby hotel. She came to Technique.He City under the guise of a vacation, but her purpose was to protect Wang Guan. After 2 safe days, Wang Guan, Su Mingming, Zhou Wen, and Xiao Rong's team boarded a military special train heading to Lingshan City. Board on the train, Wang Guan was playing with his phone when he suddenly saw a piece of news. The official announcement from Longjing University stated that Jiang Wangxue had been expelled due to improper conduct, leading to severe consequences, and that related responsibilities would continue to be pursued. Given Longjing University's style of handling matters, Jiang Wangxue would certainly not have a good outcome ahead. Moreover, there were Zhu Weisheng and his wife, who hated her to the core. She would no longer have a chance to attend university and would have to face prison time. Seeing this news, Wang Guan felt calm. It was self-inflicted. He couldn't help but find it amusing, thinking that the school leaders from Tianhai No. 3 High School were probably going to cry. In recent days, his former homeroom teacher, Zhang Huimin, had tried to contact Wang Guan, the only remaining top student, multiple times but had been ruthlessly rejected. He continued browsing other news. At this moment, an unfamiliar number suddenly called Wang Guan's phone. "Who is this?" Wang Guan curiously answered. "Is this Wang Guan?" A friendly male voice came from the other end. "Yes, who are you?" Wang Guan asked. The man said, "Who I am isn't important. I'm looking for Wang Guan to discuss a business deal." "What kind of business?" Wang Guan felt wary, glancing at Xiao Rong, who was sitting nearby and chatting with Su Mingming. He continued to ask, "Well, I know Wang Guan has obtained entry qualification for the Longsun Secret Realm and can bring 3 members. Can you trade those 3 spots to me? I will offer you generous compensation." "You're looking to trade spots for entering the Longsun Secret Realm?" Secret Realm exploration is full of opportunities. The 3 spots Wang Guan can carry are naturally valuable. However, the 3 people brought in would be like team companions, needing to act together inside. How could Wang Guan bring in strangers? Moreover, he had already decided on his choices. "I'm sorry, I already have my candidates. I won't trade." Wang Guan decisively refused. The man's voice remained friendly. "Can we discuss it further?" "No need," Wang Guan replied. That voice suddenly turned cold. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Wang Guan's voice also turned colder. "Then I hope Wang Guan has smooth sailing in the Longsun Secret Realm." The man's voice carried a chilling mockery. Wang Guan sensed the malice in it and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" "Ha ha." The voice laughed once and then hung up. "What's wrong?" Xiao Rong, sitting not far away, noticed and asked with concern. Wang Guan recounted the content of the call. Xiao Rong's brows seemed to slightly furrow beneath her sunglasses. "Sister Rong, who might be making such calls?" he asked. "It could be a consortium, a family, or some organization. All of them would benefit from exploring the secret realm." Xiao Rong explained. "The Longsun Secret Realm is a newly formed secret realm. You have obtained one of the first entry qualifications, and if you can get the first pass, it's a great honor." Before coming to Tianhai City, Xiao Rong had specifically investigated the information about the Longsun Secret Realm and had already informed Wang Guan. The Secret Realm is a unique area formed by abyssal rifts, acting as a buffer zone between the abyss and this world. Ability users can enter and achieve certain goals to temporarily stabilize the Secret Realm, which is called clearing the level. This is a significant honor for both individuals and teams. The Longsun Secret Realm is newly formed and will open for ability users for the first time in a week. Qualified ability users can use special equipment within the school to access the Secret Realm. The first clear completion of the initial level is naturally even more valuable. Not to mention the rewards obtained, the honor alone will attract many people. It's right for you to refuse him. Secret Realm exploration with strangers is practically asking for death. Xiao Rong expressed her appreciation for Wang Guan. Then she grew concerned. However, this might provoke their dissatisfaction, and they might deliberately target you. The entry qualifications for the Secret Realm are not limited to the one you have. As far as I know, there are dozens more, and the number of ability users entering will exceed 100. The person who called you might already have several entry spots. After a week, when entering the Secret Realm, you will all become competitors. Yes, I will be careful, Sister Rong. Mentioning this, Wang Guan was not worried at all, filled with confidence. because the Longson secret realm restricts entry to ability users below the 5th tier. Ability users above the 5th tier would disrupt the balance inside. Wang Guan was currently at the peak of the 3rd tier and would soon be able to reach the 4th tier. At that time, the 5th level ability user posed no threat to him at all. Moreover, even if the investigation triggered a low probability event, his 3 companions were all quite powerful. Sitting directly opposite Xiaoyong, Su Mingming waved her small fist and said, "Wang Guan, I will do my best. I believe in you." Wang Guan smiled and replied. He had high hopes of the girl's super magnetic armor as well. The train stopped at Lingshan Station. After that, they took a bus and drove for several hours through dense forests and ruins until a huge sky pit appeared ahead. The bridge connecting the road was suspended above the sky pit, and it was only half complete. As they approached the pit, layers of soldiers guarded the checkpoint and only allowed passage after inspection. The bus drove straight ahead and soon reached the end of the bridge. About to fall into the pit, the bus still did not stop. Although Xiaoyong had already informed them, Wang Guan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Su Mingming and Zhou Wen closed their eyes in fear. The bus left the bridge and did not fall into the pit. The surrounding scenery changed in a dazzling array, and they had entered a brand new world. Ahead, they could see the Pioneer Military Academy, a simple yet majestic school gate. The Pioneer Military Academy was established within a secret realm. The hidden dangers of this secret realm had been eliminated and the cracks sealed. Later, the sages of the Pioneer Army built this military academy here. In addition to the university, there was also an affiliated elementary school, middle school, and high school, as well as a reasonably sized town to provide daily necessities. After the bus stopped, Wang Guan jumped down and surveyed his surroundings. The area was lush with vegetation, with blue skies and white clouds overhead, as if it were no different from the outside world. This was originally part of the outside world. Just as Wang Guan was marveling, Tong Yixing's voice rang in his ears. "You saw the sky pit outside, right?" The white-haired boy had been waiting here and enthusiastically introduced. 157 years ago, a rift opened here, swallowing the entire region and forming this secret realm. After the Pioneer Army took control and resolved it, they found its spatial structure to be very stable, which is why the school was built here. After introducing, Tong Yixing greeted Xiaoyong, "Sister Rong, hello. Please take Wang Guan and Meng Meng to register." Xiaoyong readily handed over the task to Tong Yixing. She herself took Zhou Wen and her son, along with her subordinates, to handle the milk tea shop matters first. So under Tong Yixing's guidance, Wang Guan and Su Mingming took a simple tour around the university campus to familiarize themselves with the environment. Tong Yixing was a graduate of the affiliated middle school and was very familiar with the place. The two quickly completed their registration. Just as they finished registering and officially became students of the Pioneer Military Academy, a notification popped up. "You have joined the Pioneer Army Reserve. Obtained the rank, Private 3rd Class." Upon checking the attribute interface, new content had appeared. Ability, Investigation, Level, Tier 3 Rank, Private 3rd Class, 0, Skills, Windmill, Mastery. Military Boxing, Mastery, Abyss Visualization Physique, 315 Speed, 271 Spirit, 292 The rank system of the Allied Forces, Private, Sergeant, Officer, Colonel, General. Privates are divided into Private 3rd Class, Private 2nd Class, Private 1st Class. Enrolling in the Pioneer Military Academy means joining the military, and they start with the rank of Private 3rd Class. What does the percentage mean? Wang Guan asked curiously. Is there an experience bar for ranks? That's the performance, Tong Yixing explained. When we complete military tasks, we can improve our performance, and when it reaches 100, we can promote our rank. It really is an experience bar. Tong Yixing continued to explain in detail. To promote ranks, besides meeting performance standards, there are also time limits. However, spending merits can bypass the time limit. Afterward, Tong Yixing took Wang Guan and Su Mingming to their dormitory and helped them settle in. He also introduced the school's courses. The Pioneer Military Academy is divided into 4 types of courses. Knowledge courses. Students choose their own courses, such as mathematics, literature, and other general subjects. There are also courses on Abyss Alien Studies, Mutated Beast Habits, and more. Ability courses. These are specialized courses, where students of different ability types have corresponding mentors to teach application abilities and develop exclusive skills. Skill courses. These are elective courses where students can pay or earn rewards to select corresponding skill mentors. Some skill mentors also assign exams, and passing allows for learning corresponding skills. Military duty courses. Every student must participate in these. The school will arrange some practical tasks, depending on the situation. Freshmen will be divided into classes based on their ability type. Technique.He further explained. For example, he would join the energy department class. Su Mingming would be in the lightning department class. What about me? Wang Guan was taken aback, wondering which department his investigation ability belonged to. The ability types can generally be divided into 6 major categories: energy, elemental, mutation, mental, assistive, and life. Among them, elemental ability users are the most numerous, belonging to one large category. Therefore, they're usually referred to directly as lightning department, ice and snow department, etc. The school classes are also divided according to lightning, ice and snow. As for Wang Guan's investigation and Su Weiqing's mark, this type of ability is not easy to categorize. It could barely be placed in the assistive category, but it is entirely different from abilities that provide status boosts and heal the wounded. Brother Guan, you should enter the special department, Technique.He said, referring to abilities that are rather special and hard to categorize. He then showed an embarrassed expression. The number of students in the special department class has always been the least. This year, the Pioneer Military Academy enrolled a total of 270 freshmen, with at least 10 in other classes, and some could have up to 30. However, in the special department, there were only 7 students, including Wang Guan. Moreover, the students in the special department tended to be somewhat peculiar. This is not a derogatory term, but rather because the students in this class were indeed somewhat unusual, just like Wang Guan, who had powerful combat strength despite his level of ability. After hearing Technique.He's introduction, Wang Guan became even more curious. Today was the first day of school, and class meetings were a must. After dropping Su Mingming off at her class, Wang Guan followed the school network's prompts to the special department class. It was on the 7th floor of Teaching Building 1. As Wang Guan climbed the stairs, he suddenly encountered a little girl. She looked about 5 or 6 years old, with 2 pigtails and wearing a cartoon-style dress. She was swaying as she climbed the stairs with her short legs, clearly struggling. Habitually investigating, the entry this time was surprisingly harmonious, indicating that she was an ordinary little girl. Whose child is this? Wang Guan rubbed the little girl's head and asked, "Little sister, where are you going?" The little girl looked up at Wang Guan and replied in a sweet voice, "7th floor." "What a coincidence. Let me carry you up," Wang Guan kindly suggested. The little girl thought for a moment and nodded happily. "Okay." So, Wang Guan picked up the little girl and carried her all the way to the 7th floor before putting her down. "Brother is going to class now." He smiled and said goodbye to the little girl before finding the classroom and pushing the door open. Inside the large classroom, only a few people were sparsely seated. Besides Wang Guan, the other 6 students in the special department had already arrived. A glance around revealed their peculiar traits. A girl wearing glasses had a thin face and seemed to be mumbling something in a somewhat dazed manner. A boy with a unique hairstyle was holding playing cards, seemingly calculating something. There was also a girl who, in the heat of summer, was completely bundled up and wearing a mask. And in the back corner sat a boy, his body as large as a mountain of meat, taking up 2 seats completely. The desk was filled with various foods, and he was constantly stuffing them into his mouth. One could only say, as expected of the special department, they were indeed all unusual. Just as Wang Guan was marveling at this, he suddenly saw the little girl he had carried up the stairs earlier, swaying as she walked into the classroom. The little girl went to the podium, skillfully pulled out a stool from underneath, climbed up, and stood up. Scanning the classroom, she said to the astonished Wang Guandao, "Classmates, please find a seat and sit down. I am a guidance teacher for the special department." Wang Guandao. What the heck? It turns out the most bizarre one is the guidance teacher. Chapter 59. Everyone in the special department is talented. I absolutely love it here, this student. How long are you going to be in a daze? Seeing Wang Guandao still standing at the classroom door, the little girl, standing on the stool behind the podium with her hands on her hips, questioned fiercely. "Oh." Wang Guandao walked into the classroom with his head down. Inside the classroom, the other students, who were also surprised by the little girl, were scattered around. Wang Guan chose a separate seat to sit down. "Hello, everyone. My name is Ian," the little girl said in a clear and youthful voice. Even standing on the stool, her height was still concerning. Wang Guan sat in the front, and he could only see the small hands reaching out from behind the podium. The small hands wave in the air. "From now on, you can call me Teacher Xiao Yi." There was silence in the class. "Let's start with self-introductions, shall we?" The small hand pointed at Wang Guan. "You go first." Wang Guan was speechless, feeling that this Teacher Xiao Yi seemed to be targeting him a bit. Who would have thought this little girl was the guidance teacher? Moreover, at that time, he had still successfully probed her, showing that she was an ordinary little girl. The original probing result in the previous chapter was a female high school student. Considering that Wang Guan carried her all the way, and taking into account the protagonist character, it was modified to not delay the plot. Wang Guan stood up and introduced himself briefly. "I am Wang Guan from Technique.He City. My ability is level 2, probing." Upon hearing his ability, several other students looked over. However, there was no disdain, just curiosity. They clearly did not know who Wang Guan was. "Very good." The small hand behind the podium waved, signaling Wang Guan to sit down, and then called the next student. A girl with glasses, somewhat eccentric, named Zhang Xiao. She had a level 3 ability, superdimensional perception, which is the ability to observe the world from a transcendental visual perspective. However, it is said that awakening this ability can easily lead to madness. Wang Guan probed her. Probing, this is a talented poet, a sickly-looking boy with a pale face named Li Qi. He had awakened the level 3 ability, pathogen. He could create any kind of virus in his body and release it. However, it seemed that he would also be affected himself. Probing, this is a long-distance runner. The boy playing card with a punk hairstyle, named Ma Fei, had a level 3 ability, Doom Clown. It was an extremely rare ability to manipulate luck. He could spread misfortune to others through simple communication. Probing, this is an ordinary boy. A girl wrapped up tightly, named Luo Xiaodao, had awakened the level 3 ability, Enchantress. She possessed a strong enchanting ability to manipulate others. The enchantment was not through the mind, but through her skin. Because she couldn't control it yet, she wrapped herself up tightly. Probing, this is an ordinary girl. The burly boy sitting in the corner, named Jianghua, had a level 3 ability called Gluttony. He could enhance his physique just by eating. While introducing himself, he was still stuffing food into his mouth. Probing, this is an ordinary child. Everyone introduced themselves, and then the little hand behind the podium waved again after Jianghua finished his introduction. Teacher, a thin boy wearing glasses suddenly raised his hand. "I haven't introduced myself yet." Huh? Not only was Teacher Xiao Yi a bit surprised, but Wang Guan was also taken aback. There was actually one more person. Only 6 had introduced themselves earlier, and no one noticed it was wrong. Soon, Wang Guan understood the reason. The thin boy was named Chun Mo, and his awakened ability was called Silence, level 3. The Silence ability made his presence incredibly thin. As long as he didn't speak to remind others, it was easy for people to overlook his existence. Probing, this is a handsome street performer. Wang Guan looked at Chun Mo with a bit of amusement. The small hand, reaching out from behind the podium, gently clapped. "Very good. Now everyone knows each other. As members of the special department, you all have your unique qualities. As your guidance teacher, I will help you master your abilities as much as possible." That said, listening to her childish voice, Wang Guan felt it lacked credibility. "We are a class, so let's choose a class leader first." Teacher Xiao Yi continued. "Since everyone is still unfamiliar, I will designate someone for now." Suddenly, the small hand pointed at Wang Guan. "Wang Guan, you will be the class leader for now." Wang Guan was stunned. "Me? Be the class leader?" It wasn't impossible. He had been the class leader for 3 years in high school, so he was familiar with the role. However, seeing that Teacher Xiao Yi directly designated him, the other 6 people in the classroom looked at him with displeased expressions. The members of the special department were all oddballs and not so easily persuaded. If anyone is unconvinced, you can try to challenge the class leader position. Teacher Xiao Yi seemed to be fanning the flames, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. The glares from the others towards Wang Guandao, indeed, became even more displeased. Wang Guandao thought, is this because I carried her like a child all the way? Is she holding a grudge? But it was fine. He looked back at the other 6. It was just as well. They all had unique abilities, and Wang Guandao also wanted to establish friendly relations with them. After all, under the entries, they couldn't affect him. The 6 classmates all lowered their heads in succession. The little teacher behind the podium had a slight smile on her lips. She began explaining the new student guidelines, such as needing to wear military uniforms at all times in school. Though she looked like a child, she chattered on for over an hour. By the time she finished, it was already dark outside. That's it for the class meeting. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to me. Finally, Teacher Xiao Yi announced the end of the class meeting. She jumped off the stool, not forgetting to tuck it back under the desk. As she swayed while walking out, she suddenly looked back at Wang Guandao. Come to my office after dinner. Wait, is she still holding a grudge? After Teacher Xiao Yi left, the students of the special class gradually walked outside. Wang Guandao took out his phone and sent a text message to Su Mingming and Tong Yixing, arranging to meet at the cafeteria. Suddenly, someone hugged his shoulder. It was Ma Fei, the doomed clown dressed in punk style. Class leader, nice to meet you. With a smile in his eyes, Ma Fei reached out his other hand to shake hands with Wang Guandao. Wang Guandao smiled back amiably, shaking his hand without any guard. Let's go have dinner together, Wang Guandao suggested. Sure, Ma Fei said cheerfully. Suddenly, he pulled away from Wang Guandao, revealing an expectant expression. Based on experience, this class leader was about to have some bad luck. Just as Wang Guandao thought this, he suddenly exclaimed, ouch. He stepped into thin air and tumbled straight down the stairs. Oh no, are you okay? Wang Guandao asked with a concerned expression, rushing down the stairs to help him. No, I'm fine. After military training, the new students were all at least level 2 ability users, so they naturally wouldn't get hurt. However, Ma Fei had an expression as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes wide in shock. He even hesitated to touch Wang Guandao's hand again. Quickly jumping to his feet, Wang Guandao found it amusing. Is the misfortune unable to affect me, so it backfires on himself? He then said to the others, let's all go eat together. It'll be a gathering for our special department. The other few hesitated for a moment, but agreed. Chen Mo, the silent ability user, walked behind. The eyes curiously observed Wang Guan and other classmates. He was not worried that his gaze would offend anyone, as no one would notice him. These people should have already forgotten his existence. Chen Mo, hurry up. Wang Guan suddenly turned his head and called out to him. Chen Mo, the third cafeteria recommended by Tong Yixing. During lunchtime, it was already crowded, with most of them being freshmen. They were easy to distinguish, as only freshmen had not yet changed into military uniforms, all dressed in casual clothes. The 7 students from a special department entered the cafeteria, attracting quite a few gazes, mainly because this group was too distinctive. There were the mysterious girls, sickly boys, punk styles, tightly wrapped weirdos, and a mountain of fat guy. Only Wang Guan appeared normal. However, among the ability users, there were many odd shapes, and no one paid much attention. Su Mingming and Tong Yixing had not yet arrived. Wang Guan and a few others had already gotten their meals and sat down at 2 adjacent tables. Luo Xiaodao suddenly sat down opposite Wang Guan. Class monitor, can I sit here? She asked with a charming voice. My friend will come later, Wang Guan replied. This spot is reserved for Su Mingming. Your friend? Boy or girl? Luo Xiaodao seemed even more curious. Wang Guan smiled. Girl. I see. Luo Xiaotao's eyes slightly curved. She suddenly reached out and took off the mask covering her face, revealing her features. Instantly, many people around, regardless of gender, turned to look at her, their gazes momentarily dazed. Only a few with strong willpower could remain calm. Luo Xiaodao was very beautiful, her smile like a flower. Her fair skin seemed to glow, possessing a captivating charm. Several students from a special department couldn't help but be drawn to her. Only the mountain of man, Jianghua, was focused on tackling his food. Wang Guan's expression was also very calm. Luo Xiaodao was somewhat surprised, but she quickly regained her composure. Class monitor, who do you think is prettier, me or your friend? She asked. Sorry, but I think my friend is prettier, Wang Guan said with a smile, not thinking twice. His gaze happened to catch sight of Su Mingming entering the cafeteria. He stood up and waved at her. Then he looked back at the ordinary girl, Luo Xiaodao. Luo, classmate, please move aside. My friend is here. You can sit next to her. Okay. Chapter 60. The school's resource support, easily mastering the secret realm. Those with strong willpower are immune to enchantment. However, emotions can still be somewhat affected. Since awakening, this was the first time Luo Xiaodao encountered peers who could remain unaffected by her charm and even say that their friend was prettier than her. She sat down at another empty spot, not putting her mask back on, merely pulling the hood of her sweatshirt over her head to lower her gaze, avoiding having her face seen by others again. I want to see how pretty your friend is. As soon as Su Mingming finished getting her meal and walked over with her tray, Luo Xiaodao turned her head to look with some dissatisfaction. The girl with light red hair, casually tied back, wearing a simple white dress, happily sat down in front of Wang Guan. Wang Guan smiled and introduced her. Su Mingming was a bit shy, smiling and nodding at everyone one by one. Many gazes around were drawn back to her, not because of charm, but because the girl's appearance truly had a stunning charm. Luo Xiaodao immediately felt dejected. Was it because her friend was pretty enough that she could remain indifferent to her charm? Wang Guan asked Su Mingming about her situation in class. He was a bit worried since she had never been to school before and might not be used to the school environment. However, Su Mingming adapted well. She was talented and likable. Although a bit socially anxious, both teachers and classmates like her a lot, even a bit too much. Soon, a boy came over with a tray. Mingming, you're here. Can I sit here? He asked with a gentle smile. There was one seat left at the 6-person table. The boy was very handsome and sunny. He was clearly interested in Su Mingming and was trying to strike up a conversation. But Su Mingming only looked at him in confusion. We aren't familiar. Why would you sit here? The boy, seeing Su Mingming's lack of response, was not annoyed at all and suddenly looked at Wang Guan with a provocative gaze. Hello, I'm Han Jie, he said confidently, as if just stating his name would shock others. Wang Guan, are you famous? Sitting next to Wang Guan was the pathogen, Li Qi. He trembled slightly, surprised. Han Jie, who ranked 14th in the Alliance's college entrance examination. Han Jie nodded with a smile and looked at Wang Guan again. Now that you know my identity, most people should be in awe. Oh, Wang Guan nodded lightly. So he was one of the top 10. No wonder he hadn't heard of him. Sorry. He only knew the top 3. He casually sent out a probe. Probe, this is an ordinary office worker. Han Jie saw Wang Guan's reaction and was somewhat displeased. Wanted to ask him who he was. But at that moment, Guange Mingming, Tong Yixing came over with a tray. He also attracted quite a few gazes, with his white hair and youthful face standing out. Many students from the Vanguard Military School recognized him as the one ranked 3rd in the Alliance. Not many knew that Wang Guan, the top scorer, had transferred here. The freshman regarded the white-haired boy as the best of this year's batch. Tong Yixing, Han Yi trembled, his expression becoming more serious. Tong Yixing glanced at him. Who are you? I'm Han Jie. Tong Yixing shook his head, not having heard of him, smiled shyly, and sat down in the empty spot. Hello, I'm Guan Ji's friend. Tong Yixing warmly introduced himself to the students of the special department. Lu Qi, Luo Xiaodao Ma Fei, and others had dazed expressions. They naturally knew that this Tong Yixing was a friend of Wang Guan. The title Guangu itself explained many issues. Han Jie stood there dumbfounded, ignored by everyone, feeling somewhat awkward. However, he quickly regained his confidence and looked at Wang Guan with newfound respect. He turned and pulled a chair from the side to place at the table, preparing to shamelessly join in. But just as he set the chair down, another figure rushed over and sat down. Thank you, she politely said to him. Han Jie was about to say he was the one who wanted to sit, but seeing who it was, he quickly shut his mouth. This was obviously not a student, but a young woman dressed fashionably, with a pair of striking long legs. Even at night, she was wearing sunglasses. She had already gotten her meal and, after sitting down, glanced at Han Jie. Do you need something? In the distance, several seniors in military uniforms waved at Han Jie repeatedly. Fool run. No, nothing. Han Jie hurriedly fled. Xiao Rong did not hold a position at the school, but occasionally returned to teach classes. The seniors were very familiar with her, knowing she was not someone to provoke. This is Sister Rong, Wang Guan introduced. It's my aunt, Xiao Rong reminded him. She then smiled and nodded at the students from the special department. You can just call me sister. I was also a student in the special department before. Her judgment eye is from the aberration department, but due to mutations, she studied in the special department. The senior students from a special department quickly greeted her. The students of the special department have it tough. Wang Guan, you mustn't bully them, Xiao Rong instructed Wang Guan. Wang Guan smiled. Sister Rong is joking. I'm a class monitor. Really? Xiao Rong looked at the others. It's true, they nodded repeatedly, confirming Wang Guan's identity. The way they looked at Wang Guan had already changed. This obviously extraordinary senior actually said not to let Wang Guan bully them. Can she directly determine that Wang Guan's strength surpasses theirs? Coupled with Tong Yixing's attitude and the previous tests, this Wang Guan is not ordinary. The school cafeteria is still delicious. Xiao Rong began to enjoy her dinner and said to Wang Guan, the milk tea shop is all set up and will be renovated soon. I've also arranged for Zhou Wen and her son as accommodation. Wang Guan asked a few detailed questions and suddenly had a thought. Sister Rong, do you know our special department's guidance teacher, Yin? He asked. Of course I know teacher Xiao Yi. She is also my guidance teacher, Xiao Rong replied. Wang Guan was surprised. Xiao Rong graduated after experiencing the ancient shrine incident 8 years ago and attended university for 2 years. This means Yin was her guidance teacher 10 years ago, but she still looks like a little girl. Xiao Rong seemed to know what Wang Guan was wondering and smiled. Teacher Xiao Yi is not an ordinary teacher. She is very reliable, so you can trust her. What about teacher Xiao Ye's abilities? The charming demon Luo Xiaodao asked curiously. Xiao Rong glanced at her, unaffected by the charm, and explained, she probably lives longer than ordinary people. Everyone was stunned. Tong Yixing also knew teacher Xiao Yi and explained. I heard that teacher Yi is over 200 years old. She existed before the establishment of the Vanguard Military Academy. Everyone was shocked again. Teacher Xiao Yi looks like a little girl at this age. Her ability allows her to remain youthful? No, it allows her to remain small. But Xiao Rong did not want to disclose the specific abilities. Tong Yixing had only heard of her and did not know much. After dinner, Wang Guan, Su Mengming, and Tong Yixing went to Zhou Wen's milk tea shop to help clean up. After staying here for a while, Wang Guan said goodbye and found the faculty building, arriving outside Yin's office. Come in. After knocking, a clear and childish voice rang out. Pushing open the door, he saw the office was quite messy, filled with shelves all around. They held various books and some unknown items. Behind a desk piled high with books sat a little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old, flipping through a book. There were plates piled up next to her, with remnants of a children's meal. Teacher Xiao Yi? Wang Guan asked with an odd tone. Did you need something from me? He tried to probe Yin again, but the result was still the same. He could successfully attach a tag to her. Teacher Xiao Yi can only live and not grow up, but her strength is actually not strong. The information you probed is all wrong. Just as he was puzzled, Teacher Xiao Yi suddenly said, smiling as she looked at Wang Guan. You can actually sense my probing. No one can sense probing, but it's not hard to guess what you're doing. Teacher Xiao Yi said with a smile. Sorry, I'm used to it. Wang Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Students in the special department have some issues. Only those with strong enough strength can suppress them, which is why I chose you as class leader, she continued. It seemed like she was explaining that she was not deliberately targeting him. I understand. Wang Guan quickly expressed, yes, I trust you. You are about to enter the Longsun secret realm, and the school will provide you with some resource support. Teacher Xiao Yi finally mentioned the main point. She didn't call Wang Guan over to hold a grudge, of course. As for healing potions, there's no need to mention those. Do you need anything else? She asked. School resource support? Wang Guan's eyes lit up. He didn't currently lack weapons or equipment, let alone potions. If he could teach skills, that would be the best. But powerful enough skills are not easy to learn, and their value is too high. They may exceed the school's support. However, Wang Guan glanced around the office shelves, thinking about the little girl's high age. Do you have any items related to the Earth Dragon? He asked excitedly. The Longsun secret realm is named so because it contains an Earth Dragon. It is a 7-tier abyss creature and the most dangerous existence in the Longsun secret realm. You could say it is a typical presence. After all, the secret realm restricts entry to those below the 5th tier. Wang Guan possesses the abyss visualization technique. If he becomes familiar enough with the Earth Dragon in the consciousness battlefield, probing it would have an effect. But to visualize the earth dragon, one must have encountered it first. Wang Guan had tried many times without success. Teacher Xiao Yi behind the desk was stunned for a moment, but quickly seemed to understand something. You have the abyss visualization skill? Seeing Wang Guan nod, she thought for a moment and then nodded. Yes, I do. She jumped off her stool and walked to a nearby shelf. Pulling over a ladder, she climbed up. After rummaging through a cabinet for a while, she took out a glass bottle and tossed it to Wang Guan. Inside was a black scale, crystal clear. This is... Wang Guan was taken aback. The scale of the earth dragon. Teacher Xiao Yi explained. It no longer has any residual aura, but it should be usable as a medium to visualize the earth dragon. She carefully climbed down from the ladder. Familiarizing yourself with the earth dragon's habits in advance will indeed increase the chances of escape if you encounter it, she said. She clearly did not believe that Wang Guan's team could defeat the earth dragon. The abyss visualization is only to ensure that you can escape in time after encountering it. However, escape? If he can visualize the earth dragon, Wang Guan has a high probability of being able to kill it instantly. Chapter 61. Entering the long-since secret realm. Since learning the abyss visualization, Wang Guan has been fighting the abyss monsters he visualizes in the consciousness battlefield every night. However, the only abyss monsters he has formally encountered are the Rat Man and the Bloodthirsty Demon. After dealing with the Bloodthirsty Demon, when he continued to visualize, the abyss monsters that appeared were random. Most were tier 3 or 4, comparable to Wang Guan's strength. For this type of monster, Wang Guan could easily resolve them by using his probing. Even without getting stuck, he rarely failed due to his strength. It made him feel no sense of pressure at all. This weakened the effect of mental sharpening considerably. Now that he obtained the Earth Dragon fragment, visualizing this 7-tier monster could effectively sharpen his mind. If he successfully navigates it, he could handle the secret realm with ease. Naturally, he was very pleased. Bidding farewell to teacher Xiao Yi and hurriedly returning to his single dormitory. The dormitory is not large, but it is fully equipped with a private bathroom. The treatment for Vanguard Military Academy students is still quite good. After a simple wash, Wang Guan sat cross-legged on the bed. He took the scale from the bottle, placed it in his palm, and began to meditate and calm his mind. Most abyss monsters, after being killed, would quickly disintegrate like the bloodthirsty demon, turning to ashes. A few would leave behind some fragments. These fragments often have certain special properties. After removing the abyss aura, they can be used as materials for making equipment and weapons. The Earth Dragon scale is hard and possesses special effects. It can bestow Earth-related special abilities on equipment. The level alloy longsword in Wang Guan's hand has the Breaking Edge enchantment special ability, which is why it incorporated monster fragments. Teacher Xiao Yi gave Wang Guan this Earth Dragon scale, which can be used not only as a medium, but also for making corresponding equipment. In the pale and boundless consciousness battlefield, accompanied by spatial ripples, a terrifying monster covered in scales, with strange horns and standing 2 meters tall, appeared before Wang Guan. The Earth Dragon. It roared, locking onto Wang Guan as its enemy and charging at him like a tank. Wang Guan visualized his battle gear and longsword, beginning to maneuver with it. However, the power and speed of a 7-tier monster completely suppressed Wang Guan. Its scales also had extremely strong defensive capabilities. In the first battle, within just half a minute, Wang Guan woke up from the visualization. He didn't even force out its skills. It was indeed much stronger than the bloodthirsty demon. Wang Guan sighed. He now thoroughly understood teacher Xiao Ye's words. Upon encountering this monster, Wang Guan should normally first consider how to escape rather than how to defeat it. The Dragon Forest Secret Realm restricts entry to abilities above level 5. Exceeding level 5 would disrupt the balance within. Therefore, most of the abilities entering are level 5. Newcomers like Wang Guan only qualify to enter due to rewards. The purpose of the Alliance is merely to hone skills and seek opportunities. They do not expect him to complete the challenge. However, after resting for a moment, Wang Guan eagerly re-entered the consciousness battlefield. Continue. After battling in the consciousness battlefield for a night, Wang Guan only lay down to sleep in the early morning. After just 2 hours, he was awakened by the loud sound of a military horn. Since this is a military school, everything naturally follows a militarized management style. Dragging his exhausted body, Wang Guan got out of bed. After putting on the light green military uniform issued during registration and washing up, he gathered on the playground for morning exercises, which included not just running drills, but also obstacle courses and weight-bearing exercises. After an hour of strenuous activity, they were finally dismissed. The upperclassmen were already accustomed to it, but the newcomers were panting and struggling. What surprised Wang Guan was the special department's burly boy, Jianghua. Although he was physically bulky and wore an oversized military uniform that likely weighed as much as a 500-pound ability user, he didn't lag behind and even seemed not too tired after finishing. However, this kid was starving. As soon as the morning exercise instructor announced dismissal, he was the first to rush to the cafeteria. A level ability user, glutton, he just looked fat, but his physical attributes were not inferior to others, including speed. Because he could enhance his physical quality just by eating. This talent is something most people envy. After breakfast, it was time for a day full of classes. The cultural courses were electives, and Wang Guan and Su Mingming chose classes like abyss monster research and the evolutionary history of mutated beasts to supplement their knowledge. He didn't choose any skill courses for now because the free courses only taught skills at levels 1 and 2, which were already of little use to Wang Guan. Higher-level courses required payment or meeting certain conditions. However, if he could achieve good results in the Dragon Forest Secret Realm, the school would reward him in this regard, so he wasn't in a hurry. Military courses would start in 2 weeks. The remaining ability courses were taught in a special classroom by teacher Xiao Yi. During this time, Wang Guan chose to sleep. Thus began the student life at the Pioneer Military Academy. Besides the Dragon Scale given to Wang Guan, the school also provided support for Su Mingming and Tong Yixing. Their main support was in terms of equipment and skills. In the following days, Zhou Wen's milk tea shop officially opened. Wang Guan and Su Mingming often went to help, and business was booming. Under the arrangement of Xiu Rong, the kid brother Yuan Shaoqin smoothly enrolled in the Pioneer Primary School. The mother and son settled into a small town next to the school, with Xiu Rong helping them find a very cheap rental house. This treasure of a mother and a son finally settled down. Wang Guan and Su Mingming visited Sister Wen's house for dinner every few days. This current state was the most suitable for Wang Guan. Xiu Rong was currently on vacation. After finishing these matters, she would return to the military with her subordinates. If any trouble arose, remember to contact your aunt. Already back in military uniform, Xiu Rong reminded Wang Guan before leaving. Be careful during the secret realm training, and don't be reckless. Sister Rong, I know, Wang Guan replied. Xiu Rong smiled wryly and shook her head. She was too lazy to correct Wang Guan's address. Turning around, she waved her hand and left with her subordinates. She was a member of a special operations team in the Pioneer military, holding the rank of lieutenant colonel and leading a small combat team. A week later, the Dragon Forest Secret Realm was about to open. Wang Guan, Su Mingming, and Tong Yixing took their leave. They arrived at the building named Military Education at the school, preparing to enter the secret realm. Once inside, they needed to be cautious about their safety, as they might spend an unknown amount of time inside. So they had to conserve resources. In a narrow corridor, teacher Xiao Yi, who walked ahead of the three, continuously reminded them of the precautions. Besides being the guidance teacher for the special department, she was also the head of this military education building. She looked like a 5 or 6-year-old little bean, wearing a white lab coat typical of researchers. However, the size was clearly too big, dragging on the ground. Su Mingming and Tong Yixing, seeing this teacher for the first time, had a look of astonishment in their eyes. Tong Yixing had heard of Yi Yin long ago, but was seeing her true appearance for the first time. Their dazed expressions were similar to Wang Guan's initial reaction. You are entering to hone your skills. No one expects you to complete the challenge. Surviving is victory, teacher, Xiao Yi continued. She stopped in front of a door, tiptoed to grab the doorknob. Wang Guan, you should be quite familiar with the Dragon Scale by now, right? She asked. Yes, Wang Guan confidently nodded. Not only was he familiar, but after a week of continuous practice every night, he had been killed countless times and finally figured out how to tackle this terrifying abyss monster. Good. Remember to run away at the first sight of it. Teacher Xiao Yi nodded reassuringly. As the door opened, darkness enveloped the inside. Teacher Xiao Yi pointed inside. Go in. The dark room will directly send you into the Dragon Forest Secret Realm. The Dark Room is a type of teleportation device. The Secret Realm is a special area that separates from the real world. The Dark Room device, developed based on spatial abilities, allows abilities to enter designated secret realms. It's very convenient, but the teleportation limitations are significant and cannot be used for everyday transport. The three, each carrying a military backpack and changed into casual clothes, entered the Dark Room one by one. Be careful, Teacher Xiao Yi, standing in the light, raised her fist, hidden by her overly long sleeves, and waved. She closed the door of the Dark Room. The three were completely surrounded by darkness. Su Mingming instinctively reached for Wang Guan's hand, which he gently held. Tong Yixing also tried to grab Wang Guan, but Wang Guan swatted his hand away irritably. They did not wait long in the darkness. Reminder: you are about to enter the Dragon Forest Secret Realm. Objective: destroy all rift nodes. Level: dangerous time, 7 days, or until the main rift node is destroyed. Introduction: after the Abyss Rift opens, a main rift node and 38 small nodes are formed. Each node is controlled by a rift beast. Killing the rift beast can temporarily destroy the node. Abilities must first destroy all small nodes and then destroy the main node. Completing all nodes will allow for control of the secret realm. Each node is surrounded by mutated beasts and abyss monsters, with the main node guarded by dragon scale. Note: killing mutated beasts, abyss monsters, and destroying nodes can earn reward points, which can be exchanged for different rewards. The Secret Realm Adventure prompt appeared before Wang Guan. Similar to the hunting task, the task panel could now be opened. Accompanied by the prompt, the surrounding darkness receded. It was like thick ink splattered on a painting, outlining a dark forest scene. The sky above was dim, with no sun or moon visible. A cool breeze brushed against their bodies. They could smell the scent of decay and dampness in the air. Wang Guan, Su Mingming, and Tong Yixing had shifted from the Dark Room to this strange and eerie forest. The Dragon Forest Secret Realm. When the Abyss Rift is about to open, this special area will form. Its spatial structure is very fragile, and the Alliance can only send some abilities in at specific moments. They must destroy the nodes about to open and prevent the rift from expanding further. Wang Guan warily surveyed the surroundings, and his gaze quickly caught sight of figures that appeared at the same time as them. Big brother, the muscular Barbie Anya shouted happily. Chapter 62. She's just socially anxious, not afraid of mutated wolf packs entering the long-since secret realm. The qualification used was Wang Guan's. Thus, the four of them were automatically considered a team, with Wang Guan as the captain. He could choose a name for the team. Otherwise, they would just be numbered. Team name? Wang Guan didn't spend much effort and named it the Peace Team, commemorating the battle in Peace Town. After the four gathered, they quickly exchanged information about their situations. I finally reached the 3rd tier and even comprehended a special skill that can be used to cultivate a swarm, Anya said, somewhat smugly. The petite girl with short hair carried a huge military backpack. While speaking, a saber-toothed queen bee perched on her head like a hairpin, its wings buzzing. From her backpack, accompanied by a buzzing sound, several saber-toothed bees flew out like a cloud of black smoke, quickly dispersing in all directions to explore their surroundings. Her backpack not only stored luggage, but also served as a beehive. This beehive was specially made for me by the school, she explained, waving away a few saber-toothed bees that flew close to her face. It was evident that her school supported her quite a bit. The 200,000 she spent on the saber-toothed queen bee was mostly covered by the school. No wonder she negotiated so easily with Wang Guan back then. I've also reached the 3rd tier. In the mid-phase, Tong Yixing continued. Su Mingming said, I just advanced to the 2nd tier, but I'll work hard. Her foundation was weak. She had only awakened half a month ago, and reaching the 2nd tier was quite fast. Coupled with her abilities, her combat power was already impressive. Wang Guan already knew about her and Tong Yixing's current levels. Hearing that Anya had also reached the 3rd tier, he was not surprised, but couldn't help but sigh. No wonder high-tier ability users progress so quickly. What about you? Anya asked Wang Guan. Oh, I'm already at the 4th tier, he replied. After all, he had the cheat of the card, regularly indulging in lavish meals and having the Heya dragon visualization for practice contributed to his achievements. But he was not proud of it at all. Anya and Tong Yixing said, I want to learn Abyss visualization. Technique.He had already known Wang Guan's level, but still said it with a hint of envy. He judged that Wang Guan's rapid progress was not only due to the enhancement of physical attributes from military boxing, but also because of the mental attribute boost from abyss visualization. While they were talking, Anya controlled the swarm to quickly cover all directions and had already gathered quite a bit of nearby information. This is a forest. From above, we can see glowing points of light. Those should be the rift nodes, right? The closest node to us is in that direction. Using the swarm's vision to determine the direction, the peace team moved towards the nearest node. This forest originally existed in the real world. After forming the secret realm, sunlight was cut off, and the trees and weeds quickly decayed, losing all vitality. Dead and rotting small animals and insect corpses could be seen everywhere on the ground. However, because it was near the abyss rift, any animal or plant that had not died could easily be influenced by the abyss aura and mutate. A group of mutated beasts has appeared. Anya, constantly using the swarm to scout the surroundings, quickly noticed something and pointed in a direction. How many? Wang Guan asked. About 12, Anya replied, covering one of her eyes to enhance the swarm's perception. They seem to be needle wolves. One of them is quite large, probably the wolf king. Unlike bloodthirsty beasts, many of the mutations caused by the rift were fixed. The mutations of wolves have been documented. Anya had studied this aspect before entering the Longson secret realm. Then we can handle it without any problem, Wang Guan decided. This is all points. He led the team in that direction. The Needle Wolf pack quickly noticed their presence, and pairs of red eyes lit up in the dark forest, gradually surrounding the team. They had found their prey, unaware that the Real Hunter would always appear in the guise of prey. The Needle Wolves still clearly exhibited wolf characteristics, but their fur stood on end like sharp spikes. They resembled a hybrid between a wolf and a porcupine. Their spikes could detach from their bodies during battle and shoot toward enemies. When they got close enough, Wang Guan threw out a probe. Probe, this is a starving stray dog. Since they belonged to the same group, he probed one of them. For Wang Guan, this Needle Wolf pack was just a group of stray dogs now. Without any hesitation, battle was about to begin. One Needle Wolf lunged forward first. Su Mingming quickly raised her arm. Under her sleeves, she wore a pair of small wrist guards. The wrist guards had circuit-like patterns. These were the supportive gear the school provided her. Although they were not made of precious materials, they could convert the electromagnetic force that Su Mingming unleashed into attacks. The circuit patterns on the wrist guards lit up rapidly. After a very short charging time, a wave of invisible energy shot out from Su Mingming's wrist guards. Bang! The lunging Needle Wolf was pierced through, leaving a terrifying hole with burn marks. Electromagnetic beam. This pair of wrist guards could convert Su Mingming's electromagnetic force into directed electromagnetic wave beams for attacks. This exists in the real world. High-voltage electricity is just the most basic and wasteful attack method for supermagnetic armaments. Wow! As Anya exclaimed, a layer of azure light flickered around Su Mingming, enveloping her body. This was not equipment, but rather a special skill she comprehended when she advanced to the second tier. Electromagnetic field could form a protective force field around her body, akin to wearing a full set of defensive gear. Its defensive level even surpassed Wang Guan's armor. Supermagnetic armaments emphasized not only supermagnetism, but also weaponization. Facing the fierce mutated wolf pack, Su Mingming showed no signs of nervousness. She was just socially anxious and completely unafraid of the mutated wolves. Technique.He had strong defensive capabilities, and the school's support mainly focused on skills. Energy Shield. This skill pertains to the use of energy. For the Master of Entropy, the learning difficulty was not high. Of course, Technique.He also faced many challenges. He had taken several high-energy physics classes before finally understanding the principles of generating an energy shield. By learning some tricks, he managed to master this skill. An illusory shield formed in front of him, able to absorb kinetic energy from attacks and store it within. He could do this easily before, but like Su Mingming, that was just a simple use of ability to manipulate energy, with very low efficiency compared to the comprehensive energy shield. The team quickly defined their roles. Technique.He was responsible for taking the pressure at the front, mainly defending against the needles shot by the Needle Wolves, waiting for a chance to counterattack. Su Mingming relied on the electromagnetic beam for long-range attacks. Anya controlled the swarm, hiding behind Technique.He, launching strikes from all sides. Wang Guan charged directly into the wolf pack. The needles shot by the needle wolves were nothing but hairs to him, posing no threat. Of course, in the eyes of Technique.He and Anya, Wang Guan was simply moving quickly and wearing defensive gear, able to dodge and resist the needle attacks. The four-member team worked in harmony, each performing their duties. The Wolf King of the Needle Wolves sat behind the pack. Seeing its pack being continuously slaughtered by the humans before it, it showed no fear and became even more savage. With a long howl, it pounced towards Technique.He, only to be intercepted and killed by Wang Guan, who struck it down with a single sword. The battle began quickly and ended even faster. For the P Squad, this level of small beast horde posed no difficulty. For them, it was just a warm-up. You have killed the Needlefang Wolf King, earning 19 points. Your achievement has improved. After killing the Wolf King, a notification flashed before Wang Guan's eyes. In addition to points, he also gained achievements. His attribute page showed that the progress of his private's achievement was at 001. After officially joining the army and completing military tasks, he could enhance his achievements. Entering the secret realm, slaying mutated beasts and abyssal monsters, preventing the spread of abyssal rifts, and protecting the world. This was also a type of military task. Military duties refer to the responsibilities of a soldier. Therefore, he could also gain achievements. Killing 3 Needlefang wolves and 1 Wolf King. Was his achievement only 001? He was still a rookie, progressing little by little. Wang Guan knew that improving achievements was not easy. Many students could not advance to soldier rank even after 4 years of college and were forced to drop out. After a brief rest, the squad continued to approach the nearest rift node. This should be a small node. There seemed to be no mutated beasts guarding it nearby. Using the swarm's vision to scout, Anya was able to gather information about the situation as they neared the rift node. She suddenly pouted. Ugh, is this the rift beast? What a disgusting tentacle monster. The rift beast, an abyssal monster, has the ability to open spatial rifts. It has a large head and countless strange tentacles. The abyss invades this world by opening rifts. Each node has a rift beast that constantly attempts to expand a rift. Their level increases based on the scale of the rift. Killing the rift beast can temporarily destroy this node. That makes sense. The rift beast itself is already quite strong. Hearing Anya's report, Technique.He said, "Something seems off." But Anya suddenly noticed something and quickly shook her head. There were signs of battle near this node. Other ability users had already arrived here before them. I see them. They're not far from that node. There are 4 of them. Hearing Anya's information, Wang Guan was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect to encounter other ability users so soon. Should we go over? Anya asked Wang Guan. Wang Guan thought for a moment. Let's go take a look. Since they had come to a node, it didn't make sense to just give up. The other side had 4 people, clearly a small team. The secret realm restricts entry to 5th-tier ability users, so Wang Guan had no reason to be afraid. As they got closer, the 4 people hiding near the node quickly heard the commotion and came out. Great, we finally encountered other ability users. Among the 4, a young man stepped forward. We can't handle the rift beast with just the 4 of us. How about we team up? He assessed Wang Guan and his companions with a smile. Wang Guan remained silent and first used his detection ability on them. Detect. This is a hard-working construction worker. Detect. This is an ordinary high school student. Detect. This is an ordinary housewife. The first 3 were quite normal. But when Wang Guan detected the last individual, a woman in a black dress, he saw. Detect. This is a fugitive scammer, cunning and ruthless, huh? Chapter 63. 3 steps to deal with the rift beast. Wang Guan had lost count of how many people he had detected. Most were ordinary people seen in daily life. But he had previously encountered a criminal type, like a fugitive scammer. The label he received was that of an escaped convict. And this woman was a fugitive scammer. Wang Guan's gaze darkened as he stared at the woman in the black dress. Noticing his gaze, the woman smiled seductively. "Little brother, what are you looking at?" she asked with a laugh, thinking that Wang Guan was captivated by her appearance. She was indeed somewhat beautiful, with a good figure and a prominent chest. The black dress was fitted and low-cut, perfectly outlining her body curves. Nothing, Wang Guan averted his gaze. For him, detection was serious business. Although he was naturally cautious around strangers, finding the woman in the black dress to be a scammer made him want to say even less to her. The young man, clearly the leader of the four, continued to propose. Little brother, adventures in the secret realm are very dangerous, especially with the rift beast, which is troublesome to deal with. How about we form an alliance? As he spoke, he exchanged glances with his companions. They could easily judge that the four in front of them were probably inexperienced college students. Wang Guan had just seen the woman in the black dress staring blankly. She clearly had not seen much of the world. Tong Yihong, when encountering outsiders, habitually wore a shy smile, combined with his youthful appearance, making him seem quite harmless. The socially anxious girl, Su Mingming, had a tense expression as she hid behind Wang Guan, resembling a little white rabbit. Anya, on the other hand, was cheerful and confident, but she was petite, with a few insects buzzing around her head. It was easy to infer that she seemed to possess the ability to control insects. Generally speaking, this type of ability is not very lethal. Considering all these judgments, the team in front of them appeared unremarkable, even if their strength was decent. They posed no significant threat. They likely obtained their entry qualification to the secret realm by spending money or through the help of elders or teachers, right? This team was the most suitable cooperation option. However, upon hearing the young man's proposal, Wang Guan refused without hesitation. No, we want to act on our own. The young man was not anxious. Once we defeat the Rift Beast, the related rewards will be distributed based on contributions. We won't deceive you. He pointed ahead, guiding Wang Guan's gaze. Besides, you have no idea how troublesome the Rift Beast is, right? After walking a few steps, they bypassed a patch of withered bushes, and bright lights shone before them. Wang Guan saw the Rift Beast. Above a clearing, a spatial rift was splitting open. The tentacle monster that Anya had previously described was coiled within it. It had a massive head, about 2 to 3 meters in diameter, mostly occupied by an eye, with the remaining space filled with a terrifying mouth full of sharp teeth. Beneath it were terrifying tentacles, some of which hung down to the ground, digging into the earth. The rest were propping up the edge of the rift, writhing as if trying to widen the rift. Inside the rift, what lay beyond was unclear, but there was a shimmering light emanating from it. This was the Rift Beast. It is a 5th-tier abyssal monster, the young man introduced. The formation of the secret realm is closely related to the Rift Beast. The fact that this secret realm restricts entry to 5th-tier ability users indicates that the Rift Beast level is currently only 5th tier. As the rift further opens, the Rift Beast level will grow, and the restrictions of the secret realm will be lifted. At that point, more abyssal monsters will crawl out from the rift. If a 5th-tier ability user forcefully enters here, it will disrupt the balance and cause the secret realm to collapse. The rift would then appear in the real world outside. In fact, it is not difficult to deal with, as it must remain near the rift, making it inconvenient to move. However, getting close to it is troublesome because the young man continued to explain, demonstrating as he picked up a rotting beast carcass from the ground. It was from a mutated beast they had previously killed. Whoosh! He threw the carcass toward the tentacle monster. Just as the carcass approached a certain range of the tentacle monster, 2 tentacles suddenly shot up from the ground, wrapping around the carcass and turning it into mush. The tentacles were long and powerful, covered in sharp barbs and equipped with numerous suction cups. After dealing with the invader, the tentacles retracted underground, leaving no trace on the surface. The huge eyeball in the crack looked towards Wang Guan and the others. Its big mouth opened, emitting a series of sounds, as if demonstrating its power. The expressions of Wang Guan and the others showed some surprise, although they had learned about the Void Beast in advance. Seeing its attack method in person was still quite astonishing. It could launch attacks from underground with its tentacles. However, they were not afraid. Technique.He and the others were still eager, wanting to try using their abilities to withstand the tentacle monster. The young man said, "The attack range is about 4 to 5 meters around us. These tentacles have considerable attacking power, can move freely underground, and regenerate quickly. Long-range attacks are useless. Its tentacles will swiftly block any attacks. To destroy its head, it's best to first restrain these tentacles. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult to attack the head with the tentacles gathering around it. To kill the Void Beast, a normal approach requires a lot of manpower." The young man dutifully explained, then continued, "So let's cooperate, relying solely on us or you won't solve this Void Beast." Wang Guan stared at the void beast for a few seconds. Although it was far away, its massive form suspended there made it quite easy to investigate. Then, Wang Guan smiled and said to the young man, "Sorry, we don't want to cooperate with others." The young man was already a bit impatient. "You're here for the trial. This node is right in front of you. Are you really thinking of giving up?" He thought Wang Guan wanted to give up. "Can we try it ourselves? Is that okay?" Wang Guan asked the young man with a smile. "Since you guys are too scared to take action." The young man was momentarily stunned and exchanged glances with his companions. TSK. So they were just four inexperienced kids wanting to try on their own? Didn't their teachers and parents remind them to be cautious around abyssal monsters? Of course, if you want to try, go ahead, if you can destroy it. That would be your achievement, the young man said with a smile. He had already decided that when these Nav-VE kids attempted to attack, they would seize the opportunity to attack the Void Beast. After all, that was their goal, to lure this small team into helping them restrain the tentacles while they harvested the kills. "Guangu, are we going to attack now?" He glanced at the young man with some caution and lowered his voice. "You guys watch them. I'll handle it myself," Wang Guan said. His words surprised not only the young man and the woman in the black dress, but also Tong-Yi and Anya, who showed expressions of astonishment. Wang Guan had already drawn his sword and stepped towards the big head. What was he doing? Did he think he could handle the Void Beast alone? "Hey, what are you all waiting for? Go help him." This kid was seeking death. He didn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. The young man's team exclaimed in surprise at Wang Guan's actions. But soon, their expressions froze. As Wang Guan stepped into the Void Beast's attack range, swish, tentacles shot up from the ground, snapping and rushing towards Wang Guan. However, Wang Guan moved casually, as if dealing with a minor issue. And with a backhanded swing of his sword, he precisely severed the tentacle. He didn't stop his steps, walking straight towards the big head, casually slicing with his sword. His movements didn't appear fast, flashy, or particularly forceful, yet he always managed to accurately cut down the extending tentacles without missing a beat, as if he could predict their attack directions in advance. It wasn't that his attacks were good, it was that the tentacles received them well. Detection. This is a delicious octopus, tender and crisp with fine and elastic flesh. In the description, the Void Beast was just an octopus. At most, it was a bit larger. But an octopus was still just an octopus. It was an ordinary animal. The tentacles extending out posed no threat to Wang Guan, who could cut them with ease. Yet his casual actions appeared quite skillful in the eyes of other ability users. It was a reaction that could only be achieved by mastering one's movements and timing to the utmost. He walked straight up to that big head. The Void Beast opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and bit towards Wang Guan. Puff! Wang Guan slashed diagonally with his sword, slicing through the Void Beast's gigantic, constantly rotating eyeball. With a crash, the terrifying big head of the Void Beast collapsed, juices flowing everywhere. You have killed the Void Beast and gained 200 points. Your team has destroyed a small node. You gained 100 points and 10 honor points. Your achievements have been upgraded. That's done. Except for Su Mingming. Everyone else on the scene. In 3 simple steps to kill the Void Beast. Draw sword, walk over, and deliver a lethal blow. Was it that simple? Meanwhile, near another small node in the long-since secret realm, 8 people were gathered together fighting against the Void Beast here. Entering the secret realm was in groups of 4, and their entry points were scattered. The signal was cut off here, but they seemed to have a special means of communication to quickly gather and form a team to deal with the Void Beast. Block those tentacles, fatty, and you help Xiaolu. A thin-faced man was clearly the leader of the 8. While directing the battle and dodging tentacles, he kept moving closer to the big head of the Void Beast. The man's hands were huge, with long fingers and sharp nails, and his skin was rough like scales, resembling a bird's claws. He continuously waved, tearing apart the approaching tentacles. He was already very close to the big head. My team will be the first to solve this small node. The thought flashed through his mind as the task panel of the long-since secret realm appeared before him. The task panel had no individual rankings, only team rankings. The ranking was not based on points, but on the destruction of nodes. There were 28 teams that entered here, all with different names, and all currently with a score of 0. He knew that his team, the 3-Eye team, would be the first to achieve results and take first place. Three-Eyed was his name. Just as he successfully approached the big head to launch an attack with his teammates' cooperation, the chaotic names of the teams on the task panel suddenly jumped. A team named Ping and took the lead and jumped to first place. Three-Eyed. Chapter 64. We are just ordinary college students. After easily killing the Void Beast, Wang Guan took a few steps back to avoid its splattering juices. The mangled flesh of the Void Beast quickly began to decay, turning to ash. A small portion of its body remained, emitting light, and the spatial crack floating in midair rapidly lost its brilliance, as if it had turned into a strange rock crevice suspended in the air. Wang Guan tried tapping it with his sword, producing a clanging sound. This node had been destroyed. However, the abyssal crack, once opened, would not disappear. It wouldn't be long before new void beasts would emerge from here, attempting to enlarge the crack. By that time, the Alliance would continue to gather manpower to enter the secret realm and destroy the nodes. Wang Guan noticed that a small portion remained after the void beast's death. Luck was on his side. This time, killing the abyssal monster resulted in drops. These remnants were all high-quality materials and quite valuable. They could be sold or used to forge exclusive equipment. They included a piece of the void beast's skin and two tentacles that had not completely vanished. Tentacles? These tentacles looked very fierce, covered in barbs, and had terrifying suckers. Wang Guan couldn't help but have the thought, grilling it with some cumin and chili would definitely taste great. After all, in his perception, this was an octopus tentacle. Wang Guan took out a special cloth bag he had prepared to collect the fallen pieces. While he was doing this, a few onlookers not far away finally came to their senses. He single-handedly killed the void beast? How is that possible? What level of ability user is he? It can't be higher than level 5, otherwise this secret realm would collapse. It seems he didn't even use any powerful skills. But his movement technique and precise timing control were too strong. They kept exclaiming in surprise, completely shocked by Wang Guan's godlike actions. Not only were they surprised, but Anya and Tong's group were also astonished. Only Su Mingming, throughout it all, looked at Wang Guan with unwavering confidence. No matter what Wang Guan did, she considered it completely reasonable. Wang Guan is so strong, Anya whispered in amazement. Tong's expression was one of surprise, but he quickly seemed to think of something. It must be because Brother Guan used Abyss visualization and has visualized the Void Beast before, right? He only knew that Wang Guan had received support from the school resources, but had visualized the Abyss monsters in the secret realm. However, what exactly it was, Wang Guan kept secret. Now that he thought about it, he must have visualized the Void Beast. Although the Void Beast was extremely dangerous, Wang Guan had already experienced multiple battles with it and was familiar with its attack patterns. Coupled with Wang Guan's outstanding combat talent, it was no wonder he was able to deal with it so effortlessly just now. After reasoning through this, Tong thought he had guessed the truth. So that's how it is. Anya didn't know what Abyss visualization was, but it didn't stop her from nodding in agreement. Just then, a loud thud of heavy footsteps echoed, and the ground seemed to tremble. Not good. The four young men's faces changed. Several trees in the distance were knocked down one by one. A beast, as large as a moving mountain, charged toward them. It was a mutated wild boar. A beast that was already quite aggressive in the forest. After being infected by the Abyss aura and mutated, its size had expanded, standing over 2 meters tall. 2 tusks protruded from its mouth like scythes. It charged straight toward them. "Everyone be careful," the young man shouted, fully alert. This mutated beast was just summoned by the Void Beast. Mutated beasts are naturally influenced by the Abyss. Therefore, a large number of mutated beasts will gather around each node. Just now, our team dealt with the mutated beasts near this node. Now, new mutated beasts are arriving. It's a steel-toothed boar. It has level 4 strength. One member of the team recognized the mutated beast and exclaimed. The ferocious wild boar charged directly toward them. Right in front were Tong, Su Mingming, and Anya. Someone save them, the young man thought. The previous young man had strong skills, but these 3 companions looked like sheltered kids from an ivory tower and might not be very capable. Saving them could be a chance to earn their gratitude and share some of the Void Beast's loot. Students like them were generally easy to talk to. However, facing the charging level 4 wild boar, Tong, Su Mingming, and Anya showed no panic at all. not even dodging. Tong reached out his hand toward the wild boar. An illusory shield quickly formed in front of him. Bang! A light sound was heard. The wild boar crashed into the shield. This wild boar, capable of demolishing trees in its path, merely produced a light sound, causing ripples on the shield. Tong's figure didn't even budge. Su Mingming, who had been showing a fearful appearance like a little white rabbit, then raised her arm. A beam of invisible energy shot out from her wrist. This beam penetrated Tong's shield. The shield was one way, defensive from the outside in, but unobstructed from the inside out. Boom! The wild boar was pierced through from its head to its back, leaving a hole the size of a bowl. Despite this terrifying injury, it still didn't lose its strength. It became even more ferocious, trying to ram against the shield. But then buzzing sounds came. A cloud of sword bees surged in from all directions, drilling into the wild boar's massive wound. The wild boar began to struggle violently, countless holes appearing on its body. It quickly collapsed, its body beginning to rot rapidly. Just like that, it was taken down. Mutated beasts, especially those newly formed, usually leave no remains after death and rot quickly. Nearby, the team members who had prepared to take action were frozen in place. Killing this level 4 wild boar was completely effortless for these three. The girl who looked like a little white rabbit didn't even frown. Only the insect-controlling girl showed a disgusted expression, gagging a couple of times. Her abilities were definitely not just about controlling insects. The young man suddenly felt a wave of fear. Just now, he had even thought about taking advantage of them and negotiating with them. Luckily, this student team was strong enough that they resolved the issue before he could do anything. Hopefully, they wouldn't hold it against him. Wow, what a big wild boar. Wang Guan, having packed his things, walked back and glanced at the wild boar's corpse, lightly exclaiming without any further comment. He smiled at the young man. The young man's team instinctively took a step back. Little brother, sir, you guys are very strong. May I ask where you are from? The young man asked cautiously. We are just ordinary university students, Wang Guan replied casually. He didn't want to say much more to this adventurer team, especially since one of them was a fugitive. He came here to destroy the node, and now that the job was done, he called his companions and prepared to leave. Wait, the woman in the black dress from the team suddenly spoke. She tried hard to display her charm. Can we team up with you? Wang Guan glanced at the fugitive tag the other party was wearing, his eyes flashing with caution. But before he could speak, the young man interrupted. Shut up. He forced a smile at Wang Guan. We won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave. But the team leader, the woman in black, seemed to want to say something else. Don't say it. Before I brought you into the team this time, what did you promise me? Everything goes according to my arrangements. The young man growled impatiently, hurriedly leading his subordinates away. Did we scare them? Anya said with a smile. She looked at Wang Guan, her tone becoming strange. Wang Guan, did you notice that big boob girl? Her gaze seems a bit off. Wang Guan shot Anya a speechless glare. I just think that woman is a bit strange. He then urged Anya to continue searching for the next node, and the team set off. Although Wang Guan was the one who killed the void beast, the team members still received a small share of the points. Their team was now in first place. In second place was a team called Three Eyes. Wang Guan glanced at the rankings and then lost interest. The rewards for killing the bloodthirsty beast and destroying the node were mostly his since he did it all by himself. The team members also received a small portion, contributing by merely being present to set the atmosphere. The 10 honor points were shared by the entire team. Now that they had formed a team to enter the secret realm, it was equivalent to having formed an adventure team. The primary adventure team was just the first level. Earning honor points could raise the team's level, making it easier to enter some rare secret realm adventures in the future. Adventure teams were a path many ability users chose. The young man's team from earlier seemed to be a professional adventure team. Professional adventurers often possess powerful abilities. However, there are also many who haven't had the opportunity to attend university and are unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Most adventurers who enter the Dragon Forest Secret Realm, which has a restriction of level 5, belong to the latter group. Secret Realm adventurers can be mainly divided into 4 categories. One category consists of young male adventuring teams. Another is students like Wang Guan, who are there for training purposes. A third category includes military personnel, whose duty it is to control the secret realm and prevent the rift from expanding. However, many times they are unable to do so and thus open it to civilian adventuring teams. The last category comprises corporations and families that support them for behind scenes. Successfully clearing a secret realm, especially achieving the first clear, is a matter of honor for them, showcasing their strength and bringing significant fame. These individuals are usually the most numerous and often gather together to act once inside the secret realm. More often than not, it is they who achieve the realm clearance. However, such people tend to be quite ruthless, willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. The Peace Squad, guided by Anya's swarm, moved towards the next node. After encountering several mutated beasts, they finally arrived at their destination. In the distance, a dark figure flew across the sky. It was a crow, but not an ordinary crow. It was a mutated beast, slightly larger than a typical crow and possessing 3 eyes. It circled high above, searching for something. Chapter 65. The one slacking off among them should be the weakest, right? The new node had not yet been found by others. The Abyss Rift was occupied by a rift beast, surrounded by a group of mutated beasts guarding the area. The beasts were not of the same species. Various types of mutated beasts were mixed together, but the strongest among them was only level 3. After Anya conducted a scan and confirmed the situation, Wang Guan led the Peace Squad into battle. The beast group was startled and charged at them. The Peace Squad coordinated seamlessly and pushed through. Guan, let us handle the rift beast later, suggested Technique.He to Wang Guan. He wanted to personally test the power of the rift beast. Of course, he was not arrogant enough to think he could handle it alone. The rift beast was a level 5 monster, comparable to a bloodthirsty demon, and its tentacle attacks were much stronger than those of an ordinary bloodthirsty beast. Technique.He wasn't confident he could fully block those terrifying tentacles. His methods of manipulating energy were not passively triggered. They required calculations to keep up with the speed. Therefore, he planned to team up with Su Mengmeng and Anya. Anya nodded. That's right. We can't rely on you alone. Plus, you want us to share the points. I want to give it a try too. Su Mengmeng looked at Wang Guan with similar anticipation. All right, you 3 will be the main force, and I'll stand by to support, Wang Guan agreed. For the 3 of them now, teaming up could effortlessly deal with a level 4 opponent. The level 5 Rift Beast would be a bit troublesome, but it would also provide the best training effect. After all, he would be right there, safe and sound. If anything seems off, take down that giant octopus immediately. With that settled, they took down the nearby beast group and charged towards the rift beast within the spatial rift. Zing! Su Mengmeng raised her hand and unleashed an electromagnetic wave beam at the beast's large head. She had been thinking about this since the last node. Unfortunately, the rift beast had a strong defensive instinct. Just as the beam was activated, a tentacle shot out rapidly from in front of its head. Boom! The tentacle shattered, but blocked the beam attack. Ugh! Ugh! The large head opened its massive mouth, emitting cries that were filled with either anger or fear. It can really block it, Su Mengmeng exclaimed, somewhat disappointed. Let's take care of its tentacles first, Wang Guan said with a smile to comfort her. Su Mengmeng had grown up in a unique environment, making her extremely socially anxious and not good at communication. However, she was not the kind of kind-hearted, weak girl like a white lotus. When faced with mutated beasts or abyss monsters, she would not hold back. After all, she had been living with the shadow of the bloodthirsty demon since she was 4. Those who could endure such experiences surely had extraordinary character. The Peace Squad entered the attack range of the Rift Beast. Whoosh! Whoosh! Tentacles stretched out from all directions, like whips, attacking them. Technique.He continued to play the role of the tank, gathering an energy shield to block the tentacle attacks. Simultaneously, he released the collected energy in the form of shockwaves and impact waves to counter the tentacles. Anya, who lacked defensive capabilities, stood between Technique.He and Su Mengmeng. The surrounding swarm gathered, the black clouds seemingly extending from the girl's body, spreading and wrapping around the outstretched tentacles. Wang Guan followed closely behind the 3, casually dodging tentacle attacks. He hardly made a move, just keeping an eye on their actions. The team gradually approached the large head. On a distant tree, the 3-eyed mutated crow had quietly landed on a branch, very inconspicuous. Its 3 black eyes remained motionless, staring intently at the battlefield ahead. Several miles away from there, A gaunt-faced, three-eyed man had his eyes tightly shut, being assisted by companions. At this moment, their team had expanded to 16 members. The three-eyed man was the type supported by corporations, entering the secret realm to gain the honor of the first clear. Many had made prior arrangements. Under the leadership of the three-eyed man, they would quickly converge with him after entering the secret realm. "We've found them. This group with solid strength should be the Peace Squad," he said. The reason the three-eyed man was called so was that he had a mutated avian companion, a three-eyed crow. He was a level 5 mental type ability user whose ability was called flesh and blood symbiosis. He could achieve a symbiotic state with other animals, such as the three-eyed crow. He could share the crow's vision, and this sharing also made his hands as hard and sharp as a bird's claws. "Boss, how strong are they?" asked a man with a very ferocious face, who was supporting the three-eyed man. His face and skin were covered in scars. This man's nickname was Scarface. Their levels shouldn't be very high, but their abilities are strong and comprehensive. 3 of them are the main force with great attack power, and one seems to be slacking off, he assessed. They are elite students from the university, here for training. As a seasoned secret realm adventurer, the three-eyed man made this judgment. He could tell that the Peace Squad could deal with the Rift Beast, but it wouldn't be an easy process. There's also clearly one person dragging them down. He feared that with just one misstep, they would be completely wiped out. Securing the first node ahead of others was largely a matter of luck. University students? Scarface licked his lips. Most of them hadn't been able to get into university. At most, they had attended vocational training schools, which is equivalent to community college. However, they had long begun their adventuring careers, experiencing life and death in the secret realms. In front of the university students, they felt a sense of jealousy mixed with an inexplicable superiority. "Boss, should we go find them now?" someone on the team asked ominously. "There's a node nearby. Let's deal with that first. As for them, they're not far from us and should be encountered soon," the three-eyed man said in a deep voice. Destroying the node was the primary objective. But when encountering this team of university students, he wouldn't mind pulling them in or perhaps letting them experience the harshness of society. This small team must be Wang Guan's group, the three-eyed man thought to himself. He was a man who had called Wang Guan that day. However, he had only found information on Wang Guan's name and was unaware of his appearance or abilities. That white-haired boy must be Wang Guan. The three-eyed crow flew away silently. The Rift Beast at this small node was finally defeated with the collaboration of Tong Yixing, Su Mingming, and Anya. As the Rift Beast disintegrated into dust, the rift solidified. A piece of beast skin and a tentacle were left at the scene. The drop rate of the Rift Beast materials was quite high. The team used specially prepared bags to collect the drops. These monsters left behind traces of abyssal aura, which had to be contained using special items. Afterward, the aura needed to be cleared before they could be used to craft equipment. After a fierce battle, Tong and the others were a bit out of breath. "I still have a gap compared to Brother Guan," Tong thought with some frustration. Even though Wang Guan had familiarized himself with the Rift Beast attack patterns through abyssal visualization, that effortless demeanor was still something he could only look up to. He wondered when he would have the confidence to challenge Brother Guan again. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Anya had been hit by a tentacle, and her arm was a bloody mess. She had gritted her teeth during the fight, but now she was urgently crying out in pain. Su Mingming helped her with basic first aid. With a serious expression, she rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a bottle of potion, drinking it down in one go. The wound on her arm began to heal rapidly, and the pain subsided, allowing Anya to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The potion was expensive, but the school was quite generous with support in this regard. Not only did Anya have a basic healing potion, but Wang Guan, Tong, and Su Mingming each received 3 bottles as well. Of course, Wang Guan's backpack also contained several bottles of milk tea. He had shared his potion supplies with his teammates. They continued on their journey. After a brief rest, Wang Guan led the team forward. Anya was still controlling the swarm of bees to determine the positions of the nodes. The Dragon Forest secret realm was quite expansive, and it was difficult to see the whole area from the air, relying solely on the swarm's vision. The coverage of the swarm was also limited. However, this did not pose a problem for the heart of the swarm. Since entering the secret realm, Anya had been continuously releasing individual saber-toothed bees, sending them flying in all directions. Although they could not share vision beyond a certain distance, Anya could issue commands to them, instructing them to return immediately upon discovering a fissure node. This method allowed them to pinpoint the locations of the nodes. In the Secret Realm adventure, the role of the Swarm Girl was truly indispensable. They headed to the next confirmed node. Along the way, they encountered several waves of beast packs. Before reaching the node, the already dim sky turned completely black. There were no day or night cycles within the Secret Realm, but it still synchronized with the outside world. When it got dark outside, it became even darker here. Unknowingly, they had been in the Secret Realm for a whole day. Nighttime was not suitable for further action, and the ability users needed rest. They found a suitable place, set up camp, and erected a large tent. The tent was made of special materials that were completely opaque. When they turned on the portable light inside, no light could be seen from outside. Mutated beasts were different from ordinary beasts. They were not afraid of the dark or firelight, but instead were attracted to it. Anya released the swarm to keep watch around them. After eating their rations and drinking water to replenish their strength, the team began to rest. Of course, they did not forget to arrange shifts for night watch. Oh, we're still first. Wang Guan took the first watch, squatting inside the tent while keeping an ear out for any sounds outside, and opened the team rankings. The peaceful team had resolved 2 nodes and was in first place. The second place was still the Three-Eyed team, which had also resolved 2 nodes. 4 other teams had each resolved 1 node and were ranked behind them, while the rest had no achievements. Did they resolve 8 nodes on the first day? Wang Guan thought to himself, at this speed, resolving all 38 subnodes within the 7-day time limit should not be a problem. The main nodes that needed to be resolved last were the most challenging part. But thinking about the main nodes made Wang Guan unable to suppress his smile. Teachers Xiao Yi, Tong, Anya, and the others had never considered completing the challenge. The main goal was still the trial. However, Wang Guan was already determined to achieve this accomplishment. Just as he was thinking this, Anya, who was sleeping beside him, suddenly woke up and sat up. Something's happening. Chapter 66. Finally discovered a treasure. Even in her sleep, Anya's swarm was able to keep watch around them. She received feedback from the swarm. Something had approached the tent. Tong and Su Mingming were also awakened. Under Anya's lead, the team cautiously made their way outside the tent. But half a minute later, is this what you sensed? Tong asked, somewhat speechless. Yes, I thought it was some fierce beast, Anya said with a strange expression. At that moment, the 4 of them were gathered together. In the light of the flashlight, there was a small black dog. It looked to be only a month or 2 old, small in size. It had many wounds and appeared very weak. However, it was surrounded by a group of bipedal beasts, trembling but still showing a fierce demeanor with bared teeth. After the Secret Realm formed, ordinary flora and fauna quickly decayed or mutated. The environment here was no longer suitable for the survival of ordinary plants and animals. If ability users stayed here for too long, it would affect their bodies. Yet some ordinary plants and animals had stubbornly held on until now, like this little dog. It hadn't team mutated, but given its injuries, it must have encountered quite a bit of danger. It looks so pitiful, Anya said, staring at the dog with a tone of sympathy. Tong shook his head. We can't help it. He also felt sorry for the little dog, but he understood that they were in a secret realm fraught with danger. Brother Guan definitely wouldn't allow them to take this burden. Su Mingming didn't speak, only wanted to pet the little dog affectionately. Wang Guan sighed. He truly did not plan to do anything. It wasn't about being heartless. It was about being rational. But just as he was about to say something resolute, Scan, this is a snow wolf cub with a strong bloodline and great potential. Wang Guan. Snow wolves are a well-known type of mutated beast that can be tamed. Not only are they beautiful with their pure white fur, but they are also very powerful. It is said that adult snow wolves can undergo a second mutation, possessing strength beyond Tier 10. This little black dog was now tagged with the snow wolf label. A strong bloodline and great potential indicated that it had a high probability of undergoing a second mutation. Wang Guan's expression momentarily froze, and his heart began to race. Wow, I found a treasure. This is simply a divine beast cub. Wang Guan had developed the habit of constantly scanning for things. He would check every cat or dog he encountered even outside the secret realm, but he had never found anything that caught his attention. Now, after discovering treasures following Zhou Wen and Yuan Shaoqin, he had found another one. Brother Guan, what should we do with it? Tong asked. Let's take it with us. It won't take much effort anyway, Wang Guan said, suppressing his excitement. His tone sounded a bit strange, as if he had gone through some internal struggle. The other three were momentarily stunned. Then Anya and Su Mingming both showed expressions of joy and gratitude. Tong was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized. Brother Guan, although strict, ultimately couldn't he bear to let the little dog die here. The tone of his voice indicated that he was indeed hesitating, but in the end, he still followed his heart. This is Brother Guan, and this is why I'm willing to follow him, he thought, praising him in his heart. Anya carefully picked up the little black dog. The little black dog was very alert and struggled vigorously, but it was extremely weak and was easily held by Anya, bringing it into the warm and bright tent. What about its injuries? Anya asked. The little dog was seriously injured, with some bones exposed in various parts of its body. It was unclear what kind of fierce battles it had endured prior and how it had managed to hold on until now. Anya didn't mind using her healing potions, but the potions are important supplies, and everyone needs to be responsible for the team, wasting them on a dog. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Guan opened his backpack and took out a bottle of healing potion. I'll use mine. Consider my consumption, Wang Guan said as he opened the potion, preparing to feed it to the little black dog. The healing potion contained rich healing energy, effective for both humans and beasts. Seeing Wang Guan's actions, Anya and Su Mingming looked at him with eyes that seemed to melt. Although the world is cruel, a gentle and loving man can still touch a woman's heart. Even Tong Yixing's expression showed emotion and admiration. The little black dog was full of vigilance and struggled continuously. It didn't have much strength, but to Wang Guan, it was a snow wolf cub. Even weakened, it used a considerable amount of effort to pry its mouth open, allowing the milky white potion to be poured inside. To the three people nearby, this action felt different. Wang Guan's movements were clumsy yet careful, as if afraid of hurting it. What's wrong with you? After feeding the potion, Wang Guan looked up and saw the three people beside him staring at him with strange expressions. The big brother is indeed very gentle, Anya said with starry eyes. Wang Guan felt they must have misunderstood something. After the little black dog drank the potion, it lay down, swaying slightly. It seemed to understand the goodwill of the two-legged beasts around it and became less vigilant. It quickly fell into a deep sleep, and its injuries gradually began to heal. Should we feed it something? Tong Yixing found a can. The little black dog must be starving. Not yet. The potion itself can replenish its energy, Wang Guan said. He had a strong say in this matter. Then Wang Guan told the three to rest quickly while he kept watch over the little black dog. The tent returned to silence. Wang Guan sat beside the little black dog, his face full of joy, gently reaching out to pet it. The little black dog slightly regained consciousness, and upon seeing Wang Guan, it whimpered softly. It stuck out its tongue to lick Wang Guan's hand before continuing to sleep soundly. It had already recognized Wang Guan and developed trust in him. For Wang Guan, this little dog was a snow wolf cub. Su Mingming's situation had already proven that there was a way to turn entries into reality. If he could establish a good relationship with this little black dog, he could transform it in the future. That meant Wang Guan had effectively tamed a snow wolf battle pet in advance. The difficulty of taming a snow wolf was not low, and it was best to start with a cub. However, snow wolves valued their offspring highly, and it was extremely difficult for ability users to obtain their cubs. When wolf packs were attacked by humans in life-and-death situations, mother wolves would rather kill their cubs than let them fall into human hands. In the entire alliance, very few ability users could succeed. A peaceful night passed. Dim light filtered through the dark sky, signaling that morning had arrived. The peace team ate their rations to replenish their energy, packed up the tent, and set off again. The little black dog's injuries had healed, and its once dirty body had been cleaned up a bit. It was now being held in Su Mingming's arms. Woof woof. The little guy had regained a lot of vitality, barking occasionally to add some fun to the monotonous journey. Soon the team found the node. This node had not yet been destroyed, but there were only a few mutated beasts nearby. Some torn clothing and traces of blood and flesh were visible at the scene. Other adventure teams had already found this place, but they had failed. Wang Guan led the team to deal with the remaining mutated beasts. He looked at the traces and sighed. Then, he placed the little black dog under a large tree nearby. Stay here and don't move until we finish. Wang Guan gestured to it. The little black dog stared at Wang Guan, whimpering softly twice. Its small body then lay down on the ground. If it were an ordinary puppy, especially a wild dog, it would not understand human commands. But the little black dog, to Wang Guan, was a snow wolf cub and was clever enough to understand his meaning. The team began to deal with the rift beasts, with Tong Yixing and the other three taking action while Wang Guan stood guard nearby. They gradually approached the rift beast's large purple head. Just then a harsh, shrill cry echoed through the air. It was the sound of a crow, which was circling in the sky. There are quite a few people approaching here, Anya exclaimed in surprise. Although most of the saber-toothed bees had been controlled by her for combat, a few were still scattered around, keeping watch. Almost as soon as Anya's voice finished, Wang Guan heard the sound of footsteps. Shadows quickly approached from the nearby forest. The crow flying in the sky swooped down and landed on the shoulder of a thin-faced man. It was San Yan. He had also discovered this node and rushed over, just in time to encounter the peace team. As he mentioned yesterday, their target was the node, and they were not far away, so they would meet soon. Boss, they're about to finish off the rift beast, Dao Ba said anxiously. San Yin smiled coldly. Let's go help them. At this point, the peace team had already dealt with more than half of the rift beast's tentacles. His so-called help was, of course, not really to assist, but to steal the kill. Under his leadership, a group rushed toward the rift beast. You go hold them back. Be careful of that white-haired one and those two girls. They're the most dangerous. The remaining one is just a slacker. Hold on until I take down the big eyeball. San Yin quickly commanded as he charged toward the large head. Then, just as their group rushed into the attacking range of the rift beast, the previously slacking boy suddenly moved with an uncanny agility, getting close to the large head. With a clean and efficient strike, he easily took down the large head. The San Yin gang froze in shock. Wang Guan looked over at them, his eyes sharp. You guys were trying to steal the kill, weren't you? Chapter 67. If you're going to fight, are you planning to debut with all that jumping around? The 16 members of San Yan's team surrounded Wang Guan and the other four. They were aggressive, wanting to snatch the kill from the rift beast. However, they never expected that the boy they thought was slacking would suddenly take action, effortlessly killing the large head first. He did not display much strength or power, but his ghostly movements, casual actions, and precise attacks left them all shocked. This person was definitely not simple. He was not slacking before, nor was he a burden. Instead, he had enough strength to kill the rift beast at any moment. Therefore, he treated the rift beast as a training exercise for his companions. San Yan's expression became serious. His subordinates seemed to be frozen, standing still in shock. The atmosphere on the scene fell into an awkward silence for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Guan's eyes swept across these people. He first looked at San Yan, who had a black crow perched on his shoulder. Scan, this is a bird-walking old man. San Yan's mutated crow. How could it not count as a bird? He then looked at the scar-faced man, following San Yan, who had a fierce expression. Scan, this is a diligent delivery man. Next, he prepared to tag them with entries. But soon, a bark broke the silence. Woof, woof. The little black dog that Wang Guan had placed under the tree let out a bark. One of San Yan's members happened to be close, startling the little dog. A dog? That person was surprised, recognizing it as an ordinary dog. He did not think much about how this dog came to be here and smiled cruelly, raising the knife in his hand, intending to kill the little creature. But suddenly, a wave of invisible energy surged forth. Crack! The knife in that person's hand broke with a snap. A large tree behind was also pierced, leaving behind scorching marks. The entire scene gasped in surprise, turning to look at Su Mingming, who had raised her arm to launch an attack. Su Mingming tightened her little face and said in a timid voice, Whoever dares to hurt it, I will kill them. She tried hard to make herself appear imposing. However, her socially anxious personality ultimately made her words seem weak. The girl spoke the harshest words in the most timid tone, but seeing her attack, no one dared to underestimate her. Wang Guan, who had lowered his sword, whistled at the little black dog. To Wang Guan, the little black dog was like a snow wolf cub, easily understanding the hint and running over. It stood beside Wang Guan like a fierce guard dog, baring its teeth at the surroundings. Considering its small stature, it was still quite fierce. Dong Yixin, Suming Ming. And Anya also stood behind Wang Guan, resolutely confronting the crowd. The swarm of saber-toothed bees buzzed, gathering into a black cloud floating above, as if ready to dive down at any moment to launch a deadly attack. In San Yan's mind, a somewhat comical feeling suddenly arose. It wasn't that they had surrounded these 4 people. Instead, these 4 people had surrounded their group of 16. The small team in front consisted of elite university students. Their levels weren't high, but their abilities were strong. Powerful abilities could often make up for a lack of levels. However, San Yan believed that if they forced an attack, he would be confident in taking down these 4, but his own side would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. You're Wang Guan, right? After some contemplation, San Yan smiled and said, "It seems my eyes are poor. The champion of the Alliance, capable of killing bloodthirsty demons, truly is impressive." He had previously used the vision of the 3-eyed crow to only see the peace team dealing with the rift beast. Wang Guan had been coasting the whole time, which led him to make the wrong judgment. But who would have thought that the 4-person team was also honing their skills? Wang Guan, who was examining them one by one, was slightly taken aback upon hearing San Yan's words. "It's you?" He recognized San Yan's voice. This was the man who had called him earlier, wanting to purchase a spot in the secret realm. After being rejected, he immediately turned hostile and left a threat. Wang Guan chuckled. "Thanks to you, after entering the secret realm, we've been quite smooth sailing." San Yan's thin face twitched slightly. He forced a smile and said, "That was just a joke. However, you are the future of the Alliance. It is certainly good if you can have smooth sailing. Selling for the back-end consortium. Having more spots in the secret realm is naturally beneficial." Knowing that Wang Guan had the spots, he contacted him. After Wang Guan's refusal, he casually left a harsh remark. He had almost forgotten about this matter, not expecting Wang Guan to bring it up. Was he genuinely not a bit nervous facing the encirclement? "So, what did you want when you rushed over just now?" Wang Guan directly asked. He indeed wasn't nervous, having thoroughly examined these people. Once the entry was hung, he could take on 10. However, Wang Guan was also surprised to find a gem among the 16 people, the fat guy standing on his right. Examine. This is a level 7 speedster with the ability Flying Legs. This fat guy looked nervous, sweating profusely, and seemed to lack strength. Yet Wang Guan had hung the tag of a level 7 speedster on him. "Well, not a big deal. It's not like there aren't any little buddies. We want to help you, but it seems you don't need it." San Yan unexpectedly found Wang Guan to be so direct and awkwardly smiled. Then he tentatively asked, "Wang Guan, are you interested in joining our team? The biggest threat here is the He dragon guarding the main node. We can only hope to take it down by gathering as many people as possible. Unity is the most important thing. Of course, once we succeed, there will be a generous reward." However, upon hearing this, Wang Guan refused without hesitation. "Sorry, not interested." This group of people selling out for the consortium had no credibility to speak of. Even if they had credibility, Wang Guan, who was already confident in handling the He dragon, had no reason to cooperate with them. Seeing Wang Guan's refusal so decisively, San Yan's expression grew slightly colder. "Boss, why waste words with him?" The scarred man beside him said arrogantly, "Let me teach him a lesson first." As he spoke, he charged out, drawing a strangely shaped curved knife from his waist. San Yan frowned slightly, but did not stop him. The scarred man was the second strongest in the team after himself. He was merely a level ability user, with an awakened ability called Master of Combat. He could quickly master and comprehend various fighting techniques. Techniques were not skills. They were just ordinary combat skills without special effects. This ability was naturally not considered powerful. However, San Yan had a fiery personality, eager for a fight. Relying on his mastery of combat, combined with his physical attributes, he had developed considerable fighting power. The scars he bore were badges of his bloody battles. Even when facing powerful ability users of the same level, he had the strength to fight. Seeing Wang Guan dispatch the Rift Beast with a single sword earlier probably ignited his competitive spirit. So, he was eager to have a match with Wang Guan. All right, let the Scar Man test Wang Guan's strength. San Yan thought to himself. He still didn't know what Wang Guan's abilities and skills were. As San Yin was lost in these thoughts, the scarred man skillfully swung the curved knife, performing various tricks. With his body leaping around, it looked quite cool. He executed a Thomas spin, rotating 360 degrees in the air, and swung the curved knife towards Wang Guan. Then Wang Guan casually raised his left fist and struck the scarred man's head. It wasn't that he hit accurately. The scarred man positioned his head correctly. Bang! The scarred man crashed heavily to the ground from mid-air, knocked out. If you want to fight, are you planning to debut with all that jumping? Wang Guan said with an amused expression. What's the use of all this flashy stuff? San Yin and the others, who were waiting to see a good show. Wang Guan then raised the sword in his right hand, pointing it at San Yin. His gaze turned cold. Upon entering the Dragon Forest secret realm, he didn't want to conflict with other entrants. However, if someone actively sought trouble, he wouldn't hold back. Tong Yixing, Su Mingming, and Anya, standing behind Wang Guan, did not hesitate and all revealed combat stances. San Yin's group consisted of weak ability users at levels 4 and 5. Weak ability users referred to those below level 6. However, the three of them were level 6 ability users, and even with lower levels, they were not intimidated by these people. Instructor Su Weicheng also belonged to the category of weak ability users at level 5. However, his combat power capable of soloing bloodthirsty demons was a special case. Ordinary weak ability users were far from reaching that level. The little black dog was also bristling with fur, assuming a combat stance. It opened its mouth wide at the surroundings, a woo. As long as Wang Guan gave the order, they would not hesitate to launch an attack. The dozen or so people from San Yin's team found themselves pressured and instinctively took a few steps back. San Yin felt increasingly ridiculous in his heart. Why did he have a feeling that his group was being bullied by this four-person team? Just as the battle was about to break out, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Stop! Accompanied by the sound of running, another group of people rushed over here. Wang Guan turned his head and saw that this group was all dressed in light golden uniforms. They also wore military attire, but belonged to the Platinum Legion, one of the 4 major military factions of the Alliance. They were the military team responsible for the Dragon Forest secret realm. This group of 8 platinum soldiers was led by a middle-aged man with a buzz cut. He rushed between the two confronting parties, standing in front of Wang Guan and his group, coldly staring at San Yin. Three Eyes, don't go too far. He clearly recognized Three Eyes and said coldly, with me here today, don't even think about touching them. Three Eyes, big brother, can we be reasonable? Who is trying to move against whom right now? Chapter 68. Dangerous figures have infiltrated the secret realm. We entered the secret realm to destroy the abyss nodes. Not for your game of fame and fortune. The middle-aged man with a flat head continued angrily. He, along with 7 other soldiers from the Platinum Legion, firmly protected Wang Guan's team in the middle. Wang Guan was momentarily speechless. We don't need protection, really. The Longsun secret realm appears within the area guarded by the Platinum Legion. Therefore, the military team responsible for the secret realm is the Platinum Legion. When this middle-aged man saw Three Eyes' team surrounding them, he immediately rushed over to rescue them. After a moment of daze, Three Eyes suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He had a gut feeling that if a fight broke out, his side might not come out well. This was not an illusion. He shared a symbiotic relationship with the three-eyed crow, which had a certain precognitive ability. He could share this vague premonition. Let's go. He immediately instructed his subordinates, showing a demeanor that since the military had intervened, they would let this team go. Wang Guan thought for a moment and also sheathed his long sword. It wouldn't be good to continue attacking Three Eyes in front of the Platinum military. The military's position is to unite forces as much as possible to destroy the cracked nodes within the secret realm. They would not allow Three Eyes to attack Wang Guan's team, nor would they be pleased to see Wang Guan deal with Three Eyes. The unconscious Scarface was also carried away. Surrounded by the crowd, Three Eyes seemed to feel a bit embarrassed about leaving like this. So he turned around, looked at Wang Guan, and extended his sharp, slender finger, lightly tracing it across his neck. This was a provocative gesture, meaning, next time we meet, I won't let you have it easy. Wang Guan, well, if that's the case, I remember it. After Three Eyes' team left, the flat-headed middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he showed a hint of confusion. Why was this guy Three Eyes so easy to talk to today? And what about that Scarface? How did he faint? He thought to himself and looked at Wang Guan and the others. Are you all okay? I'm Private Li Qiushan from the Platinum Legion. You all look like students, right? Wang Guan exchanged a glance with Technique.He. The four major military forces of the Alliance are Vanguard, Platinum, Breaking Wave, and Joint Defense. The Vanguard Army guards the Northwest War Zone. The Platinum Army guards the South. The Breaking Wave Army guards the Eastern Coastal Area. The Joint Defense Army is responsible for the stability of major cities in the Central Region. Among the four armies, the Vanguard, Platinum, and Breaking Wave armies have always had a good relationship and often fight together. As students of the Vanguard Military Academy, they needed to maintain a proper attitude when encountering a private from the Platinum Army. Report, Sergeant Major, we are first-year students from the Vanguard Military Academy. Technique.He, who was very familiar with this aspect, stepped forward to report. Privates, corporals, and sergeants are all military ranks. When encountering lower ranks, they usually directly address the Sergeant Major. Technique.He also extended his right fist and lightly tapped his chest. This is the salute gesture of the Alliance military. Li Qiushan and the others were momentarily stunned and then returned the salute by lightly tapping their right fist to their chest. So, you are students from the Vanguard Military Academy. Li Qiushan became increasingly friendly, and in his eyes, there was a sense of comfort at seeing outstanding juniors, along with genuine envy. Soldiers like Li Qiushan had never attended military academy. They joined the military directly and worked their way up to where they are now. Are you the peaceful team? After a brief exchange, Li Qiushan asked in surprise. The peaceful team is currently ranked first with 3 nodes captured. Three Eyes team is second. Li Qiushan's team, named the Qiushan team, ranks third. I thought the peaceful team was a new team supported by some consortium. Turns out it's you guys. He looked at the 4 of them again in disbelief. We were just lucky, Wang Guan said modestly. I don't think it's just luck, right? Li Qiushan chuckled and shook his head. He suddenly understood why Three Eyes had retreated so decisively earlier. They probably didn't want to fight with these 4. Suddenly, Li Qiushan thought of something, and his expression became serious. The people from Three Eyes are not to be underestimated. There must be more than 40 of them, this time entering the secret realm. Once they all gather, it will still be very dangerous. He reminded, moreover, I suspect that there are other dangerous figures mixed in with the opening of this secret realm. Dangerous figures? Wang Guan didn't pay much attention to Three Eyes group, but was curious about the dangerous figures Li Qiushan mentioned. This is what we encountered before. Li Qiushan spread his hands, and a series of light and shadows gathered above his palms, forming images. This is his awakened ability, belonging to the elemental light and shadow system. He can manipulate light and shadow to form images. If his ability level is high enough, he can create realistic illusions to assist in combat. But Li Qiushan's ability is only at a low level. He can only create small-scale light and shadow images. When he saw the images he produced, Wang Guan, Technique.He, Su Mingming, and you were all taken aback. They were 3 somewhat grotesque corpses, and they recognized them. They were members of the young man's team they encountered when they first entered the illusion. Only the woman in the black dress, when you, was missing. How'd they die? Wang Guan asked in surprise. They were already dead when we encountered them. Looking at the marks, it seems they died from infighting and killing each other, Li Qiushan explained. But the fact that the 3 died simultaneously is too strange. They must have been influenced by something. That's why he suspected that dangerous figures were active in the secret realm. At this moment, he sensed something. Have you seen them? We encountered them when we first entered the illusion. Wang Guan briefly explained the situation and asked, have you seen any trace of the woman in the black dress? Li Qiushan shook his head, no. Do you think this woman is problematic? Yes, Wang Guan nodded. Investigating, when you was tagged as a fugitive wanted for fraud. It may not be a coincidence. Moreover, he remembered that the young man had said something like, before I pulled you into the team, you promised me something. Such words were enough to indicate that when you had joined that young man's team for this secret realm adventure, did she cause her own team's 3 members to kill each other? What would be her purpose? Li Qiushan asked. What are the woman's characteristics? And he blurted out, she has a pair of big boobs. The others, Technique.He pushed Anya aside in disgust and introduced in detail. She is quite pretty, with an oval face and peach blossom eyes. About 24 or 25 years old, with shoulder-length black hair. Liqiushan used his light and shadow ability to recreate the image of Wenyu based on the description, achieving about 70 to 80% similarity. Although his ability level is not high, it has practical value. Even in combat, he can create small illusions to disrupt enemies. I will keep an eye on her, Liqiushan said, putting away the light and shadow, his expression growing serious. The secret realm has only been open for 2 days. There are a total of 32 people from the Platinum military who entered. Liqiushan still needs to reunite with his comrades. After exchanging some information with Wang Guan's team and reminding them to be careful, they parted ways. The peaceful team collected the beast skins and tentacles dropped from the slain rift beasts and continued to search for the next node. Because of the news brought by Liqiushan, the team fell into silence. Finally, it was Tong Yihong who broke the silence. He looked at the little black dog in Su Mengming's arms and smiled, praising, "This little dog is so smart. It even knows to fight alongside us." He thought of something. "By the way, shouldn't we give it a name?" Wang Guan, who was still thinking about Wenyu, was taken aback upon hearing this. How could he forget such an important thing? The little dog still didn't have a name. He planned to take this little black dog with him. When an ability user leaves the secret realm, they can carry the loot obtained from killing abyss monsters. You are not allowed to take abyss monsters out of the secret realm. If it is a mutated beast, it can be taken away after confirming it is harmless. But it requires consuming points to exchange for ownership. The little black dog is just an ordinary dog. Taking it out of the secret realm would probably be considered a waste of even 1 point. Let's help it come up with a name. Oh no, who is currently controlling the swarm to scout ahead, said cheerfully. Tong Yixing. It looks like a piece of charcoal, so let's just call it charcoal. Anya. That's not a nice name. How about we call it chocolate? Su Mengming. What do you think about calling it night? Wang Guan thought for a moment and felt it should have a name worthy of its identity as a snow wolf. Snow wolves are called so not because they live in snowy areas, but because their fur is as white as snow. Then let's call it Snow White. Wang Guan chuckled casually. The three little friends looked at Wang Guan. Are you kidding us by naming the black dog Snow White? However, before they could say anything, the little black dog suddenly barked a woof. The 4 members of the team froze in their movements. Anya tentatively called out to it. Snow White? The little black dog a woof. It reacted to that name. It ignored any other names. Wang Guan, what the heck? To others, the little black dog is just a little black dog. But to Wang Guan, this is a snow wolf cub, and it has already established a preliminary trust in Wang Guan. For it, Wang Guan's naming has special significance. It now believes its name is Snow White. From now on, no matter what Wang Guan does, it won't change its mind. The little friends all looked at Wang Guan with a speechless expression. Even Su Mengming seemed a bit unhappy. What kind of logic is it to name a black dog Snow White? Moreover, why does this dog only listen to Wang Guan? Is it because of the basic healing potion he fed it back then? In any case, the little black dog is officially named Snow White now. After half a day's travel, the Peace Squad finally encountered the 4th small node. This time, there were no unexpected incidents, and they resolved it smoothly. At this point, the Peace Squad still maintained the 1st ranking. Wang Guan's personal points had reached 1416, surpassing what he earned during the hunting task. 3 points remained from the hunting task, accumulated here. Meanwhile, Wang Guan's battle record had also reached 53. The Peace Squad's honor points had also accumulated to 40. After glancing at the task page, Wang Guan led the team to the next node. Suddenly, woof, woof, Snow White, held in Su Mengming's arms, barked in a series. Up ahead, Anya, controlling the swarm, quickly discovered something. There were several corpses there, and Snow White had caught the scent of their blood. She suddenly froze. These corpses seemed to have died from mutual slaughter. Chapter 69. The dog can still get stuck under Anya's guidance. The Peace Squad arrived in front of the corpses. There were 3 men and 1 woman. Their deaths were tragic, and their bodies were entangled, maintaining a posture of mutual attack. The already stiff faces were frozen with expressions of anger and hatred, as if they had deep grudges against each other. Wang Guan and the others had experienced quite a few brutal battles, but seeing this scene still made them feel a bit uncomfortable. They should be an adventurer team, right? Tong Yixing covered his nose and discerned. In such teams, members usually trust each other very much, but now they had turned against each other, leading to the team's annihilation. It was very similar to the scene presented by Li Qiushan. Such a thing happening once could still be considered an accident. If it happened a second time, there must be a problem. Was it also that big-boobed woman? Anya stood a few meters away, showing a look of disdain and speculating. She has mental abilities that can provoke others' hatred. While speaking, she was already controlling the swarm to scout in all directions. Wang Guan, holding back the nauseating smell, squatted in front of the corpses. Carefully, he used his sword to poke at the bodies to check. If this incident was really done by that fugitive scammer Wenyu, what was her purpose? Was she simply a pervert who took pleasure in harming others without benefiting herself? Or was it that she actually... Wang Guan pondered while Tong Yixing judged. These people haven't been dead for long. She might not have gone far. The blood flowing from the corpses had not completely coagulated. Moreover, there were quite a few mutated beasts active here. If it had been a long time, they would have attracted them to gnaw on the corpses. I didn't find her trace in the range of my swarm. Anya shook her head regretfully. Wenyu was not like the rift nodes, which emitted light and were easy to identify. Even if the swarm flew high to overlook the forest, it would be hard to spot her trace. Finding her wasn't actually difficult. Suddenly, Wang Guan's eyes lit up. This matter couldn't just be ignored. He looked at Snow White, who was being held by Su Mingming. Maybe he could rely on Snow White to find her. He picked up Snow White and placed it next to the corpses. Tong Yixing and Anya's expressions turned a bit strange. Guange, do you have too high expectations for the little dog? Tong Yixing advised. Dogs have a keen sense of smell and can distinguish subtle scents in the air to seek out targets. But this special skill requires training. Even for mutated dogs, like the steel-bone mastiff, to make them find targets, they still need training first. Snow White is only a few months old. Is this something it can do? Snow White is very smart. Let's try, Wang Guan said excitedly. A dog's keen sense of smell is innate. Training a police dog to track is not about training their nose sensitivity, but teaching them what to do. But for Wang Guan, Snow White is clever enough to understand his commands. As long as he can make it understand what it needs to do, it might be able to find the target based on the residual scent. Is this also stuck? There should have been another person here before, a woman. See if you can smell her scent. Wang Guan squatted in front of Snow White, patiently explaining. Oh, woo. After listening to Wang Guan's explanation, Snow White barked and began to run back and forth in the vicinity. But it didn't seem like it was searching for something. It looked more like it was having fun. Guange, forget it. It already has an unfortunate name and is quite pitiful. Tong Yixing advised helplessly. Anya showed a somewhat speechless expression. Only Su Mingming believed in Wang Guan and encouraged Snow White by waving her small fists. Then a woo. Snow White suddenly stopped and barked in one direction. Wang Guan's expression brightened. Is it in that direction? A woo. Snow White continued barking, as if confirming. Then let's head in that direction. Wang Guan immediately picked up Snow White and led the team towards that direction. Tong Yixing and Anya, they were still half convinced. However, since Wang Guan was the captain, if the captain was going crazy, they had to cooperate. In any case, there was still a rift node ahead in that direction, so they might as well treat it as a detour. Thus, under Snow White's guidance, the team moved forward. During the journey, they encountered several waves of mutated beasts. They also passed a small node where the team temporarily stopped. Tong Yixing, Su Mingming, and Anya, still the main force, destroyed this node. So far, the P Squad had destroyed 5 nodes. Tong Yixing, Su Mingming, and Anya's cooperation had become increasingly skilled. Although they still inevitably suffered minor injuries from the battles, there were no major issues. Plus, with Wang Guan backing them up, it was overall smooth sailing. A woo, a woo. Snow White, held in Wang Guan's arms, barked in one direction repeatedly. The team continued to move in that direction. The already dim sky began to darken, and night was approaching. At that moment, Anya, who had been controlling the swarm and scouting the surroundings, made a discovery. There's a node in front that hasn't been destroyed yet. Huh. There seems to be a team nearby that just dealt with the beast herd guarding this place. Anya covered one of her eyes and said quickly. Suddenly, she saw something and stared in shock at the white snow held in Wang Guan's arms. What's wrong? Tong Yixing asked curiously. That big tit is among them. Anya exclaimed in shock. Tong Yixing, what the hell? They found this place all along the way following the guidance of the white snow. Although it felt like this little black dog was just barking randomly, Could it really have found you based on scent? Is this dog the chosen police dog? They quickly moved toward that direction. Anya used the vision of the bee swarm to keep an eye on their every move. Something's off. It seems like there's a dispute among the members of that small team. Anya suddenly exclaimed, from their age and attire. That small team should be students entering the secret realm for trials, just like Wang Guan and the others. The characteristic of such student teams is that they have lower levels but higher abilities, at least starting from level 1. Entering the secret realm is for the purpose of trials, and they may have obtained entry qualifications by completing tasks like Wang Guan or through connections with their mentors. This student team consists of 2 boys and 2 girls. They are currently arguing with flushed faces, each seemingly filled with dissatisfaction towards the other 3. Standing next to them, Wenyu was smiling charmingly, enjoying the argument before her. Occasionally speaking a word, it was like adding fuel to the fire, intensifying the quarrel among the 4. Finally, they couldn't hold back and started fighting. When Wang Guan led his team to this place, the 4 members of this team were already in a chaotic brawl, each madly attacking the other 3. Flames and lightning flickered and blood splattered. With red eyes, they wanted to kill each other. The smiling Wenyu quickly noticed Wang Guan and his group arriving. Her expression changed, and she quickly put on a harmless, worried, and fearful look. "Stop fighting, please stop," she shouted. Then she hurriedly ran over to the Ping team. "It's you guys great? Quickly stop them." They suddenly started fighting for some reason. Ji. Su Mingming didn't hesitate at all. As soon as she entered the attack range, she raised her arms and unleashed 2 electromagnetic beams. Facing a confirmed enemy, Su Mingming would decisively strike. One attack hit Wenyu's arm, shattering it instantly. However, Wenyu reacted quickly, twisting her body in an unusual way to dodge the other attack. She crawled on the ground, her expression cold. Anya's gathered bee swarm quickly dove down to launch an attack. Blood-red mist rapidly spread from Wenyu's body. Her figure almost blended into the blood mist, hiding her whereabouts. "I can't see her," Anya said anxiously. The blood mist confused the perception of the bee swarm. The mist surged, spreading in all directions, nearly enveloping the entire nearby forest. Woof woof. The white snow, which had been placed on the ground, barked incessantly, very restless. The 4 members of the Ping and team coordinated seamlessly, gathering together and facing their surroundings. Controlling the mist is an elemental ability, but it seems a bit strange, Anya said solemnly. She gathered most of the bee swarm around her, flying above everyone's heads. At this moment, the student team that was attacking each other suddenly stopped. They turned their gazes towards Wang Guan and the others. The anger and hatred they originally had for each other shifted to the 4. They shouted angrily and charged over. Tong Yixing gathered an energy shield to block the irrational attackers. Wenyu's figure, hidden in the blood mist, moved around. She had one arm broken, yet there was no blood flowing out. Holding her broken arm, she showed no pain. Her charming face only displayed madness. These people are indeed troublesome. I should have dealt with them earlier. It's not too late now. Their souls must be very tasty, and my master will reward me, she murmured, circling around the 4. Her gaze swept over the 4, trying to choose one to influence. She first ruled out Anya. Anya's bug swarm heart made her will merge with the bee swarm, making it extremely difficult to affect her rationality. Then she ruled out Tong Yixing. This white-haired youth had protective items that could defend against mental attacks. Next was Su Mingming. The girl had the lowest level, but she had a high mental defense. Her spirit seemed to be in a strange house with reinforced walls and windows, allowing only a few to enter. In a short time, it would be difficult for her to influence these 3. So, in the end, when you chose Wang Guan. In her perception, Wang Guan's spirit had no defenses, only a relatively resilient will. This was not a problem for her. She could stir up his anger and hatred, making him act according to her will. Do you want to hear a story? Her intention floated towards Wang Guan. The thought would turn into murmurs, echoing in Wang Guan's subconscious, gradually stirring up all the darkness in his mental world. Normally, it should be like this. But the next moment, she heard Wang Guan's response. "I don't want to." Wang Guan's gaze then turned to her hidden figure in the mist. Chapter 70, Cultist. This Wang Guan is a bit strange. Part 1. Wen Yu's seduction failed to take effect and was rejected by Wang Guan. Just being rejected was one thing. The rejection echoed in her ears. This unprecedented situation left Wen Yu momentarily stunned. The next moment, zing, Wang Guan charged at her like an arrow released from a bow. As the blood mist surged, she tried to evade, but the cold light had already flashed past. Swish! She was struck by a sword and sent flying. What story were you preparing to tell? Wang Guan asked with a smile, continuing to approach Wen Yu with his sword drawn. It really is the trick of a fraudster. Try to use a story as a pretext to lure someone into a trap step by step. Unfortunately, Wang Guan had already tagged her as a fleeing fraudster. Her mental seduction ability was ineffective against him. Hidden in the blood mist, Wang Guan could still clearly discern her position. To his companions, her hidden figure seemed to drift unpredictably in the blood mist. But in Wang Guan's eyes, her figure was clearly visible in the blood mist. Her seduction was nothing more than the sweet words of a scammer. With his heightened awareness against scams, could Wang Guan still be deceived? Taking advantage of her moment of shock and daze, he struck swiftly. Despite being hit hard, Wen Yu still maintained her life. Her clothes were tattered, but she didn't bleed. She struggled to get up, her face full of disbelief. Among the four-member team, she seemed to have chosen the most troublesome one. This boy not only had the strongest power, but also a powerful will. Her ability seemed completely ineffective against him. As she saw Wang Guan charging at her without hesitation again, she hurriedly flashed and hid back into the blood mist. Using the cover of the blood mist, she circled around Wang Guan, wanting to make further efforts to influence his emotions. But suddenly, Wang Guan turned his head, his gaze locking onto her once more. Bang! A punch slammed into her, sending her flying out of her hiding place. Hiding in the blood mist indeed made it hard for others to discern her whereabouts. Even Anya's bee swarm had been deceived. But this tactic was completely ineffective against Wang Guan. No matter how she hid, to Wang Guan, she was just a fraudster. In Wang Guan's eyes, she was merely moving from side to side in the blood mist. It was simply too obvious. After suffering another military punch, Wen Yu fell to the ground, but surprisingly struggled to get up again. Wang Guan couldn't help but feel surprised. Such resilience and vitality were simply abnormal. While thinking this, he swung his sword again, aiming to directly sever Wen Yu's head. But just as he was about to strike her, he saw a hint of a charming smile suddenly appear on Wen Yu's fierce face. Whoosh! The alloy long sword slashed down. Wen Yu's figure disintegrated first. Thud! Something fell to the ground. It was a palm-sized doll. Wang Guan quickly scanned the surroundings and could no longer see Wen Yu. The spreading blood-colored mist was rapidly dissipating. The student team, having lost Wen Yu's influence, collapsed powerlessly onto the ground. Had she escaped? Wang Guan's gaze fell on the doll that had dropped to the ground. Its shape resembled Wen Yu somewhat, presenting an overall blood-red color, giving off an eerie feeling. Did Wen Yu rely on this thing to escape? Unfortunately, in the secret realm exploration, there were only team rankings. Without a team prompt for disqualification, it was impossible to confirm life or death through rankings. Detection. This is a worn-out toy doll. Wang Guan quickly tagged it to prevent any surprises. This Wen Yu is a cultist of the abyss? Tang Yixing ran to Wang Guan's side, looking serious. It seems so, Wang Guan said, as he had similar suspicions. Such sinister methods were only possessed by those abyss cultists. It's just that causing self-inflicted harm could be done with mental abilities. But what Wen Yu displayed was not only the ability to influence others' emotions, but also the eerie blood mist and mysterious means of escape. Earlier, when Li Qiushan mentioned dangerous individuals, he should have suspected it was an abyss cultist. Abyss cultists, also known as heretics, worship the powerful alien beings within the abyss as deities and masters. They willingly sacrifice everything to the evil gods, betraying humanity, even their friends and family. They are a group of inhumane traitors. Their ultimate goal is to help the abyss monsters conquer this world. It can be said that heretics are more despicable than abyss monsters and mutated beasts. They deserve to be exterminated. Heretics, tainted by the abyss's aura, essentially belong to mutated organisms and will rapidly decay upon death. But in a normal state, they are very good at hiding themselves, making them difficult to detect. However, the bloodthirsty demon was detected as a prisoner, and the cultists were detected as fraudsters. Do humanoid monsters of the Abyss's forces, the cultists, all receive such type tags? Wang Guan's eyes brightened slightly. His detection ability seems capable of distinguishing cultists. Ordinary detection abilities cannot do this. How did Abyss cultists get into the Long Sun's secret realm? Anya exclaimed in surprise. They probably want to prevent the secret realm from being cleared. Wang Guan said, the purpose isn't hard to guess. If the number of ability users decreases and the main node isn't destroyed within 7 days, the Abyss fissure will further expand. Once it exceeds the limits of the secret realm, the fissure will descend into the real world, triggering an invasion. These cultists truly deserve to be torn to pieces. This big-boobed woman is definitely not a good person. Anya huffed, hands on her hips. Then she asked Wang Guan, how did you find her traces earlier? After when you hid in the blood mist, her swarm couldn't discern her. Tong Yixing also curiously looked at Wang Guan. At that time, she tried to influence my mind, which exposed her whereabouts, Wang Guan explained, and that barely makes sense. Anya sighed, your amazing little brother. Wang Guan silently nodded, bearing the admiration of the Diamond Barbie. Su Mingming, who was carrying Bai Shui, saw the blood-red doll lying on the ground. What is that? Tong Yixing and Anya also looked at the blood-red doll. It seems like some kind of decoy item that could help her escape at a critical moment. Tong Yixing speculated. He had more experience than ordinary people and knew that some high-level spatial ability users could create similar items. It wouldn't be surprising for a cultist to have something like that. So does that mean Big Boob hasn't died? Anya lamented. Tong Yixing also sighed. Cultists are always hard to kill. We will likely encounter her again, Wang Guan calmly said. Decoy items are independent items. As long as she hasn't used them on Wang Guan, this item won't be affected by tags. Therefore, she could use the decoy doll to escape. But for now, Wen Yu is still just a fleeing fraudster to Wang Guan. With precautions in place, he isn't afraid of her reappearing. At a certain fissure node in the Longsun secret realm, the Abyss fissure here is even larger, extending in all directions. The rift beasts lurking within are also larger than those at other nodes. Nearby, a beast-like monster the size of Small Hill is resting. If Wang Guan were here, he would recognize it as the Dia Dragon. This is the main node of the fissure. By solving all the small nodes and then destroying this main node, they could complete the secret realm clearance and temporarily halt the fissure.